Su Qianqian woke up because of a dull pain in her chest. It wasn't the suffocating feeling of a breathing tube in a modern ICU, nor the comfort of lying on a rosewood bed in a wealthy Kyoto mansion. Instead, it felt like she was tightly wrapped in a stiff quilt. The air carried the rough scent of hemp mixed with faint herbs. Nearby, she heard the soft whir of a spinning wheel and a gentle woman's voice humming a lullaby. "You're awake? My little Qianqian is finally awake." A warm hand touched her forehead. Su Qianqian struggled to open her eyes and saw a yellowed linen canopy with a crookedly embroidered hibiscus flower at the corner. Outside the canopy sat a woman in a coarse cloth dress, her hair tied in a simple bun with a wooden hairpin. Her eyes curved with joy as she looked down at her. That face. Who is she? And who is Qianqian? Shocked, Su Qianqian tried to move, but her arms were thin as sticks, her fingers short and chubby, and even lifting them took effort. She quickly turned her head toward a bronze mirror by the bed. Though the surface was dull, it clearly reflected a small, pale face with short bangs and wide, confused eyes. That wasn't her. She had died at 28, overworked at her job, so how had she become a little child? "What's wrong, Qianqian? Did something scare you?" The woman, Lu, saw her staring blankly at the mirror and quickly picked her up, gently patting her back. "Don't be afraid, Mother's here." Su Qianqian's mind throbbed as strange memories flooded in. This was the 13th year of the Jinghe era in the Great Yong Dynasty. She was now Su Qianqian, the 5-year-old daughter of Su Zheng, a hunter from Qingxi village. Her father was skilled but quiet, and her mother, Lu, was a kind and capable village woman. What, Su Qianqian? These were the memories of this body's Su Qianqian, not the one who had died from overwork. She blinked in confusion, then patted Lu's arm softly. Mother?
Su Qianqian spoke hesitantly.
"Hey, my dear, were you scared? We won't let you play with your 6th brother anymore, all right? When your father comes back, he'll talk to him. Luckily, your forehead isn't hurt," Madame Lu said with concern, looking at Su Qianqian lovingly.
Sulianyan instinctive touched her forehead. Ouch!
It really hurt, she thought. Her hand slid down to her neck, and when her fingers brushed against the cool silver pendant, a warm current suddenly flowed through her body. A hazy light flashed before her eyes. She seemed to have entered an empty space. Her heart pounded wildly. She tried to open her eyes wide to see clearly, but in the next moment, she was back in reality. Su Qianqian couldn't help but think of the novels she had read when she was 11 or 12, where the main characters gained special powers. Could this be her own special ability? Amazing! Was this a reward for her hardworking past life? Not only was she reborn, but she also received a special gift. That meant she wouldn't have to struggle so hard this time. Wonderful. She had long grown tired of that exhausting life. Su Qianqian swore that in this life, she would take things easy and live happily. Smiling brightly, she accepted her new reality. As a woman from the 25th century, she was quick to adapt. Rubbing her hungry stomach, she said, "Mother, I'm hungry." "All right, my dear, I'll get you some food right away." Earlier, Su Qianqian had been playing a chasing game with her older brother, Su Zhou, when she accidentally fell and hit her head on a stone. Because of long-term poor nutrition, she fainted from low blood sugar. The family had called a doctor, but since it was harvest season, everyone went back to the fields after the doctor left, leaving only her mother, Madame Lu, to watch over her. Even her grandmother had gone to deliver food to the workers, but they had saved a meal for Su Qianqian. Madame Lu helped her sit on a small stool by the bed and went to the kitchen. Watching her mother's back, Su Qianqian touched the silver pendant again. Suddenly, a warning flashed in her mind. Words appeared before her eyes. In the 13th year of Jinghe, on the 10th day of the 6th month, Qingxi village will face a once-in-a-century flood. It will rain for 7 days and nights. The river behind the village will overflow, and half the village will be submerged. A flood? Su Qianqian read the message 3 times to be sure. She had just arrived, and already a natural disaster was coming. Lowering her head, she comforted herself. Being reborn was already a blessing. She shouldn't ask for too much. Mother! Su Qianqian shouted at the top of her voice, her short legs stumbling as she ran toward the kitchen. Stop cooking the porridge. Hurry and call Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle, and second uncle. We need to pack our things, grain, clothes, pots, bowls. Take everything we can. Madame Lu was adding water to the pot to warm the food. Hearing this, she turned around, half laughing and half crying. What nonsense are you talking about, child? Why would we pack up when everything's fine at home? It's going to rain. A heavy rain. The house will be flooded. Qianqian jumped anxiously, her little face turning red. Mother, look at the water jar. There's water all over the sides. Grandma once said, when the jar sweats, the house will flood. And last night, I heard frogs croaking loudly all night long. That means a big flood is coming. She mentioned her grandmother on purpose. Madame Su, 43 years old, was known in the village as a wise and decisive woman who loved her only granddaughter dearly. Madame Lu froze for a moment, then walked to the water jar. Sure enough, the surface was covered with tiny droplets, more than usual. Just as she was about to go find her mother-in-law, Madame Su lifted the curtain and came in, her face serious. Qianqian is right. This rain feels strange. Where's Zen? Call him back. We must pack up quickly. Madame Su and her husband had returned to the village with their eldest son, Su Qingguang, an honest and hard-working farmer. He said in a deep voice, Mother, I just came back from the fields. The water in the Qingxi River is rising fast. I'm afraid a flood is really coming. As he spoke, Su Ian came back carrying his hunting gear, followed by his younger brother, Su Jinghe, a capable and clever man who is also good at farming. Jinghe said seriously, Father, Mother, Big Brother is right. The river's water level looks dangerous. We should leave right away. Qianqian's eyes lit up. She quickly hugged her father's leg. Father.
See?
Grandma, uncle, and second uncle all said the same thing. Let's pack up. The Qingxi River will overflow, and our village will be flooded. Su Ian looked at his daughter's earnest little face, then at his mother and brothers, who all looked worried. He frowned deeply.
All right.
Let's pack. Big brother, tell your wife, Madame Li, to gather all the grain. Second brother, get the cart ready and load the important things. Lu, you and your sisters-in-law pack the clothes and bedding. Qianqian, you, I'll help mother fold the clothes. Qianqian quickly interrupted, her short legs running fast. She followed Madame Lu, Aunt Li, and Antoine into the inner room. Madame Li, the eldest uncle's wife, was kind and skilled at cooking. She had 2 sons, the eldest, Su Xian, and the third, Su Heng. Madame Wen, the second uncle's wife, was good at embroidery and had 3 sons, the second, Su Jing, and a pair of twins, Su Han and Su Yun. At this moment, the 3 women were busy packing clothes. Old Madame Su watched her young granddaughter moving around and sighed with worry. I hope we're mistaken. Otherwise, we'll have to leave our home. It's all right, said Old Master Su, comforting her. As long as our family stays together, we can get through anything. By evening, more than a dozen members of the Su family gathered in the courtyard. The carts were packed full. The eldest son, Su Xian, pulled a cart loaded with food and tools. The second son, Su Jing, pulled another with household items and bedding. The third son, Su Heng, carried his hunting bow, guarding the family. The old master led the way, while old Madame Su held little Su Qianqian in her arms. Madame Lu carried Su Zhou and Madame's Li, and when each held the hands of several children. Together, they walked toward the edge of the village under the setting sun. As they reached the village entrance, they saw many villagers chatting by the roadside. Seeing the Su family moving out, everyone gathered curiously. What's the Su family doing? I heard they're running from a flood. What flood? Maybe they're overreacting. Old Madame Su raised her voice. Friends, listen to me. The water level of the Qingxi River is strange. There will be heavy rain tonight. It's best to prepare early. Someone laughed. Old Madame Su, are you believing that little girl's nonsense? The weather forecast says no rain. Su Qianqian suddenly pointed to the western sky. Look, the sky is red. Everyone looked up. The western sky was glowing with an eerie red light, as if painted with blood, and the clouds looked darker. The older villagers turned pale. That's a fire-red sky. The old saying goes, when the red clouds reach the top, the rain will fill the wells. Old Madame Su quickly said, Trust me. Go home and get ready before it's too late. The eldest son pulled his cart forward, followed by the second and third sons. Under the villagers' mixed gazes, the Su family left Qingxi village with firm steps. In her grandmother's arms, Su Qianqian looked back at the fading village and silently wished, I hope everything goes well. As night deepened, distant thunder rumbled. Su Qianqian touched the silver pendant around her neck, feeling a faint warmth under her fingertips. She somehow felt certain that a flood was coming soon.
She sighed.
She had planned to enjoy a peaceful place free from pollution, to rest her tired mind and body from her past life. But now, with this natural disaster coming, she could only hope there would be no human-made troubles and that everything would pass quickly so she could relax again. That was what Su Qianqian thought. When the rooster crowed for the first time, the rain really came. It wasn't a light drizzle, but a heavy downpour. The rain hit the tarp on the cart with loud splashes, like countless small stones striking it. Su Qianqian curled up in her grandmother's arms and peeked outside through a small gap in the tarp. The road had turned into a muddy swamp, and the cart wheels sank deep into the mud, making every step hard to take. Father, uncle, second uncle, please rest for a while. Su Qianqian called out when she saw her father and uncles bent over, their backs curved like bows. Their clothes were soaked and clung tightly to their thin bodies. Su Ian gasped for breath and waved his hand. No rest. We must move before the water reaches our knees. There's a small hill ahead where we can take shelter. Her uncles kept pulling the cart silently. The old family had walked in front, checking the road. The women, Madame Lu, Madame Li, and Madame Wen, used one hand to help push the cart. Some children lay on the cart, while others were led by their mothers. Their faces were red from the cold, but none of them cried. Su Qianqian felt a lump in her throat. She took out a piece of wheat cake hidden in her sleeve. She broke it into pieces and handed them to her brothers. Father, uncle, second uncle, please eat something. You'll need strength. Su Zheng paused, frowning at the wheat cake in her hand. Where did you get this? Didn't we finish all the flour at home?
It was
from Aunt. Su Qianqian quickly made up a story. Yesterday, I helped her fold clothes. She said I was getting better and gave me a few pieces of wheat cake. I didn't eat them and kept them hidden. In truth, she had saved them for herself, afraid she might starve later.
Madame Lishmilat Kinley.
Yes, that's right. I gave them to her. The child is growing and needs good food. Su Ian didn't ask further. He took a small bite of the cake, chewing slowly. His eyes softened. His daughter seemed to have grown more thoughtful since her recovery. Madame Lu noticed and asked quietly, Qianqian, why aren't you eating? I'm not hungry, mother.
You eat.
Su Qianqian handed over the remaining wheat cakes, then took out a small piece from her sleeve and gave it to Su Zhou, who was in her arms. Brother, have some cake. Su Zhou was already hungry. He took the cake and began to eat, mumbling, Thank you, sister. The family shared a few pieces of wheat cake with the rainwater and continued on their way. The rain grew heavier, and the muddy ground was now ankle-deep in water. Su Qianqian's cloth shoes were soaked through, the soles heavy with mud, as if filled with lead. But she didn't dare to complain. She just gritted her teeth and followed the cart forward. After walking for about an hour, they finally saw a small hill ahead. It wasn't very high, but it was above the flooded road and dry. Everyone worked together to pull the cart up the slope and stopped under a crooked tree. They finally let out a sigh of relief and sat down, breathing hard. Madame Li quickly took a clean handkerchief from her bundle and helped Su Chengwang wring the water from his jacket. Now, we can rest a bit. Look at you, your face is so pale. Madame Wen took out her sewing and began stitching thick clothes while watching the children. It would be cold at night, so the more she sewed, the warmer her family would be. The two younger ones, Soo Han and Soo Yun, leaned against her, curiously watching the curtain of rain in the distance. Su Qianqian looked around. There were already several families on the hill who had fled from nearby villages. Some sat on the ground crying, some wrung out their wet clothes, and others looked around with fear in their eyes. "Our village is flooded too," said a woman in a blue dress softly when she saw them. "The water came into our yard before dawn. My husband pulled the cart and took me and the children out. I don't know how my parents are now." As she spoke, tears rolled down her cheeks. Madame Li's eyes turned red as well. She patted the woman's shoulder, but didn't know what to say. No one knew if their own family members had survived. Su Qianqian looked at the scene before her and understood clearly. This was only the beginning of the disaster. In the coming days, the rain would grow heavier. When the Qingxi River broke its banks, more villages would be flooded. More people would flee, food would become scarce, and there might even be fights over grain and people dying of hunger. She had to find a way to get more food. "Grandmother, mother, I'll go see if there's any clean water nearby," Su Qianqian said. The old lady nodded. "Don't go too far. Be careful." Su Qianqian agreed and walked toward the other side of the hill. She walked to a quiet place and activated her special ability. This time, instead of an empty square space, there was a robot dog in the middle. As soon as her mind entered, the robot dog opened its eyes and said, "Hey, Bean Sprout. Bean Sprout? Are you talking to me?" Su Qianqian asked in disbelief. She was a beautiful woman after all. At least she used to be. "Who else would I be talking to? It's just the two of us here," the robot dog said, rolling its eyes like a human. Su Qianqian widened her eyes and put her hands on her hips. If her arms weren't so thin, she might have looked quite imposing, like when she used to argue with clients at work. "Who's Bean Sprout?" "My name is Su Qianqian. Did you bring me here?" The robot dog shook its metal head, its LED eyes flashing green. "Not me. It was my boss. You looked so pitiful, working yourself to exhaustion, so my boss sent me to save you." "Save me? Really? What kind of start is this? A 5-year-old kid leading a whole family to escape? Are you kidding me?" Su Qianqian glared at the robot dog. "Save her?" This felt more like making her relive a life-and-death struggle. She was sure this was some kind of trap set by a heartless boss. The robot dog didn't argue. It raised a paw, and a line of pale blue text appeared on the ground, looking just like the pop-up windows on Su Qianqian's old work computer. Beginner mission 1, emergency survival, mission requirements. 1. Within 120 minutes, collect 10 pounds of drinkable clean water for the Su family. 2. Identify and gather 2 types of edible wild vegetables, must be non-toxic. 3. Do not reveal the existence of the space during the mission. Mission reward. Unlock basic storage space, 10 cubic meters. Receive 5 compressed grain biscuits. Failure penalty. Space locked for 72 hours. Silver lock temperature drops to freezing. Frostbite warning. Su Qianqian immediately understood. This wasn't a gift. It was a space version KPI from the heavens to keep her busy. She stared at the words frostbite warning, feeling a chill down her neck. This special ability even had punishments? She quickly leaned toward the robot dog. "Hey, you metal mutt. How am I supposed to get clean water? It's pouring outside, and the river water looks like mud soup. Drink that and we'll all get sick." She had just given the robot dog a nickname, and to her surprise, it nodded. "Not bad. You've got some taste." "Fine then," she muttered. "Iron egg it is. Hurry and get her to agree to finish the task, or she might really give up and walk away." "What would we do then?" Purifying water is simple. Find a clean piece of cloth, wrap some plant ash in it, and pour rainwater through it 3 times. Then let it dry for half an hour. Oh, since it's raining now, just hang it somewhere airy to drain. As for wild vegetables, go east along the slope. The ones with jagged leaves growing between the rocks are purslane, and the ones with round leaves creeping along the ground are goosefoot. Both are edible. Su Qianqian took a deep breath, telling herself not to get angry. Getting upset would only make things worse. Since she was already here, she might as well make the best of it. She had to finish her tasks quickly, or she'd be in real trouble. What kind of world was this? Other people ended up as princesses or noble ladies, but she had to start off in such a miserable situation. Anything else? Su Qianqian asked, clearly annoyed. And no, that's all. Beautiful lady, Titan said quickly, trying to please her. Just as Su Qianqian was about to leave the space, Titan called out again, beautiful lady, one more thing. Don't just worry about your own family. The woman next door, the one in the blue skirt, has half a bag of moldy cornmeal. She's about to feed it to her child. Maybe you could help her out? In your dreams. When she exited the space, her fingertips still felt the faint warmth of the silver pendant. The rain on the slope had eased, but the wind was colder. Su Qianqian pulled her thin jacket tighter and walked east. Sure enough, she found several clusters of bright green porcelain between the rocks, their jagged leaves glistening with raindrops. A few steps farther, she saw goosefoot spreading along the wall, its round leaves covered with a pale white sheen. Qianqian, what are you doing? Su Zhou came running over with a cracked clay pot, his face smudged with dirt. Mom told me to find you. She said it's time to drink some water. Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. She pulled her brother down beside her. Brother Zhou, look at this plant. Didn't Grandma say it's edible? She pointed at the porcelain, pretending not to know. Su Zhou scratched his head. I think so. Grandma dug some up during the famine last year. It tasted a bit sour when cooked.
Right.
It's edible. Su Qianqian quickly picked a handful and put it into Su Zhou's pot. You keep picking these. I'll go get some water. We'll make wild vegetable porridge later. She ran back to the crooked tree, where Aunt Lu was wringing out wet clothes. Seeing her return, Lu quickly pulled her over. Why are you all muddy? Did you hurt your foot? Su Qianqian shook her head and tugged at Aunt Li's sleeve. Aunt, do we still have any clean cloth?
Just a small piece.
Aunt Li rummaged through the bundle and pulled out a worn bit of linen. What do you need this for, Qianqian? My grandma said that wrapping plant ash in linen can filter water, Su Qianqian whispered. Rainwater is muddy, and drinking it can make us sick. We should filter it before drinking. Old Madam Su overheard, and her eyes lit up. How does my sweet girl know that? Su Qianqian quickly nestled into her grandmother's arms. I heard you telling Granny Wang the other day, and I remembered. The old lady smiled so wide that her eyes crinkled, then told Lu to gather plant ash from the stove and Li to tear the linen into small pieces, fold them into 3 layers, and wrap them tightly. The adults squatted by a dirt slope, dug a small pit, laid stones inside, and placed the linen filled with ash over it. They slowly poured rainwater from a broken clay pot. The muddy water seeped through the cloth and dripped into the pit, becoming much clearer and carrying a faint scent of plants. Su Qianqian watched the clean water collect at the bottom. 1 bowl, 2 bowls, 3 bowls. When she guessed there was about 5 pounds, she finally relaxed. Just then, a child's cry came from nearby. Su Qianqian looked up and saw a woman in a blue skirt taking out a paper-wrapped bundle. Inside was some blackened, moldy cornmeal, which she was about to feed to the baby in her arms. Auntie, don't give that to the baby. Su Qianqian ran over and grabbed the woman's arm. The woman froze, her eyes turning red. I have no choice. The baby hasn't eaten all day. If I don't feed him, he'll starve. Su Qianqian bit her lip and touched her sleeve. She had secretly brought out a piece of the coarse-grain compressed biscuit Iron Egg had given her earlier, a palm-sized, rock-hard piece. She handed it over. Auntie, eat this. It's cleaner than the moldy cornmeal. The woman looked at the yellow biscuit, tears streaming down her face. How can I take your food? Your family is struggling too. It's fine, my mother saved some for me, Su Qianqian lied, then pointed east. There are edible wild greens over there. We just picked some. You can dig a few and cook them to fill your stomach. The woman thanked her again and again, took the biscuit, and went to gather wild greens with her baby. When Su Qianqian returned under the tree, Iron Egg's voice sounded in her mind. Beautiful girl, you're so kind, I'll give you a little bonus. Wild greens collected now count double. You've gathered 1.5 kinds already. Iron Egg thought to himself, she acts tough, but has a soft heart. Su Qianqian rolled her eyes and pulled Su Zhou along to pick some more wild greens, just enough to make 2 kinds. Then Su Ian suddenly stood up, looking toward the road. The rain's easing up. We should move quickly. There might be a flash flood tonight. Everyone quickly packed their things. Taking the chance, Su Qianqian poured the filtered clean water into a clay jar and stuffed the wild vegetables into a bundle. Just as they were about to get on the cart, Tian's voice sounded again. Beginner task 1 completed 80%. Clean water 8 gene, 2 gene short. 2 kinds of wild vegetables completed. Hidden condition, helping refugees completed. Half of the reward will be given now. The remaining 2 gene of water can be added at the next stop. Su Qianqian touched the silver locket around her neck. It was warm and comforting. She climbed onto the cart and sat beside her grandmother, watching her father and uncle pull the heavy cart again. Their footprints in the muddy road grew deep and shallow with each step. Su Zhou leaned over and whispered, Qianqian, that flatbread just now was really good. Do you have any more? No, Su Qianqian said, tapping his nose playfully. When we find a good place to stay, Mother will make you lots of them. The old lady held her close, looking at the dark road ahead, and said softly, our Qianqian has grown up. She knows how to care for others now. In the quiet night, the sound of the cart wheels rolling through the mud was especially clear. Thunder rumbled closer in the distance. Su Qianqian leaned against her grandmother and secretly entered her space. Taidan was lying on the ground, dozing. Beside him were 2 small pieces of coarse compressed bread and a line of text. Remaining clean water task can be completed before dawn tomorrow. She smiled. That was just what she wanted.
Perfect. Time to sleep.
At dawn, the rain finally stopped. Su Qianqian woke up from the cold. The thin blanket covering her was damp with dew, icy to the touch. She shivered and was about to sit up when she saw her grandmother already gathering firewood, while her mother, Lu, was crouched by a slope, collecting dew into a clay jar. Grandma, Mother. Su Qianqian ran over. I know where there's water. She pulled Lu toward the small pit where they had filtered water yesterday. There was still some clean water left, enough for 2 gene. Lu quickly poured it into the jar, delighted. Qianqian, how did you know there was water here? I got up at night and saw it. Su Qianqian blinked, fibbing a little, while shouting in her mind, Taidan, the water's enough. Is the task done?
Ding.
Beginner task 1, 100% complete. Task rewards. 1. Basic storage space unlocked. 10 cubic meters. Can store non-living items by thought. 2. Coarse compressed bread times 5. 3. Unlock Spirit Spring Hollow. Inside the space, it produces 10 gene of Spirit Spring water daily. The water is drinkable and strengthens the body with long-term use. Newbie mission. 2. Settling down mission requirements. 1. Within 3 days, find a temporary safe place to stay. Avoid flood zones and landslide areas. 2. Use the space rewards to store 30 gene of food for the Su family, can be planted, traded, or gathered. 3. Teach 1 family member to recognize 2 types of edible wild vegetables. Mission rewards. Unlock 10 square meters of fertile black soil in the space. Receive 1 gene of high-yield wheat seeds and a simple farming toolset, including a small hoe and a small shovel. Su Qianqian had just finished reading the mission when 5 pieces of coarse grain compressed biscuits suddenly appeared in her hands. They were hard but smelled pleasantly of wheat. She quickly hid them in her clothes and secretly entered the space again. The once empty space now had a small puddle the size of a palm, with clear spring water giving off a faint warmth. Beside it were 5 more biscuits. Iron Egg crouched by the puddle, dipped a paw into the water, and said, This Spirit Spring water is good. Let your family drink it. It'll help them stay healthy. Iron Egg, how do I use the storage slot? Su Qianqian asked curiously. Just think about what you want to store and touch the silver locket, Iron Egg replied, shaking his head. Now hurry up and get to work. You need 30 gene of food. With the little flour you have, you'll only last 2 days. Su Qianqian left the space and ran into Su Zhou, who was rubbing his eyes and looking for her. "Qianqian, I'm hungry," he said. She took out a biscuit and handed it to him. "Here, eat slowly. It'll fill you up." Su Zhou took a bite, and his eyes lit up. "This tastes better than our wheat cakes." Hearing the noise, Madame Lu came over and frowned. "Qianqian, where did you get that biscuit?" I helped Annie dig wild vegetables yesterday, and she gave it to me." Su Qianqian quickly made up an excuse, then broke the biscuit in half and offered it to her mother. "Mom, you eat too. It's very filling." Madame Lu took a bite and said in surprise, "Why is this biscuit so fragrant? It tastes like it has a lot of wheat flour." The old Madame Su also came over, took a small bite, and looked at Su Qianqian thoughtfully. Would that woman really have such good biscuits? Su Qianqian felt nervous and quickly changed the subject. "Grandma, where are we going today? This slope isn't safe. If it rains again, there might be a landslide." The old lady nodded. "Your uncle went ahead to scout. He said there's a place called Qingshi Town to the west. The government has set up a relief station there, but we don't know if we can get in." Just as they were talking, Su Chengwang came running back in a hurry, his face full of excitement. "Mother, there's an old mountain temple about 3 miles ahead. It's still standing and can shelter us. There's also a small stream nearby, and the water is very clean." Hearing this, the Su family quickly packed their things. Su Qianqian took the chance to pour the filtered water into a clay jar and secretly added a little spring water to it. She wanted to test it first. If her family drank it safely, she would add more next time. Not long after they set off with the cart, they met many other refugees. Some leaned on sticks, some carried children, all looking thin and weak. Sitting on the cart, Su Qianqian felt her heart ache as she saw the people who had died by the roadside. This was what a year of disaster looked like. Human lives were worth less than grass. "Qianqian, what are you looking at?" Grandma Su gently patted her head. "Grandma, I want to find more food so no one will go hungry," Qianqian said softly.
Grandma Susaid.
"My dear, let's take care of our own family first. We can think about others later." After walking for about an hour, they finally reached the old mountain temple. Half of the gate had collapsed, and the inside was filled with dry grass, but it was still fairly dry. Su Ian, Su Chengwang, and Su Jinghe pulled the cart inside and used stones to block the holes in the walls. Madame Lu, Madame Li, and Madame Wen began tidying up the dry grass to make bedding. Su Qianqian took Su Zhou to the stream behind the temple. "Brother Zhou, I'll teach you how to recognize wild vegetables. Then you can help Mother pick them later." She pointed to porcelain and lamb's quarters by the stream and carefully explained their features. "Look, this one with sawtoothed leaves is porcelain. When you break it, white sap comes out. This round leaf one is lamb's quarters, and the back of the leaf has a white coating. Don't mix them up." Su Zhou listened carefully and picked a handful. "Qianqian, I remember. From now on, I'll pick wild vegetables for you every day." Su Qianqian smiled and nodded, waiting for the system's message. Newbie task 2 progress. Teach family members to identify wild vegetables. 50% complete. Confirmation needed that they can identify them independently. She took Su Zhou back to the temple and asked him to show their mother. Su Zhou pointed at the porcelain and said clearly, "Mother, this is porcelain. It's edible, and when you break it, white sap comes out." Madame Lu was surprised. "Zhou, how did you learn that?" "Qianqian taught me," he said proudly.
Ding.
Task complete. Family members can identify wild vegetables 100%. Su Qianqian felt a wave of joy and was about to enter her space when Madame Li took out the last bit of wheat flour from a bundle and sighed. "This is all that's left, just enough to make 2 pots of thin porridge." Old Madame Su frowned. "Later, let your father and your second uncle go into the mountains to see if they can catch a rabbit or dig up some sweet potatoes." Su Qianqian suddenly remembered the compressed biscuits in her secret space. She quickly took out 2 pieces and handed them over. "Grandma, I still have some biscuits here. They can fill our stomachs." Old Madame Su took the biscuits, looked at her, then at Su Zhou. "Qianqian, tell me honestly, where did these biscuits come from?" Su Qianqian bit her lip, leaned close to her grandmother's ear, and whispered, "Grandma, it's from the silver locket on my neck. After I woke up, I found that when I touched it, I could enter a special place. There's a little dog there that gives me tasks, and when I finish them, it gives me food." She didn't say too much, only what she thought she could. Old Madame Su stared at the silver locket around her neck, her eyes full of mixed feelings. She had gone to town to get it when Qianqian was born, believing it would keep her safe. She never expected it to have such a secret. Gently patting Qianqian's head, she said, "Seriously, my dear, don't tell anyone about this, not even your parents. Grandma will keep it a secret for you." If others saw her as strange, she didn't dare imagine it. "Don't tell anyone, understand, Qianqian?" Old Madame Su said firmly. Qianqian nodded, feeling relieved. The old lady divided the biscuits among everyone, then said to Su Ian, "Ian, you and Jinghe go into the mountains to find some food. Take Qianqian and Zhou with you, so they can learn to recognize wild vegetables." Su Ian nodded and picked up his hunting bow. Qianqian followed them out of the temple and quietly entered her secret space. "Iron Egg, can you check what food is in the mountains?" she asked. Iron Egg's voice sounded, "Go southeast. There's a patch of sweet potatoes left from last year's harvest. You can dig up about 10 or 20 pounds. Be careful of wild boars, but your father's bow should be enough." Qianqian quickly told Su Ian, "Father, go southeast. There's a sweet potato field there." Su Ian paused for a moment but followed her directions. After about half an hour, they saw an open field with a few sweet potato vines showing above the ground. "There really are sweet potatoes," Su Jinghe shouted excitedly. Su Ian crouched down and dug out a sweet potato the size of his fist. Qianqian and Su Zhou helped, and soon they had gathered more than 20 pounds. "Qianqian, how did you know there were sweet potatoes here?" Su Jinghe asked curiously. I dreamed about it last night," Qianqian quickly replied. Su Ian patted her head gently and didn't ask further. Ever since his daughter recovered from her illness, she had shown some strange abilities, but they always seemed to bring good fortune to the family. Just as they were about to head back, a snorting sound came from nearby. Su Ian quickly pulled Su Qianqian and Su Zhou behind him and grabbed his hunting bow. A wild boar burst out of the forest, its eyes red as it stared at the sweet potatoes on the ground. "Father, be careful," Su Qianqian shouted. Su Ian drew his bow and released an arrow, hitting the boar right in the eye. The boar let out a painful cry and ran off. Su Jinghe let out a sigh of relief. "Good thing you were here, third brother." "Brother, we're family, no need to be polite," Su Ian said casually, waving his hand. They carried the sweet potatoes back to the mountain temple, and the Su family was overjoyed to see them. Madame Li quickly lit a fire, washed the sweet potatoes, and put them in the pot to cook. Taking the chance, Su Qianqian entered her space, took out some sweet potatoes from the storage area, and placed them inside again. Beginner task 2 progress food storage 20 gene/30 gene iron egg. We're still short 10 gene of food. What should we do? Su Qianqian asked. That's easy. You can count your compressed biscuits as food. 1 biscuit equals 2 gene, Iron Egg replied. Su Qianqian quickly took out her remaining 3 biscuits, which counted as 6 gene, leaving 4 gene to go. Grandma, I'll go fetch some water from the stream, she said, running out. She secretly added some spring water into the clay pot, then broke another biscuit into small pieces and soaked them until soft. It looked just like porridge. When she returned, the sweet potatoes were ready, filling the air with a delicious smell. The family gathered around and ate happily. Su Qianqian shared the softened biscuits with her little nephews and handed one to the old lady. The old lady gave her a knowing look, showing she understood. After the meal, Su Qianqian touched her silver pendant and entered the space again.
Ding.
Beginner task 2 progress food storage 30 gene/30 gene temporary shelter found 100% complete. Family taught to recognize wild vegetables 100% complete. All tasks completed. Task rewards 1 space black soil 10 square meters unlocked located on the east side of the space, suitable for planting crops. Growth speed twice that of the outside world. 2. High-yield wheat seeds X1 gene. 3. Simple farming tool set, small hoe and small shovel. Su Qianqian ran to the east side of the space and saw a patch of dark, soft soil that looked like a sponge. Beside it lay a small hoe, a small shovel, and a cloth bag filled with golden wheat seeds. Tidan squatted on the ridge and said, "Bean sprout, this black soil is amazing. Whatever you plant grows well. Hurry and sow the wheat, soon you'll be able to harvest it." Su Qianqian picked up a small hoe and copied what she had seen in documentaries from her past life, loosening the soil, digging holes, and sowing seeds. Though she was sweating all over, she smiled happily. This was the first field she had planted herself in this era, a field that carried her family's hopes. After planting, she went to the small spring to drink some water.
It was sweet and refreshing.
Just as she was about to leave the space, Tidan said, "The next task will be released in 3 days. Stay at the mountain god temple for now. Your father and brothers might catch more game and gather enough food." Su Qianqian nodded and left the space. The sun had risen outside, shining warmly on the temple's cracked walls. Su Zhou ran over and grabbed her hand. "Qianqian, tomorrow I'll go dig wild vegetables with you again." Su Qianqian smiled and nodded, looking at the distant green hills. From fleeing famine to gaining a magical space, food, and her family's company, it didn't seem so bad after all. The morning mist around the mountain god temple had not yet cleared when Su Qianqian was awakened by the sound of bamboo strips rustling in the courtyard. Su Xian and Su Jing were weaving baskets. Su Xian squatted on a stone slab, his hands moving steadily, far more skilled than a 10-year-old should be. Su Jing sat beside him, handing over trimmed bamboo pieces and secretly nibbling on leftover crumbs of wheat cake, his lips dusted with flour. "Brother Xian, Brother Jing." Su Qianqian rubbed her eyes and ran out, holding a piece of coarse grain cake softened with spring water, leftover from yesterday's task reward, saved specially for her brothers. Su Xian looked up, bamboo shavings on his forehead. Seeing her, he quickly put down the bamboo strips and took the cake. "Qianqian, why didn't you sleep a bit longer? The morning air is chilly." Su Jing leaned closer, his eyes bright. "Qianqian, this cake smells even better than yesterday's." As they chatted, Su Ian returned from the back mountain with his hunting bow, a plump pheasant hanging from his shoulder, its feathers glossy. "I went to the Western Valley today and saw rabbit tracks. I'll set traps there this afternoon." Madame Lu hurried to meet him, taking the pheasant. Her fingers brushed over the torn sleeve at his elbow, and she sighed softly. "It's ripped again. I'll mend it later." Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. She was about to tell her father that Tidan had mentioned pheasant eggs hidden in the valley's rocks when a sharp electronic voice suddenly rang in her mind. "Emergency alert. 6 wolves are moving from the northwest slope toward the mountain god temple. Estimated arrival in 15 minutes. Emergency mission triggered. Protect the family. Drive away the wolves. Mission requirements. 1. Help the family drive away the wild wolves and ensure that Su Han, Su Yun, and Su Zhou remain unharmed. 2. Use spring water or herbs from the space to properly treat any injured family members. 3. Do not reveal the core functions of the space at any time. Mission rewards. Beast bone sewing needles ×3, rust-proof, suitable for external wound stitching. Hemostatic herb bloodbane seeds ×1 pack, spring water output doubled for 12 hours. Failure penalty. 30% loss of stored wheat in the space. Su Qianqian's heart sank. She grabbed Su Xian's sleeve and rushed toward the temple. "Father, Grandma, wolves. Many of them. Block the temple door quickly." Su Ian's face changed instantly. He dropped the pheasant he was carrying and ran to move the large stone slabs from the courtyard corner. The old lady hurried out from the inner hall, her voice clear and strong. "Chengguang, Jinghe, bring the sharpened wooden poles. Lu, take Su Han, Su Yun, and Su Zhou into the inner hall." Su Xian reacted the fastest. He pulled Su Qianqian and Su Jing toward the temple door. Father, will help you move the stones. Su Jing nodded, his small face tense. He picked up a stone the size of a fist and carried it toward the door with all his strength. In less than half a stick of incense, the temple door was tightly blocked with stone slabs and rubble. Su Ian stood behind the door, holding his hunting bow, an arrow already nocked and gleaming coldly. Su Chengguang and Su Jinghe each held a thick wooden pole, sharpened at the tip, guarding the broken windows on both sides. Su Xian and Su Jing crouched beside Su Ian with small stones in hand, like two young wolves ready to fight. A chilling howl pierced the morning mist, followed by a loud crash. The wolves slammed into the temple door, shaking it violently as bits of stone fell. Su Ian reacted quickly, shooting an arrow through the gap. A gray wolf yelped and fell outside, the arrow piercing its front leg, staining the dry grass red. But the remaining 5 wolves grew even fiercer. Some kept ramming the door, while others circled to the windows, their claws scraping the broken frames, green eyes glowing in the dim light. Suddenly, Su Han shouted from the inner hall, "Mother, there's a wolf coming in here." Before Su Ian could turn, a wolf burst through the west window, lunging straight towards Su Han in the corner. Without thinking, Su Xian threw himself forward, shielding Su Han with his body. The wolf's claws tore through his rough shirt, leaving 3 deep gashes across his back. Blood quickly soaked into Su Han's sleeve. "Big brother," Su Jing shouted, grabbing a stone from his arms and hurling it at the wild wolf's head. The stone struck the wolf's ear, making it yelp in pain, and turned to bite Su Jing's arm. He held onto the stone tightly, his small face turning red with effort. Su Qianqian was so frightened that tears welled up at her eyes. She fumbled for the silver pendant around her neck. At her thought, the bone dagger and the herbal medicine pack she had received as a reward yesterday appeared in her hands. "Father, use this," she cried, throwing the dagger to Su Ian before grabbing the herbs and running to Su Xian. "Brother Xian, I have medicine." Su Ian caught the dagger and quickly stabbed the wolf in the neck. The wolf twitched and fell to the ground, blood splattering on his pants. The old Madam Su hurried over, pulling Su Xian and Su Jing onto a pile of hay. Her eyes turned red as she looked at their wounds. "Qianqian, how do we use this medicine?" "Wash it clean with spring water, then chew it and apply it." Su Qianqian quickly corrected herself. In truth, she had already soaked the herbs in the special spring water from her space. The water was now even clearer, and the herbs glowed faintly green. Lu brought over a clay pot, which Su Qianqian had secretly filled with the spring water. Su Xian gritted his teeth as his mother cleaned the wound on his back. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he still held Qianqian's hand tightly. "Qianqian, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." Su Jing's arm had deep bite marks, and blood was running down, but he still tried to comfort her. "Qianqian, don't be scared. The wolves are gone." Outside, the remaining wolves saw 2 of their pack dead and finally retreated, dragging their injured companions away. Su Qianqian crouched beside Su Xian, watching as the bleeding stopped after applying the herbs. Her heart felt both sore and warm. This was her big brother, always the first to protect her and their younger siblings. Just then, Tian's voice sounded in her mind. "Emergency mission complete. Reward delivered to space." Spring water temporarily doubled. Su Qianqian secretly entered her space and saw 3 slender bone needles and a small pouch of brown bloodbane seeds in her storage. The small spring now held twice as much water, gently steaming with warmth. Leaning against the hay, Su Xian saw her dazed expression and reached out to pat her head. "Qianqian, don't worry. I'll be fine in a few days." Su Jing came over too, offering her a crumpled piece of flatbread. "Qianqian, you eat. I'm not hungry." The next day, the sky finally cleared after Su Xian and Su Jing's injuries. Madame Lu sat on a pile of hay, changing the bandages for her 2 sons. Su Qianqian crouched beside her, handing over clean cloths and quietly mixing some spiritual spring water into the stream water used to wash the wounds. When the cloth soaked in the spring water touched the injuries, Su Xian and Su Jing both said with surprise, "It feels cool and doesn't hurt anymore." "Qian, look at the grasshopper I made." Su Zhou ran in from outside, holding up a bright green grasshopper woven from grass, something Su Heng had taught him to make. Su Han and Su Yan followed behind, carrying half a basket of wild vegetables they had just dug up by the stream. Looking at her 6 brothers gathered around her, Su Qian suddenly wanted to count them carefully. These were her family in this life. Eldest brother, Su Xian, 10 years old. Su Qian counted quietly. Su Xian was helping Madame Lu wring out a cloth. His back wound hadn't healed yet, but he refused to rest. He was the eldest son of Uncle Su Qingguang, calm and steady like a little adult. When the wild wolves attacked yesterday, he had thrown himself forward to protect Su Han, braver than even their father. He always took on the hardest chores, making baskets, carrying water, cutting grass, and never complained. He often saved the best food for her and the younger boys. Last time they dug up sweet potatoes, he found the biggest one and secretly gave it to her. "Qian, you just recovered. Eat more." Second brother, Su Jing, 9 years old. Su Jing sat beside Su Xian, helping to sort the herbs. His injured arm couldn't move much, so he used the other hand to pick out the leaves. He was the eldest son of Uncle Su Jinghe, fiercely protective of his siblings. If anyone bullied Su Qian, he was always the first to stand up for her. Once, on a hillside, a refugee child tried to snatch Su Zhou's wheat cake. Su Jing had rushed forward, shouting, "Don't take my brother's food." Though he was pushed down, he still managed to grab the cake back and handed it to Su Zhou. "Keep it safe. Don't let anyone take it again." Third brother, Su Heng, 8 years old. Su Heng ran in from outside, holding a wild apple he had picked from the back hill. He was also Uncle Qingguang's son, the most fond of food but never selfish. When Madame Li made wheat cakes last time, he ate one quickly but secretly saved half for Su Qian. "Qian, I saved this for you. It's sweet." He could weave grasshoppers and catch rabbits. Yesterday, when their father went hunting, he followed to set traps and actually caught a small wild rabbit. He jumped with joy. "Qian, we'll have rabbit stew tonight for you." Fourth brother, Su Han, 7 years old, and fifth brother, Su Yun, also 7. The twin brothers were squatting on the ground, busy with something. Su Han was quiet and serious, his eyes bright like a little wolf cub. Su Yun was more lively, quick-thinking, and clever. Last time, Su Qian taught them how to recognize wild vegetables. Su Yun remembered everything after just one look and even helped teach Su Han. "Brother, this one is porcelain. When you break it, white sap comes out." Su Han didn't talk much, but he always quietly protected his younger brothers. Yesterday, a small stone by the stream almost hit Su Yun. Su Han reached out to block it, and though his hand turned red, he didn't say a word. Sixth brother, Su Zhou, 7 years old, my real brother. Su Zhou held up a grasshopper made of grass and showed it to Su Qian. "Qian, does it look real? I can teach you how to make one." He was the youngest child, very clingy, and always followed Su Qian around like a little shadow. When Su Qian had a high fever last time, he stayed by her bed all night, using a cool cloth to wipe her forehead until his eyes turned red. "Sister, please get better soon. I'll take you to catch butterflies." "Qian, what are you thinking about?" Su Xian patted her head and handed her a freshly roasted sweet potato. "It's still warm. Eat it quickly." Her 6 brothers gathered around her. Su Jing helped cool the sweet potato. Su Heng handed her a handkerchief. Su Han and Su Yun blocked the wind for her, and Su Zhou squatted beside her, waiting for his share. Su Qian took a bite of the sweet potato, and its sweetness warmed her heart. In her past life, she was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. She had never had brothers before, and now she suddenly had 6, each treating her like a treasure. She didn't know how to handle such kindness. Old Madame Su sat nearby, watching the children with a smile. She said to Madame Lu, "Qian is truly lucky. having 6 brothers to protect her. Madame Lu nodded, her eyes full of warmth. Yes, no one will ever dare to bully her again. Holding the sweet potato, Su Qianqian felt her heart fill with warmth. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived at Qingxi village. Grandpa's old friend, Zhou Lijing, welcomed them warmly and found them an old house with a small yard. There was an empty patch of land in the yard, just right for planting crops. The next day, after settling in, Su Qianqian helped Madame Lu tidy up the house. In the corner, she found a dusty old wooden box. It was something Grandpa had brought from their old village, but had never opened. "Grandpa, what's this?" Su Qianqian carried the box to where Grandpa was chopping wood. He put down his axe, touched the box, and sighed. "These are things from when I was young." When they opened it, inside were several rolls of yellowed paper, a cracked writing brush, and a small inkstone. The edges of the inkstone were smooth and shiny, showing it had been used for many years. Old Master Su picked up a writing brush and handed it to Su Qianqian. "Qianqian, look at this brush. When I was 17, your great-grandfather traded half a bag of wheat for it." "Grandpa, you studied too?" Su Qianqian asked in surprise. In her memory, her grandfather was a quiet farmer who chopped wood and worked the fields every day, never mentioning anything about studying. Sitting on the doorstep, old Master Su slowly began to recall the past. "When I was young, I once passed the county exam. That year, your great-grandfather gathered some money so I could go to the city for the provincial exam. I carried this brush and ink with me, walking for 3 days and nights. My hands were shaking when I wrote the essay. I kept thinking that if I passed, our family could finally live a better life and not go hungry anymore." He paused, his voice turning rough. "But when the results came out, my name was at the bottom. They said, the essay is fine, but the character is lacking. Later, I found out that a rich man in the city had bribed the examiner and replaced my name with his son's. When I went to the office to complain, they beat me and accused me of lying." Su Qianqian clenched her small fists. That's so unfair. For the first time, she clearly understood how, in ancient times, officials and scholars held all the power and how hard it was for ordinary families to rise through study. "Later, your great-grandfather brought me back to the village and locked these things in a wooden box. He said, better not to read than to cause trouble. Just live quietly and farm the land." Old Master Su gently touched the old scroll. "This is the essay I wrote for that exam. I could never bring myself to throw it away." "Oh my, Grandpa's a real scholar after all," Su Qianqian thought. "No wonder father and my uncles all have such elegant names." At that moment, old Madame Su came over, her eyes red. "Old man, you've kept this in your heart for 40 years. Why tell the children now?" "Qianqian is growing up," old Master Su said, looking at his 6 grandsons gathered around. "I think it's time for the children to start learning to read."
Ding.
Side quest triggered. Legacy of words. Quest requirements. 1. Help Grandpa organize 10 old essays, using spring water to soften the paper and make the writing clear. 2. Persuade Grandpa to teach Su Xian, Su Jing, and Su Hang to read. 3. Carefully store the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone in the study corner of the space. Task reward. Engraved copy of 3-character classic X1, with phonetic notes and explanations. Pine soot ink stick X1. High-quality ink, smooth writing. Study corner expanded to 10 cubic meters, now with moisture and insect protection. Failure penalty. None, just in time. Task completed, and the boys have learned some characters. The matter of attending school can wait. "Grandpa, let me help you organize." Su Qianqian quickly took the old papers. "I found a smooth stone by the stream yesterday. It can be used as an inkstone. And if we soak the paper in stream water, it won't be so brittle." She secretly poured some spring water onto a cloth and gently wiped the old paper. The fragile sheet slowly softened, and the writing became clear again, the brushstrokes strong and steady. Old Master Su looked on in surprise. "It really works."
Qianqian, you're such a lucky child. Su Xian, Su Jing, and Su Kang gathered around.
Su Xian pointed at the writing. Grandpa, what's this character? This is Min people, the old man said with a smile. To be a good person, you must always care for others. Grandpa, I want to learn too. Su Jing raised his injured arm, eyes full of eagerness. Su Heng nodded. Once I learn, I'll teach Qianqian and the younger ones. The old man's eyes crinkled with joy. He picked up the cracked brush, dipped it in the spring water, which Qianqian had secretly added, and wrote the character Ren, person, on the stone. Today, we'll start with Ren. Be upright and strong, just like this character. All day long, the courtyard was filled with the sound of reading and writing. Su Qianqian watched as Su Xian held his grandfather's hand to write. Su Jing read aloud, and Su Heng ground the ink, using the pine-sitting stick from the reward. Su Han, Su Yun, and Su Zhou squatted nearby, drawing the Ren character on the ground with sticks, imitating carefully. By sunset, 10 old texts had been sorted, and Su Xian could already recognize the characters Ren, person, Ko, mouth, Shou, hand, and Min, people. Su Qianqian quietly entered the space and placed the old texts, brush, and inkstone in the study corner, where the engraved 3-character classic and the pine-sitting stick were already stored. Iron Egg squatted beside her. Pretty lady, your grandpa's calligraphy is amazing, better than your teacher's from your past life. Su Qianqian smiled and nodded, then ran out holding the 3-character classic. Grandpa, I found this book in the mountains.
Can you teach us?
The old man took the engraved copy, opened it, and his eyes lit up. This is a fine edition, with phonetic notes too. Qianqian, you've really helped your grandpa today. Old Madam Su watched her family gathered together learning to read, and quietly said to Su Qianqian, my dear, your grandfather's lifelong wish has finally come true. Warmth filled Su Qianqian's heart. This was the life she had always wanted in her past life. A loving family, the sound of reading, and someone to teach her how to write. Everything felt just right. Once the young men in the family could stand on their own, she could finally relax. Life was starting to look hopeful. On the 3rd morning after sorting through the old writings, Su Qianqian opened her eyes and hurried into her secret space. The black soil's wheat was ripe. The golden ears bent under their own weight, and when the wind blew, waves of wheat rolled across the field, carrying a rich, sweet scent. The grains were plump and shiny, far fuller than those outside. Iron Egg squatted on the ridge, the tip of its tail glowing gold. Main mission. First harvest, triggered. Mission requirements. 1. Personally complete the harvesting, threshing, and storage of the wheat within 24 hours. 2. Give your family a reasonable explanation for the wheat source, without revealing the secret space. 3. Use the new wheat to make at least 2 kinds of food to improve the family's meals. Mission rewards. 1 gene of high-yield corn seeds, drought-resistant, 10-day growth period. 10 gene of organic compost for black soil, speeds up crop growth. Blueprint for a small stone mill, handmade, produces fine flour, failure penalty. Crop growth speed in the black soil will be halved for 7 days.
Got it.
Su Qianqian rolled up her sleeves, muttering to herself, 24 hours? They're really treating me like a workhorse. She picked up the small hoe from her space, a simple tool she had earned from a beginner mission. Though small, it was sharp. Imitating what she had seen in documentaries from her past life, she grabbed the wheat with her left hand, cut the stalks with her right, and tied them into small bundles. At first, it felt fun, but after less than half an hour, she was drenched in sweat and her back ached terribly. Iron Egg, my good Iron Egg, can't I just use my mind to do this? My body's about to fall apart. She pleaded, collapsing on the ridge. You can, but you still have to tie the wheat yourself. Otherwise, the system won't count it as personal participation, Iron Egg replied, shaking its metal head like a rattle. Rules are rules, no shortcuts. So stubborn, Su Qianqian pouted, gulping down several mouthfuls of spring water. The sweet water slid down her throat, and her tiredness quickly faded away. Her eyes lit up as she came up with a new idea.
Then,
I'll use more mental power to control the hoe for harvesting, so I can save energy and focus on tying the wheat bundles. That should be fine, right? This is within the allowed rules, Taidan replied, his tail flicking slightly in agreement. Su Qianqian immediately perked up and focused her mind. The small hoe began to move as if guided by invisible hands, swiftly cutting the wheat stalks at double speed. She mainly worked on tying the harvested wheat neatly. Hee, this is what I call smart laziness. Technology makes life easier. She hummed a cheerful little tune. By noon, the wheat was finally harvested. Threshing was even more tiring. She swung a wooden stick to beat the wheat heads, and golden grains scattered everywhere, covering her face and clothes with dust. Looking at the small mountain of wheat grains, Su Qianqian packed them into cloth bags while rubbing her sore arms. 30 pounds. What a sweet burden, she sighed. As she exited the space, she ran into Su Zhou, who had come to find her. Qianqian, mother says it's time to eat. Brother Zhou, come here. I found something great. Su Qianqian whispered mysteriously, pulling him behind the woodpile in the yard to show him the heavy bag of wheat.
Wow.
So much wheat. Where did it come from? Su Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. I found wild wheat in the mountains. Go quietly call father, but don't tell anyone else. She instructed. Su Ian soon arrived. Seeing the wheat, he was both surprised and puzzled. The wasteland behind the mountain? That rocky area could grow such full wheat? Qianqian, tell me the truth, did you? He worried she might have taken it from someone else. Su Qianqian's heart tightened, but she kept calm and pointed toward the back mountain. Father, it's true. It's behind that crooked old locust tree, growing in the cracks between the rocks. Maybe birds brought the seeds. It was almost ripe, so I quickly harvested it. Su Ian examined the grains carefully. They were indeed of excellent quality. After a moment of thought, he said, all right, since you found it, keep it for now. But don't go that deep into the mountains alone again, understand? Got it, father?
Su Qianqian replied quickly, relieved.
In the afternoon, Su Jinghe followed the blueprint for a stone mill that came as a reward from the space. Together with Su Xian and Su Jing, he began chiseling away at the stone. Su Qianqian had planned to rest for a while, but she was assigned to help with grinding the flour instead. Watching Su Heng push the millstone with all his strength, his little face turning red, she felt too embarrassed to be lazy and went forward to help. Qianqian, this wheat smells so good, Su Heng said excitedly as he worked, his eyes shining as he watched the fine flour slowly flow out. The noodles made from this will be delicious. Taking the chance, Su Qianqian secretly added a bit of spring water to the wheat. As expected, the flour became whiter and smoother, with a rich, sweet aroma. Oh my, this flour is so white and fine, Madame Li said in surprise, quickly starting to knead the dough. By evening, the small courtyard was filled with a wonderful smell. The wheat cakes were golden on both sides, crispy outside and soft inside. The noodles slid into the boiling wild vegetable and chicken soup, giving off an irresistible fragrance. Su Han, Su Yun, and Su Zhou were already circling the stove, swallowing their drool again and again. The most excited was Su Heng, who had been thrilled since they started grinding the wheat. Now he stood by the stove like a little hungry cat, refusing to move away. When the first wheat cake came out of the pan, Su Heng burned his hands but couldn't bear to put it down. He took a big bite, blowing on it as he spoke unclearly. So good. It's the best thing I've ever eaten. Mother, Qianqian, this is the best cake in the world. Madame Li laughed and told him to slow down, but he quickly pushed the remaining half of the cake towards Su Qianqian. Qianqian, you eat. You found the wheat and ground the flour. You should have the first bite. Looking at Su Heng's shiny, eager eyes full of admiration and the wish to share, Su Qianqian felt a warm happiness in her heart.
She took a small bite.
The sweet wheat flavor mixed with the freshness of the spring water, filling her with joy. Su Xian and Su Jing also ate happily, taking care of their younger brothers. The old master chewed his cake, his eyes slightly wet. I've lived so many years, but this is the first time I've eaten something so soft and fragrant. The old lady gently patted Su Qianqian's hand and whispered, "Good child, you've worked hard." Seeing her family's happy faces, Su Qianqian felt that all her hard work was worth it. That night, Su Qianqian entered her special space. The black soil had already planted corn seeds automatically, and a pile of organic fertilizer was nearby. Iron Egg's message appeared. Main task first harvest completed. Reward granted. New crop high-yield corn planted. Growth period, 10 days. Please plan its use in advance. Looking at the tender green sprouts, Su Qianqian began to think. Corn. It can be boiled, ground into flour for cakes, or even popped into popcorn. When the time comes, Su Hang will be overjoyed. Thinking of her younger brother's admiring eyes, she suddenly felt full of energy to create new recipes. Once the corn ripens, I'll come up with more ways to cook it, something filling and maybe even profitable. That'll bring me closer to my dream of being a carefree rich girl. She could almost see the golden corn porridge, the fragrant corn cakes, and Su Hang following behind her, praising, "Sister Qianqian, you're amazing." A lovely picture of the future. That night, after checking on the corn seedlings in her secret space, Su Qianqian went to bed contentedly. Her dreams were filled with golden corn cobs and her brother's admiring gaze. She even dreamed she had become a small landowner, lying in a rocking chair, sipping spring water, watching her brother's work, and enjoying the beginnings of her lazy life. But dreams are beautiful, and reality is harsh. At dawn, Su Qianqian was awakened by noises outside. It turned out that Su Jing and the others, Su Xian and Su Jing, were already up, taking advantage of the cool morning to keep grinding the small stone mill, trying to make the flour even finer. Their mother, Madame Li, was also awake, preparing breakfast. Su Qianqian pulled the blanket over her head and groaned inwardly. Oh, heavens! What time is it? Do ancient people never sleep? My precious morning nap. She wished she could turn into a lazy fish and lie there until the sun was high. "Qianqian, are you awake? Come help me start the fire," Madame Li's gentle voice called from outside. Su Qianqian sighed and got up, resigned. In her mind, a tiny version of herself was pounding the floor in frustration. What happened to my dream of being a rich, lazy person? This feels even harder than my old job. That secret space is a trap. It only works against people who want to relax. Breakfast was the usual delicious wheat cakes and wild vegetable porridge, but as Su Qianqian ate, her thoughts drifted to the corn in her space that would ripen in just 10 days. 10 days. That's not long. I should plan ahead, how to cook it, how to sell it. As she chewed, her mind started listing ideas. Boiled corn, roasted corn, corn porridge, corn cakes, steamed corn buns, popcorn. "Qianqian, what are you thinking about? Your cake's about to poke your nose." Su Hang mumbled with his mouth full, his eyes fixed on the piece of cake in her hand, as if ready to take it the moment she stopped eating. Su Qianqian snapped out of her thoughts and laughed at his greedy look. "I'm thinking about something even tastier than this cake." "What? Something better than this?" Su Hang's eyes widened like copper bells, and he even forgot to chew, almost drooling. "Qianqian, what is it? When can we eat it?" "It's a secret. You'll find out in a few days." Su Qianqian smiled mysteriously, successfully sparking all of Su Hang's curiosity. For the rest of the day, he followed her around like a little tail, asking from time to time, "Qianqian, when can we have the tasty thing?" Su Qianqian could hardly find a quiet moment to sneak back into her space to check on the corn seedlings. During those 10 days, Su Qianqian truly understood what a sweet burden meant. The black soil in her space, combined with the special organic fertilizer, worked wonders. The corn grew taller every day, thriving beautifully. But soon, a new main task appeared. When the corn reached the tasseling stage, Taidan issued a new mission. Task: careful cultivation. Task requirements: 1. Enter the space at least twice a day to observe the corn's growth. 2. Manually assist with pollination to ensure a good harvest. 3. Apply organic fertilizer at the right time. Task rewards: 1 pound of high-quality soybean seeds improves soil fertility, can be intercropped with corn. A simple irrigation set uses spring water, saves time and effort. Failure penalty. Corn yield reduced by 30%. When Su Qianqian saw the words manual pollination, she almost fainted on the
spot.
She had only read about that in textbooks. Now she had to play matchmaker for corn? That was too much for someone who just wanted to take it easy.
Damn.
This job is way too professional. Can't I just press a button to finish it?
She tried to plead.
Tiron's cold response flashed no. Careful farming is the only way to upgrade the space. Please adjust your attitude. Laziness is the root of all failure. Su Qianqian. Thank you so much. And so, she was forced to start a hardworking farmer's life. During the day, she handled house chores and dealt with clingy Su Hang. At night, she entered the space, holding a small brush, awkwardly moving between the male and female corn flowers. Her back ached, her arms were sore, and her face was covered in pollen as she sneezed nonstop. To think that I, a future business tycoon, am doing this, she muttered between sneezes. So much for taking it easy. This space must really have it out for me. During this time, Father Su Ian secretly went to the crooked tree behind the mountain to look around, but of course, he found nothing. When he came back, he tried to ask Su Qianqian a few times in a roundabout way, but she brushed him off with excuses like, maybe it only grew a little, and I already picked it, or birds drop seeds in random places. Although Su Ian still had doubts, when he saw his daughter's innocent, actually exhausted, expression and the clearly improved meals at home, he decided not to press further for now. After finally making it to the 10th day, the corn in her secret space was ready to harvest. Each ear was full and golden, giving off a sweet scent. Su Qianqian was so moved she almost cried. Her tiring pollination days were finally over. Main task: harvest and use the corn, triggered. Task requirements: 1. Harvest all the corn and remove the kernels within 24 hours. 2. Use the corn to make at least 3 different dishes. 3. Successfully trade corn products or flour for something of equal value, no less than 50 coins. Task rewards: a small household tofu-making set with a secret recipe. Farmland expanded to 1.5 acres and a slight increase in spring water supply. Failure penalty: the space will be locked for 3 days and cannot be entered. When she saw the words equal trade, Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. Finally, a chance to earn money. But when she noticed 3 different dishes and 24-hour harvest, her excitement faded. Great, out of one problem and into another. Her plan to take it easy had to wait again. Harvesting corn was a bit easier than wheat, but picking the ears still took effort. Su Qianqian once again used her smart, lazy method, controlling the small hoe with her mind to cut down the stalks while she focused on gathering the corn into piles. It took her most of the day. When she left the space, she used the same trick as before, appearing behind the woodpile with a big armful of golden corn, then calling out in surprise to attract her family. This time, the reaction was even bigger than before.
What?
What's this? Su Hang was the first to rush over, poking curiously at the golden ears. This is called corn. It's delicious, smells even better than wheat. Su Qianqian said proudly. Su Ian, Madam Li, and the others gathered around, staring in amazement at the strange new crop.
Qianqian,
This also came from behind the mountain? Su Ian asked in disbelief. Su Qianqian forced a smile.
Ah.
Yes. It grew just a little beside the wheat last time. Maybe it was from a different seed carried by the same bird? Even she felt that this excuse sounded weak. Sure enough, Su Ian frowned even more. Even the usually supportive old Madam Su looked thoughtful. But the temptation of corn was too strong. Su Qianqian didn't care about anything else and immediately joined the cooking contest. The first dish was the simplest, boiled corn. The sweet aroma filled the air and instantly won everyone's heart. Su Hang held a steaming corn cob, eating happily and mumbling that it was the best food in the world. The second dish was corn cakes. She mixed ground cornmeal with a little wheat flour, and the golden, soft cakes carried a unique sweetness that made them irresistible. The third dish was her secret weapon, popcorn. She secretly used a bit of lard and salt, and after a series of crackling sounds from the pot, a big bowl of fluffy white popcorn appeared. The whole family was stunned. The children, especially, looked at her as if she were performing magic. "Qian, are you a fairy?" Su Heng's eyes were full of admiration, and he instantly became her biggest fan. Seeing her family's delighted faces, Su Qian felt a great sense of achievement and forgot her tiredness for a while. But she knew the biggest challenge was still ahead, earning 50 coins. That would decide her starting capital and the upgrade of her mysterious space. Tomorrow, she had to find a way to go to the market. But how should she explain it to her family? What should she sell? Would she run into trouble? Looking at her excited family, Su Qian began to plan. Her lazy path to fortune was bound to be full of surprises. The day after the corn feast, Su Qian started thinking about how to complete the equal exchange task. 50 coins, neither too much nor too little, were enough to buy several pounds of salt or a few yards of coarse cloth. What should she sell? Wheat flour, too noticeable, and the family barely had enough. Corn cobs? No one had seen them before, so people might not dare to buy. Popcorn? It was new and fun, but hard to store and a bit costly because of the lard. After thinking it over, Su Qian decided to focus on selling corn cakes with a small amount of popcorn as an eye-catching treat. Corn cakes were simple to make, easy to keep, and could be sold cheaply for steady profit. Next, she had to convince her family. Su Qian went to her mother, Madame Li, and her grandmother, the old Madame Su, to share her idea. "Mother, Grandma, these corn cakes taste really good. I want to try selling them at the market to earn some money for salt and sewing supplies." Madame Li hesitated. "Qian, there are many people at the market. It's not safe for a young girl to go alone." But the old Madame Su thought further ahead. She held Qian's hand and said, "My dear, it's good that you want to try. But since the corn's origin is unclear, we should find a careful way to do it." In the end, they decided that her older brother, Su Chengwang, would go with her to the town market. Su Jinghe made a small basket and a clean piece of coarse cloth overnight. Qian was in charge of making the food. She got up early, mixed the dough with spring water, and cooked about 20 golden, shiny corn cakes. She also made a small batch of popcorn, carefully wrapping it in oiled paper. Before they left, Su Ian gave serious instructions to Su Chengwang. "Take good care of Qian. Don't cause trouble. If you can't sell anything, come back right away." Then he turned to Qian. "Qian, don't show off your money. Be smart." Qian nodded firmly, feeling both nervous and excited. This was her first business attempt since she had come to this world. The town market was even busier than she had imagined. People came and went, and the air was filled with the sound of vendors calling out. Qian found a quiet corner, spread out the cloth, and arranged the corn cakes and popcorn neatly. Su Chengwang stood beside her, looking stiff and serious like a guard. At first, no one stopped by. People looked curiously at the golden cakes and the strange popped corn, but when they heard it was made from an unfamiliar grain, they walked away uncertainly. Qian grew anxious. If this went on, she would fail. Taking a deep breath, she decided to take the initiative. She asked Su Chengwang to break open a corn cake, letting the delicious smell spread through the air. Then she took a small handful of popcorn and offered it to a little boy who had been watching for a while. "Little brother, try some. It's free." The boy shyly took it, popped it into his mouth, and his eyes lit up. "Mother, it's so good. Sweet and crunchy." That immediately drew a crowd. Qian seized the chance and called out loudly, "Come and see." Freshly made corn cakes, soft, sweet, and fragrant. Heavenly popcorn. Everyone loves it. 1 coin for a corn cake, 3 coins for a bag of popcorn. The price was fair, and with the boy's happy reaction, people finally started buying. The first customer was a cheerful woman who took a bite and praised it again and again. Delicious. These pancakes really smell good. Give me 2. With such a good start, business gradually picked up. The corn pancakes sold the fastest because they were cheap and tasty. The popcorn, though a bit more expensive, attracted some better-off families who bought it for their children as a treat. Su Qianqian was busy and happy, taking money and handing out food, her face glowing with joy. Seeing how capable his sister was, Su Qingguang relaxed and helped keep things in order. Just as the corn pancakes were almost sold out and the task was nearly done, trouble appeared. A well-dressed, sharp-eyed middle-aged man walked over. He picked up a pancake, examined it carefully, then glanced at the remaining popcorn and said, "Little girl, your pancakes are made with fresh ingredients. I'm the manager of the 10-Mile Fragrance restaurant nearby. Will you sell me your recipe? I'll pay you 500 coins. 500 coins. Su Qingguang gasped and looked at Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian was tempted but quickly calmed down. Selling the recipe would bring only one payment, and the man was clearly trying to bargain. She planned to make a fortune with it in the future. Smiling sweetly, she said, "Sir, this recipe has been passed down in my family. I can't sell it. I just make some now and then to earn a bit of pocket money." The manager's face darkened. "Little girl, don't be ungrateful. If I report you for selling unknown goods, do you think the officials will let you go?" Su Qingguang immediately stepped in front of his sister, tense. Su Qianqian's heart skipped a beat, realizing this man was trouble. Forcing herself to stay calm, she raised her voice and said, "Sir, this corn is proper grain. My father, Su Ian, is known in our village as an honest man. You can ask around. We run a clean business and aren't afraid of the authorities. But you, a big restaurant manager, bullying a little girl, aren't you worried about your reputation?" Her clear voice drew the attention of the crowd, who began whispering and pointing at the manager. Unable to keep his composure, the man snorted coldly. "Sharp-tongued girl. We'll see about this." Then he turned and left. After the commotion, the remaining food quickly sold out to sympathetic or curious customers. Su Qianqian counted the coins, 68 in total. She had exceeded her goal. On the way home, Su Qingguang looked at his sister with admiration. "Qianqian, you were amazing. I was so scared just now." Su Qianqian smiled on the outside, but still felt nervous inside. "Brother, we should hurry home. Next time we sell things, we must be more careful." She realized that in this time, without a solid foundation, it was not easy to earn steady money. The owner of the restaurant probably wouldn't let this go easily. Sure enough, just as they arrived home and hadn't yet celebrated, the village chief came over with a serious face and said, "Brother Yan, I heard your daughter is selling something in town." "Corn cakes? The restaurant owner says this stuff has no clear origin, and if it makes people sick, it would be a big problem. You should find out where this corn really comes from." Everyone's eyes immediately focused on Su Qianqian. Su Qianqian's heart sank. The real test was here. Her way of making money by slacking off was full of difficulties. It seemed she couldn't get past this hurdle without a perfect explanation. "Space, oh space, you really gave me a tough problem." The village chief's words hit like a big stone into a calm lake, and the atmosphere in the Su family's small yard instantly froze. All eyes were on Su Qianqian, filled with worry, doubt, and suspicion. Su Qianqian's heart pounded loudly. She desperately tried to think of a better lie when a warm, rough hand gently held hers. It was Grandma Su. Grandma Su's face showed just the right amount of surprise and a hint of nostalgia, and she spoke first. "Oh, Brother Village Chief, now that you mention it, I just remembered. A few days ago, Qianqian found out that a wandering white-browed monk came to our village to make a connection. He looked like a wise, immortal kind of person." Su Qianqian felt a burst of joy and quickly responded, excited that she was finally being reminded. "Yes, yes. Grandma." It was an old man with white eyebrows. He rested on the back mountain, saw me passing by, and said I had a special fate. He gave me a small cloth bag with some rare seeds inside, telling me to find a good place to plant them to help the family. I didn't think much of it at the time, just casually threw them into the cracks between the rocks. Grandma Su nodded and said to the village chief, "That old monk is indeed extraordinary. The things he gave can't be ordinary." Qianqian is honest and afraid of causing gossip if she told the truth, so she secretly planted them. I didn't expect they would really grow. She patted Su Qianqian's hand with love and support in her eyes. Although Su Yan and Mrs. Li were surprised, where did this white-browed monk come from? Seeing their mother speak like this, they immediately understood it was the best way to handle the situation. Su Yan quickly agreed. Mother's words made me remember. There really was such a high monk. Truly a blessing for our Qianqian. The village chief was hesitant but knew that old Su was highly respected in the village, and the gift from the monk sounded more trustworthy than something brought by a bird. Its mysterious nature made it easier to accept. He relaxed his expression and said, "I see. Since it's a special opportunity, it's a blessing for your family. But Ian, it's better to enjoy such rare items yourself. Selling them could cause trouble. The shopkeeper of 10 Miles Fragrance is not easy to deal with, so be careful." After sending off the village chief, the family finally relaxed. Su Qianqian's back was sweaty, and she looked gratefully at her grandmother. The old lady gently patted her head and said kindly, "Good girl, if you have any problems in the future, talk to Grandma first." The crisis was temporarily over, but Su Qianqian knew trouble was just beginning. The shopkeeper of 10 Miles Fragrance was like a sword hanging overhead. However, this event made her realize that her family was her strongest support. Her 6 brothers each showed their own strengths. Eldest brother Su Xian, steady and dependable when the village chief questioned her. He didn't say much, but stood silently in front of her, like a mountain. Later, he told Ian, "Dad, I'll go to town next time. I have strength, and I'm not afraid of trouble." His simple words made everyone feel reassured. Second brother Su Jing, protective and fiery, when the village chief left, he was so angry he stomped his feet. "That lousy shopkeeper dares to bully my sister. Next time I see him, I'll beat him up." Although Li scolded him not to cause trouble, he still looked angry, rolling up his sleeves and glaring, which made Su Qianqian feel warm inside. Third brother Su Hang, loud and noticeable during the crisis, he tightly hugged the last corn cob, alert and watching the village chief like a protective little bird. When the danger passed, he hurried over to Su Qianqian and said, "Qianqian, you must be scared, right? Here, have some corn to calm down. If anyone bullies you, I'll bite him." His goofy grin made everyone laugh. Fourth brother Su Han, cold and fierce, he stayed silent the whole time, his dark eyes coldly watching the village chief's back. His fists clenched tightly. Su Qianqian believed that if anyone tried to hurt her, he would be the first to jump in. Fifth brother Su Yun, smart and clever, he blinked and whispered, "Sister, the town market isn't safe anymore. There's a smaller market nearby, or you could turn the corn into dried food and have Big Brother take it to sell at a farther port. He's traveled a lot, so it's not strange." He was quick-witted and good at finding solutions. Sixth brother Su Zhou, clingy and caring, he stayed close to Su Qianqian, holding her clothes tightly. At night, he even sneaked into her bed and whispered, "Sister, don't be afraid. I'll protect you." His dependence and protectiveness were clear. Su Qianqian looked at her lively brothers who protected her. For the first time, her lazy heart felt a strong sense of responsibility. She wanted to protect this family. Of course, it would be best if she could just relax and enjoy life. She also understood her family better. Qingxi village is in the Central Plains, near Hejian Prefecture, about half a month's journey from the capital. It's an important road. Their village was once flooded in the south and moved here to settle. Her mother, Li, is a skilled cook who can turn simple ingredients into delicious food. Her second aunt, Wen, is quiet but a talented embroiderer and a hidden source of income for the family. The family has warmth but also hidden dangers. At this moment, Tai Dan announced a new task, hinting at upcoming changes. On a quiet night, Su Qianqian looked at her newly received reward in her space, a shining set of basic seasonings. She was very happy.
Soy sauce, vinegar, malt sugar.
These were rare on their table now, so it was like a gift in the snow. She could already imagine the delicious smell of dishes cooked with these seasonings by Lee. With these, Mom's cooking will be even better. Maybe I can come up with more snacks to sell. Su Qianqian happily planned, putting her lazy plans aside for now. Making life better for her family was the most important thing. The next day, making tofu and delicious tofu pudding brought joy to the Su family again. But even amid happiness, a worry remained. Especially when her eldest brother, Su Chengwang, returned from town with news. Shopkeeper's son from 10 Miles Fragrant seemed to be secretly asking about their family. We can't keep worrying like this after dinner. The head of the family, Su Yan, knocked on his pipe, frowning. Our products are good, but without a steady way to sell them, we'll attract trouble. Fifth brother, Su Yun, thought for a moment, put down a branch he was holding, and said, "Dad, I tried the dock last time. The response was good. But selling small amounts isn't a long-term plan. It's too little, and we might get noticed again. We need a reliable buyer for a long-term partnership." That makes sense, but there are only a few restaurants and inns in town. 10 Miles Fragrant is quite powerful. Who dares offend them just for our small family? Su Jinghe sighed. Su Qianqian, who had been quietly listening, suddenly had an idea. "Dad, second uncle, our products are good. We're not afraid no one recognizes quality. Shirley Xiang is very aggressive, but there are always honest businessmen in town who are not afraid of him or refuse to associate with him. Can we take the initiative to find such partners?" One, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke softly. "Today I delivered embroidery to the Jin Xiuge in town. The owner's wife is kind and knowledgeable. She mentioned the Huayu restaurant at the east end of town. The owner there is a woman named Lu, who is fair and upright. She never associates with Shirley Xiang and often helps the lonely and widowed in town. Maybe we can try to approach her." Wen's words lit up a light in the darkness. A fair and upright female owner who is not afraid of Shirley Xiang. These key points caught the Su family's attention. Manager Lu. "I think I've heard of her reputation too." "It's quite good," said the old master of the Su family after a moment of thought. "Chengguang Ian, tomorrow you two go to town. Don't go to the market. Go straight to Huayu restaurant to visit. Qian, pack a small bag of our best cornmeal and bring a piece of freshly made tofu." Early the next morning, Su Yan and Su Chengguang, feeling nervous yet hopeful, entered Huayu restaurant. Unlike the noisy and flashy Shirley Xiang, the restaurant was decorated simply and elegantly. Even in the early morning, staff were quietly wiping tables and chairs. The air was filled with a faint sandalwood scent, not greasy smoke. When they explained their purpose, the staff led them to a quiet study room in the backyard. Inside, a woman dressed in plain brocade robes, about 30 years old, was looking at a ledger. She had a delicate appearance, but her brows showed a sense of competence and strength. This was Manager Lu. Su Yan hesitated slightly before explaining their visit and offering the cornmeal and tofu. "Manager Lu, sorry to bother you. This is some rough food we made ourselves. It tastes okay. We wonder if your restaurant might be able to use it." Manager Lu did not look down on them because of their simple clothes. She put down the ledger and looked at the golden cornmeal and white, tender tofu. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She first pinched a bit of the cornmeal for a closer look, then sniffed it. "This flour is golden and fragrant, but it doesn't seem to be made from ordinary wheat." "Yes, manager," Su Yan explained according to their plan. "This is made from corn, a new kind of grain." The shopkeeper Lu nodded and looked at the piece of tofu. "This is very rare. It is pure white like jade, firm but not breaking." "What is it made of?" "That is called tofu. It is made from soybeans. It is soft and tender, suitable for both meat and vegetarian dishes," Su Chengguang explained. The shopkeeper Lu, being a shrewd businesswoman, immediately caught the key point. "Soybeans? Can they really produce such a shape? Amazing!" She then ordered her assistant, "Go and invite Master Wang. Take these 2 items to the kitchen and prepare a simple dish. I want to taste them myself." While waiting, Lu kindly chatted with Su's father and son, asking about their harvest and family situation. Her friendly manner made them feel more relaxed. Soon, the assistant brought out a plate of golden corn pancakes and a dish of stir-fried tofu. The aroma of the pancakes was tempting, and the tofu looked fresh and smooth. Lu gracefully took a small piece of the pancake and put it in her mouth, chewing carefully. Her eyes lit up. She then tasted the stir-fried tofu. Its tender and fresh flavor made her nod slightly. Excellent. The corn pancake is sweet and soft, with a unique flavor. This tofu, so smooth and delicious, with pure bean aroma. It's an unprecedented delicacy. She put down her chopsticks, her expression becoming serious. Old brother Sue, forgive me for speaking frankly. These two items, especially this tofu, are not ordinary. Would your family be willing to supply them to my Huayu restaurant long-term? Su Yan was overjoyed inside. He quickly said, "It's our honor to be favored by the shopkeeper." But he hesitated slightly and briefly explained the trouble caused by Sun Zhonggui from 10 Miles Fragrance. Lu, hearing this, sneered slightly. Sun Piebald? He's just relying on some background to bully others. Don't worry, old brother Sue. My Huayu restaurant isn't afraid of him. If he dares to cause trouble again, I will handle it myself. Her tone was firm and convincing. Shopkeeper Lu's confidence clearly states she is not afraid of 10 Miles Fragrance and reassures the Su family. Next, they discuss specific cooperation terms. Lu was very straightforward and fair. I will pay 10% more than the market price for high-quality corn flour. This tofu is a rare and unique item, worth more. Let's set it at 10 coins per piece for now. You supply 20 pieces daily. After launching, depending on customer response, we can discuss increasing or decreasing the amount. Also, if in the future you have other new and interesting ingredients or dishes, please consider my Huayu restaurant first. This price far exceeded the Su family's expectations, especially the tofu, which costs very little to make but can be sold for 10 coins per piece. Selling 20 pieces a day earns 200 coins, a huge amount. Su Yan was so excited that his hands trembled. Shopkeeper Lu saw his excitement and smiled, saying, "Brother Su, you don't need to be surprised. You know, this tofu looks ordinary, but it can be used in many ways. Steamed, braised, fried, made into soup, or served cold. It's even suitable for vegetarian dishes. Its unique taste appeals to all ages. Once introduced, it will attract many customers. The sales will be enormous. The price I offered may seem high, but in fact, I am buying your supply outright. In the long run, I am the one benefiting." She paused and continued, her eyes deepening, "And what I value is not just the tofu itself, but what it represents, the idea of newness. In the restaurant business, innovation is key. With this tofu, the Yuyao restaurant can stand out among other inns in town and clearly separate itself from places like 10 Miles Fragrance, which only follow trends and have poor methods. The value of this cannot be measured in just a few hundred coins." Her words completely convinced the Su father and son. They realized they had found a truly insightful and broad-minded partner. The deal was sealed. Shopkeeper Lu thoughtfully suggested that a reliable worker from the restaurant could pick up the supplies at the village entrance every day, saving the Su family trouble and avoiding the risk of being watched by spies from 10 Miles Fragrance. With the simple contract signed and part of the payment advanced, Su Yan and Su Qingguang almost floated home. News spread quickly, and the Su family courtyard was once again lively. With steady income, fair prices, and reliable support, the heavy burden on the family finally lifted. Su Qianqian was even more excited. She hadn't expected Lu's shopkeeper to see the value of tofu so clearly. "No wonder she's a remarkable woman," she praised sincerely. She immediately became motivated, brainstorming more tofu dishes and recipes like mapo tofu, unfortunately without chili for now, tofu balls, tofu skin, and so on, planning to invest her skills to strengthen the partnership further. From then on, the Su family's life entered a new, stable, and orderly phase. Every day, Su Yan or Su Qingguang would deliver fresh cornmeal and tofu to the village entrance in exchange for heavy copper coins. Mrs. Lee's skillful hands had more ingredients and seasonings to work with, making their meals more diverse. Wen's embroidery income also became an extra surprise. The brothers each did their part. Even the most lively Su Jing became much calmer, understanding how hard the good days at home were to come by. Su Qianqian watched her family's faces grow more relaxed and happy, saw the crops thriving in the yard, and noticed the steady cooperation with Huayu Restaurant. Her stubborn desire to give up gradually turned into a sense of satisfaction, knowing that through her own effort and wisdom, she was leading her family step by step toward wealth, stability, and peace. Life in Qingxi village was like the small stream beside the village, sometimes blocked by stones, but always flowing steadily toward a broader, brighter future. Su Qianqian's dream of becoming the wealthiest person seemed to be quietly growing in this steady progress, opening up new possibilities. Time passed quickly, and now it was the cold winter month. The fierce north wind howled through Qingxi village, blowing snowflakes and hitting the closed doors and windows of every home. But inside the Su family's small yard, there was a warmth and vitality that was very different from the cold outside. Over the past 6 months, the cooperation between the Su family and Huayu Restaurant had become stronger. Tofu and cornmeal had become signature ingredients, especially the soft tofu, which, thanks to Manager Lu's clever promotion, had won many customers' tastes and even attracted visitors from neighboring towns. The family's income was steady and enough. They had paid off old debts and saved some money. Mrs. Lee used ingredients from Su Qianqian's space, improved by her along with special seasonings, making the family's meals more delicious. The children looked healthier and had grown taller. Mrs. Wen's embroidery work also improved because the family was more comfortable financially, so she took on more good-paying projects. Mrs. Lu helped out everywhere, working hard without complaint. On New Year's Eve, snowflakes drifted down lightly, but inside the Su family's yard, everyone was busy. Early in the morning, the men started sweeping snow, putting up spring couplets, and hanging lanterns. The calligraphy by Su Yan and Su Jing was simple, but full of joy. Big brother Su Xian, along with Su Jing and Su Han, cleaned the yard thoroughly, even clearing the snow from the roof to prevent damage to the thatched roof. Su Hang was like a happy squirrel in the snow, helping his brothers with brooms, then peeking into the kitchen. Mrs. Lee laughed and shooed him away with flour on her hands, saying, go on, don't bother. Wait for the food." Inside the kitchen, steam rose and delicious smells filled the air. Aunt Lee and Second Aunt Wen are busy preparing the most abundant New Year's Eve dinner of the year. In the pot, fragrant pork with cabbage and vermicelli is simmering, thickened with high-quality cornstarch discovered by Su Qianqian, making the broth rich and tempting. In front of her mother Lu, on the chopping board, are ready-to-fry tofu balls, radish balls, and dumplings filled with fine white flour and meat. This year, they can finally enjoy pure white flour dumplings. Su Qianqian is also busy, helping to build the fire and secretly blessing the soup with spiritual spring water to make the meal as delicious as possible. Su Zhou, like a little tail, stays close to his sister, occasionally handing over firewood or looking at his sister with admiration as she creates more fragrant dishes. In the evening, a rich New Year's Eve feast is laid out on the table. In the center is a large steaming pot of stew, surrounded by golden corn cakes, white steamed buns, crispy meatballs, cold bean sprout and tofu strips, and a small dish of rare fried peanuts. Each person has a bowl of long-life noodles carefully handmade by Lee's family, symbolizing health and longevity. Come, everyone sit down. It's New Year's. Old Master Su's face glows with a rare red hue as he raises a rough ceramic bowl filled with a little of his homemade rice wine. This year, our family's life has finally improved, thanks to everyone's hard work, especially Qianqian, who brought good luck and worked hard. This first bowl of wine is for our family's better days ahead. Cheers to better days. The whole family laughs and raises their bowls, even Su Qianqian holding her sweet water bowl to join in. The house is filled with joy and laughter, warm candlelight illuminating each satisfied and hopeful face. Outside, the cold wind blows fiercely, but inside, the warmth and family love fill the air. After dinner, Everyone sits around the warm Kong bed, cracking sunflower seeds and eating simple rice candy made with malt sugar and popcorn, chatting casually. At this moment, Old Master Su clears his throat and looks serious. During the new year, when everyone is together, I have two things I want to discuss. Everyone quiets down and looks at the head of the family. The first is about the children, the old man says, his gaze sweeping over Su Xian, Su Jing, Su Heng, Su Han, Su Yun, and Su Zhou. Our family's life has improved a bit, and we can't keep letting the kids be ignorant. I think, after the new year, in spring, I'll send all 6 of them to the neighboring village's scholarly Shiozai school to learn some characters and understand more about the world. They don't aim for fame or official titles, but they hope not to be foolish. In the future, whether farming, trading, or learning a craft, they want to be better than others. What do you think? When these words were spoken, the boys' eyes lit up instantly. Reading had always seemed out of reach for them. Su Yun was especially excited, his face turning red. He had long envied those who could read. Li Wen and Lu, the 3 sisters-in-law, looked at each other and saw approval and happiness in each other's eyes. Li said, "Father is right. No matter how hard it is, we shouldn't give up on the children. Reading is the right way." Su Yan nodded and said, "Yes, that's the way. Our family can now afford it, so let the children try." "Good, then it's settled," the old man said happily, stroking his beard. The second thing is about what to plant next year. Now that we have the tavern as a steady income, we need a plan for the land. Everyone, tell me, what should we plant on our few acres of land next year? Su Jing was the first to speak. "Father, we need corn and beans for the tavern. They sell well. Especially beans, they can be made into tofu, which is worth a lot more. I think we should plant more beans and corn." Su Xian, more cautious, thought for a moment and said, "Second uncle is right. But we also need to make sure we have enough food for ourselves. White flour and fine grains are reliable, so we should plant some wheat too." Su Jing quickly agreed. "Plant more corn. It has a high yield and we like to eat it ourselves. Beans are good too. I like tofu and bean curd." His words made everyone laugh. Su Heng immediately agreed. "Yes, yes. Plant more corn and beans. Corn cakes smell good and bean curd is soft." The usually quiet Su Han simply said, "Listen to Grandpa and Dad," but his eyes showed he agreed that planting profitable crops was a good idea. Young Su Yun analyzed, "Grandpa, Dad's second brother, I think we can do this. Plant some wheat to ensure enough food, and for the rest of the land, including the slightly poorer land, plant corn and beans. Beans can fertilize the soil, and rotating with corn is good for the land. Plus, beans grow well in different soils and have steady yields." Hearing the family discussion, Su Shuang also started to think. She said, "Grandpa, Dad, I think the brothers are right. We can plan carefully. Also, in the backyard, we can secretly plant some of the good seeds given by the monks. They grow fast and produce more, which can help the tavern." She was referring to the special seeds from the space, which the family understood without words. Su Zhou then said, Plant some tasty crops." Finally, the old man considered everyone's opinions and made a firm decision. "All right, that's settled. In spring, we will plant wheat on 3 acres, corn on 2 acres, and beans on 1.5 acres. The backyard private plot will be looked after by Qian. We must secure our food supply and earn money. Let's aim for a better year next year." This decision filled the whole family with enthusiasm. With clear goals, steady income, and hope for the children's education, this year felt especially promising. On New Year's Eve, as the snow continued to fall quietly, Su Qianqian leaned against the window, watching the snowy world outside. She looked back at her happy family inside, feeling peaceful and content. On the morning of the first day of the new year, the festive warmth was still lingering. The Su family's small yard was still relaxed from the holiday. As the eldest son, Su Xian was used to waking early, ready to fetch water from the village, well, as usual. He pushed open the yard gate, and cold air mixed with snowflakes hit his face. His eyes saw a pure white scene. But just a short distance from the gate, a dark shape suddenly broke the peaceful morning. Su Xian's heart tightened. He hurried forward. He saw messy tracks in the snow, and a tall figure lying on the ground, dressed in dark clothes, soaked with ice and snow. The snow beneath him was stained bright red, and a faint smell of blood filled the cold air. What caught the most attention was that, even unconscious, his right hand was clutching a blood-stained sword, with his knuckles turning white from gripping so tightly. "Father! Uncle San! Come quickly!" Su Xian shouted in alarm. Su Yian, Su Jing, and Su Qingguang rushed over after hearing the noise. Seeing the scene, they gasped in shock. Old Master Su was also disturbed. He leaned on his cane and came out. After seeing what was happening, his white eyebrows furrowed tightly. "First day of the year, blood."
Sigh, but we can't just stand by.
"Quickly, carry him inside." The family hurriedly carried the stranger, who was unknown whether alive or dead, into an unused firewood shed. The shed was simple, but at least kept out the wind and snow. The man's face was covered in blood and frostbite, making it hard to see his features clearly. But he had high, prominent eyebrows and a straight nose, and even unconscious, he radiated a strong, heroic aura. The blood-stained sword was carefully taken by Su Yian and placed aside. The cold metal gleam made the women present feel a little nervous. Under pressure from the Li and Wen families, the injured man was filled with fear. They quickly brought hot water and a clean cloth. Lu hurried to the kitchen to boil water and searched for the best healing ointment they kept at home. Su Qianqian also followed, seeing the terrible state of the injured man. She was shocked but quietly mixed spiritual spring water into a basin of warm water, hoping to give him a small chance to survive. The Su family had experienced hardship and knew how to treat wounds. They carefully cut open the blood-sticky clothes of the man, revealing a fierce wound underneath. Most wounds were on his chest, back, and arms, as if cut by a sharp blade. The deepest wound was on his left shoulder, with flesh turned outward, almost exposing the bone. "The injury is very serious. He's lost a lot of blood. We need a doctor quickly," Su Jinghe said with a heavy voice. "I'll go to town and call a doctor." Su Jing was eager and ready to rush out.
"Stop."
Old Master Su stopped him. "Today is the first day of the new year. The town's clinics are probably closed. Even if they're open, rushing out like this will attract attention. It might cause trouble for our family." The old man thought carefully. "Cheng Wang, go to the neighboring village and ask Wang, the doctor. Tell him I accidentally fell and hurt myself. Make sure to bring him here. Prepare extra money for the consultation." Su Chengwang was steady and immediately set out in the snow to the neighboring village. While waiting, the Su family carefully cleaned the wound. They used warm cloths mixed with spiritual spring water to wipe away the blood, revealing the man's original bronze-colored skin and clear features. He looked to be about 20 years old. After applying the healing ointment, the bleeding seemed to slow down a little. Dr. Wang was soon called over. Seeing the injured man, he was startled but, being a kind doctor, carefully examined, cleaned, medicated, and bandaged him. "The injury is very serious. Luckily, it didn't hit any vital organs. But he's lost a lot of blood. Whether he survives depends on his luck," Dr. Wang said as he left a prescription and sighed. After the doctor left, the Su family fell into brief silence. Saving an unknown man with weapons was uncertain, good or bad. But looking at his faint breath in the shed, no one mentioned giving up. The year continued quietly amid this sudden weight of worry. That night, Su Qianqian secretly fed the man some spiritual spring water again, hoping for a miracle. The man in a coma seemed to move his fingers very slightly. The Li and Wen families took turns guarding the medicine jar. Lu was responsible for the family's meals, which were simple. The men were worried and anxious, hoping the injured man would survive, but also secretly worried about the trouble he might cause if he woke up. Every day, Su Qianqian secretly used spiritual spring water to help feed the man and clean his wounds. Maybe it was the special power of the spring water, maybe the skill of Dr. Wang, or perhaps the man's strong will to live. On the third morning, when Su Qianqian brought in warm water, she was surprised to see that his tightly closed eyes had slightly opened. His eyes were very sharp. Even though they were bloodshot and he looked weak from his injuries, his gaze was still alert and calm, like a hawk. When he saw Su Qianqian, his pupils shrank a little, but he didn't speak right away. Instead, he quickly and carefully looked around his surroundings. Su Qianqian was happy and softly said, "You're awake? Don't be afraid. This is the Su family in Qingxi village. We found you injured in the snow and brought you back." She tried to sound gentle and harmless. The man moved his throat and made a hoarse, broken sound, "Water." Su Qianqian carefully supported his head and fed him water with a small spoon. He greedily swallowed, and although his alertness hadn't lessened, his extreme thirst made him forget about everything else for a moment. After drinking, he lay back down, closed his eyes to rest for a while, then opened them again. His gaze towards Su Qianqian was more complicated. "Thank you, miss, for saving me," he said, his voice still hoarse but clearer. "No need to thank me. If I see someone in trouble, I can't just ignore it," Su Qianqian said, setting down the bowl. "How do you feel? Does your wound still hurt badly?" The man shook his head slightly, tried to move his arm, and immediately broke out in cold sweat from the pain. But he clenched his teeth and didn't make a sound. "I won't die yet," he said after a pause, looking directly at Su Qianqian. "My name is Huaifeng. Hui means embrace. Feng means wind and rain. I am 20 years old. May I ask your name and who your family is?" "I'm Su Qianqian, the youngest granddaughter in my family," she replied. Then she asked the question everyone was curious about, "Big brother Huaifeng, how did you get such serious injuries? Did something happen to you?" Huaifeng's eyes flickered with a faint dark shadow. He was silent for a few seconds, as if organizing his words, then slowly said, "To be honest, miss, I am a traveling merchant from the north. I planned to sell goods in the south before the new year, but I ran into bandits on the road. They stole my goods and my companions were all killed. I was lucky to escape and ran all the way here, exhausted and unable to continue. If it weren't for the girl and her family rescuing me, I might have lost my life." His tone was filled with pain and fear, sounding very believable. However, Su Qianqian sensed that his story seemed too smooth. Also, his identity as a merchant didn't quite match his sturdy clothes and the sword he clutched tightly even while unconscious. It felt a bit off. She didn't point it out, only comforting him. "I see. Brother Huifeng, just rest and recover. No matter how fierce the bandits are, they wouldn't dare come to our village." Huifeng nodded, thanked her again, then closed his eyes tiredly. Su Qianqian left the wooden hut and told her family that Huifeng had woken up and claimed to be a merchant attacked by bandits. The old master of the Su family was smoking a dry pipe, pondering. A merchant attacked by bandits. That makes sense. But from his aura, he doesn't seem like an ordinary merchant. Well, since he says so, we'll believe it. We'll help him fully, like sending a Buddha off to the west. When he's better, we'll see what to do next. Huifeng's arrival was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in the Su family. When young Su Han first saw Huifeng's face after he washed away the blood, especially noticing the shiny, well-cleaned sword in his hand, a strange light flickered in his eyes. This man, Huifeng, and the mysterious aura he carried, quietly attracted the silent and reserved boy. During Huifeng's recovery at the Su family, his stay became a special part of their life. His injuries were serious, and he mostly stayed in bed to rest. But once he was conscious, his alertness and quiet demeanor, typical of a martial artist, couldn't be hidden. He wasn't like a normal guest, he was unusually quiet. Unless it was necessary to talk during meals or medicine, he could go all day without speaking. But this silence didn't make him ignored by the Su family. Instead, it made him more noticeable, especially to Su Han. Su Han was the fourth grandson of the Su family. He was naturally more introverted and calm than his brothers. He didn't talk much, but was very observant. Since Huifeng woke up, Su Han often cast fleeting glances toward the wooden hut. When Huifeng's condition improved enough for him to sit by the door and soak up the sun, Su Han watched him even more. He didn't go near, only observed from afar. He saw that even when Huifeng wore an old cotton robe belonging to Su Jing, his back remained straight and tall. He closed his eyes slightly while sunbathing, but his ears seemed to move subtly, catching the sounds around him. When he occasionally moved his uninjured right arm, the smooth muscles with hidden strength were visible. But what attracted Su Han the most was that sword. After Su Ian took down the sword, he did not return it but carefully kept it in the main house. One day, when Su Ian took out the sword to clean and maintain it, Su Han saw it. The blade was cold and sharp, with simple yet elegant lines. Near the hilt, there were two old-fashioned engraved characters. Su Han didn't recognize them, but the faint smell of blood and cold killing intent on the sword made his heart shake. It was not a decoration but a real weapon that had drunk blood. Brother Huifeng is definitely not an ordinary merchant. This idea, like a seed, quietly sprouted in Su Han's mind. His curiosity about Huifeng gradually turned into a natural longing for strong power. He had seen villagers fight, but it was just clumsy punches. The calm yet commanding aura on Huifeng was a world he had never experienced before. One day, Su Han was chopping firewood in the yard. Though young, he worked hard and swung the axe vigorously. Huifeng leaned against the door of the woodhouse, watching him. After a while, he spoke softly. "Your wrist is too stiff, and you're using too much force. Chopping would require skill. Use your waist and abdomen, follow the axe's path, and don't rely solely on your arm." Su Han paused, the axe stuck in the wood. He looked up with bright, dark eyes. There was no annoyance at being disturbed, only a focused attention. He remembered Huifeng's words, tried to adjust his stance, twisted his hips, and swung the axe again. Crack! The wood split easily, much less effort than before. A glimmer of light appeared in Su Han's eyes. He put down the axe, took a few steps forward, and stood still silently watching him, but his eyes were full of curiosity. Huifeng was a bit surprised. He had only mentioned it casually, not expecting this boy to be so sharp and receptive. Looking at Su Han's determined gaze, he seemed to see himself many years ago, full of longing for strength. But he quickly suppressed this feeling and said calmly, "Practice makes perfect." Without saying more, he closed his eyes again. However, this brief exchange stirred even greater waves in Su Han's heart. Brother Huifeng understands these things. He must be very powerful. Su Han practiced chopping wood more carefully. He not only aimed to split the logs but also started thinking about the easiest and most effective way to do it. He even secretly observed how others in his family worked, analyzing their strength and technique. Though still inexperienced, he was beginning to think more deeply. Su Qianqian noticed her second brother's change. She saw that Su Han was still quiet but looked more lively and often lost in thought. She guessed it might be related to Huifeng, but she was happy about it. In this time, it was not bad for boys to have some fighting spirit, as long as they did not go astray. Huifeng also noticed Su Han's almost stubborn stare. His gaze was pure and direct, full of curiosity and admiration for strong people. It reminded him of new soldiers in the army who looked at their instructors like that. But he still had worries. His skills were meant for fighting and killing, learned in harsh battles. He didn't think it was right to teach such skills to a simple farm boy. He didn't want to bring danger or heavy burdens to this kind and honest family. So, he chose to stay silent and ignore Su Han's occasional questioning looks. Su Han was not discouraged. He kept observing and practicing quietly every day. Between them, a strange, silent understanding grew. One was waiting, the other avoiding, but a subtle connection had already formed. The snow melted, and the spring breeze swept through Qingxi village, bringing the smell of earth and new life. The two big tasks planned after the new year for the Su family were now scheduled with the arrival of spring. One was the planting plan. The men had started plowing, fertilizing, and preparing to sow wheat, corn, and beans. The other was sending 6 boys to the village school to learn. The village school was run by Scholar Li from the neighboring village, and it was quite well known in the area. Scholar Li was a retired scholar who had failed the imperial exams. His knowledge was not the highest, but he was honest, strict in teaching, and charged fair prices. A few days before school started, Old Master Su personally took second Uncle Su, carrying a small bag of rice and a block of tofu made by the Lee family as a gift, to visit Scholar Lee and explain the situation. When Scholar Lee heard that the Su family wanted to send 6 children to school at once, he was surprised. It was already difficult for a farming family to send 1 child to school, let alone 6. But seeing the sincere attitude of the Su family and that the gift was proper, he agreed and set a date for the start of school. On the morning of the new school day, the Su family was lively, like a festival. Mrs. Lee and Mrs. Wen got up early to dress the 6 boys in clean, patched clothes. Mrs. Liu was busy preparing their lunch, flatbreads made with white flour and cornmeal, filled with some salted vegetable strips. As the eldest, Su Xian looked serious, but excited. Su Jing was a bit restless, feeling both happy and nervous. Su Heng was the happiest because his mother gave him an extra pancake. Su Yun's face was full of hope as he carefully touched his new school bag, actually made from old cloth. Su Han stayed silent, but the tight lips showed he was not at peace inside. The youngest, 6-year-old Su Zhou, was confused but knew he was going to a place to read and learn with his brothers. Huifeng's body was mostly recovered, and he could move freely in the yard. He stood at the door of the firewood shed, watching the 6 boys lined up, led by Su Ian and Su Jinghe, ready to leave for the neighboring village. Under the sunlight, the children's eyes sparkled with curiosity and hope for the future. This scene touched Huifeng's usually cold heart, which had seen too much darkness and violence. To him, this simple, hopeful scene felt strange and distant. Go to school, listen to the teacher, study hard, and don't be naughty, Old Master Su said firmly, leaning on his cane.
Got it, Grandpa.
The 6 boys answered in different voices. Take care of each other, especially watch out for little 5 and little 6, Mrs. Lee added worriedly. Don't worry, Mother, I'm here, Su Xian said confidently. Su Qianqian watched her brothers, feeling happy for them. Knowledge can change their future. It might not be easy in this time, but learning to read and understand could give them more options later. The group set off and disappeared down the small path at the village entrance. The Su family yard became quiet. Huifeng looked away and went back to the firewood shed, feeling strangely empty inside. He remembered Su Han, who had looked back at him before leaving, with a complicated expression, full of hope for school, but also a hint of reluctance or disappointment, as if he wanted a response from Huifeng that he didn't get. Life at the village school was a new challenge for the 6 Su brothers. The strange sounds of reading aloud, the unfamiliar feeling of holding a brush, and the serious face of the teacher all made them both curious and a little afraid. Su Yun adapted quickly and learned the fastest. Su is steady and hardworking. Su Jing is lively and sometimes can't control his mouth, leading to scoldings from his father. Su Heng has trouble focusing and often thinks about the dry food in his arms. Su Han remains silent as always, but his eyes are focused, silently memorizing every word his father teaches. Su Zhou is too young mainly to experience the atmosphere, and sitting still is already a challenge. Every day after school, the brothers chat happily about what they saw in class. Their family's evening meal also becomes a time for new stories. Huifeng sometimes sits in the corner listening, hearing the children recite, "People are naturally good at birth," or argue about how to write a certain character. His lips curl up slightly, without him realizing. Su Han has gone to school, but he still pays close attention to Huifeng. Every morning before dawn, he is the first to wake up at home. Now, he no longer just stares into space or helps with chores. He begins a secret practice. He knows Huifeng won't teach him easily, but he believes that if he shows enough sincerity and perseverance, one day. On a spring morning before dawn, the air is cool and fresh with the smell of earth. The small yard of the Su family is quiet. Even the early rising rooster is still sleeping. But a small figure has quietly slipped out of the house. It's Su Han. Since Huifeng moved in, a seed has been planted in Su Han's heart, a desire for great strength. He knows Hui Feng is skilled and senses that Hui Feng is reluctant to teach him. But he has a stubborn nature. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 9 oxen can pull him back. Since asking openly doesn't work, he decides to prove himself with actions. His training plan is simple and dull but requires great perseverance. First, fetching water. He picks up a yoke and bucket taller than himself and tiptoes to the village well. At first, he is weak and can only carry half a bucket, wobbling as he walks back, spilling water along the way. His shoulders become red and swollen from the effort, burning with pain. But he says nothing and continues the next day. Gradually, he can carry a full bucket and his steps become steadier. Once, he almost slips, and the bucket hits the well edge with a loud clang, making his heart race, afraid to wake his family, especially the one in the woodroom. He holds his breath and waits a moment, relieved when he hears nothing, then continues his secret task. What he didn't know was that Hui Feng in the woodhouse had already woken up when he quietly left for the first time. Hui Feng was silently watching the boy struggling with a water bucket in the early morning light through the door crack. The second task was chopping wood. Usually, adults did this work, but Su Han chose smaller sticks to chop himself. He remembered Hui Feng's advice: use your waist and abdomen to power the chop, follow the axe's motion. He stopped using brute force and started to practice carefully. At first, his swings were crooked and wood chips flew everywhere, but he missed the vital spot. Once, his axe almost slipped from his hands, making him break out in cold sweat. But he didn't give up. He practiced again and again, figuring out how to use his strength better. Over time, his chopping became smoother and more efficient. The pile of firewood he made became his silent badge of achievement. One night, Su Han got up and saw a dark shadow moving in the yard. He was so scared, he almost wet his pants. When he looked closer, he saw it was fourth brother, mumbling. Fourth brother is sleepwalking and chopping wood. Then he went back to sleep, and this became a joke at breakfast the next day. The third task was running. Su Han added this himself. He thought that having strength wasn't enough. He also needed to run fast. After fetching water and chopping wood, and before his brothers woke up, he would run around the village path. At first, he could only run a short distance before gasping for breath, feeling like his lungs would burst. He clenched his teeth and set goals for himself. Today, run to that crooked tree. Tomorrow, surpass it. In the spring fields, the dew soaked his pants, and the early birds watched curiously as this boy ran. After finishing all this, it was usually just dawn. Su Han would quickly wipe his sweat, tidy his clothes, and act like nothing was wrong. He would wash up, have breakfast with his brothers, and then pack his bag to go to school. He did all this quietly and naturally. Except for the first time when he was almost caught, he never disturbed his family again. Only his increasingly steady eyes and stronger arms quietly recorded his growth. Hui Feng watched all of this closely. He didn't expect this silent boy to have such resilience and determination. His unwavering persistence and strict discipline reminded him of elite scouts in the army. The wall of resistance in his heart started to show tiny cracks. But he still held back, wanting to see how long this boy could keep going and what kind of character he had. Su Han, it seemed, was not in a hurry. He repeated his dull practice day after day, as if that alone was the goal. Only when he occasionally made eye contact with Hui Feng would he instinctively straighten his back, a faint look of expectation flashing in his eyes. Then he would quickly lower his head and fall silent again. He knew the road ahead was still long. The call of the cuckoo woke the sleeping land. It was the busiest time of the year in Qingxi village, spring planting season. The Su family all worked together. Even the 6 young children who had just started school after class, they went to help in the fields. In the classroom, they learned literary words, and in the fields, they worked hard, creating a unique springtime symphony for the Su children. This year, the Su family had a clear plan: 3 acres of good land for wheat to ensure food, 2 acres for corn, and 1.5 acres for beans to sell. Su Yan and Su Jinghe were skilled farmers, responsible for plowing and planting. Mrs. Li, Mrs. Wen, and Mrs. Lu handled seeds, brought food and water, and looked after the backyard, private plots, where Su Qianqian grew crops. On the first day in the fields, the scene was lively. Elder brother Su Xian was in charge of plowing with the ox. He was the oldest and strongest, but the ox was stubborn and sometimes refused to move, making Su Xian sweat and get angry. He reasoned with the ox. "Big brother ox, be obedient, and I'll give you extra bean cakes tonight." The ox flicked its tail and snorted loudly, but whether it understood was uncertain. Second brother Su Jing was assigned to scatter the wheat seeds evenly. He was impatient and threw seeds like a scattergun, some areas densely covered like sesame seeds, others so sparse they could be ridden through. Seeing this, Su Yan was shocked. "You little rascal. Do you think you're feeding chickens? How will the seedlings grow?" "Start over." Su Jing stuck out his tongue and carefully replanted the seeds one by one, muttering, "This is much harder than writing characters." Third brother Su Heng's task was to watch the water jar. It was supposed to be a light job, but he always found ways to have fun. Sometimes he chased frogs on the riverbank, sometimes he dug wild vegetables, mostly weeds. The funniest part was, he got thirsty while watching, grabbed the water jar, and drank most of it. When the adults came to get water, only the bottom remained. Mrs. Li couldn't help but laugh and cry, "You little glutton, are you here to fetch water or to drink it?" Fourth brother Su Han was quiet but worked the hardest. He followed Uncle Su Jinghe to plant beans, making sure the spacing was precise. He worked carefully, as if completing a delicate piece of art. Even Su Jinghe praised him. "Little fourth, you work carefully, like an old hand." Su Han just nodded and kept working diligently. During occasional breaks, he would unconsciously move his wrists and ankles. This is a leftover effect from his early morning training and also a small secret he keeps hidden. Fifth brother Su Yun is quick-witted and was assigned to keep accounts and calculate land areas. He uses a stick to draw on the ground, figuring out how many seeds each crop needs. He even suggests ideas like, "This land gets plenty of sun, so planting corn might be better." Though his ideas are simple, they impress the adults. Old Master Su strokes his beard and laughs, saying, "It seems all that reading wasn't for nothing." Sixth brother Su Zhou is too young and mainly acts as the mood maker. He runs around the fields, helping by passing small tools or shouting excitedly when he sees bugs, calling his brothers to look. His playful antics add fun and laughter to the busy spring planting. Su Qianqian is not idle either. She moves along the field edges, helping in name only, while secretly watering the seeds with spiritual spring water to ensure good sprouting and growth. She also occasionally offers her brothers some spring water to quench their thirst, calling it sweet mountain spring water that gives strength. Su Heng drinks the most and feels energized afterward, working even harder, though maybe it's mostly in his mind. Even Hui Feng, who was bored after recovering from his injury, is influenced by the lively work atmosphere. He volunteers to help with light chores. At first, the Su family feels a bit embarrassed, but seeing his persistence, they let him help by delivering seed bags or watching over the tools at the field edge. Hui Feng stands on the ridge, watching everyone work hard for their livelihood, joking and having fun. His cold eyes gradually warm up as he observes, especially when he sees Su Han working seriously and focused, just like he does during his morning exercises. He feels a little moved. The spring sunshine bathes the fields warmly. The Su family works and laughs together, sweat falling into the freshly turned soil, planting hope for a good harvest. The air is filled with the scent of earth, the smell of sweat, and the joyful sounds of family, creating a lively and charming picture of spring farming. Su Qianqian watches all this with a warm heart. Though her body feels tired, this sense of genuine happiness is more comforting than her vague, slacking off dreams. Meanwhile, Su Han, during breaks, often looks toward that tall figure on the ridge with a more determined gaze. His training continues. That afternoon, with the sun shining just right, Su Qianqian carries a small basket, planning to go to the small woods near the village to pick some fresh wild vegetables for dinner. The small forest was next to the Su family's land and was usually safe, as villagers' women and children often went there. Unexpectedly, just as someone reached the edge of the woods, they encountered Tan Erniu, the grandson of the notorious local troublemaker, Tan Daxia. Tan Erniu was about 13 or 14 years old, a bit better than his grandfather, but still lazy and used to bullying others. He was with two peers of similar age, digging for bird nests in the woods. When he saw Su Qianqian walking alone, he smirked and blocked her path with a mischievous smile. "Hey, isn't it the new person from the Su family who ran here to escape trouble?" Tan Erniu said, leaning on his waist and glancing at Su Qianqian. "I heard your family is doing really well with flour and tofu. So, you still bother with wild vegetables?" Su Qianqian didn't want trouble and lowered her head, trying to go around him. "Brother Erniu, I'm just picking some wild vegetables." But Tan Erniu took a step forward and blocked her again, reaching out to grab her basket. "What good vegetables are you picking? Let me see. Maybe you've found something valuable again." He was strong and suddenly knocked her basket over, spilling the vegetables onto the ground. Su Qianqian's face turned red with anger as she bent down to pick them up.
"What are you doing?" she snapped.
She was furious, an annoying kid bullying a woman with a 30-year-old soul inside. Tan Erniu stomped on one of the vegetables and grinned. "Why so angry? I'm just joking. I heard your tofu recipe is pretty valuable. Tell your dad to bring it out and share with everyone in the village. Sharing is better than keeping everything to yourself." Clearly, he learned this from the adults gossiping at home. Su Qianqian knew she couldn't reason with such a person. She wanted to use her system to exchange something to teach this arrogant brat a lesson, but her eyes flickered with a different idea. She tried to push Tan Erniu away to pick up her basket, but he deliberately pushed her hard, causing her to stumble and almost fall. "Ha ha ha, the new kid isn't much. Now you see how powerful I am, right?" Tan Erniu and his two followers laughed proudly. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind them. "Let go of my sister." It was Su Han. He finished school early today and thought his sister might be picking vegetables, so he came to meet her.
Just then, he saw what was happening.
Usually quiet and reserved, Su Han now looked like a small angry tiger, with sharp eyes and clenched fists. Tan Erniu was startled by Su Han's gaze, but seeing that he was younger and alone, he immediately became arrogant again. "Who do you think you are? So you're the fourth young master of the Su family? Trying to stand up for your sister? You're so small and weak. Plus us too." Before he finished speaking, the figures of Su Xian, Su Jing, Su Yun, Su Hang, and Su Zhou appeared one after another at the edge of the woods. It turned out that Su Yun, being thoughtful, saw that her second brother looked upset and hurriedly ran to the woods. She guessed something was wrong and quickly called her other brothers to come along. The 6 brothers, from oldest to youngest, though different in height, stood in a line, united and glaring at Tan Erniu and his 2 companions. Their strong sense of unity immediately made Tan Erniu and his friends feel intimidated. The eldest brother, Su Xian, stepped forward confidently and said, "Tan Erniu, bullying a girl is not a skill. Pick up the basket and apologize." Su Jing, the most hot-tempered, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Why are you wasting time with him? If he dares to hit Qianqian, he's asking for a beating." He was about to rush forward. Seeing that there were more of them and that the Su family boys had recently been well-fed and stronger, especially Su Han with that sharp look in his eyes, Tan Erniu felt nervous. He shouted bravely but weakly, You want to bully the few with the many? I'll tell my grandpa about this." Su Qianqian stepped in to stop her impulsive second brother, walking forward and looking directly at Tan Erniu. She said clearly, "Brother Erniu, our tofu recipe was bought with money from shopkeeper Liu. It's our livelihood. Why should we give it to you for free? Having a grandpa doesn't give you the right to take things from others. You knocked over my basket and bumped into me today, so you must apologize. Otherwise, we'll go find Grandpa Li and ask him to judge who's the real troublemaker in the village, bullying little girls." Su Qianqian's words were reasonable and well-argued. She first defended her family's side and then mentioned Grandpa Li. Tan Erniu was speechless, feeling choked. His 2 followers, sensing trouble, quietly stepped back. Seizing the moment, Su Han pushed Tan Erniu away from the vegetables and looked at him coldly. Su Hang and Su Zhou also gathered courage and loudly said, quickly apologized to Qianqian, seeing that he had no more advantages and feeling embarrassed. Tian Erniu reluctantly kicked the basket on the ground and mumbled, "You're ruthless." Then, with his 2 followers, ran away in a flurry. Qianqian, are you all right? The brothers immediately gathered around, asking with concern. Su Qianqian shook her head, feeling warm inside. I'm fine. Thank you, brothers. Su Jing was still angry. That kid got away with it. Next time he bullies someone, I'll teach him a lesson. Su Xian patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, no big deal. Qian is right. We have the right on our side, so we don't need to worry about him complaining. Su Han quietly picked up the wild vegetables scattered on the ground, one by one, and put them back into the basket. He handed them to his sister, his eyes full of protectiveness. After Tian Erniu ran away in tears, Su Qianqian and her brothers lost interest in picking wild vegetables. The children found the adults working in the backyard and told them what had happened, one after another. Su Qianqian emphasized that Tian Erniu wanted the tofu recipe. She knew this was a big taboo in the countryside. Someone coveting another family's livelihood was a serious matter. Old Master Su sat on the doorstep. After hearing everything, his cloudy but sharp eyes narrowed slightly, and he slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. That Tianda's family is just a reckless bunch, shameless and unruly. Trying to reason with him would be like talking to a wall. Wasting our breath, he paused, tapping his pipe against his shoe sole, making a dull sound. But, even though our Su family just moved here, we're not pushovers. If he dares to come and cause trouble without shame, we'll show him that the Ma King has more than one eye. He looked at his eldest son, Su Ian. Eldest, you're quick and steady. Go to Li Zheng's house and talk to the elders of the clan. Tell them everything that happened today in detail, especially about Tian Erniu wanting to steal our tofu recipe. Make sure they hear it. We have the right, so we need to stand firm and show it, so that this shameless troublemaker doesn't go first to complain and turn things upside down. Su Ian responded firmly and strode out quickly. The old man then looked at his other children and grandchildren, especially pausing on Su Han. Su Han clenched his lips tightly, his small fists clenched, trembling slightly from anger and fear, but his eyes were bright and fearless, completely unafraid. The old man nodded secretly. This child had a strong will and a sense of responsibility. He was a good seed. Everyone stay alert. The old man raised his voice. Lock the courtyard gate, but do what you need to do. We don't start trouble, but we won't be afraid of it either. Our Su family doesn't cause trouble, and we definitely won't be bullied. Sure enough, Tian Erniu ran home crying, exaggerating everything, especially claiming he was beaten up by the 6 children of the Su family, though not even their clothes were torn. Tianda immediately exploded. He was originally a very proud and stubborn person. When he thought his grandson was being bullied by a group of stray outsiders, it was like slapping him in the face. He casually grabbed a thick wooden stick from the wall and shouted angrily, "This is too much. How dare they hurt my grandson? I'll smash their family's pot." He stormed toward the small courtyard of the Su family with a fierce look. At this moment, the Su family courtyard seemed calm. The men appeared to be sitting quietly, but they were actually alert. The women were busy in the kitchen, but kept listening carefully. The children were told to stay inside. Su Han did not go inside. He quietly stood in the shadow inside the gate, watching outside through the crack in the door, like a small wolf ready to protect its territory. De Tian reached the Su family gate, but did not knock. Instead, he hammered on the door with his stick and cursed loudly. "Old Su, come out here. Your kids dared to hit my grandson? Come out and apologize, or I'll smash your broken house today." A bunch of beggars and runaways, thinking they're so important. His words were full of foul language. The men inside the courtyard looked serious. Su Jing was so angry he wanted to rush out to argue, but Su Xian held him back tightly. Old Master Su slowly stood up and signaled Su Jing and others to open the door. When the door opened, De Tian saw that all the men from the Su family were there and got more excited. He waved his stick and tried to rush inside. Just then, a loud and commanding voice rang out. Tian. Stop right there. An elder named Li Zheng, who was well respected in the village, hurried over with Su Ian. Several respected elders followed behind. At the same time, neighbors nearby, including Aunt Zhang who had seen the situation near the woods, also gathered around because of the commotion. Tian saw Li Zheng and the elders, and his confidence dropped a little, but he still refused to back down.
Unkla Li Zhen.
You came just in time. You have to help me. The Su family's outsiders are letting their kids hit mine. Look at what they did to Nyo. He pulled the boy, Nyo, from behind him, who grinned and showed his teeth. Stop talking nonsense. And Zhang was the first to step forward and scolded, pointing at Tian. Tian, do you have no shame? I saw with my own eyes your Nyo was the first to block and hit little Qian, knocking over her basket and even talking about taking her tofu. The Su kids only arrived later and didn't do anything. It was your Nyo who scared them away on his own. Exactly. Tian Nyo has been bullying children in the village more than once. Tianda, when will you return the things you borrowed from my family? Last time, you even secretly took vegetables from our garden. With Aunt Zhang leading the way, villagers who usually dared not speak out in anger now seemed to find their voice. They began to criticize Tianda's family for their usual bad behavior. Soon, the scene shifted entirely in favor of the Su family. Old Master Su calmly stepped forward, first bowing to the village elders and clan leaders. Then he gestured to the villagers around him and said, "Dear villagers, elders, and clan leaders, today I have called everyone here to seek justice. To explain what happened, I will let my little granddaughter Qian speak first, so no one can falsely accuse us." Encouraged by her family, young Qian stepped forward. Though she was small, she spoke clearly and confidently, describing how Tian Nyo blocked her way, insulted her, knocked over her basket, demanded her recipe, and even pushed her. Finally, she looked up at the village elder and said, "Grandpa Li, our family is refugees. We are grateful to the village for taking us in. My father, mother, and grandfather remember this kindness. We work honestly and live simply. The tofu recipe we have is hard-earned. It was bought with money from shopkeeper Lu. It's our hope to survive." Brother Tian Nyo wanted to take it for free and said it was his grandfather's idea. "I want to ask, does our Qingxi village have such rules?" Her voice was clear and logical, and her last question hit the mark. The villagers' murmurs grew louder, and their eyes on Tianda's family were full of disdain. "Tianda, you're talking nonsense. Children don't say such things." Tianda's face turned red as he hurriedly denied. The village elder's face darkened. He stepped in front of Tianda, eyes sharp, voice serious and stern. "Tianda, listen to me. Open your eyes and look. Do you still have the nerve to cause trouble here? Your grandson is running wild in the village, bullying the weak, even trying to take away people's livelihoods. What's the difference between that and a thief? As an elder, you do nothing to stop him, but instead you shelter and protect him. Even want to use violence. This isn't just foolishness, it's lawless." He looked around at the villagers and raised his voice. "In our Qingxi village, the most important thing we value is justice and harmony. The Su family may be refugees, but since they settled here, they are part of Qingxi village. They work hard, are kind to others, and have only just begun to live peaceful lives. You, Tianda, think you can rely on your status as a landowner to bully good people? I tell you, as long as I, Lao Hanjiao, am the village head, I will never tolerate such evil acts." The village head's words were firm and just, making Tianda blush with shame. He couldn't say a word and dropped his stick with a loud clatter. Only then did he realize that today he hadn't gained anything, but had instead angered everyone. Even the village head and the elders stood on the side of the Su family. "Go back," the village head shouted sternly. "Properly discipline your grandson. If he dares to cause trouble again, bully the Su family or anyone in the village, don't blame us for enforcing the village rules and driving you out of Qingxi village." Tianda, feeling like he had been pardoned, no longer dared to argue. He dragged his stunned son, Tian Ernyo, and hurriedly left amid the villagers' disapproval and blame. Their figures looked shameful and helpless. This incident finally came to an end. At the gate of the courtyard, everyone from the Su family, including Su Han hiding in the shadows, bowed deeply to the village head, the elders, and the kind-hearted villagers who spoke up. Old Master Su was so moved he said, "Thank you, village head. Thank you, elders. Thank you, villagers, for standing up for justice. Our Su family is truly grateful." The village head, Lao Zhao, helped old Master Su to his feet and spoke gently, "Old Su, don't be like that. It's our village that's been unfair to you, making you suffer. If anything happens in the future, just come to me. In Qingxi village, honest people must not be bullied." He also looked at Su Han, who was standing beside Su Yi, small but standing tall, and nodded. "Your boy is good, brave and protective of his sister. Well done." This words felt like a warm breeze, spreading through Su Han's whole body. He lifted his head and bravely met the village head's approving gaze. All his previous frustration and anger turned into stronger courage. After this event, the villagers saw clearly what kind of person the Su family was: united, honest, not looking for trouble but not afraid of it. They also saw the integrity of Lao Zhao, the village head, who dared to suppress the bad influences in the village. From the next day, the Su family's yard became especially lively. Aunt from the east brought a basket of fresh, dewy vegetables. Grown by ourselves, not worth much, just to add some food for the kids. Uncle from the west carried a bundle of dry firewood. "I heard you don't have enough firewood. I cut some from my place. Take some." Previously, neighbors who only nodded in greeting also took the initiative to visit, praising the Su family's children for being sensible and promising, complimenting the good family traditions, and noting the harmony among the sisters-in-law. In response to the kindness of the villagers, the Su family followed the principle of returning kindness is proper. Mrs. Li made her famous tofu balls and scallion pancakes, and she and her children, Su Xian and Su Jing, delivered some to neighbors they had helped or were close to, for everyone to try. Mrs. Wen, skilled in embroidery, made practical handkerchiefs and insoles to give to her good friends. Mrs. Lu generously shared fresh vegetables from her backyard, private plot, with neighbors nearby. Even little Su Qianqian was obedient, helping her mother and aunts with small chores, calling them uncle and auntie sweetly, which made her quite loved. This sincere interaction quickly brought the Su family closer to the villagers. They were no longer seen as outsiders, but truly began to become part of the Qingxi village family. Meanwhile, Tianda's family, after being publicly embarrassed and receiving a stern warning from the village chief, indeed became more cautious. They no longer dared to provoke the Su family openly and would avoid them when they saw them, temporarily calming down. Su Han, through this incident, seemed to grow a lot overnight. He became more silent, but his eyes grew more determined. Every day before dawn, he practiced even harder because he knew that only by becoming stronger could he always stand firmly in front of his family and protect this hard-earned peace and warmth. Behind the scenes, there was a pair of eyes watching. Hui Feng nodded thoughtfully, but ultimately said nothing. Night deepened, and the Su family's small courtyard was completely quiet. The daytime noise and tension had faded, leaving only the steady sound of breathing and the occasional chirping of insects outside the window. Su Qianqian lay on the Kong bed but couldn't sleep, her mind replaying the events of the day, especially her second brother Su Han's protective gaze, like a little wolf cub guarding her in front. It made her feel warm and a little sad. This family, these relatives, were worth her giving more. Just as she was drifting into sleep, a long-lost mechanical sound with a faint crackling like electricity suddenly rang in her mind. Ding! Detected strong guardian intent and increased family cohesion. System upgrade complete. Rebooting. Your little darling Tai Dan is back. Miss me, Qianqian host? Su Qianqian shivered, and her consciousness immediately sank into the space. Next to the black land, the small metal dog, Iron Egg, was floating there as expected. Its tail tip shone with a brighter golden light than before, and the whole Dog looked. Shinier? Iron egg. Where have you been all this time? I called you so many times, but you didn't respond. Su Qianqian was both surprised and happy, unable to help but complain. I thought your battery was dead, and you completely shut down. Iron egg tilted its metal head, wagging its tail more happily. Hee host, don't be mad. I just did an important system upgrade. From the previous version 1.0 to version 1.5. Now it's more powerful, has a wider view, and offers better rewards. Upgrade? You, a farming system, can also upgrade. Su Qianqian curiously circled around Iron Egg in her consciousness. Tell me, what did you upgrade? Don't tell me you gave me some crazy tasks like harvest 300 acres in 24 hours again? She still remembered the donkey of the production team type tasks from before. Iron Egg replied, Host, your understanding of this system is too narrow. The new version not only focuses on crop output, but also on the overall development of your family, improving members' abilities, and handling risks. For example, it paused and a new task window popped up on its tail light screen. Main task, Martial Arts Enlightenment, Task Requirements, skillfully helps Su Han successfully apprentice under Huifeng, ensuring the process goes smoothly and the master-apprentice relationship is stable. Task Tips, Huifeng's emotional knot needs to be resolved. Su Han has shown perseverance, and the key is the host's wisdom. You can use spatial output appropriately to strengthen feelings or create suitable opportunities. Task Rewards, Detailed techniques for high-yield sweet potato cultivation, X1, with 10 gene of high-quality sweet potato seedlings, extremely high yield per acre, drought and poor soil resistant, capable of saving many lives in critical moments, a treasure crop in troubled times. System upgrade benefits, Beauty Pills X5, moisturize skin, reduce blemishes, make you beautiful from childhood to adulthood. Health Pills X2, strengthen the body, slightly improve physical quality, providing health security for your family. Space Experience Points 500, speeding up the next space upgrade. Su Qianqian stared wide-eyed at the words, sweet potato, in the reward list. As a time traveler, she knew very well how valuable this thing was. It's definitely a killer weapon in the grain world. And the beauty pills and health pills. Although she often complained about the system's unreliability, these rewards really hit her soft spot. Sweet potatoes. Iron Egg, you finally did something right. Su Qianqian felt excited for a moment, then looked at Iron Egg with suspicion.
But
your task announcement seems a bit strange. How do you know Huifeng? And how do you know fourth brother wants to become a master? Also, how can I cleverly facilitate this? I can't just tell Huifeng, hey, hero, take my brother as a disciple and I'll give you a reward, right? Iron Egg proudly flickered. Since the system upgrade, my sensing range now covers your daily activities. Of course, I can observe Su Han's persistence and Huifeng's hesitation. As for how to help, it paused for effect. You need to use your cleverness. For example, prepare delicious food with ingredients from the space to ease the atmosphere, or casually praise Su Han's determination and qualities in front of Huifeng. Or create an unexpected situation that forces Huifeng to show his skills, giving Su Han a chance to shine. You're experienced in the information age, so you probably have more tricks than ancient folks, right? Su Qianqian, she felt that after the system upgrade, it had become a bit scheming. It wasn't calling her a beauty anymore. All right, for sweet potatoes and beauty pills. I'll do it. Su Qianqian clenched her small fist, then suddenly looked downcast and sighed. But Iron Egg, what about my lazy life? I was supposed to be a wealthy person in Kyoto, eating, drinking, and having fun. Why do these tasks keep piling up, even more exhausting than being a corporate drone in my past life? When can I finally relax and lie flat? Iron Egg emitted a sound like a light electronic chuckle, detected that your insincerity index is as high as 85%. Although you complain, your satisfaction and enthusiasm when helping your family far exceed the threshold. Lying flat is just your way of avoiding pressure. In reality, you're a responsible model worker. Moreover, true, lying flat means having enough strength and resources to choose your lifestyle calmly. Right now, your efforts are to prepare for a better future where you can truly relax. Su Qianqian, feeling exposed, was annoyed and angry. Shut up. You stupid system, what do you know? But that last part does make some sense, she mumbled softly. Indeed, only when her family was secure and her resources abundant could she truly relax. So, does the host accept the task? Iron Egg asked at the right moment. Accept. Of course I accept. Su Qianqian took a deep breath, her eyes firm. For sweet potatoes, for my family, and also for that distant yet beautiful future of letting go, this matchmaker, no, this bridge builder, has taken on the role. After leaving the space, Su Qianqian looked out the window at the bright moon and quickly started thinking. How could she cleverly bring Huai Feng and fourth brother closer? She remembered the look Huai Feng sometimes gave fourth brother, full of admiration and mixed feelings, and also thought of fourth brother working hard every day, early mornings and late nights. Maybe Iron Egg was right. The opportunity is almost ripe, just needing a little push. At this moment, on a simple bed in the shed, Huai Feng was not asleep. He rested his arms behind his head, listening to the peaceful breathing from the main house, recalling how Su Han had stood in front of his sister earlier, and earlier still, how the boy had stubbornly endured the morning light. Over and over, these images replayed in his mind. That boy was resilient and strong-willed. He was a good seed. But his own past, filled with blood and darkness, was it worthy of such pure longing? He sighed softly and turned over. Su Qianqian's observation was correct. This seemingly cold and tough wanderer was indeed softening inside. Her clever promotion plan didn't seem entirely baseless. The opportunity came faster than Su Qianqian expected. A few days later, the Su brothers went to school in a nearby village as usual. When they finished school in the afternoon, the sky suddenly darkened, clouds swirling, an impending spring storm. Su Yan was worried, so he asked Su Qianqian to check if her brothers had returned. As Su Qianqian reached the village entrance, heavy rain started pouring down. She looked for a place to hide but saw her brothers running back through the rain. The atmosphere seemed strange. Big brother Su Xian was carrying someone, probably fifth brother Su Yun. Su Jing and Su Hang were helping, and Su Han was right behind, looking very grim, clothes muddy, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Big brother. Third brother. What's wrong? Su Qianqian's heart tightened as she hurried forward. Su Xian, panting heavily, said urgently, "Hurry home." Fifth fell down the hillside, and might have hurt his leg. Fourth was in a fight. The family hurriedly carried Su Yun back home and laid him on the Kong, heated bed. Li quickly checked his injuries. Luckily, it was just a sprained ankle with swelling, not a broken bone, but Su Yun's face was pale from pain. The Wang and Lu families were busy boiling water and looking for clean clothes. Su Qianqian finally had time to ask what happened. Su Jing explained hurriedly. On the way home from school, it rained heavily. We took a shortcut down that small hill. The path was slippery and Wu Wu slipped and rolled down. At the bottom, there was a sharp stone that hurt his foot. We were about to help him when two troublemakers from the neighboring village, Wang Butcher's boys, passed by. They not only refused to help but also mocked us as fleeing farmers' monkeys, saying Wu Wu deserved it. Su Jing clenched his fists with a cracking sound. I was angry and argued with them. Those two boys are stronger than us, and when we pushed back, we got pushed around. Tian Erniu, that bastard, suddenly appeared nearby, stirring trouble. It looked like they were about to fight me and Xiaolu, Suzhou. Our fourth brother. Su Jing looked at Su Han, who had been silent in the corner, letting rain drip from his hair. His eyes showed fear and admiration. Our fourth brother usually stays quiet, but that day he went crazy and rushed in. He stopped those two from Wang Butcher's family. He's so strong and fast, he knocked both of them down. Tian Erniu was so scared he ran away. But our fourth brother also took a few hits and had a cut on his lip. Su Qianqian felt her heart pounding and looked at Su Han. He was tightly pressed lips, covered in bruises, but his back was straight. His eyes didn't show pride from winning but a calm, almost fierce protectiveness. He glanced at Su Yun, who was writhing in pain on the bed, and then at the frightened Su Zhou. He whispered, "They can't bully my brother." This quiet sentence hit everyone's heart like a hammer. Even Hui Feng, who had come out of the woodpile after hearing the news, paused and looked at Su Han with deeper respect. Old Master Su frowned and first said to Su Exine, "Elder, go invite Dr. Wang to check Wu Wu's foot." Then he looked at Su Han with a complex tone. "Little fourth you. Where are you hurt?" Su Han shook his head. "It's nothing, Grandpa." At that moment, Hui Feng suddenly spoke, "I'll go check." He walked up to Su Han, took his wrist without asking, checked his pulse, then examined his arms and bruises. His movements were professional and quick. Surface injuries, no broken bones. But he used too much force, so his muscles are strained. Hui Feng's voice remained calm, but Su Qianqian noticed a flash of admiration in his eyes. Su Han whispered, wanting to pull back his hand, but Hui Feng held it down. Hui Feng took out a small porcelain bottle from his bosom, somewhere unknown, poured out some ointment, and skillfully applied it to the bruise. The ointment had a faint, fresh scent and felt cool. Su Han stiffened slightly, but did not resist. All of this was seen by Su Qianqian. She knew her chance had come. That night, the rain stopped, and the moonlight was gentle. Su Yun took some calming medicine and fell asleep. The other children, still shaken, also rested. Su Qianqian seized the opportunity and quietly moved to Hui Feng's side, who was sitting by the grinding stone in the yard. "Hui Feng, thank you for giving medicine to fourth brother today," she said softly, with a sweet face. Hui Feng glanced at her, nodded once, and said nothing more. Su Qianqian didn't mind and kept talking. Fourth brother is usually very quiet, but today he was really brave to protect his younger brothers. "Does he remind you of the brave heroes you've seen before?" She started to praise him casually. Hui Feng paused, his knife sharpening, neither admitting nor denying. Su Qianqian continued, with just the right tone of gentle pity. "Actually, I know fourth brother really wants to be as strong as you, Hui Feng. You don't know, he gets up before dawn every day to fetch water, chop wood, and run, rain or shine, just to strengthen his body. He doesn't say it out loud, but he really admires you. He said if he could learn even a move or two from you, no one would dare to bully his younger brothers and sisters anymore." Her words were half true, half false, but they had a strong effect. Hui Feng completely stopped his work, looked up toward the small house where Su Han stayed, and his expression was complicated. He knew about Su Han's daily secret training. He had long seen through his perseverance and strong will beyond his peers. Today, seeing him fight for his brothers and sisters with such determination and responsibility touched something deep inside Hui Feng. Su Qianqian watched Hui Feng's face carefully, feeling that the moment was just right. She threw the last bundle of firewood and said, if only fourth brother could learn some real skills from Hui Feng. He'd definitely be better than just practicing blindly on his own. But Hui Feng, I know you must have important things to do, and you'll be leaving soon. She deliberately sighed and looked disappointed, then turned to leave. Wait, Hui Feng suddenly called her. Su Qianqian's heart skipped a beat. She turned around, blinking her big eyes. Hui Feng, what's wrong? Hui Feng was silent for a moment. Under the moonlight, his side profile looked gentle. He looked at Su Qianqian with sharp eyes, as if he could see through her heart. Qianqian, do you really want me to accept your fourth brother? Su Qianqian nodded hard. Yes. Fourth brother really wants to learn. And if he learns, he can protect our family better. Hui Feng suddenly smiled, a meaningful smile. Your fourth brother is a piece of uncut jade. Accepting him is not impossible. Su Qianqian was happy inside and was about to speak, but Hui Feng changed the subject and looked at her closely. But I have a condition. What condition? Brother Hui Feng, just tell me. We will do it if we can, Su Qianqian quickly promised. Hui Feng said clearly, if I accept, I will take 2 students. You, Su Qianqian, must also become my disciple. Huh? Me? Su Qianqian was completely stunned, pointing at herself, not expecting this turn of events. She, who used to be lazy and carefree, was asked to learn martial arts? This was unexpected. Seeing her surprised expression, Huifeng slowly said, "Lately, I have been watching quietly. Your family, the Su family, seems to be led by your grandfather and father, but many important decisions seem to have your influence. Whether it's the wheat seeds and corn you found, or the perfect monk's gift, or even the cooperation with Huayu restaurant. You are young but clever and insightful. Your brother Su Han is brave, and you are strategic. If you and your brother can work together, maybe you can achieve great things in the future. I, Huifeng, have skills myself. If I want to find a disciple, why not choose a pair?" Su Qianqian was shocked. She thought she had hidden her abilities well, but Huifeng's sharp eyes had noticed her unusualness. Although he didn't guess about the system space, he sensed something was different. What should she do now? Agree? That means leaving her warm bed to practice martial arts? Refuse? Her fourth brother's opportunity and the system's sweet potatoes might fly away. Seeing the wonderful expression on Su Qianqian's face, Huifeng's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. What? Do you just want your fourth brother to suffer while you hide comfortably? His words were teasing and testing. Su Qianqian clenched her teeth and decided to go all out. For the sweet potatoes. For the beauty pills. For fourth brother. And also, to be more confident in the future to relax without worries. Okay, I agree. Su Qianqian puffed out her little chest, acting confident. I will become your disciple. But Brother Huifeng, I am very slow at learning, so you can't think I'm a burden. Looking at her unwilling but brave-looking face, Huifeng finally couldn't help but chuckle softly. Don't worry, I treat all my disciples equally. We gather in the yard at dawn. Those who are late will do horse dance for an hour. After saying that, he turned and went back to the woodshed, leaving Su Qianqian in the moonlight, looking disheveled. Dawn? That's 5 in the morning? And doing horse dance? Su Qianqian's vision darkened as if she saw her future life of hardship. She cried inwardly, "Taidan, my lazy life is completely ruined by you." But despite her complaints, thinking about how fourth brother might smile when he hears the news about the golden sweet potatoes and about a better life for her family, Su Qianqian took a deep breath and clenched her small fist. Forget it, it's just practicing martial arts. I'll give it a try. Maybe. I can even lose some weight? That night, Su Han learned that his sister convinced Huifeng to take a disciple and that he could learn too. His usually calm eyes sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian, caught between worry and hope, tossed and turned, half asleep, thinking, should I give the master a gift of top-quality soybeans from the space? Maybe I can flatter this seemingly difficult master? The next day, the sky was as dark as a pot lid, and the village was so quiet that only a few distant dog barks could be heard. Su Qianqian felt she had just closed her eyes when a faint but persistent rustling noise woke her up. She groggily opened her eyes and, through the weak moonlight shining through the paper window, saw her fourth brother Su Han silently sitting up on the bed opposite, quickly dressing. His movements didn't look like those of a child needing to be woken up. They looked like a warrior ready for battle. Su Qianqian painfully curled into her quilt, crying inwardly, "Dawn. Damn dawn. Did people in ancient times not sleep?" She felt her eyelids weigh 1,000 pounds, and her whole body was begging to rest. The warm quilt seemed to have endless magic, holding her tightly, and every cell was shouting, "Long live laziness." "Qianqian, it's time to get up." Su Han finished dressing and came to her bed, his voice filled with restrained excitement and a hint of urgency. "Fourth brother. Just a little longer. Just a little longer." Su Qianqian wrapped herself tighter in the small quilt, whining lazily, her voice thick with sleep. Su Han looked at his sister curled up in a ball with some helplessness, but recalling Huifeng's words about being late and holding a stance for an hour, he hardened his heart and gently pushed her. "No. The master said we need to gather at the hour of Mao. Get up quickly, it's the first day, and we can't be late." Just as Su Qianqian was having a fierce internal struggle, Li's gentle voice came from outside. "Fourth young lady, Qianqian, are you up?" I've prepared hot water. Wash up quickly. It turned out that the head of the Su family hadn't slept well all night either, both happy about the children meeting a good teacher and worried about their hard training, so they had gotten up early. Hearing her aunt's voice, Su Qianqian knew she couldn't hide anymore. She took a deep, brave breath, as if heading to the execution ground, and struggled to get out of bed. The cold air made her shiver, and her sleepiness immediately faded. She looked at Su Han, who was full of energy and had bright eyes, and then at herself, looking exhausted and wishing she could hang on him. Such a big difference. Fourth brother, why aren't you tired at all? Su Qianqian yawned as she dressed and asked vaguely. Su Han pursed his lips, his eyes shining. Thinking about learning skills from the master makes me not tired. Su Qianqian. All right, you're impressive. Is this the difference between a top student and a lazy one? After washing up, the siblings went to the yard. Just as the first light of dawn appeared in the east, and the morning breeze still carried a chill, Hui Feng was standing with his hands behind his back in the yard, tall and straight like a pine tree, as if blending into the dawn. Seeing Su Han full of energy and Su Qianqian struggling to stay alert but clearly tired, a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes, but he said nothing. Master. Su Han saluted respectfully, his voice clear. Master. Su Qianqian weakly called out, her eyelids still fighting sleep. Hui Feng nodded lightly. Since everyone is here, today's first lesson is to loosen your muscles. Run around the village once. I'll wait for you at the village entrance. After speaking, he moved swiftly, leaping lightly over the wall and disappearing into the morning fog with a few jumps. Su Han took a deep breath without hesitation and started running. Su Qianqian watched her second brother's quick retreating figure, then looked at the gray sky outside, really wanting to lie down right there. But thinking of the sweet potatoes, beauty pills, and the promise made yesterday, she clenched her teeth, took small steps, and huffed and puffed to catch up. As she ran, she cursed Iron Egg 100 times in her mind. Broken system. It's ruining me. My beauty sleep. When Su Qianqian finally ran to the village entrance, panting and blushing, Su Han was already waiting there, breathing evenly. Wei Feng had somehow returned earlier and was leaning against an old locust tree, watching her clumsy state, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Too slow, Wei Feng said simply. If you're still like this tomorrow, run half a lap more. Now, assume horse stance for 1 incense sticks time. Su Qianqian's vision darkened, feeling her life turn bleak. But Su Han was already steady and ready, as calm as a mountain. While the brother and sister endured their morning training, inside the Su family courtyard, the adults were preparing a special feast. Last night, after Su Qianqian and Su Han told the family about Wei Feng's promise to take them as apprentices, everyone was shocked. Old Master Su paused for a long time before stroking his beard and saying, Brother Wei Feng really has such good intentions? Teaching Xiao Si is one thing, but even Qianqian. This is a great opportunity. Although he didn't understand why Wei Feng insisted on including his granddaughter, his intuition told him this was good for the Su family. Su Yan and Li were both happy and worried. Learning martial arts is good, but can the children handle the hardship? Especially Qianqian. She's so young. Lu sure hugged her daughter, feeling worried. But in the end, the whole family agreed. Support. Not only support, but also hold a grand master-apprentice ceremony. It was a sign of respect and gratitude to Wei Feng, and also a boost for the children. That day, the Su family spared no effort. Li prepared their best dishes, steaming fluffy, white buns, cooking fragrant wild chicken soup with spiritual spring water, when contributed her cherished cured meat, stir-fried with wild chive eggs. Lu made her signature cold wild vegetable salad and tofu soup. Su Qianqian secretly brought some fresh, lively vegetables from the space. Though not as luxurious as noble family banquets, every dish was full of sincerity and warmth from the Su family. At noon, after finishing their morning training, Su Qianqian and Su Han, exhausted and almost falling apart, returned home and were shocked by the scene before them. The main hall table was filled with dishes, and their grandfather, Parents, uncles, aunts, brothers, and younger siblings all dressed neatly, smiling at them. Wei Feng was also invited to sit at the main seat. Old Master Su solemnly said to Wei Feng, "Brother Wei Feng, no, now I should call you Master Wei. Accepting Xiao Si and Qian Qian as your apprentices is a blessing for our Su family. Our farm doesn't have many good things. We prepared a simple meal with light wine and plain dishes as a gesture of respect for becoming a disciple. Please kindly accept our invitation. From now on, I will rely on you to teach and guide these two children. If they need discipline or correction, please do so without hesitation." As he spoke, he signaled Su Han and Su Qianqian to come forward and offer tea. Su Han looked serious, picked up the teacup, and knelt down. Su Qianqian internally complained about the old-fashioned etiquette, but could only follow along. He raised the cup high and said, "Master, please drink tea." Huifeng looked at the two young, determined faces in front of him. He took the cup, took a symbolic sip, and then looked at the sincere and hopeful expressions of the Su family members. His last doubts disappeared. He put down the cup and said in a deep voice, "Since you have entered my door, you must follow my rules. First, do not bully the weak. Second, do not deceive your master or harm your ancestors. Third, do not fight among your own disciples. Martial arts are meant to protect yourself and others, not to compete for dominance. Do you understand?" "Yes, master," Su Han replied loudly. "I understand."
I understand. Su Yanyan vikli ekod.
Huifeng nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. "Stand up. It's time to eat." The atmosphere of the disciple acceptance feast instantly became lively. The elders of the Su family took turns offering tea instead of wine to Huifeng to express their gratitude. The brothers looked at Su Han and Su Qianqian with envy, especially Su Jing, who wished he could also become a disciple. Su Heng was busy eating, thinking that whether or not they became disciples, the food was still delicious. Su Qianqian watched this warm scene, feeling tired as if her body had been disassembled and reassembled, but her heart was warm. She secretly glanced at her fourth brother sitting upright and listening carefully to the adults, then looked at her master at the head of the table, who still spoke little, but had a different aura. Suddenly, she felt that practicing martial arts early in the morning didn't seem so hard to accept anymore. At least, the food seemed tastier. Of course, this thought was immediately dismissed the next morning when Su Han pulled her out of bed again. In the early morning, the quiet creek village was still immersed in deep night, with only a few faint stars in the sky. Frost like a thin veil gently covered the Su family courtyard stone slabs, which crunched underfoot. Su Han was already awake, wearing rough cloth shorts and rolling up his sleeves to reveal his toned arms. Since practicing with Huifeng for 7 days, his originally slim body had gained some muscle, and even his eyes seemed different. No longer the dull, hard-working look from before, but shining with a faint light, bright and sharp. He didn't wake anyone up. He clenched the basic boxing manual that Huifeng taught him yesterday and stood in an open space at the east corner of the yard. He took a deep breath, his lower belly slightly bulging. The morning coolness carried into his fists as he slowly practiced each move. At first, it was awkward, but by the third round, his arms and legs started to loosen, and his punches even made a faint wind sound. After finishing the last move, Su Han exhaled, feeling a bit of sweat on his forehead, but he didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt clear and refreshed, as if a long-held heavy stone had been moved away. "Hey, fourth brother, were you practicing? Looks like you're just showing off." The window of the west wing creaked open, and Su Jing poked his head out, tousled hair and sleepy eyes. When he saw Su Han, his eyes widened in surprise. He rubbed his eyes and leaned closer. Sure enough, his younger brother used to work hard, but never with such spirit. His back was straight, cheeks slightly red, and even his steps were steadier, like a different person. Su Han turned to see his second brother. He pursed his lips but said nothing, just hiding the manual behind his back. Who is Su Jing? A fiery little brother who protects his sister, quick-tempered and impatient. He couldn't stand the silence. With a whoosh, He jumped down from the window, shoes not tied properly, and hurried over. Did you learn from Mr. Huifeng? Teach me too. He tried to imitate Su Han's earlier stance, squatting into a horse stance, but his legs were too weak, wobbling and almost falling. Su Han was amused and moved his mouth slightly, reaching out to steady him. He said in a muffled voice. The teacher said, "First, practice the horse stance. Horse stance is easy." Su Jing pounded his chest and stood up straight again. This time, he followed Su Han's example, bending his knees, sticking out his chest, and holding his hands out. But within half a stick of incense, his legs started trembling, and sweat on his forehead was more than when Su Han practiced. He stubbornly said, "This is nothing, just a small matter." Just then, the door of the east wing opened. Su Hang, rubbing his stomach, came out. When he saw his two brothers in the yard, his eyes lit up immediately. "Big brother? What are you doing? Is there something tasty?" Last night, he secretly ate the popcorn that Su Qianqian hid, and now his stomach was empty, full of thoughts about food. "Eat, eat, eat." Su Jing glared at him. "Can't you see I'm practicing with the fourth brother? Mr. Huifeng is teaching us. If we practice well, we can fight bad guys." Fight bad guys? Su Hang's eyes brightened even more. Not caring about his hunger, he hurried over to learn. "I want to practice too. I want to be able to beat that troublemaker, Tian Er Nyo." The noise was quite loud, and Su Yun and Su Zhou in the south wing were awakened. Su Yun, being clever, put on his clothes, stood at the door for a moment, then pulled Su Zhou over and asked, "Second brother, fourth brother, are you practicing martial arts with Mr. Huifeng?" Su Han nodded and Su Jing quickly said, "Yes. From now on, all of us in the Su family will train. Let's see who dares to bully us." Su Zhou grabbed Su Yun's sleeve, his small head bobbing like a drum. "I want to train too. I want to protect my sister." Just then, the door to the north room opened. Su Xian, the eldest brother, came out. He was usually calm and steady. He rubbed his forehead and looked at his noisy younger brothers in the yard, speaking in a deep voice. "It's early in the morning. Stop bothering Dad, Mom, and the grandparents." "Big brother." Su Jing immediately calmed down a bit, pointing at Su Han. "Fourth brother is practicing boxing with Mr. Huifeng. He's really good. We want to learn too."
Susin looked at Suan.
Seeing his fourth brother's determined eyes, he also glanced at the younger ones. Su Hang was eager to try. Su Yun looked curious. Su Zhou clenched his small fists, and even the usually lively Su Jing was acting serious. He paused for a moment, then walked over and said to Su Han, "Teach me, big brother?" Su Han was surprised. "I am your big brother." Su Xian lowered his eyes, speaking softly but with firm seriousness. "You all are practicing. I can't fall behind. I need to set an example for you." As soon as he said this, the yard fell silent. Su Jing scratched his head and stopped making noise. Su Hang also stopped joking around. Su Yun blinked, pulling Su Zhou to stand aside and wait for their big brother to start learning. Su Han looked at his tall but straight-backed elder brother, feeling warm inside. He stepped forward and slowly demonstrated the horse stance. "Big brother, your feet should be shoulder-width apart and your knees shouldn't go past your toes." Su Xian learned slowly, his body swaying a little. His knees unconsciously moved forward. Su Han reached out to help him straighten up. Su Xian clenched his teeth and forced himself to stay steady. After a while, sweat started to drip down his face from his forehead, and his rough cloth shirt on his back was soaked in one spot, but he didn't complain about being tired. "Huh, you're starting to look the part." Suddenly, a cold snort came from the corridor. Everyone turned around and saw Huifeng standing there, wearing a black robe and with his hands behind his back. The morning light just started to rise, shining on his face, revealing a faint scar on his brow. His eyes were bright as he looked over the several young boys in the yard. Su Jing was the first to react. He quickly straightened up and said, "Mr. Huifeng, we want to practice too." Huifeng did not speak. He walked down the corridor quietly, stepping on the frosty ground without making a sound. He circled around 6 young boys, pausing briefly to look at Su Han. This boy had the most talent, learned quickly, and could improve on his own. Then he looked at Su Jing, who was stomping his legs hard but kept his back straight. His determined look was rare. Finally, he looked at Su Exine. This child had the most proper stance? No, his knees were a bit crooked, but his grit and persistence were stronger than anyone's. You can practice if you want, Huifeng stopped and said softly, but I warn you, training in martial arts is not a game. There are no shortcuts. From the early morning to the late night, you must do horse stance, boxing, and water carrying every day without fail. If you're too tired to get up, you must crawl. If your hands bleed from training, keep going. He paused and looked at everyone. If you regret now, it's still not too late. I don't regret. Su Jing was the first to shout out loudly, Teacher, I can definitely stick with it. Su Heng nodded and patted his chest. Me too. Su Yun tugged at Su Zhou, who looked up with a small face and said clearly, I can. Su Xian took a deep breath and stepped forward. Teacher, the 6 of us brothers will train together. We won't slack off. Su Han didn't speak but clasped his fists toward Huifeng, his eyes full of determination, clearer than anyone's. Huifeng looked at these 6 boys and slightly curled his lips, truly a stubborn bunch. Suddenly, the door to the main house creaked open. Lu Shi carried a clay basin and saw the commotion in the yard, pausing in surprise. What are you doing?
Mom.
We want to learn martial arts with Mr. Huifeng. Su Jing ran over, eager to show off. Lu Shi was about to speak when she saw Su Qianqian yawning and coming out of the house. Her hair was messy from sleep, her eyes barely open, and she mumbled, so noisy. Who's shouting in the yard so early? Qianqian. Come practice too.
Suyin grabeter, agitated.
From now on, all 7 of us siblings will practice boxing together. Practice boxing? Su Qianqian rubbed her eyes, looked at the scene in the yard, and immediately looked upset. I don't want to go. Sticking in the horse stance is exhausting. Yesterday, I did it for half an hour and my legs went numb. You dare. Lu Shi came over and tapped her forehead. It's a blessing that Mr. Huifeng is willing to teach you. Qianqian, don't be lazy. Practice with us. It will make your body stronger. Su Qianqian wanted to argue back, but she saw Huifeng look over with a cold gaze. You are my disciple, and they're your brothers. Why aren't you practicing? Su Qianqian hesitated. Her master looked cold, but he was very strict. If she dared to slack off, she might get punished badly. She had no choice but to lower her head reluctantly. I can practice. Liu Shi finally smiled and placed a ceramic basin on the stone table. All right, stop practicing for now. I've cooked some corn porridge and steamed sweet potato cakes. Let's have breakfast. Everyone relaxed and sat around the stone table. Su Heng was the first to pick up a sweet potato cake. He took a big bite and said vaguely, Mom, these sweet potatoes are really sweet. They taste better than the corn cakes. Eat more if you like the sweetness, Liu Shi said with a smile as she served porridge. This is the sweet potato seed Mr. Huifeng gave us last time. Qianqian said she planted some behind the house. We'll harvest them in autumn, along with the ones in the field. Su Xian carried his porridge and looked at Huifeng. Sir, will our morning exercises disturb your rest in the future? Huifeng, holding his bowl of porridge gracefully, looked up when he heard this. I wake up at the Yin hour, so it's fine. He then looked at Su Xian. You were doing horse stance just now. Your knees are leaning forward a bit. Be careful next time. Su Xian quickly nodded. Thank you for guidance, sir. I'll remember. Su Jing came over, looking eager. Sir, how did I do just now? Do I have talent? Huifeng glanced at him and put down his porridge. Not bad. Your body is flexible, and you react quickly. You have potential for martial arts. But you're too impatient. You need to be more patient. Really? Su Jing's eyes lit up, almost knocking over his bowl. Then I'll practice hard from now on. Su Qianqian was scooping porridge into her bowl, thinking to herself, horse stance is so hard. Suddenly, a familiar metallic sound rang out in her mind. Hey, lazybones, finally willing to get up early to practice? That's not easy. Su Qianqian stiffened, nearly spitting out her porridge. She secretly reached into her pocket. Iron egg. The little guy had disappeared for 3 days after upgrading, but now he was back. Sure enough, a small metal puppy about the size of a palm crawled out of her sleeve, jumping onto the stone table. Its tail tip shimmered with silver light, and it tilted its head to look at her. "What are you looking at? This system is upgraded and is now more powerful." Iron Egg snorted and ignored her. Instead, he raised his head and looked around at everyone in the yard. His metal eyes glinted. The host and the 6 sons of the Su family actively participate in martial arts training. This meets the conditions for triggering the side mission. Ding. New task issued. Family martial training enlightenment. Su Qianqian's heart moved. What's the task? Any rewards? Task requirements. The host and the 6 sons of the Su family must do morning exercises for 30 days in a row. Every day, they need to complete the training set by Huifeng. No skipping or slacking allowed. Everyone must meet the standard to finish. Iron Egg's voice was a bit proud. As for the rewards, do you know the 100 acres of good farmland on the south slope of Qingxi village? Near the creek, very fertile. Once the task is done, it's yours. Plus, a street-facing shop in Shili Street of Luoyan City, 3 rooms with a backyard, great location. What? Su Qianqian's chopsticks suddenly dropped on the table with a loud sound. Everyone looked over. Su Jing asked curiously, "Qianqian, what's wrong? Are you scared?" "Nothing. Nothing." Su Qianqian quickly picked up her chopsticks, her heart pounding and her face blushing. 100 acres of farmland. A shop in Luoyan City. That's a county town with lots of people. Selling sweet potatoes, tofu, corn products there would be very profitable. Iron Egg secretly nudged her hand with his tail. "Why are you so excited? You need to finish the task well. If these bratty kids slack off, you won't get any rewards." Su Qianqian immediately became more energetic. She put down her chopsticks and pounded the table. "Brothers, I tell you, if anyone dares to slack off during morning exercises, I'll punish him. No tofu pudding for 3 days.
No popcorn.
No good food at all." When she said that, the brothers all laughed. Su Heng quickly raised his hand. "I won't slack off."
I want tofu pudding. Sugo tak that su Yanyan's sleeve.
"Sister, I won't slack off either. I want sweet potato pancakes." Su Han nodded firmly. "I won't slack off." Su Xian put down his bowl and said seriously, "Qianqian, don't worry. Big brother will watch over them. No one is allowed to slack off." Huifeng sat nearby, watching the lively scene of the Su family. A faint smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Throughout his life, he traveled far and wide, seeing how cruel people's hearts can be. Families like the Su family are rare. Mr. Huifeng, the old lady, came out with a cane, followed by Mr. Su. "Thank you for your trouble. The children are young and naive. Please teach them well in the future." Huifeng stood up and bowed to the old lady.
"You're too kind, madam."
"I haven't fully accepted him, but I will do my best with Su Han and Su Qianqian's brothers." Mr. Su nodded, looking at the children in the yard with a happy look.
"Good.
Qianqian and the others, listen to the teacher and learn well. No playing around." "Yes, Grandpa," everyone answered together. As the morning light grew brighter, golden rays shone through the old locust tree in the yard, casting long shadows on the stone slabs. The smell of corn porridge mixed with the sweetness of sweet potatoes drifted in the air, and the frost in the air eased a little. Su Qianqian secretly touched Iron Egg's metal head, thinking, acres of good land, shops by the street. If things go on like this, her dream of slacking off and becoming the richest doesn't seem impossible. Iron Egg felt comfortable being petted and wagged its tail. "Stop smiling foolishly. Hurry up and remind those bratty kids. If the task fails, the reward is gone." Got it, Su Qianqian said with a smile, then looked at her brothers discussing practicing boxing earlier tomorrow, feeling warm inside. Huifeng watched the scene and suddenly had an idea. Maybe staying in Qingxi village to teach these kids martial arts isn't such a bad idea. He picked up his porridge bowl and took another sip, soft, sweet corn porridge, just like the days in the Su family. Not rich, but warm enough to make your heart feel warm. The bell for the hour of Chen rang from the village head, clear and distant. The laughter from the Su yard mixed with the bell sound, drifting out into the village of Qingxi as the morning fog lifted. Like a seed, quietly buried in the winter morning light, waiting for spring to sprout and grow. Time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed, and it is now September, deep into spring and early summer. Qingxi village is covered in lush green and shining gold, with the rich aroma of ripe crops filling the air. The most eye-catching sight is the 10 acres of land at the east end of the village belonging to the Su family. In these 3 months, the Su family has undergone a huge change. Every morning during the hour of the tiger, just as the sky begins to lighten with the first hints of dawn, the Su family yard is already bustling with activity. Hui Feng stands with his hands behind his back, looking serious and sharp-eyed. The 6 brothers of the Su family, led by Su Han, along with Su Qianqian, who often looks tired but insists on practicing, form neat lines. They either squat in horse dance, practice basic boxing, or do physical training. Sweat soaks their rough cloth shirts, and their heavy breathing is clear in the quiet morning. But each child's eyes have lost their innocence or mischief, becoming bright and firm. Even Su Jing, the most lively, has a more thoughtful look in his brows. In the afternoon, they wash off the sweat, carry their school bags, and arrive on time at Li Xiucai's village school. The clear sound of reading and the morning calls for martial practice create a busy, regular daily routine. The adults in the Su family watch their children full of energy, both studying and practicing martial arts, and feel as happy as if they have tasted honey. What makes them even happier is the harvest from the fields. The 10 acres of land allocated to the Su family, nourished secretly by Su Qianqian's spiritual spring water and carefully tended by the family, have yielded an amazing harvest. The 3 acres of sweet potatoes, dug up from the soil, reveal dense, large, purple-skinned tubers. Each plant can produce 7 or 8 big, full potatoes. Weighing them, the yield reaches an astonishing 8,000 jin per acre. This number surprises old Master Su, who circles around the mountain of sweet potatoes, trembling with excitement. Heaven! This is a sign of good fortune.
Our Su family.
We must have done great deeds. The remaining 7 acres of wheat also produce large, heavy heads, shining golden in the sun. The estimated yield is about 1,200 jin per acre, far above the village average. After paying the taxes to the government, the Su family's granaries are filled with over 7,100 jin of wheat. The 3 acres of sweet potatoes alone produce 24,000 jin, more than the family can eat or store. According to the rules, new crops should be converted into grain to pay taxes, but Su Qianqian argued strongly. She emphasized that sweet potatoes are high-yielding, easy to store, and crucial in emergencies. In the end, the village elders and officials agreed to collect only a small part as tax, allowing the Su family to keep most of the sweet potatoes. They also adjusted the taxes, reducing some wheat tax in exchange. As a result, the Su family ended up with 7,100 jin of wheat. Seeing the full granaries and mountain-like sweet potatoes, everyone in the Su family feels immense joy and security. They no longer worry about going hungry. While the Su family celebrated their harvest, Su Qianqian's mind was alerted by Iron Egg's timely notification. Ding! The host has successfully introduced and extensively cultivated high-yield crops, sweet potatoes, significantly improving household food security and potential social value. Not yet public. The Home Guard achievement has greatly increased. Rewards: 1,000 space points, slight improvement in spiritual spring water quality, and the unlock of the basic agricultural product processing tech pack, Sweet Potatoes Edition. Please check your inventory. Su Qianqian was delighted and immediately accepted the tech pack. Her mind flooded with information about storing sweet potatoes, grinding them into flour, making vermicelli, dried sweet potato slices, and even sweet potato wine. Just eating boiled or roasted sweet potatoes is too boring. I need to develop some new ideas. Su Qianqian was full of energy. She pulled her Aunt Li and her mother Lu, using the knowledge from the tech pack to start experimenting with sweet potato dishes. First, they washed, mashed, filtered, and let the sweet potato pulp settle, obtaining pure white sweet potato starch. Their first attempt at making sweet potato vermicelli failed multiple times, sometimes too soft and breakable, sometimes too hard and teeth-stabbing. But guided by Su Qianqian's fuzzy memory, an excuse, and her sisters-in-law's skillful hands, they kept adjusting the water-to-starch ratio, kneading strength and cooking temperature. Finally, on a sunny afternoon, they successfully made a batch of translucent, smooth, and chewy sweet potato vermicelli. Su Qianqian immediately prepared a spicy and sour broth using her homegrown chili, space-optimized, dried wild peppers vinegar from a previous reward, and soy sauce. She mixed the cooked vermicelli into the broth, sprinkled chopped green onions and toasted soybeans on top. "Come on, try this hot and sour noodles," Su Qianqian cheerfully called her family. The first to pick up a chopstick was Su Hang. He slurped a mouthful of vermicelli, and the spicy, sour broth instantly stimulated his taste buds. The noodles were slippery, chewy, and full of texture. Delicious. So good. Tangy and spicy. So satisfying. He was so hot that he kept huffing but couldn't stop eating. Next, each family member took a small bowl. Even old Master Su, who usually focused on health, ate with a nose full of sweat and nodded repeatedly. This flavor is strong. Appetizing. More exciting than noodles. Su Han ate silently but quickly, with a slight sheen of sweat on his forehead, clearly enjoying the spicy taste. Feng Feng also took a bite, eyes showing surprise, and nodded slightly. Unique flavor, could be a signature dish. Then, they mixed sweet potato starch with a small amount of flour and successfully made sweet potato noodles that had a unique texture and didn't become mushy after long cooking. The whole family gave high praise. Seeing how much the family loved sweet potato products, especially the spicy and sour noodles, Su Qianqian had an idea. After dinner, while everyone was still reminiscing about the spicy and sour noodles from earlier, Su Qianqian cleared her throat and stood in the middle of the main hall. "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, Uncle, Aunt, Master Huifeng, brothers, I want to talk to everyone." Everyone looked at her. "Our family isn't worried about food now," Su Qianqian said clearly, "but we have a lot of sweet potatoes. Eating them ourselves or giving them away is too slow, and they can spoil if stored too long. I was thinking, maybe we can turn the sweet potatoes into spicy and sour noodles or sweet potato noodles to sell." She paused and looked at Li and Lu. Today, everyone tasted it. The spicy and sour noodles taste good, and the recipe isn't too hard. Auntie and Mom are good cooks and can learn quickly. We have iron egg. Actually, we previously rented a small shop on Shijia in Luoyan City by chance. I was wondering if Annie and Mom could go to the city and try selling the spicy and sour noodles there. When she said this, the whole family became quiet. They didn't care much about how the shop came about because they knew Su Qianqian had her own reasons. They were more concerned about women going out to do business, which wasn't common in the countryside. Su Qianqian quickly added, "We won't steal or rob, just rely on our skills to make a living. These spicy and sour noodles are unique and sure to sell well. If we make money, our family will be more comfortable. The brothers can go to school and get married without worries. Plus, the shop's backyard can be a place to stay, so it's safe." Old Master Su smoked his pipe and remained silent, lost in thought. Su Yan and Su Jing exchanged glances and hesitated too. At this moment, Li, usually calm, spoke up. "Dad, Mom, I think Qianqian is right. Our life is better now, but we can't just sit back and do nothing. The spicy and sour noodles are really tasty. My third sister-in-law, Lu, and I can help out. If it works, it will bring in extra income for the family." Lu also gathered her courage and softly said, I want to try too. We can't always rely on the men in the family." When, though not mentioned directly, softly supported, auntie and third sister-in-law are good cooks, so I believe they can do it. First, Su Jing spoke up in support. "I agree. The sour and spicy noodles made by mother and aunt are the best. They will definitely sell well." Su Xian, Su Han, and the other brothers also nodded in agreement. Huifeng suddenly spoke softly. "I'm somewhat familiar with Luoyan City. The West Street location is okay, with many people passing by. If we decide to go, I can escort you for the first part to ensure safety. Even Master Huifeng spoke, and old Master Su finally knocked on his pipe bowl and made a firm decision. All right, since everyone thinks it's a good idea, let's give it a try. It will be hard for us, but we should go see the shop. Don't worry about the family and children, they are at school. Our Su family needs to take a step forward. The family meeting's decision was like a gentle breeze, clearing away the last doubts and signaling that the Su family was ready to move toward a bigger world. The next morning, before dawn, the Su family courtyard was already busy. Once the decision was made, they had to act quickly. Old Master Su, Su Qingguang, Su Yian, Su Jing, Huifeng, and Su Qianqian prepared to take the village's daily ox cart to visit the city. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Lu hurried to prepare dry food and water, while Mrs. Wen got up early, packing some clean cloths and brooms to bring along. The ox cart creaked as it carried the family along the yellow dirt road toward Luo Yen City. Although it was Qianqian's first time going to town, after crossing over, her mind was more occupied with plans for the future, so she paid little attention to the scenery along the way. The three men from the Su family looked both nervous and hopeful. Having a shop in the city was something they had never dared to imagine before. Only Huifeng remained calm, closing his eyes to rest, as if they were just going to an ordinary place. The ox cart swayed along for nearly 2 hours before they finally saw the city walls of Luo Yen City, not very tall. To enter, they paid a 1-cent fee, which old Master Su paid happily. Inside the city was much livelier than Qingxi village, with shops lining both sides of the blue stone street, and the sounds of bargaining and carts clattering never stopping. Following Tai Dan's earlier directions, Su Qianqian led everyone toward West Street. West Street was not as busy as the main street, but it still had a good flow of people, mostly small shops selling daily necessities and some small restaurants. They quickly found the shop that Tai Dan had recommended. The shop was at a corner, with a good location, a 3-door facade and remnants of the old sign, Zhang's Noodle House, still visible above the door. The windows were dusty, and a rusty copper lock hung on the door handle. Huifeng stepped forward, seemingly pulling out a thin piece of wire from somewhere. He fiddled with the lock a few times, and with a click, it opened. The Su family members stared in shock, their respect and curiosity about Huifeng growing even more. They pushed open the slightly heavy wooden door, and a faint musty smell hit them. Inside, the light was decent because the place had been vacant for a short time and the dust wasn't too thick. As Iron Egg described, it was indeed a 3-room layout, with the main hall in the middle, furnished with some broken tables and stools. In the corner, there was a sturdy wooden counter. On the left was a small office with just enough space for a table and chair. On the right was the kitchen area, which surprised Su Qianqian because it had a stove, water jar, and cupboard all in place. Although covered in dust, everything looked usable. Behind the kitchen was a small courtyard with a well and 2 tiny rooms that could be used for storage or living. Great! This shop is really good, old Master Su said excitedly, rubbing his hands with shining eyes. Look at the stove and the well. Fix the broken tables and chairs, and they'll be usable. This is much better than we expected. He had thought it was just an empty shell, but it turned out the basic facilities were there, saving a lot of money and time on repairs. Su Yian and Su Jinghe also carefully examined the place, nodding repeatedly. Su Yian patted the sturdy stove. This stove is made of good clay bricks, no cracks. Just clean it up, and it can be used for cooking. Su Jinghe checked the water well, drew a bucket of water, and nodded with satisfaction. The well water is fine, it can be used. Su Qianqian was even more pleased. This shop seemed perfectly suited for them. The location was good, the layout was reasonable, and the basic facilities were complete. It was almost ready for them to move in after cleaning. She could already imagine steaming hot sour and spicy noodles served here. Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, second uncle, look, Su Qianqian pointed at the shop. We just need to clean it thoroughly, fix or replace the broken tables and chairs, buy some bowls, chopsticks, and necessary seasonings, and we can open for business. It will save us so much trouble. Huifeng nodded slightly and objectively commented, the location is okay, close to the residential area, with some pedestrians passing by. The kitchen layout is reasonable, and the backyard can be used for storage or living, which is very convenient. Old Master Su heard this and finally let go of his last worries. He was a decisive man and immediately made the decision.
Good.
That's settled then. Big sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, and his mother. Today you all stay here. First, clean the shop inside and out. Wash what can be washed. Wipe what can be wiped. Big brother, second brother, third brother, we are going to the city's cart and horse shop now. Rent a donkey cart and immediately return to the village to bring back the sweet potatoes. Take advantage of the good weather, move the goods early, and prepare to open for business.
Yes.
The three brothers replied in unison, looking full of energy. There was no time to delay. Old Mr. Su left some copper coins for his wife and others for emergencies, then took his sons and Huifeng. Following directions from passers-by, they found the cart and horse shop in the west of the city. Renting a donkey cart for a day cost 50 coins. Although it hurt to spend so much, old Mr. Su gritted his teeth and rented it, also hiring an experienced driver familiar with the roads. Meanwhile, the women immediately started cleaning. Old Mrs. Su, being older, was in charge of giving directions and wiping small items. Li and Lu, both quick workers, rolled up their sleeves. One went to fetch water, the other to find brooms and dustpans. One was careful and responsible for washing the pots and bowls from the kitchen. Su Qianqian was also busy, holding a small cloth, tiptoeing to wipe the counters and window frames. Dust filled the air, cobwebs covered everything, but everyone worked eagerly. Curious neighbors peeked in, and old Mrs. Su smiled and explained, "This is a relative's shop back home. Just tidying up a bit for some small business." It didn't attract much attention. Meanwhile, old Mr. Su and his men sat on the rented donkey cart, rushing back to Qingxi village. By the afternoon, they arrived. They didn't rest, but immediately started unloading the carefully selected, evenly sized, undamaged sweet potatoes, placing them gently into baskets and loading them onto the cart. To be safe, they covered the sweet potatoes with thick hay to prevent bumps. Besides the sweet potatoes, they also brought some bags of processed sweet potato starch, along with homegrown scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers. The cart was fully loaded. Old Mr. Su looked at the sky and decided not to delay further. He sent the three brothers with the cart to go back to the city again, making sure to arrive before dark and unload the goods. He stayed in the village, preparing for the second batch of supplies to be shipped the next day. The donkey cart headed back toward Luoyang City, carrying not only heavy sweet potatoes, but also the Su family's hopes for a new life and a strong spirit of hard work. On the third day, just as the first light appeared on the horizon, the busy scene was already underway in front of Su's noodle shop on the west street of Luoyang City. The shop inside and outside has been thoroughly cleaned. The windows are bright and spotless. The broken tables and chairs have been repaired and replaced with a few new ones. The counter is shining clean, and the bowls and chopsticks are neatly arranged. A brand new wooden sign hangs at the door, with the large characters, Su's Powder Shop, written by an elderly neighbor who can read. It's simple, but looks very clean and neat. Old Mr. Su had already brought the second batch of supplies into town the night before, mainly more sweet potatoes, starch, and some everyday bedding. Now he stands lively at the door, looking at the fresh new shop with a big smile, showing his excitement. He didn't let the Su children come along, strictly telling them to stay in the village and go to school. Studying is the right way, and we can't delay even a day, he insists. He believes business is important, but his children's education is even more so. With Master Huifeng watching over the village, he feels at ease. In the kitchen, Mrs. Li and Mrs. Lu are already ready. 2 large pots are boiling, one with bone broth, made from cheap big bones to add rich flavor, and the other with boiling water for blanching the noodles. On the cutting board, white sweet potato starch noodles and pale yellow sweet potato flour noodles are separated. Washed green onions are chopped into small pieces. Crispy fried soybeans, fragrant mincemeat, and Su's special spicy and sour sauce are placed in ceramic basins, colorful and aromatic, tempting people to eat. Xiaoqing also is an idol. She's small but helps check the tables and chairs in the dining area. She also takes out a few pieces of red paper, carefully written with large characters. Sour and spicy noodles, 8 cents per bowl, and sour and spicy noodles, 9 cents per bowl, with small print below saying made from sweet potatoes, smooth and chewy. She sticks these notices on the counter and on the wall outside. It's about 7 a.m., the hour of the dragon. Old Mr. Su takes a deep breath and nods at Mrs. Li. She understands and picks up the ladle. She taps it 3 times on the edge of the pot. This is their agreed signal to open for business. The crisp sound is especially noticeable on the quiet morning street. Soon, early risers and nearby residents are drawn over. Seeing the new shop and smelling the faint spicy and sour aroma in the air, many stop to watch. Su's powder shop? New opening? Spicy and sour noodles? What are those? Never heard of them. The smell is pretty good, and the price isn't high. Want to try? The first to come in is a middle-aged man heading to the market. Curious, he looks at the price list on the wall. 1 bowl of spicy and sour noodles. Trying it fresh.
All right.
Please have a seat, guest, Mrs. Li cheerfully responded, quickly grabbing a handful of rice noodles and dropping them into boiling water to cook. Mrs. Lu swiftly added salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and her special spicy sour sauce to the bottom of a bowl, then poured in a spoonful of hot bone broth. The noodles cooked quickly, were scooped into the bowl, then topped with chopped green onions, crispy soybeans, and mincemeat. Soon, a bowl of spicy red oil and fragrant sour and spicy noodles was ready. Su Qianqian carefully carried this, first bowl of the day, to the man's table. He looked at the clear, shiny noodles soaking in the bright red broth, decorated with green onions and golden soybeans. He swallowed hard. He picked up his chopsticks, stirred, and eagerly took a sip. Delicious. So tasty. His eyes lit up as he was instantly won over by the spicy and sour aroma. The noodles were smooth and chewy, the sourness refreshing, the spiciness exciting, the soybeans crispy, and the meat flavorful. The different textures exploded in his mouth, making him sweat and shout with joy. That's the way. This tastes perfect. Boss, add a pancake to my order. His reaction was the best advertisement. Seeing him enjoy his food so much, the people around started to get interested. 1 bowl of sour and spicy noodles for me too. I want to try that sour and spicy noodles. Can I sit here? The small shop quickly filled with customers. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Lu were busy in the kitchen, one boiling noodles, the other preparing seasonings and broth, working smoothly together. Old Master Su, Su Jing, and Su Yan handled the money and greeted guests. Su Chengguang and Su Suyen played the roles of young waiters, weaving between tables, serving bowls and chopsticks, their faces flushed with effort. Madame Su and Mrs. Wen also helped in the back kitchen, washing dishes to keep things moving smoothly. Although Hui Feng didn't directly serve, he sat in a corner at a table, seemingly resting with his eyes closed, but actually paying close attention to the activity inside and outside the shop to ensure safety. The unique taste of the sour and spicy noodles, along with the affordable price, quickly gained popularity among diners. Especially the exciting spicy sour flavor. Eating a bowl on a cool morning made the whole body warm and energized. Many finished their meals praising the food and promising to come back. Boss, what are these noodles made of? They're so chewy. This spicy sour flavor is really strong. Much better than plain broth noodles. Pack me a bowl to take home for my wife to try. Word of mouth spread quickly and more customers praised the shop. By noon, an unprecedented line had formed outside the shop. This was rare in the busy West Street filled with small shops. The Li and Lu families were so busy they didn't even have time to drink water, but their faces shone with excitement and happiness. Old Mr. Su was so busy collecting money that his smile never faded. They worked until the end of the 5th hour in the afternoon. The prepared rice noodles and flour noodles almost sold out, and the customers gradually stopped coming. The family was so tired they almost collapsed, but seeing the empty baskets and the full money drawer, all their tiredness turned into a great sense of achievement. After closing the shop, they locked the door and gathered around a small table in the backyard to count the day's earnings. The copper coins piled high on the table looked like a small mountain. They carefully strung the coins together, 100 coins per string. When they finished counting, they found they had 12 strings and 500 coins. 12 strings. 500 coins. Old Mr. Su's voice trembled a little as he picked up a heavy string of coins and rubbed it repeatedly.
This
is 12,500 coins. Converted into silver, that's 12.5 taels. A rough estimate at the time was about 1,000 coins to 1 tael of silver. In just one day, they earned 12.5 taels of silver. That was almost the amount the Su family had saved in a whole year before. Lee and Lu were so excited their eyes turned red. They held hands, speechless. Their hands trembled slightly from the long hours of work, but inside they felt an unprecedented sense of value and joy. Old Madam Su wiped her eyes. God bless our Su family. We've really made it through tough times. Wen's wife also sincerely felt happy for her sisters-in-law. Although Su Qianqian was mentally prepared, hearing this number still made her heart race. She hugged Tai Dan, who was hiding in her sleeve in a smaller form, and cheered silently. Tai Dan,
did you see?
We succeeded. In one day, 12.5 taels. Tai Dan's tail tip gently scratched her wrist, and a smiling electronic voice said, I saw. Host is mighty. Su family is mighty. But don't be proud. This is only the first day. We must keep it up. Hui Feng looked at the excited yet somewhat incredulous expressions of the Su family, and a slight smile appeared on his face. He had traveled the world and seen many scenes, but it was rare to see a family like the Su family, who quickly turned their efforts and a few clever ideas into success. Today, everyone worked hard. Old Master Su calmed his excited feelings and spoke loudly. Big sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, you all made great contributions. Second sister-in-law is also good, and Qianqian's ideas are helpful. From now on, our Su family will have a brighter future. He paused, looked at the pile of copper coins, and decisively said, Tomorrow, big brother, second brother, and third brother will bring another cart of sweet potatoes and starch. We must keep our business steady and strong. The first 3 days of the Su family's rice noodle shop opening were very busy, spreading quickly through West Street in Luoyang City and nearby alleys. The unique spicy, sour, and fresh taste, affordable prices, and the clean, friendly attitude of the Su family attracted many regular customers. Every day at mealtime, the shop was full, and many diners from the east and south parts of the city came just to try this new food. Business was so good that everyone was very busy. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Lu worked from dawn to dusk, boiling noodles, preparing soup, and serving customers, moving quickly and efficiently. They originally planned to only operate during breakfast and lunch, but because of high demand, they also stayed open in the evening until all the ingredients were sold out. After a few days, although they were tired, they felt proud and satisfied, feeling needed and appreciated. Mrs. Lu, who was originally gentle and soft, became more confident through daily contact with different customers. Old Master Su, along with Su Yian and Su Jing, became the regular delivery team. Every day before dawn, they left from Qingxi village, taking turns driving donkey carts to bring the freshest sweet potatoes, ground starch, vegetables from their farm, and firewood to the city. They carefully carried back the heavy copper coins received on the first day. Although Old Master Su no longer stayed in the shop all day, he visited every 2 or 3 days to check on the business, do the accounts, and chat with neighbors, acting like a calm, experienced owner. The people remaining in Qingxi village were also busy. Mrs. Wen took on more household chores and cared for the elderly, so Mrs. Li and Mrs. Lu could focus on running the shop in the city. The Su brothers still woke early every day to practice martial arts and went to school in the afternoon. After school, they helped with chores. Su Xian and Su Jing, who were strong, carried water and chopped firewood to ensure there was enough for the city. Su Heng and Su Yun helped Mrs. Wen process the sweet potatoes, washing, crushing, filtering, and settling the starch. Now, almost all the children in the Su family could do these tasks. Even the smallest Suzhou would walk with short steps, helping to pass tools or pick up fallen sweet potatoes. Su Qianqian became the little manager and advisor connecting the city shop and the village base. She was clever and observant. When she saw customers waiting anxiously, she suggested adding a few ready-made small dishes like pickled radish strips and spicy cucumber sticks, sold at low prices. This helped ease their impatience and increased income. She also noticed that some customers doing hard work felt hungry even after eating noodles, so she asked Lee to try making hearty sweet potato flour pancakes, which sold well alongside noodles. That evening, after closing, the family gathered in the backyard for dinner and a small meeting. Lee rubbed her sore arms and smiled, saying, "Today we sold nearly 15 taels. If this keeps up, in less than a month, we can earn enough to buy a donkey cart." They had previously rented a cart, but now they bought their own with the money earned. Lu nodded and said, "It's the workers. We just can't manage alone. During the busy noon hours, I wish I could split myself in two." Old Master Su pondered and said, "Yes, relying only on you two is too hard. Spring planting is about to start in the fields, and the men can't spend all their time on transportation. I think maybe we should hire a helper in the city." Su Qianqian had already thought about this. She said, "Grandpa, hiring someone is a good idea, but we need someone reliable and trustworthy." "I have an idea." She looked at one. Second aunt is careful and skilled at embroidery, but she's been busy at home. I think the shop also needs help with washing dishes and tidying up. Maybe we can also sell embroidered handkerchiefs or other crafts made by second aunt as extra items. Why not let her come help at the shop? We can pay her fairly, and it would help share the workload and look out for each other. One was surprised, but then showed a hint of interest. She was quiet and not as outgoing as Lee or Lu, but she was very careful and diligent. She had been at home busy, but she always felt she wasn't using her full strength. Old Madame Su agreed. "Qianqian's idea is good. One can help, and I'll handle the household chores. The boys can also lend a hand. Families should stick together, don't worry." So, the decision was made. Wen's help made the shop run more smoothly. She was responsible for washing, cleaning, and preparing side dishes. Her movements were quick and organized, allowing Lee and Lu to focus more on cooking and greeting customers. Although the shop was small, with everyone's effort, it was starting to look more professional. However, a big tree attracts the wind. The busy business of Su's noodle shop naturally drew the attention of competitors. Especially the Lu's Noodle House, directly across the street, which used to do well, now had noticeably fewer customers. Shopkeeper Lu looked at the long line outside Su's shop, his face growing darker each day. One afternoon, when customer flow slowed a bit, a group of sturdy men in short shirts swaggered into Su's shop. The leader, a broad-faced man, sat down carelessly and loudly shouted, "Boss, for bowls of your sour and spicy noodles." "Hurry up." Lee saw this and felt a warning in her heart, thinking these men didn't seem friendly, but she still smiled and quickly went to prepare the food. The noodles arrived quickly, and the men started eating eagerly. After a few bites, the leader suddenly slammed his chopsticks on the table with a loud bang, splashing soup everywhere. He glared and shouted, "Ugh! What is this? Sour and spicy, burning my stomach. What kind of junk are you using? Moldy sweet potatoes? Do you want me to die from eating this?" His shout startled the other customers, who looked over in surprise. Lu's face turned pale, and Wen clenched her cloth nervously. Lee tried to stay calm and stepped forward, saying, "Sir, our sweet potatoes are grown on our own farm, very fresh. The noodles are also freshly made, no problem at all. If it doesn't suit your taste, not to your liking," the man suddenly stood up and flipped the table. Dishes shattered, and soup splattered everywhere. "I think your place is a scam, selling stuff that pigs and dogs wouldn't eat." A few men behind him also stood up, rolling up their sleeves, ready to cause trouble. The shop instantly fell into chaos, with customers frightened and rushing outside. Lee, Lu, and Wen had never seen such a scene and backed away in fear. Just then, a cold voice came from the corner. Gentlemen, if the food doesn't suit you, you can discuss it. But smashing tables? Are you trying to go to the county jail to taste the official food? Everyone looked toward the voice and saw Huifeng standing there, having quietly risen and walking over slowly. He still wore his old blue robe, looking calm and composed. He didn't pay attention to the rowdy men, but bent down to pick up a broken piece of porcelain, gently rubbing it with his fingertips. The leader of the men was intimidated by his presence and remembered he mentioned the county office. His bravado dimmed a little, but he still spoke stubbornly. "Who are you?" "Mind your own business." Huifeng looked up, his icy gaze sweeping over them. His voice was quiet but carried a strong, commanding tone. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I have already sent someone to call the patrol officer. If you want to argue, wait for the officer to arrive. We can all go to the government office and discuss the damage to property and disorderly conduct." Hearing that the officer was coming, the men panicked. They were just thugs hired by Lu's noodle shop to cause trouble. They dared not face officials. The leader, looking tough but trembling inside, spat out, "You're ruthless," then hurriedly pushed through the crowd and ran away with his men. Huifeng then bowed slightly to the frightened customers, saying, "This was a small matter. Sorry to disturb you all. Today's bills will be on my account, as a small apology." The customers, seeing the trouble was over and having their meals free, praised Huifeng for his justice and grew more fond of Suji's shop. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Lu, still shaken, kept thanking Huifeng. Su Qianqian also relaxed, secretly glad her master was there. After this incident, the Su family realized that business was never smooth sailing. When old Master Su heard about it, he pondered for a long time and decided that in the future, at least one man from the shop should stay on duty, and Huifeng should also be more careful. A few days after the trouble, a special guest came to the shop. It was an elegant old lady, dressed well and carrying herself with grace, supported by a maid. She didn't mind the noisy environment and ordered a bowl of hot and sour noodles. After tasting it carefully, her eyes showed approval. When she finished, she didn't leave immediately but called Mrs. Li over and asked kindly, "Madam, this noodle has a unique texture and the sour and spicy flavor is just right. I'm hosting a small banquet soon and would like to order 20 bowls of this hot and sour noodles. Can I send someone to pick them up?" This was the first big order since the shop opened. Mrs. Li was surprised and delighted, quickly agreeing, "Of course. Rest assured, madam, we will prepare everything properly in a few days." The old lady nodded with satisfaction, paid a deposit, left her address, and then departed. Mrs. Li held the note with the address, her hands trembling. That address was in the wealthy eastern part of the city. The Su family's noodle shop, after some small setbacks, seemed to have found new opportunities. This small bowl of sour and spicy noodles was quietly spreading through every corner of Luoyang City with its unique charm, bringing more possibilities to the Su family. The busy business of the Su noodle shop lasted nearly a month, earning money like flowing water. However, everyone in the Su family, especially the core members, looked visibly tired. Mrs. Li, Mrs. Lu, and Mrs. Wen stayed at the shop every day, working from dawn to dusk, so busy they hardly had time to rest. Grandma Su helped with small chores in the backyard, but also felt overwhelmed. Old Master Su, Su Qingguang, Su Yayan, Su Jing, and the father and sons traveled back and forth between Qingxi Village and Luoyang City every day, rain or shine. They neglected farm work and household chores. What worried Su Qianqian most was her brother's studies. Although they still practiced morning exercises and went to school every day, they often returned home exhausted. They had less time to review their lessons. Even the cleverest, Su Yun, had recently been reminded by his teacher for appearing distracted in class. Su Jing sometimes zoned out during martial arts practice and was punished without mercy by Huifeng. The family seemed to be dragged along by this sudden wealth, and their foundation was starting to shake. That night, in the main hall of the Su house in Qingxi Village, Su Qianqian called a serious family meeting with all the key members, including Huifeng. Under the oil lamp, her small face was tense as she explained the current difficulties. "It's good that the shop is doing well, But we can't let the whole family be involved, especially the brothers' studies and martial arts training. We can't delay them. What if Grandma, Auntie Da, Mother, and second aunt fall ill from exhaustion? Grandpa, Dad, Uncle Da, and Uncle Air are always running transport jobs. Who will do the farm work? If this goes on, our family might fall apart. Her words hit everyone hard. Old Master Su silently smoked his pipe, knowing well enough. He was just blinded by the immediate profits and enthusiasm. Su Qingguang, as the eldest son, spoke first with a serious tone. Qian is right. I've seen how tired Mother and the younger sisters are, how exhausted Dad and us brothers are, and how the children's studies are affected. This situation can't last long. Su Yan, Su Jing, and others nodded in agreement, their faces full of worry. Mrs. Li rubbed her aching waist and sighed. It would be great if someone could lend a hand. Let's buy people, Su Qian said firmly. We now have the ability. The backyard of the shop can still be used to house people, which is perfect for settling them. We should buy a few reliable workers to share the workload inside the shop, handle transportation and pickups, so my brothers can focus on studying and practicing martial arts. This will also give Grandma and Annie a break, and allow Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, and second uncle to return to farming and focus on the bigger picture. By people, old Madam Su still hesitated a bit. That will cost a lot of money, right? And knowing people doesn't always mean trusting them. Grandma, don't worry about the money. Su Qian took out a small wooden box. Inside were the shop's pure profit for this month and the dividends from the Yu-Jiu restaurant from before, totaling nearly 200 taels of silver. We're not buying people to show off, but to make our family business more stable and give my brothers a better future. It's worth the money. As for whether they are trustworthy, we can go to Guanya and choose honest, decent folks with clean backgrounds. Huifeng spoke calmly from the side. This plan is feasible. Without reliable help at home, it's hard to last long. When choosing, I can accompany you to observe their appearance and demeanor, which might help us tell a few things. With Huifeng's support, old Master Su looked at his eldest son, Su Qingguang, who nodded in agreement. He then made a firm decision. All right. Let's do as Qian said. Tomorrow, I, Qingguang, and Qian will trouble Master Hui to go to Guanyi in the city. The next day, the four of them arrived at the official pawn shop managed by the city's government. The pawnbroker saw they were strangers, but noticed old Master Su's calm demeanor, Su Qingguang's quiet seriousness, Huifeng's simple but commanding presence, and the lively-eyed young girl beside them. They realized they weren't ordinary farmers and warmly welcomed them. Old Master Su explained directly. They wanted to buy a few people, focusing on honest, loyal, hardworking individuals with clear backgrounds. Men should be strong enough to pull carts and do rough work. Women should be quick and capable of managing household chores or helping in the kitchen. If there were teenage boys, they should be diligent and reliable. The pawnbroker responded eagerly and led them to the backyard. There, about 10 people, both men and women, old and young, were standing or sitting. They were all dressed in ragged clothes, with dull expressions and eyes that looked either numb or frightened. Su Qian had never seen such a scene before and felt a bit overwhelmed, but she reminded herself to be cautious in choosing. The pawnbroker first brought forward a family of 4. The man was named Song Tung, about 35 years old, of medium build, looking sturdy, with a dark face, large hands, and a humble posture. He looked straight ahead with honest eyes, not hiding or avoiding anything. His wife, Tang, is around 30, slightly yellow-skinned and thin, but she keeps herself neat and tidy. Her fingers are thick, clearly used to hard work. They have 2 sons. The older, named Song Tian, is 19, tall and somewhat shy, but looks strong. The younger, about 15 or 16, has quick, lively eyes, showing cleverness. The man introduced the family as refugees from the north who fled after a disaster. They used to be honest farmers but had to sell themselves because life in their hometown became impossible. Huifeng's eyes were sharp as he looked over Song Tian and his 2 sons. He nodded slightly and whispered, "This family's eyes are honest, not sneaky." Song Tian is steady, probably used to farm work or physical labor. Su Qingguang also carefully observed the family, feeling they looked honest and not cunning. Su Qianqian also examined them closely. She thought that although the family was poor, they seemed to care for each other with warmth, unlike those with tricky minds. Next, the man introduced an older man in his 40s named Li He. He said he used to be a tenant outside the city. His former master fell on hard times and he was sold. Besides farming, he can also take care of animals. There was also a woman in her 40s, surnamed Wang, who used to work as a cook for a small family in the city. She was sold after her master moved away. The old master Su and his people discussed and asked Huifeng for his opinion. They decided to buy Song Tian and his family, Li He and Wang. After some bargaining, they agreed on a price: 45 taels of silver for the family of 4, 10 taels for Li He, and 12 taels for Wang. The total was 67 taels. They signed a formal contract and stamped it with their thumbprints, tying these 6 lives to the Su family. They took the new family back to the backyard of the Su's flower shop. Old Master Su sat at the top, with Su Qingguang and Su Qianqian standing nearby and Huifeng quietly behind. Old Master Su said in a deep voice, "Now that you are part of the Su family, you are one of us. As long as you work honestly and faithfully, the Su family will not mistreat you. To start fresh, we will give you new names." He looked at Song Tian's family. "Song Tian, your surname will be Su, and your name will be Tian. Tang, you will be called Su Tang. Song Tian, your new name is Su Tian. Song Qi, you will be Su Qi." Then he turned to the old man and the woman. "Li He, your new name is Su He. Wang, from now on, you will be called Su Mama." Being given the family surname was a sign of recognition and honor for the servants. The Su family, including Su Tong, Su He, and Grandma Su, quickly knelt and bowed to thank the master, saying, "Thank you, sir, for giving us this name." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, miss." Su Qianqian then announced the division of work. "Su Tian, you are young and strong. From now on, you will be responsible for driving the donkey cart daily, delivering goods between the village and the shop. Make sure the shop supplies are always on time. Su Tung, you'll drive another donkey cart every morning to take the 6 brothers to the nearby school, then help out at the shop with some heavy work. Before noon, you will pick up the brothers for lunch and rest. In the afternoon, after taking them back to school, you will return to help at the shop. In the evening, you will pick up the brothers from school and bring them back to the village. This task is very important for their safety and studies, so you must be very careful. Su Tang and her youngest son, Su Qi, will help at the shop and listen to Grandma Su and the 3 ladies, referring to the 3 women of the Li family. Su He, you are familiar with farming and animals. From now on, stay in the village to help take care of the fields and feed the donkeys. You will also handle household repairs and chores. Grandma Su, you are responsible for the daily meals and care of the 6 brothers. Make sure they eat well, sleep well, and stay energetic." The tasks were clearly divided, each person knowing their role. The Su family also bought a sturdy donkey cart just for Su Ting to pick up and drop off the children. The 2 rooms in the backyard were perfect for Su Ting's family, Grandma Su, and Su He. With this arrangement, the previously tense routine of the Su family relaxed. Su Tian took on the transportation duties. He was diligent, leaving before dawn to deliver goods on time. Su Ting carefully took care of the children, ensuring all 6 brothers were well looked after, rain or shine. Su Tang and Su Qi worked quickly at the shop, greatly easing the burden on Grandma Su and the 3 women of the Li family. Su He returned to the village and immediately took over the farm work and caring for the animals, giving Grandpa Su and the father-son pair some relief. Grandma Su used her good cooking skills to prepare nutritious meals for the growing brothers, making sure they stayed healthy. In just a few days, life in the Su family returned to a smooth and orderly routine. The shop business remained busy, but Grandma Su and the 3 women looked happier and less tired. The 6 brothers slept well, and their studies and martial arts practice visibly improved, even seeming more energetic. Grandpa Su and the father-son group could focus on managing the fields and the big picture. Even Huifeng felt that the house was quieter, with fewer tired complaints from the children. Su Qianqian looked at the well-organized new look of her home and finally relaxed. Although buying people cost a lot of money, it was an important step for the Su family to develop more steadily. The family was no longer just relying on stubborn effort but was starting to have a clear plan and division of work, forming the beginning of a big family. Deep inside, her dream of slacking off seemed less distant as the family's stability grew. At least she no longer had to worry about her family members collapsing from overwork. Maybe she could relax a little. Secretly? Of course, this thought was quickly interrupted by the cold electronic voice. Host, wanna slack off? Wanna learn about a new task? Su Qianqian. Duh. Well, the revolution is not yet successful. Comrades still need to work hard. With a few new family members, after days of adjustment and careful planning by old Madame Su, Lu, Wen, and Aunt Li, everything finally started to run smoothly, like well-oiled gears. Su Tian was responsible for transportation, Su Tung for picking up friends, Su Tang and Su Qi helped at the shop. Su He looked after the fields and livestock, and Grandma Su took care of the brothers' meals and daily needs. All tasks were organized neatly. Su Qianqian finally freed herself from the increasing chores and shop work, feeling a lightness all over. Even breathing became easier. That day, the weather was just right, with a refreshing autumn breeze. Su Qianqian, holding 2 heavy land deeds, found old Master Su relaxing in the yard. Watching Su He feed the donkey. Grandpa, do you have time? Let's go see our so-called 100 acres of good land, Su Qianqian said with a smile, waving the land deeds. Old Master Su's eyes lit up immediately, and he sat up straight. I was just thinking about that. Let's call your father, your eldest uncle, and your second uncle. Come on, he paused and said to Su He nearby. Go tell old big, Su Qingguang, old second, Su Yayan, and old third, Su Jinghe, to put their work aside and come home. There's something important. Now that Su He was helping, the scattered chores in the fields were taken care of, and the father and sons could focus on bigger matters. Su He responded promptly and went off efficiently. Soon after, Su Qingguang, Su Yayan, and Su Jinghe returned from the fields. When they heard about visiting the 100 acres of good land, everyone's faces showed excitement and anticipation. Old Master Su nodded at Su Qingguang, Su Yayan, and Su Jinghe. Su Qianqian naturally planned to go, as she was the nominal owner and the biggest contributor of this land. Su Tung, prepare the cart. We're going by car today, old Master Su ordered. With a dedicated driver, traveling became much easier. Su Tung quickly hitched the donkey cart, and the group set out from Qingxi village. Following the directions and map on the land deed, they headed toward the other side of the town. With better footwork, they moved faster. After about half an hour, the view suddenly opened up. They saw a large, flat, and open piece of land under the autumn sun. The soil was a healthy dark brown, visibly fertile. Although the harvest season was over, most fields only had neat stubble left, but some still had green winter crops growing well. The most eye-catching part was the continuous orchard with apple and pear trees. Though the fruits were sparse, the branches and leaves were still lush, showing good care. Great land. Truly great land. Old Master Su squatted down, picked up a handful of soil, and kneaded it in his hand, his voice trembling with excitement. This soil and moisture are better than the best land in our village. Su Yayan and Su Jing also looked impressed. Su Qingguang carefully examined the ridges and water channels, nodding repeatedly. Father, look at these ditches, they're solidly built, and the drainage and irrigation are easy to manage. This is truly well-maintained land. While they were inspecting, a clean-shorted man in his 40s, with a sharp face, hurried over. He looked respectful, but slightly nervous. Honorable gentlemen and young ladies, are you here to check the land? I am Cui, the manager of this land. Old Master Su stood up, brushed the dirt off his hands, and nodded calmly. Manager Cui, we are from the Su family. This land now belongs to us. He then signaled for Su Qianqian to show the land deed to the other person. Manager Cui quickly looked over the deed, confirmed it was correct, and slightly bowed. So the new owner has arrived.
I am McWeyoung.
Greetings to Old Master Su, young masters and young ladies. Not far behind, some farmers working or resting in the fields also stood up and looked over with worried and anxious faces. Su Yan, following the plan discussed with his family, spoke calmly. Manager Cui, there's no need for formalities. The previous owner, Zhao, has moved away with his family and sold this land to us, the Su family. We came today to check the situation. Cui's steward quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Lord Zhao's family matters are not very clear to us. We only heard that they suddenly decided to move to the south. It's a blessing for us to have the chance to see the new master in person. He spoke about the blessing, but his eyes showed more worry. Old Master Su, being wise and experienced, could easily see through the farmers' concerns. They were mainly worried that the new family might take back the land or raise the rent, leaving them without a livelihood. Cui steward, take us around and let us meet the workers, Old Master Su said calmly. Yes, yes. Please follow me, Lord. Cui steward quickly led the way. As they walked, he explained in detail about the 100 acres of leased land. 50 acres were for crops, mainly wheat and millet, with well-organized crop rotation and rest periods. The other 50 acres were an orchard, with a good variety of fruit trees, carefully maintained. Su Qianqian followed behind, listening carefully and observing the farmers who had been called over by Cui steward. Most of them had dark skin, rough hands, wore patched but clean clothes, and looked honest but timid. When answering Old Master Su's questions, they stammered a little, but they clearly explained the harvest and rent payments, not daring to hide anything. This year's harvest has been paid according to the old agreement, an old farmer bravely said, pointing to a large brick and stone courtyard at the edge of the field, where several tall grain silos could be seen. Cui steward quickly added, rest assured, Lord. The accounts are all clear. Each household's payment and the amount stored in the granary are recorded. There's no falsehood. The rent ratio set by the previous master is quite fair in this area. Everyone respects him, so they don't slack off or try to cheat. Old Master Su nodded slightly and exchanged glances with Su Qingguang and Su Yan. They could see that Cui steward was capable, and these farmers were honest and hardworking. The land was well managed, and they all played a part in that. Old Master Su cleared his throat, looked at the farmers who were holding their breath, and spoke in a steady, strong voice. Everyone has worked hard. This land is well cultivated. Just one sentence eased the worries of many people. Our Su family is not the kind of stingy people, Old Master Su continued. The rules Zhao Zhigu set before still stand. If everything is fair and reasonable, we keep things as they are. The land remains yours to farm. Rent stays the same. As long as everyone takes good care of the land and doesn't cheat or steal, our family will not take back the land without reason, nor will we raise the rent. As he finished speaking, the crowd was silent at first, then burst into surprised and grateful cheers. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Old Master. Old Master Su is so kind. Don't worry, sir. We will work hard and not let you down. Manager Cui was so excited his eyes turned red. He kept bowing. Thank you, sir. Thank you for trusting us. I promise to lead everyone to take good care of the land, even better than before. After calming the tenants, Manager Cui took the family to the granary. He opened the door, revealing a full storage of well-stored, plump grains, wheat and millet sorted neatly. The air was filled with the fresh smell of new grain. Seeing this large stock of food, enough to make any farmer jealous and excited, Su Qianqian felt very secure. This is truly the foundation of a stable life. Old Master Su carefully checked the quality and amount of the grain, then reviewed the account book with Manager Cui. When everything was confirmed correct, he nodded with satisfaction. Manager Cui, you did very well. From now on, this granary and the tenants will still be under your management. Report to the family regularly. For specific matters, you can discuss more with my eldest son, Chengwang. He pointed to Su Chengwang beside him. Su Chengwang stepped forward and nodded calmly to Manager Cui. Thank you for your help in the future. This showed great trust and clearly designated the contact person. Manager Cui was overwhelmed with gratitude and swore to do his best. Having settled this major concern, the Su family, feeling excited and satisfied, got into Su Ting's donkey cart and headed back to Qingxi village. That night, a family meeting was held in the main hall of the Su house. Even Huai Feng was invited to listen in. Now he was part of the family, so there was no need to hide such important matters from him. Old Master Su recounted everything he saw today in detail, then summarized, "That's the situation. The 100 acres of leased land are under Manager Chui's watch, and the tenants are honest. We can rest assured. The remaining 20 acres of high-quality farmland, for our own use." When this was said, Su Qingguang, Su Yayan, Su Jing, and other strong workers all clenched their fists eagerly, feeling excited. Having our own land, especially such good land, means we shouldn't let others farm it. "That is right," Su Qingguang, as the eldest son, spoke first. "Those 20 acres are so fertile. If we take care of it ourselves, the harvest will definitely be better than renting it out. In the future, I will coordinate with Steward Chui about the 100 acres of rented land. You can also rest assured. With Su He helping at home, we can share the heavy and tiring work in the fields. With these 20 acres plus our original 10 acres, we can handle it." Su Jing also nodded in agreement. "Big brother is right. With us brothers, Dad, and Su He working together, we can definitely farm the land well." Old Madam Su thought for a moment, a relaxed smile on her face. "Now that we have enough hands at home, with Su Tang and Su Qi helping at the shop, and Grandma Su taking care of the boys' meals, and Su He managing the fields and animals, you all focus on farming well. This is the foundation of our family. Our women can also manage the shop and household affairs better." This plan was natural and without any objections. The Su family now had enough people to manage both their own land and the rented land. It was decided. The Su family, a newcomer who fled from hardship, had truly taken root in Qingxi village. They owned an enviable 100 acres of good land, with clear family roles and capable helpers inside and outside. A wave of vitality surged through the Su family's small courtyard, promising a brighter future. Su Qianqian watched her energetic and orderly family, a peaceful smile on her face. The foundation was solid enough. It was time to think about the next step. That 20 acres of private land, what should they plant? Perhaps the high-yield seeds stored in the space could be used at the right time, appropriately taken out for planting. Having 100 acres of good land and enough family members, the Su family seemed to have found their backbone, living more steadily and prosperously. But Su Qianqian kept thinking about those 20 acres of private land. The harvest was over, and the land was idle. If they could plant another crop before winter, their grain reserves for the next year would be even better. However, in this era, crop varieties were limited, and the growing season was long. It was already too late to sow common wheat and millet now. One afternoon, while Grandma Su was in the kitchen preparing dinner, Su Qianqian sneaked in and silently called out for Iron Egg. "Iron Egg, come out and chat. It's such a pity that the 20 acres of good land are empty. Are there any short-season grains suitable for planting now in the space? For example, something that can be planted in autumn and harvested before next summer?" In her mind, the image of a small metal dog lazily appeared, with a teasing electronic voice. "Host, I knew you couldn't stay still. Are you looking for short-season grains suitable for autumn planting?" "Yes, there's some, but what? Do you have another task for me?" Su Qianqian quickly figured out the pattern of this space. "Smart, Iron Egg wagged its tail. A new task has been issued, North and South flavors. Work with the current kitchen manager, Grandma Su, to successfully prepare and get at least 5 family members to approve of 2 dishes, guabao roe, Northeastern style, stewed crispy fish, North China style. Task rewards, 10 pounds of high-quality autumn corn seeds, ready in 80 days, 10 pounds of cold-resistant winter wheat seeds, shorter winter dormancy.
Plus, simple planting instruction. Guabao roe?
Stewed crispy fish?" Su Qianqian's eyes lit up. These are all good things. Especially the autumn corn and winter wheat. Just hearing their names makes them sound precious. The 80-day corn can be planted now and harvested before the new year. If the winter wheat can survive the cold, It will be ready for harvest in spring or early summer next year. This means 2 harvests in 1 year. Truly revolutionary. I'll take it, Su Qianqian said without hesitation. But Iron Egg, these dishes are a bit advanced. You'll need to provide detailed recipes and instructions, right? I can't just make them out of thin air. Ding! Recipes and special ingredients such as coriander, juniper powder, white vinegar, etc. have been sent to the space storage. The host can take them at will. Tip: please explain the source reasonably to the collaborators. Su Qianqian felt confident and smiled sweetly at Grandma Su, who was washing vegetables and cutting meat. Grandma, for tonight's dinner, I want to learn how to make 2 new dishes to surprise you, Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad. Is that okay? Grandma Su, who now trusted this generous and kind young lady, smiled and said, "If Miss wants to learn, I will do my best to teach. But I don't know what dishes you want to make." Su Qianqian leaned in, lowered her voice, and pretended to be mysterious. "It's 2 flavors I heard about recently from a traveling merchant in town. Something from far away. Just hearing about them makes my mouth water. One dish is called sweet and sour crispy pork, which is tangy, sweet, and crunchy. Another is called braised crispy fish, with tender, crispy bones." I wrote down the recipes and even bought a few rare ingredients she mentioned. "Let's give it a try." She said she was going back to her room to get something but secretly took out cilantro, coriander, wrapped in oil paper, a small jar of high-quality white vinegar, and a detailed recipe she had seen earlier, memorized, and then discarded the paper. Back in the kitchen, Su Qianqian showed the special ingredients to Grandma Su. Although Grandma Su was a bit surprised that the merchant was selling ingredients, she saw her young ladies so excited and decided to cooperate. First dish, sweet and sour crispy pork. Su Qianqian remembered the steps and directed, "Grandma, choose a piece of pork tenderloin with more lean meat and less fat, and cut it into evenly thin slices." Grandma Su, skilled with her knife, quickly cut the meat. Su Qianqian continued, "Gently pound the meat slices with the back of the knife to make them more tender and flavorful. Then mix a little salt, cooking wine, and the egg white you just beat and marinate for a while." While the meat was marinating, Su Qianqian asked Grandma to prepare a batter. Mix sweet potato starch with water until it becomes a sticky, stretchy batter. Then add a little oil. This will make the fried meat extra crispy. Once the meat slices were marinated, she coated each piece evenly with the batter. Meanwhile, a large iron pot was heated, and enough vegetable oil was poured in. Su Qianqian estimated the right temperature. "Grandma, when small bubbles form around a chopstick inserted into the oil, it's ready." Grandma followed her instructions, carefully lowering the battered meat slices into the hot oil, frying until they set, then removing them. When the oil temperature rose again, she fried them a second time until the outside was golden and crispy, then drained the oil. The most important step was next making the sauce. Su Qianqian asked Grandma to put a little oil in a clean pot, add shredded scallions and ginger, and sauté until fragrant. Then she poured in the right amount of white vinegar, sugar, and a little soy sauce, simmering until the sauce thickened. Quick, add the fried meat slices and some cilantro pieces, then toss quickly to coat each piece with the sauce. A sizzling sound and a burst of sweet, sour aroma filled the kitchen instantly. Grandma skillfully flipped the pot, ensuring the sauce evenly coated the meat, her movements smooth.
Su Qianqian watched in admiration.
When plated, the meat was golden with a glossy sauce, garnished with fresh green cilantro, and smelled wonderful. Second dish, braised crispy fish. Su Qianqian asked the maid, Su Mo, to select a few medium-sized crucian carp, recommended to use crucian carp or small yellow croaker. She instructed to scale, remove gills and internal organs, and clean the fish thoroughly, especially removing the black membrane inside the belly. No need to fry the fish. "We will just braise it," Su Qianqian said, guiding her to line the bottom of the pot with slices of peeled ginger and scallions to prevent sticking. Then she placed the cleaned fish one by one on top of the ginger and scallions. Next, she prepared the sauce. Take a bowl, add more vinegar, about 3 times the amount of soy sauce, then add some cooking wine, sugar, and salt. mix well, and pour over the fish. The sauce should be level with the fish. If not enough, add a little water. Following her instructions, Su Mo operated accordingly. The strong aroma of vinegar mixed with soy sauce rose up. Su Qianqian then asked her to sprinkle a few slices of fragrant leaves and a small handful of Sichuan peppercorns, common kitchen ingredients. All right, cover the pot. Bring to a boil over high heat, then turn to low and braise slowly. For about an hour and a half to 2 hours, until the bones are tender. This dish required patience and time. During the slow braising, Su Qianqian and Su Mo tidied up the kitchen while watching the fire, ensuring the broth just simmered gently. As time passed, a strange, fragrant aroma with a hint of sourness and rich fish scent wafted from the edges of the lid, growing stronger. At dinner, when these two dishes, very different from their usual home cooking, were served, they immediately drew everyone's attention. The golden, glossy sweet and sour pork was appetizing with its inviting aroma. The deep red, intact braised fish exuded a mouth-watering rich fragrance. Su Qianqian smiled and introduced, "These are 2 new dishes I learned with Mo. Please try them." Old Master Su was the first to pick up a piece of sweet and sour pork. At first, he tasted the crispy outer layer, then the rich sweet and sour flavor exploded in his mouth. The meat was tender without being dry, with a very layered texture. His eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly.
Good.
This tastes great, crispy and fragrant, sweet and sour. The children loved the sweet and sour pork even more. Even the usually calm Su Xian took a few more pieces. Su Heng ate without raising his head, muttering, "Sister, this meat is so delicious. Can we make it again tomorrow?" Next was the braised fish. Su Qingguang carefully picked up a piece of fish belly. The fish was already soft and tender. He tried to eat it with the small bones, gently biting down. To his surprise, the fish meat, combined with the soft, tiny bones, melted in his mouth. Salty and fresh, with just the right touch of sourness, this greatly enhances the fish's natural flavor without any fishy smell, leaving only a rich, fragrant, and tender taste in the mouth. These fish bones. Su Yan looked surprised at the nearly vanished fish bones on his chopsticks. "They're so crispy." Madame Su tasted it and praised continuously. This way of cooking makes the fish bones dissolve completely. It's perfect for both the elderly and children. It's flavorful, convenient, and delicious. Mrs. Li, Mrs. Liu, and Mrs. Wen also expressed their amazement. The flavors of these 2 dishes are truly unique, far better than what they usually make. Without a doubt, the whole family highly approved of these dishes.
Ding.
Task North-South flavors completed. Rewards have been sent to the space.
Please check.
After dinner, Su Qianqian returned to her room in the backyard of the shop and eagerly entered the space. She saw 2 rough cloth bags lying quietly in the storage compartment. One bag was labeled high-quality autumn corn, 80-day maturity, and the other was labeled cold-resistant winter wheat, overwinter short days. Next to them was a thin piece of sheepskin paper with planting instructions written on it. Late at night, in the quiet, the main hall of the Su family's old house since Mrs. Li and other women stayed at the shop. The meeting was held in the village's old house. The oil lamp was turned up a bit. Inside, only old Master Su, Madame Su, Su Qingguang, Su Yan, Su Jing, and Su Qianqian were present. Even Hui Feng and the 6 brothers were not disturbed. Su Qianqian looked serious as she placed the 2 cloth bags and the sheepskin paper on the table. "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Elder Uncle, Second Uncle," she took a deep breath. "These are 2 seeds I obtained today by chance along with their planting methods." Old Master Su suspiciously picked up the bags, feeling their weight. He untied one, revealing shiny, full kernels of corn, smaller and more translucent than usual. The other bag contained wheat seeds, which looked thinner, longer, and harder than normal wheat. He picked up a handful of corn seeds, examined them carefully under the oil lamp, then handed them to Su Qingguang. "Qianqian, this is." Su Yan picked up the sheepskin paper, which had clear handwriting of planting tips. Su Qianqian pointed at the seeds, speaking softly but with undeniable confidence. This bag is called autumn corn. It can be planted immediately, and from planting to harvest, it takes about 80 days. Counting the days, we can harvest before the new year.
What?
Su Jing and others exclaimed softly, almost knocking over the oil lamp on the table. Plant now? Harvest before the new year?
This.
This is impossible. Common corn is usually planted in spring and harvested in autumn. Su Qianqian signaled him to stay calm, then pointed to another bag. This is cold-resistant winter wheat. It is also planted now, can survive the winter safely, and is very hardy. By next April or May, it will be ready to harvest. She looked at the surprised elders and delivered the most important news. This means, if we plan these 20 acres wisely, we can harvest 2 crops of grain in 1 year. First, plant this autumn corn and harvest it before the new year. After that, we can plant another short-term crop or let the land rest, then plant regular spring wheat or maize in spring. The winter wheat can be scheduled separately from other crops, so it won't delay planting. These 4 words hit the core members of the Su family like thunder. They had farmed for generations and knew how precious the land was and how crops grew. Usually, they only harvest once a year, depending on good weather. 2 harvests a year. That was almost a dream. It meant the same land could produce twice or even more. This could change their family's future. The main room fell into complete silence. Only the heavy breathing of a few elders and the occasional crackle of the oil lamp could be heard. Old Master Su's hands trembled as he held the seeds. Su Chengguang stared fixedly at the bag of wheat seeds. Su Yan kept looking at the writing on the sheepskin paper. Su Jinghe looked like he was in a daze. After the shock came great joy and deeper worry. Old Madame Su was the first to recover. She grabbed Su Qianqian's hand tightly, almost hurting her. Her voice was tense and serious. Qianqian, this source. Tell me the truth. Besides the few of us here, does anyone else know? Su Qianqian felt her family's tension and felt warm but also a bit sad. She shook her head seriously.
No, Grandma.
Master Huifeng and my brothers don't know. I can't explain where this came from, but I promise it won't bring trouble to the family. It's just that it's too amazing. If it gets out, the consequences could be terrible. She paused and looked at everyone. So, we must keep this secret. Only our family, with the help of the most trusted person in Suha, will plant those 20 acres ourselves. No outsiders, not even the tenants. Old Master Su finally recovered from the shock. He slowly put down the seeds, his rough hands gently touching the coarse cloth pouch. His sharp eyes swept over his sons and wife, finally resting on Su Qianqian. Qianqian is right. This thing is a great opportunity for our Su family, but also a big risk. Today's matter, I say it, you hear it, and it stays in your stomach. Do not mention it to anyone outside. As for the 20 acres of land, we will plant it ourselves, just as Qianqian said. He looked at Su Qianqian with a calmer tone, full of seriousness and trust. Qianqian, tell me in detail about the planting method. You must not make any mistakes. Yes, Su Qianqian nodded firmly. She took out a sheepskin scroll and under the lamplight began to explain carefully. Grandpa, Dad, look. For this autumn corn, it needs good fertilizer, deep plowing, and enough base fertilizer. The planting rows are about 2 feet apart, with plants 1.5 to 2 feet apart. Put 2 or 3 seeds in each hole and cover with about 1.5 inches of soil. After the seedlings appear, wait until 3 or 4 leaves grow, then thin out the weaker ones, leaving only the strongest in each hole. During growth, we need to weed regularly, apply fertilizer twice, once before the joining stage and once before the flowering stage. If there's a drought, water promptly. The most important thing is it has a short growing period, so we must harvest before the frost. For winter wheat, the soil should be finely tilled and leveled before sowing. The planting depth is slightly deeper than spring wheat, with rows about 1 foot apart. It's cold resistant, but it's best to water before winter to prevent freezing, and in spring, water again to promote green growth, plus 1 more fertilization. Su Qianqian explained in detail. Old Master Su and the others listened intently, occasionally asking questions about what fertilizer to use, the ratio of top dressing, how to judge the right watering time, and so on. Su Qianqian answered each question, combining key points from the sheepskin scroll with her understanding, mixing in some modern agricultural knowledge. That night, the oil lamps in the old Su house burned late into the night. No one felt tired. The great hope and heavy sense of responsibility made them feel energized. When the meeting ended, Old Master Su solemnly locked the seeds and the sheepskin scroll in his only wooden box in his room. Everyone understood that from tonight, the fate of the Su family might truly change forever. Protecting the secret and protecting Su Qianqian, who brought all this, became their unspoken, top priority mission. At dawn, the door of the Su family's old house in Qingxi village was gently opened. Old Master Su led the way, followed by his eldest son Su Qingguang, second son Su Yan, third son Su Jing, and a somewhat confused but mostly serious Su He. They all wore simple clothes, carrying new hoes and shovels on their shoulders. Su Qingguang and Su Yan also carried a heavy wooden box together, which contained 2 bags of seeds and a piece of sheepskin paper that Old Master Su had personally locked away last night, important for the family's future. Su Tum was already ready with a donkey cart outside, with some bedding, a small iron pot, rice, preserved vegetables, and water on the cart. It looked like they planned to stay overnight outside. "Dad, everything is ready," Su Qingguang whispered, his voice clear in the quiet morning fog. Old Master Su looked at his sons and Su He and said in a deep voice, "Let's go. The work in the fields is urgent. For the next few days, we will stay there and not return." He didn't say exactly what work it was, but his serious expression made everyone tense up. Su He didn't know exactly what they were planting, but seeing the family so busy and even the elders going out to the fields at night, he knew it was a very important matter. He was a servant of the Su family, his life tied to theirs. Feeling the weight of responsibility, he nodded firmly. "Don't worry, sir. I will do my best." The donkey cart rolled over the village dirt road quietly, carrying the most important worker of the Su family and a big secret, heading toward the 20 acres of land waiting to produce miracles. Almost at the same time the men set out, old Madame Su packed a small bag at the old house. She went to the courtyard, quietly told the maid in the kitchen a few words, looked at her quiet grandchildren's rooms, then left alone for the village entrance. She took the daily mule cart to Luoyang City. Her departure was unnoticed, like an ordinary visit. In Luoyang City, behind the Su's powder shop. The shop had just finished the busy morning market and was now quiet. Mrs. Li, Mrs. Liu, and Mrs. Wen sat in the backyard resting, drinking water, and discussing what ingredients to prepare for lunch. Suddenly, old Madame Su carried her small bag and entered through the back door. The 3 women quickly stood up. "Mother, why are you here at this time? Is something wrong in the village?" Mrs. Li asked, taking the bag with concern. Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Wen also came over, looking puzzled. Madame Su looked at her 3 daughters-in-law with a calm face, showing no signs of happiness or anger. She said quietly, "It's nothing serious, just came to check." Oldest daughter-in-law, third daughter-in-law, and fourth daughter-in-law, "Come with me to the house." Then she led the way into her small room where she usually rested when visiting the shop. The 3 women looked at each other with confusion but obediently followed her inside. Madame Su closed the door firmly behind them. The room was dimly lit, and the mood suddenly grew serious because of this deliberate action. Madame Su sat on the heated bed, looking at her puzzled daughters-in-law. She lowered her voice and spoke directly. "I called you here because I have something very important to tell you." The old man, along with Cheng Wang, Yan, Jinghe, and Suha, went to the 20-acre land this morning. Li, the eldest daughter-in-law, reacted first. "Father took the brothers to farm? Is he planting something special?" She sensed something unusual in her mother-in-law's tone. Madame Su nodded, her voice becoming even more serious. "They're planting a new kind of grain. It grows quickly, and we can harvest it before the new year. There's also another type that can survive the winter, and we can harvest it in spring or summer next year." "What? Harvest before the new year? How is that possible?" The three daughters-in-law gasped almost at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. They were women experienced in managing household chores and farming, so they knew exactly what this meant. 2 harvests a year? This was an unheard-of miracle. After the shock, Lu's face turned pale first. She suddenly grabbed Madame Su's hand, trembling as she asked, "Mother,
This.
this kind of magical seed, where did it come from?
Could it be
Related to Qian and her?" She dared not finish her sentence, her heart pounding with fear. She remembered the rare items her daughter had shown her, each more astonishing than the last. This time, the thing was almost beyond belief. When also covered her mouth, her eyes showing shock she couldn't hide. Li more composed, but her clenched fists betrayed her inner turmoil. Madame Su held Lu's cold hand tightly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 women. Her tone was firm. "Where this thing comes from, you don't need to know, and you must never ask. Just remember, this is a great opportunity for our Su family, but it could also bring great trouble. Once any hint of news leaks out, don't say this shop or this land. It's shallow, and even our entire family could face death with no burial place." The phrase, "bearing treasure invites trouble," cuts into the hearts of the 3 women like an ice spike. Mrs. Lu trembles all over, tears suddenly welling up, not from sadness, but from overwhelming worry for her daughter. "Mother, I'm scared." "Shallow." Mrs. Lu chokes on her words. "What's the use of being afraid?" Old Lady Su interrupts sharply, her eyes calm and firm from life's hardships. "Crying won't bring peace. When good luck comes, you must have the courage to accept it and the brains to protect it. Shallow is our family's lucky star. Everything she does is for this family. Now, our job isn't to be afraid, but to help her clear this path and keep our home safe." She looks at Mrs. Lu, her tone softening but still strong. "You worry about her. I love her even more. But we can't lose our composure just because we're scared. The old men are working hard in the fields to strengthen our foundation. We must guard the door and run the business well. No mistakes allowed." Her gaze shifts to Mrs. Li and Mrs. Wen. "Remember, from now on, we're just ordinary villagers. We opened a shop and rented some land. Nothing special. If anyone can't keep their mouth shut or develops bad intentions and ruins this, she pauses, her eyes cold, I won't spare her, not even if the old man does." Mrs. Lu is stunned by her mother-in-law's words. Though her fear hasn't completely gone, a strange strength rises within her. She wipes her tears hard, takes a deep breath, and nods firmly. "Mother, I understand. I am useless. Shallow is my daughter. I will fight to protect her and keep this family safe." Mrs. Li and Mrs. Wen quickly agree, looking serious. "Mother, we understand the importance. We won't say a word more." "Good." Old Lady Su nods with satisfaction. "Everyone stay calm. Do your work as usual. Run the business, do the chores, as if nothing has happened. When the sky falls, we, the elders, and the head of the family will handle it. Shallow understands better than anyone, trust her." In Qingxi village, the old Su residence. The men and women are not present, leaving the big yard feeling empty. Grandma Su got up early and quickly prepared breakfast. 6 brothers got up one after another. Led by Su Yun, they finished washing and sat at the dining table. Su Jing looked around and asked curiously, "Mommy, where Grandpa and Dad? Isn't Grandma here either?" Mommy Su smiled and explained, "According to second young master, the old master and a few gentlemen went to the fields over there to work. They said they want to plant some crops while the season is right. They will stay at the farmstead for a few days and won't come back." The old lady went to the shop in town early this morning. Su Heng took a bite of his cake and said vaguely, "They're all busy? So, it's just us at home. There's also Miss," Mommy Su said with a smile, filling a bowl of porridge for Su Zhou. "Miss is still in her room, studying. She said to let the brothers eat first. No need to wait for her." Su Han ate quietly, but his eyes flickered slightly. He was sharp-minded and sensed that something was unusual about the atmosphere at home. After breakfast, Su Ting arrived on time with a donkey cart to pick up the 6 brothers for school. Only then did Su Qianqian come out of her room, wearing a relaxed smile, seeing her brothers off. "Big sister, are you afraid since it's just you and Mommy at home?" Su Zhou asked, leaning on the cart window. "What's there to be afraid of?" Su Qianqian pinched his little face. "Mommy is here, and you all will be back after school. Go quickly and listen to the teacher." After sending her brothers off, the yard became completely quiet. Mommy Su tidied up the dishes, while Su Qianqian sat on a small stool in the yard, seemingly sunbathing, but actually communicating with Iron Egg in her mind and also worrying about the secret planting in the distant fields. In the evening, Su Tung brought the 6 brothers back home. The yard became lively again. Smoke rose from the kitchen, and the smell of food filled the air. Although the elders were absent, the children's world remained simple and noisy. Su Qianqian watched her brothers, feeling that the nervousness caused by the secret was gradually replaced by a warm sense of responsibility. She wanted to protect this lively and peaceful scene. 20 miles away, in the fertile fields, under the faint moonlight and the glow of a few wind lamps, several figures still worked hard in the fields. The freshly turned soil emitted a muddy smell, and hope-filled seeds were carefully buried in the ground. No one spoke, only the sounds of labor and heavy breathing blended into the lonely autumn night. Old Master Su straightened up and looked toward Qingxi village with a deep gaze. The family should be settled now, right? When the door of the courtyard was gently knocked, Su Qianqian was watching Su Zhou playing with the newly hatched chicks. Grandma Su came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands, and went to open the door. Outside stood a young boy from the neighboring village, about half-grown, with dark skin and shy eyes. He held a neatly wrapped rectangular object covered with oilcloth. Seeing Grandma Su, he stammered, "Someone asked me to give this to Miss Su, and also to young Master Su Han." Grandma Su suspiciously took the package, which felt quite heavy. "Who sent you?" "A man with a straw hat gave me 2 copper coins and said just to deliver it." After saying this, the boy, seeming afraid of more questions, turned and ran away. Grandma Su closed the door and carried the package to Su Qianqian. "Miss, I don't know who sent this. It was specifically for you and young Master Si." A strange feeling of unease suddenly struck Su Qianqian. She took the parcel, which was heavy in her hands. She unwrapped the oilcloth to find 3 sealed letters. The envelopes were labeled from Su Qianqian, from Su Han, and from Old Master Su and the Su family. The handwriting was strong and vigorous, with a familiar lonely tone. It's Huifeng's handwriting. Besides the letters, there were 2 handmade books, one titled Basics of Body Refinement and Swordsmanship, and the other, Introduction to Internal Breathing Techniques. Could these be from Master Huifeng? Why did he send them this way? Su Qianqian's heart sank suddenly. She quickly said to Grandma Su, "Grandma, go to the school and call all the brothers back. Tell them there's an urgent matter at home." All 6 brothers gathered in the main hall. Su Qianqian opened the letter addressed to the whole family. "Old Master Su, Madam, and all relatives, I left without telling you, which was not my wish, but I had urgent matters to attend to. I apologize for the sudden departure. Thank you for your kindness and care during my stay. I will always remember it. The Su family is kind and treats me like family, and I am deeply grateful. Qianqian is clever but prefers comfort, so she needs regular guidance. Su Han is strong and resilient, a promising talent, and I hope he is well nurtured. Our family's wealth is growing, and we need guards to ensure safety. I suggest choosing 2 or 3 honest and reliable young men to learn martial arts, guard the house, and be prepared for any emergencies. I am leaving 2 books, one on foundational training methods, and the other on introductory internal breathing techniques for Qianqian and Su Han to practice. If the family chooses to train in martial arts, they can refer to the basics. The road ahead is long, and I hope we will meet again someday." Huifeng's letter. The letter was not long, but it felt like a heavy stone thrown into a calm lake. "Master Huifeng has left." Just like that, without warning? "Master Huifeng has left," Su Jing asked blankly, full of sadness and disbelief. "Why did he leave?" He hasn't even taught me that fancy backstep sword move yet. Su Heng shouted, sounding disappointed. Su Yun frowned, clearly thinking about what the important matter mentioned in the letter was and the advice about guards. Su Zhou's eyes turned red as he tugged at Su Qianqian's sleeve. Sister, will Master come back? Su Qianqian also felt upset inside. Although she knew Huaifeng was not meant to stay forever and would leave someday, she didn't expect it to happen so suddenly. She suppressed her sadness and picked up 2 other letters. Master also left a letter for 4th brother and me. Su Han's face turned slightly pale. 4th brother, Su Qianqian handed him the letter with, from Su Han, written on it. This is for you. Su Han almost snatched the letter, trembling slightly as he tore open the envelope. He moved to the side, turned away from everyone, and looked at it eagerly. No one disturbed him. His back was straight, but it seemed even tighter, and his fingers holding the letter turned white from the grip. He didn't show the contents to anyone. Instead, he carefully folded the letter and tucked it close to his chest. When he turned around, his face returned to its usual stern expression, but deep in his eyes, there was a wave of emotion and resolve that others couldn't see. Su Qianqian also opened her letter. Don't be sad that I am leaving. You are talented, but you have deep laziness. Don't waste your martial arts practice just because your family business has made some progress. I left a booklet for you. You must practice diligently every day, especially the internal energy technique, which is the foundation. You need to focus. When we meet again someday, if I see that your martial skills haven't improved at all, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my disciple and ending our master-disciple relationship. Take care of yourself. The tone of the letter was as cold and strict as Huaifeng's usual manner, even with a hint of stern warning. Su Qianqian could almost see Huaifeng with a serious face telling her these words. Ending the master-disciple bond. She knew this was not a joke. Huaifeng was using this method to force her not to slack off. She clenched the letter tightly, feeling both helplessness from being pressured and a heavy sense of responsibility. She couldn't let her master down. She repeated the contents of Huaifeng's letter to the whole family, focusing on the advice about choosing guards. After hearing this, little master nodded thoughtfully. Master Huifeng is very considerate. Our family now has land and shops, so we should have some self-protection. When Grandpa and Dad come back, we need to discuss this carefully. Everyone's mood grew sad. Huifeng's departure made this household, which had just become orderly with enough helpers, feel like it was missing a part. His presence not only represented strength, but also provided invisible protection and reassurance. Su Han quietly went to the yard, picked up his wooden sword, and began practicing the basic cuts, thrusts, swings, and hangs that Huifeng had taught him. His movements were more focused and forceful than ever, as if he wanted to pour all his emotions and determination into each move. He knew that now that his master was gone, he had to work even harder to walk his own path. Su Qianqian picked up 2 notebooks. The first, titled Basic Body Training and Swordsmanship Essentials, was filled with pictures and words, detailing methods to strengthen the body and increase energy, along with a simple, practical sword technique. Every step and every force technique was clearly explained. The second, Introduction to Internal Breathing Guidance, was more mysterious, teaching how to sense and guide internal energy. These were not only her lessons but also the foundation for the future protection of the Su family. She carefully stored the notebooks away. Although Huifeng had left, he left behind something deeper for the Su family, seeds of self-improvement and a heavy sense of hope and warning about the future. She knew that from today on, her burden and her brother's would be heavier. That seemingly indifferent master was protecting the Su family in his own way, hoping for their growth. The sunset cast long shadows over the small yard. Su Han's figure practicing swordsmanship looked especially determined in the light and shadow. Su Qianqian stood at the door of the main hall, watching her brother and then the empty side room where Huifeng had once lived. She silently thought, Master, rest assured. I won't slack off. The Su family will get better and better.
We
will meet again someday. The shadow of Huifeng's sudden departure, like morning fog in autumn, covered everyone in the Su family's heart. Su Qianqian didn't sleep well that night. When dawn broke, she opened her eyes, feeling no sleep left. She was worried about Hu Weifeng's stern warning in his letter to cut off the master-apprentice relationship. She decided to get up, put on a neat short outfit, and start her morning exercises. She pushed open the door, and the cold air hit her face. However, the sounds coming from the yard made her stop in surprise. It was not complete silence, but the sounds of urgent breathing, shouting, and the noise of fists and feet hitting the air, along with the swish of wooden swords. In the yard, 6 brothers were already practicing their morning exercises. Su Han, of course, was fully focused on his wooden sword, swinging it with fierce energy, each strike full of determination. Su Jing was practicing footwork and punches nearby, sweat on his forehead, eyes focused, no longer impatient but showing a strong will not to give up. Even Su Heng, who is usually restless, was carefully practicing a basic set of moves taught by Hui Feng. Though a bit clumsy, he was very serious. Su Xian, Su Yun, and Su Zhou were also practicing. Little Su Zhou held a small wooden stick, trying hard to copy his older brother's moves, his face red with effort. No one spoke. Only the sound of sweat dropping into the dirt and heavy breathing could be heard. It was as if they were silently processing the news of their master's departure, or proving something to themselves and to their master. Su Qianqian stood at the door, her nose feeling a little sore, filled with a warm, powerful feeling she couldn't quite describe. She said nothing, quietly walked to an open space in the yard, assumed a stance, and joined the morning practice. First, she practiced basic punches and kicks to loosen her muscles, then took out the initial guide to internal breathing left by Hui Feng. Following the instructions, she tried to calm her mind and feel the faint flow of energy inside her body. As the morning light grew brighter, golden sunlight filled the small yard, illuminating 7 young people, sweaty but with determined eyes. Hu Weifeng's departure was like a sharpening stone, removing the last traces of laziness from them, helping the next generation of this family to come together with even greater resilience. After the morning practice, Grandma Su prepared a hearty breakfast. The atmosphere at the table was still a bit heavy, but there was more silent understanding. After eating, Su Ting arrived on time with a donkey cart to take the 6 brothers to school. Watching the brothers get on the cart, which then drove away and came back, Su Qianqian immediately said to Su Ting, "Uncle Ting, take me to the shop in town." In the back courtyard of the Su family's powder shop in Luoyang City, after Su Qianqian showed the 3 letters Hui Feng left, except the one for Su Han, to Grandma Su, Li Lu, and Wen, and told them he had left, the backyard fell into a brief silence. Mrs. Lu sighed sadly, saying, "Master Hui Feng is really a cold-looking person with a warm heart. Even after leaving, he still cares about our family." Mrs. Wen nodded in agreement. "Yes, and he left such a valuable manual. When he left, I felt truly empty inside." Mrs. Li, the most rational, looked at the letter that said, "Guards are needed for safety," and pondered, "Mother, Master Hui Feng makes a good point. Our family really needs some guards now. We didn't have the means before, but now. We can't be careless anymore." Old Lady Su stroked the letter thoughtfully, her eyes deep. "Master Hui Feng is extraordinary. Since he specifically mentioned it, there must be a reason. In this world, having money alone isn't enough. Without protection, it's like a child holding gold in the market." She looked at Su Qianqian and decisively said, "Qianqian, since you're here, it's perfect. Grandma will go to the armor shop with you. Today, we'll pick some people. Eldest daughter-in-law, you watch the shop." Without delay, Old Lady Su took Su Qianqian and went again to the official armor shop in Luoyang City. This time, their goal was very clear: guards who are honest, strong, and reliable. The armor shop staff, hearing they wanted to select guards, became more eager and recommended several candidates. Old Lady Su was more careful than last time she bought people. She no longer just looked at their faces but asked about their backgrounds, why they were sold, whether they knew martial arts, had bad habits, and even asked the staff to bring simple stone locks to test their strength. Su Qianqian also observed carefully. She found that the space seemed to give her a faint sense of perception, allowing her to vaguely sense if someone had bad intentions or if their breath was steady. This gave her more confidence when choosing. After a strict selection process, their eyes finally settled on two men around 30 years old. One was named Abu, with dark skin, broad shoulders, and a sturdy build, standing like a half-iron tower. He spoke little, but had a calm gaze. He used to work as a bodyguard in the Northern Escort Agency, which closed down, so he was dismissed. Desperately, he sold himself just to find a stable job. When he moved a stone lock, he looked powerful, showing he had good strength. The other was named Ai Wei, also tall and strong but slightly more agile. His eyes were sharp. He said he had served in the border army for several years and knew some common martial arts and weapons. After being injured and retiring, his family fell on hard times, and he came out to find work. His breath was more refined, and his stance was very steady. Old Lady Su carefully questioned both men for a long time and then quietly asked Su Qianqian for her opinion. Su Qianqian felt that both of these men had honest and upright appearances, without any sneaky or restless feelings, so she nodded to her grandmother. "Just them," said Old Lady Su finally. After some bargaining, they signed contracts with Abu and Aiwei for 20 taels of silver each. They returned to the shop with the two new guards, and Old Lady Su immediately made arrangements. "Abu, you stay in the shop from now on. During the day, help with physical work and carry goods. At night, watch over the shop to keep it safe. Follow the orders of the young ladies. Aiwei, you go back to the village with us. Live in the old house, protect the home, especially the way to and from school for the young masters, and patrol at night. If any troublemakers try to sneak around, you handle it." Abu and Aiwei bowed and responded loudly, "Yes, Madam Miss." "We will do our best." Old Lady Su kept Abu in the shop, and she, along with Su Qianqian and the more capable Aiwei, rode in Su Ting's donkey cart back to Qingxi village. On the way, Old Lady Su held Su Qianqian's hand and whispered, "There are only a few children and Grandma Su at home. I always feel uneasy. With Aiwei here, I feel more at ease." She paused and looked at her granddaughter. "Qianqian, since Hui Feng has left, our family must rely on ourselves to stand strong. Your second brother can endure hardships, and you must also work hard and not let your master down." Su Qianqian nodded seriously. "Grandma, I understand." The donkey cart returned to Qingxi village. When Aiwei arrived, it immediately caught the attention of some villagers. His tall figure and sharp eyes silently announced, the Su family was no longer the poor family that fled here long ago. This rising family was beginning to learn how to protect their home. After experiencing separation and unease, the foundation of the Su family seemed to become more steady and unbreakable because of this careful protection. Aiwei's arrival was like a hard stone thrown into the Su family's backyard training ground. He might not be as skilled as Hui Feng in advanced sword techniques, but he was very good at toughening muscles, building a solid foundation, and practical combat skills used in the army. Every day before dawn, he stood like a tower in the yard, with sharp eyes, supervising the morning training of the Su siblings. Under his strict guidance, the morning exercises, which had once been somewhat uncoordinated, became much more organized and much tougher. The time spent in horse stance was extended, requiring complete steadiness. Every punch and kick was corrected again and again to ensure precision and strength. Even breathing had to match each movement perfectly. Su Han enjoyed the challenge, pouring all his longing and desire for strength into every motion, determined to meet and surpass Awei's demanding standards. Su Jing also became calmer, his restlessness fading as Awei's deep warning, "In a fight, life and death are decided in an instant," echoed in his mind. Even the youngest, Su Zhou, had his own set of basic exercises to complete, his small face filled with a seriousness far beyond his years. Su Qianqian, however, found it much harder. Awei didn't care that she was a young lady. If her breathing was uneven, he made her start over again and again. If her stance wavered, He would remind her in a calm but firm voice that allowed no argument. Only then did she truly understand that the manual left by Huifeng was just theory, while Wei's supervision turned that theory into real skill through constant practice. Trying to slack off was simply impossible. The morning training ended in a solemn atmosphere, everyone drenched in sweat. After sending her 6 brothers off to school, Su Qianqian rubbed her sore arms and looked around the house, which now felt increasingly crowded as the family grew. The old home, once spacious, had become cramped with the addition of Su He, Madame Su, and now Wei. Su He and Wei shared a small side room, while Madame Su stayed in what used to be a storage space. The 6 brothers, now half-grown, were squeezed into 2 rooms, Su Xian, Su Jing, and Su Heng in one, Su Han, Su Yun, and Su Zhou in another. Barely enough space to turn around. Thinking of the future, Su Qianqian felt deeply that building a new house had become urgent. She went to find the old Madame Su, who was checking the shop's accounts, and shared her thoughts. "Grandmother," she said, "our family is growing and my brothers are getting older. It's not a long-term solution for them to keep sharing rooms. Uncle Wei's place is also quite small. I was thinking, maybe it's time we start building a new house?" Madame Su set down the account book, her eyes sweeping over the familiar old room before glancing out the window at Wei chopping wood and Madame Su feeding the chickens. She nodded slowly, her tone firm. "Qianqian is right. A stable home brings peace and progress. Your brothers are growing up. It's time they each have a space of their own. In the past, there were no conditions. Now, this house must be built." She paused for a moment, a determined look in her eyes. "Right now is after the harvest during the farming break, so it's easy to find workers. Your grandfather, your father, your uncles, they're busy with more important work at the farm. Our family can handle this matter ourselves. Let's take this chance to build a house that is spacious, bright, and sturdy." The grandmother and granddaughter agreed, and immediately started to act. Madame Su personally went to visit the village head. The village head was happy to hear about the new house, especially since they would pay workers daily and provide a good lunch. During the farming break, earning some cash to help the family was a great opportunity for every household in the village. "Don't worry, Madame Su. I'll take care of it," the village head assured, patting his chest. "We have plenty of honest, hardworking young men in the village. I've picked the best ones for you, trustworthy and capable." News quickly spread in Qingxi village. The Su family was building a big house, paying wages immediately and providing good meals. Many volunteers signed up. Soon, a construction team of over 20 young villagers was formed. Although Madame Su came from a wealthy family, she had gained experience over the years and was decisive. She, along with Su Qianqian, the village head, and some experienced elders, chose the site and planned the layout. They decided on a flat, open area near the foot of the mountain, not far from the old house. It was sheltered from the wind, sunny, and away from the noisy village center, an excellent location. The Su family was willing to spend money on good materials, bricks, tiles, and wood, to build a strong house. Madame Su declared, "A house is a 100-year foundation. If we build it, it must be solid so the children can live comfortably." Every morning after sending her 6 brothers to school, Su Tum would go to town to buy fresh vegetables, a lot of pork and pork bones, and sometimes fresh fish. Madame Su, with her maid, was busy at a makeshift outdoor stove. By noon, the smell of delicious food filled the construction site. There was plenty of plain rice, stir-fried vegetables and oil, large bowls of red-braised pork that was tender and shiny, and rich pork bone soup sprinkled with green onions. The aroma was tempting. Sometimes, they even had golden scallion pancakes or juicy meat buns. For farmers used to simple meals, this was a real treat. The Su family is so generous. The food is excellent. Yes, indeed. Just because of the host's kindness, we must do our work well. Everyone should work harder to earn their pay and good food. The men ate happily, and at the construction site, the sounds of shouting, tamping, and sawing would mix together. It was lively and full of hope. Su Qianqian often went to the construction site. She watched the empty land gradually take shape as houses, saw the honest and hard-working villagers, and looked at her grandmother's hopeful eyes. She felt proud and steady inside. After morning exercise, she was soaked in sweat. The autumn sun was rising, a bit hot. Su Qianqian wiped the sweat from her forehead and felt very thirsty, craving some sweet, juicy fruit to quench her thirst. It would be nice to have some fruit to eat, she mumbled unconsciously. As soon as she said that, she suddenly slapped her thigh, her face losing all color, and shouted, "It's over. It's really over." Her loud cries startled Grandma Su, who was about to go inside to rest. She quickly grabbed her. "What's wrong, Qianqian? What's over?" "Don't panic." Su Qianqian didn't bother to explain. She grabbed Grandma Su's wrist quickly and said urgently, "Grandma, hurry. Get in the car with me. We'll talk on the way. We're going to the farm to find Grandpa." As she spoke, she pulled her still dazed grandmother outside. She also shouted to Uncle Su from the kitchen, "Uncle Tung, hurry and get the cart. We're going to our 100-acre farm." Seeing her face so anxious and scared, Uncle Su didn't delay. He immediately went to get the donkey and the cart. Su Qianqian almost half-supported, half-carried Grandma Su onto the cart, then jumped in herself. "Uncle Tung, hurry up," Su Qianqian urged. The donkey cart rolled out of Qingxi village faster than usual. On the way, Grandma Su finally managed to hold Su Qianqian's hand tightly and asked anxiously, "What exactly happened? Child, are you trying to scare Grandma to death?" Su Qianqian caught her breath, looking full of regret and guilt. "Grandma, it's about the fruit. The 100 acres of land we leased out. Isn't there a fruit orchard? Apples, pears, and so on. The harvest is over this autumn, and all the fruit must be piled in our granary." Grandma Su was stunned and suddenly remembered what she was talking about. Recently, many things have happened one after another. Buying people, Feng Huai leaving, building a new house, and I completely forgot about the fruits the tenants handed in. That has been some time ago. Old Lady Su also realized the problem and looked a bit worried. Usually, how long can fruits last before spoiling? Not just some time. Su Qianqian was so anxious, she stomped her feet. It's been almost a month. That huge pile of fruits must have rotted or gone bad by now. That's money. She felt heartbroken because those fruits could have been exchanged for silver or used to improve the family's meals. Then it's too late to go now. Old Lady Su also felt regretful. Not too late. There might still be hope. Su Qianqian's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, as if she had found a lifeline. "Grandma, I have an idea. I remember a recipe to make. Fruit preserves. We clean the fruits, cook them in sugar water, and seal them in jars. They can last a very long time without spoiling. And they taste really good." She held Old Lady Su's hand tightly, speaking quickly, "But we don't know how badly the fruits are spoiled now. We need to check quickly to see how many can be saved. Also, making this requires space and people, so we must discuss it with Grandpa right away." Old Lady Su listened to this unheard-of idea of fruit preserves. Though surprised, she saw her granddaughter was so confident, and since it involved so many fruits, her heart grew anxious. She urged Su Tung to hurry. The donkey cart sped along the dirt road in the countryside and finally reached the 100 acres of farmland. From afar, they saw that the 20 acres of private land had been neatly cultivated, clearly carefully worked on. Old Man Su was inspecting the newly sprouted, sparse seedlings with Su Chengwang, Su Yian, Su Jing, and Su He. They all looked weathered from the sun, their skin darkened, but their eyes shone brightly. Seeing the donkey cart rushing over, with Old Lady Su and Su Qianqian on it, Old Man Su and the others were surprised and quickly came forward. "What's wrong? Did something happen at home?" Old Man Su asked nervously. Su Chengwang's brothers also looked worried. Su Qianqian jumped down from the cart, ignoring greetings, and pointed urgently toward the granary. "Grandpa, the fruits. The tenants handed in those fruits in the granary. We forgot all about them." Hearing this, Old Man Su was stunned at first, then quickly reacted, and his face darkened immediately. During these days, He focused all his attention on the 20 acres of new crops, working day and night to protect them, afraid of any mishap. He even forgot about the fruits. "Go and check quickly," Old Master Su said without hesitation, turning to head toward the granary. Everyone else hurried to follow. They opened the special compartment next to the granary where the fruits were stored. A strong smell of fruit mixed with a bit of decay hit them. Inside, there were piles of apples and pears, most of which had lost their shine, looked wilted and wrinkled, and many had brown rotten spots. The situation was worse than they expected. Such a waste. All wasted, Old Master Su said sadly, patting his thigh. Su Qingguang and the others looked regretful too. "Grandpa, maybe we can still save some." Su Qianqian quickly stepped forward and explained her idea about making fruit preserves. "That as long as they're not completely rotten, we can cut off the bad parts and make preserves. Not only can we keep them longer, but we can also sell them. Preserves? Can they last a long time?" Old Master Su was doubtful. This idea was beyond what he knew. Su Qingguang and the others looked at each other in confusion. "Absolutely true," Su Qianqian said confidently. "Grandpa, we need to find people quickly to sort these fruits. Pick out the good ones, and those only slightly damaged. We also need to find a place, prepare big pots, clay jars, and sugar." Taking this chance, Su Qianqian also briefly told her grandfather and elders about the big events at home recently. Master Huifeng left a letter suggesting we train guards. "Grandma and I have already decided to buy 2 guards, a Bu to watch the shop, and a Wei to guard the village. Our home is too small, so Grandma also decided to ask the villagers for help building a new house. It should already be underway." These news stunned Old Master Su and his family. They had been away for just over 10 days, yet so many big things had happened at home. Master Huifeng's departure made them feel lost, hiring guards made them feel prepared for the future, and building a new house was something they had never dared to imagine but had long hoped for. Old Master Su looked at his determined and clear-minded granddaughter, then at his calm wife nodding beside her. His heart was full of mixed feelings. While he was away, this old man and young girl had managed the family affairs so well. He took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and looked back at the pile of fruits. He made a firm decision. "All right, Qianqian, do as you say. We'll make those preserves." He immediately began assigning tasks. "Qingguang, go find Steward Chui and ask him to bring a few quick, clean, and reliable women to help sort and wash the fruit. Pay them separately. Yayan, go to the nearby village and find a kiln that makes good ceramic jars. Order a batch of medium-sized, sealed jars quickly. Jinghe, take Suha and go to town to buy sugar, buy more than usual. Also, buy a few large clean pots to bring back. Father, what about here?" Su Qingguang was a bit worried about the new seedlings. "Don't worry, I'll watch over it," Old Master Su said firmly. "Right now, the main thing is to save these fruits and create a new way to make money. That's more important. Hurry up." Looking at their elders going off to work and busying themselves, Su Qianqian's heart still felt uneasy. She walked over to Old Master Su, who was frowning and staring at the pile of fruit, and lowered her voice with a very careful tone. "Grandpa, making canned fruit is mainly about the right sugar-syrup ratio, the right cooking heat, and sealing it properly at the end. These recipes are unique to our family and must not be shared. Relying only on temporary hired women might be risky." Hearing this, Old Master Su's cloudy but sharp eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly understood his granddaughter's concern. He nodded slowly, speaking in a low voice. "You're right. The method of making it is even more precious than the fruit itself. It must be handled by trustworthy people who keep their mouths shut." Old Madam Su, who had been quietly listening, spoke up now. "Old man, since we need to keep it secret, we also need a safe place. We can't do it out in the open or in the granary. I saw that in Luoyang City, near our Su store powder shop, there's a shop for sale. The location is good, the shop is big enough, and most importantly, the backyard is spacious. It's perfect for making the canned fruit workshop. We can tidy up the front yard, and once the cans are ready, we can sell them directly." This idea was very clever. It solved the problem of a secret workshop and also opened a sales channel for future products. Old Master Su's eyes lit up, but then the light quickly faded. He sighed heavily, rubbing his rough hands on his already empty pipe. That's good. But what about the money? Buying that shop will cost at least 200 or 300 taels of silver. Furthermore, according to Qian, the main step is to use trusted people from our own family. This means we need to buy a few more reliable workers. And all these expenses. He paused, looking helpless and worried. Our family has been spending a lot lately, buying land taxes, though we later found out it was farmland, building a new house. None of these are small costs. The profits from the powder shop and the previous dividends have already been used up, and we might even owe some money. Now, where can we find such a large sum of money to buy a shop and hire people? The atmosphere grew tense. Without money, even the best ideas are just empty dreams. At this moment, Su Qian stepped forward, gently grabbing Grandma Su's sleeve with her small hand, her eyes clear and firm. Grandma, Grandpa, I will find a way to get the money. You will find a way. Both Grandma Su and Grandpa Su looked at her in surprise and doubt. Where did this child get such ideas? Yes, Su Qian nodded seriously, showing no sign of joking. Grandma, there's no time to waste. Let's go to the city now, check out that shop. If it's suitable, we'll decide then. As for the money, I have my own way. Grandma Su looked at her granddaughter's serious expression. Remembering the incredible things she had brought out before, she felt doubtful, but also a strange sense of trust. She exchanged a look with Grandpa Su. After a moment of thought, Grandpa Su gritted his teeth and said, All right. Wife, you take Qian there. I'll watch over things here. Time was urgent, and they couldn't hesitate. Grandma Su immediately took Su Qian, and they got back into Su Ting's donkey cart, heading quickly toward Luo Yen City. On the way, Grandma Su kept wanting to ask but hesitated. Finally, she softly asked, Qian, tell Grandma the truth. Where did you get the money? Could it be? She didn't dare finish, afraid that her granddaughter might have gone astray. Su Qian held her grandmother's cold hand and gave her a reassuring look. Grandma, don't worry. The source is completely legitimate. It's just a special method. I can't tell you the details now. Trust me this once. Seeing her like this, Grandma Su could only suppress her doubts and tightly hold her granddaughter's hand. The donkey cart jolted along. Su Qian closed her eyes, pretending to rest, but her mind was deep in thought, urgently calling out, Tai Dan.
Tai Dan. Emergency.
Come out quickly.
Ding.
Detected strong mental waves and urgent financial needs from the host. The figure of a small metal dog lazily appeared, and a mechanical voice with a hint of understanding asked, Are you trying to advance your space rewards or apply for a loan? Loan. How much can I borrow? What's the interest rate? Su Qian quickly focused on the main point, as time was running out. Based on your current family assets, including land, shops, and expected future income, and the space level assessment, the maximum low-interest loan available is 500 taels of silver. The repayment period is 1 year, with an annual interest rate of 10%. If overdue, a high late fee will be charged, and a random penalty task may be triggered. Do you confirm the application? 500 taels. 10% annual interest. After 1 year, I will owe 550 taels. Su Qian's heart skipped a beat. This was practically a high-interest loan. But right now, besides this option, she couldn't think of any other way to get a few hundred taels. The canned food business must succeed. It's the key to opening up her situation. She quickly calculated in her mind. If the canned food succeeds, with its novelty and long storage life, sales should not be a problem. Although owing 550 taels is a big pressure, there is still hope. Giving up would mean losing the rotting fruit and missing an important opportunity to upgrade the family business. Confirmed. Apply for a 500 tael loan, Su Qian decisively said in her mind.
Ding.
The loan application has been accepted. 500 taels of silver have been transferred to the space storage. Please check carefully. The loan contract has been generated and cannot be revoked. Good luck, dear host. I hope you won't end up selling yourself to pay off the debt. The electronic voice of Tai Dan was still flat, but Su Qianqian seemed to hear a trace of schadenfreude. Her consciousness returned, and she opened her eyes to meet the worried gaze of Grandma Su. She took a deep breath, leaned close to her grandmother's ear, and whispered very softly, "Grandma, I borrowed the money. 500 taels." "What?" Grandma Su almost shouted, but she quickly covered her mouth. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at her granddaughter. 500 taels. That's no small amount. Where did she borrow it from? Grandma, I'll tell you the details later. For now, let's go and secure the shop. Su Qianqian's eyes were firm, showing her determination to go all in. Grandma Su looked at her granddaughter's young yet resolute face, her heart surging with emotion. In the end, she let out a silent sigh and supported her. She nodded and instructed the driver outside the car. "Su Tung, go directly to the shop next door that's about to be sold." The donkey cart entered Luo Yen City. Su Qianqian held the suddenly appeared, heavy 500 tael silver notes in her arms, feeling her heart sink along with her. The huge debt of 500 taels weighed on her shoulders like an invisible mountain, even though she was just a 7-year-old girl. In Luo Yen City, outside the Su family's powder shop, the elderly Lady Su and the tooth seller were bargaining fiercely over a shop that was for sale. 380 taels. Not a single coin less. Look at this location, this shop, and the spacious backyard. The tooth seller spat as he promoted his offer. Old Lady Su's face was calm and serious, showing her years of experience and calmness. She slowly pointed to a tiny crack on the shop's door and some moss at the corner of the backyard. The location is good, but the shop is old and needs repairs, which will cost a lot of silver. The backyard is big but hasn't been taken care of for a long time. It's damp and must be aired out and cleaned. 300 taels. If you agree, we'll pay in cash now. If not, she made a move to leave. Oh, my dear old lady. The tooth seller quickly stopped her, looking worried. 380 taels is too high. How about 350? That's the lowest I can go. Su Qianqian watched from the side. Although she was worried about the huge debt of 500 taels, she knew her grandmother was good at bargaining. She gently tugged at her grandmother's sleeve, showing a hesitant and shy expression. Old Lady Su understood and sighed. She said to the tooth seller, "We really want to buy, but we don't have much money at home. How about 320 taels? If that's okay, we'll buy it. If not, we'll go see the one on South Street. It's farther away, but cheaper." Seeing her firm stance and the little girl's hesitation, the tooth seller finally stomped his foot and said, "Fine. 320 taels. I'll lose some money to make friends. Let's go to the yamen to sign the contract." "Good." Old Lady Su agreed quickly, feeling relieved. The price was even lower than she expected. Meanwhile, Su Qingguang and a few others had returned. Besides the women brought by Steward Chui to help sort and wash the fruit, he also brought 3 new servants from the official tooth shop. 2 men and 1 woman, all honest-looking and quick with their hands. The man is about 20 years old, named Ollie. He has a strong build and honest-looking eyes. He used to work on the docks carrying heavy loads but was sold after his employer got into trouble. Another man, Yong, looks a bit thinner but appears clever. He says he used to work in a restaurant kitchen. The woman, Mang, is around 30, keeps her head down, but moves quickly and skillfully. She says her husband has died, and she was driven out by others to sell herself. Sui's first batch of clay jars and the large bags of sugar and new big pots purchased by Su Jing have been delivered to the empty backyard of the newly bought shop. The 3 brothers, Su Qingguang, looked at the suddenly purchased large shop with both surprise and worry. Su Qingguang quietly asked the old lady, "Mother, this shop. Money." The old lady waved her hand, signaling him to stay calm, and simply said, "Qianqian has thought of a way. We will get through this difficult time first." She didn't explain where the money came from. Seeing her and her niece look serious, Su Qingguang and the others didn't ask further, but their doubts and pressure grew heavier. They helped move the decent-looking apples and pears, set up the big pot, and prepared firewood. Looking at the rough but forming workshop, Su Qingguang told the old lady, "Mother, you and Qianqian watch over this. We need to go back to the farm. Father is alone guarding 20 acres, and we're really worried." The old lady nodded understandingly. "Go ahead. We will handle the house and the new home. You focus on planting the seeds. That's the most important." The three brothers reminded Su Qianqian a few more times and then hurried back to the farm, full of worries. At this moment, only the old lady, Su Qianqian, and the newly bought Meng, Ollie, and Yong, along with Su Tung and Aunt Tung who came to help, remained in the backyard. The temporary women workers finished sorting and cleaning, received their pay, and were sent away. The core area must stay secret. Su Qianqian took a deep breath, looked at Meng, Ollie, and Yong, and spoke seriously, with a tone older than her age. "Since you've joined the Su family, you are now part of us. As long as you work loyally, the Su family will not treat you badly. Next, I will teach you our family's special business, called fruit canned goods. The method must be followed exactly, step by step, and not a word can be leaked outside. If I find out anyone has betrayed us—" She paused, not mentioning the consequences, but her young face's coldness made the three men feel a chill. "Miss, don't worry. We will keep everything secret and do our best." The three of them quickly expressed their loyalty. "Good," Su Qianqian nodded. She began the on-site teaching. She decided to start with small batches to make sure the method works. First, prepare the fruit. Meng, you're good with your hands. You will peel and core the apples and pears. Su Qianqian demonstrated with an apple. Peel must be clean, and the core must be completely removed. Pear cores can be a bit bitter, so they need to be taken out thoroughly. Then, cut the fruit into evenly sized pieces. Meng watched carefully, then took the knife and carefully started working. She was steady, peeling quickly and thinly. Second, pre-cook the fruit. Ollie, go boil a big pot of water, Su Qianqian directed. When the water boils, put the cut fruit in and cook briefly. When the fruit turns shiny and the edges soften, take it out immediately and soak in cold water. This step kills bacteria and removes some enzymes that cause browning, helping the fruit keep its shape during later sugar cooking. Ollie, strong and attentive, watched the heat and handled the transfer. Third, make the sugar syrup. This was the most important step. Su Qianqian personally took charge, with Yong helping to watch the small scale. Remember this ratio: about 5 parts water to 1 part sugar, she explained while working. Bring the water to a boil, then add the sugar. Keep stirring with a spoon until the sugar dissolves completely. The syrup should look slightly sticky. The sweet, fragrant syrup fill the air, and Yong carefully remembered each step. Fourth, jar and seal. Su Qianqian took a clean, wide-mouthed ceramic jar that she had sterilized with boiling water. Meng, take out the cooled fruit, drain the water, and put it into this jar. Fill it up to about 80%, but don't pack it too tightly. Then, she slowly poured the cooled syrup into the jar until the fruit was fully submerged, leaving a small space at the top. Finally, the most important sealing step. Su Qianqian took out sturdy oil paper and strong hemp rope she had prepared. Cover the jar opening tightly with this oil paper, making sure it's sealed well to prevent air from getting in. Then, wrap the rope tightly around the jar opening several times and tie a secure knot, she demonstrated carefully. Since there was no vacuum sealing technology at this time, this physical method was used to block air as much as possible.
Fifth, sterilize at the end.
Ollie, boil another pot of water. It doesn't need to boil vigorously, just warm is fine. Put this sealed jar into the water, making sure the water covers more than half of the jar. Keep the temperature steady and soak it for about half an hour. This uses the principle of pasteurization to further kill any possible microbes. Time slowly passed, and everyone in the backyard held their breath, watching the floating ceramic jar in the warm water, as if they were looking at a rare treasure. Su Qianqian also felt nervous. This was just a theory. She wasn't 100% sure it would work in practice. After about half an hour, Su Qianqian asked someone to take out the jar, dry it, and let it cool naturally in a shady place. She looked at the curious and hopeful people in front of her and said in a serious voice, "This first jar is a test. Whether it succeeds or not needs more time to see. Today's method, you all need to remember well. Aiming, you are careful and will mainly handle fruit processing, filling, and sealing. Ollie, you are responsible for fire making and moving things. Ayom, you have a good memory and you will manage boiling the syrup, making sure to follow the ratios strictly. Aunt Tung, you are in charge of supervising the cleaning of the materials and tools, making sure everything is spotless. Yes, miss. They all replied in unison. Old lady Sue had been quietly watching from the side, her eyes shining with interest. Her granddaughter not only had good ideas, but also had a calm, organized way of commanding. 3 days later, the much-anticipated fruit jar was opened under everyone's tense gaze. When Su Qianqian untied the hemp rope and lifted the oil paper, a rich, sweet aroma with the scent of ripe apples and pears immediately filled the air, overwhelming everyone's sense of smell. The syrup inside was still clear, and the fruit pieces soaking in it, though softer than fresh, miraculously kept their shape and had a light yellow, apple, and crystal-clear, pear color, with no signs of spoilage. Su Qianqian used a clean spoon to take a small piece of apple and carefully put it in her mouth. The fruit had become soft and juicy after soaking and boiling, melting in her mouth. The sweet and sour flavor of the fruit mixed perfectly with the sweetness of the syrup, creating a unique, delightful taste different from fresh fruit, but equally impressive. Most importantly, it worked. There was no spoilage. It worked. Grandma, it worked. Su Qianqian excitedly held her grandmother's hand. Mrs. Su also tried a piece, and her eyes lit up with surprise. Excellent. Truly excellent. This flavor, this texture. I've lived so long, and this is the first time I've tasted something like this. And it's really not spoiled. Seeing this, Ameng, Ailey, Ayong, and others also looked happy and proud. This means that the skill they learned can truly create value. Without delay, the Su family quickly worked day and night, using all available fruits they rescued, to produce a batch of fruit canned goods. At the same time, they swiftly cleaned and set up the new shop, hanging a bright new sign that read, Su's Honey Fruit Shop. The grand opening was scheduled on a day when Su's 6 older brothers had a day off from school. Early that morning, 2 long strings of firecrackers were set off in front of the shop. 6 young boys, Su Xian, Su Jing, Su Heng, Su Han, Su Yun, and Su Zhou, dressed in clean, neat clothes, stood cheerfully in front of the shop helping to keep order and greet customers. Though they were still young, their lively energy and the good manners taught by the Su family made everyone feel warmly welcomed. The firecrackers crackled loudly, and red paper scraps floated in the air, drawing many neighbors and passers-by to watch. Mrs. Su stood inside the shop, her face glowing with happiness. Su Qianqian cheerfully introduced to the crowd, uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas. Today we open Su's Honey Fruit Shop, selling our special homemade fruit canned goods. The fruits in these cans are processed with a special method, making them sweet and tasty, and they can be stored for a long time without spoiling. Whether for yourself or to give as gifts, they're perfect. To celebrate the opening, the first 10 customers will receive a free piece of our Su's scallion pancake to try. Fruit canned goods? Can they last a long time? They smell so good. 20 coins for a can? That's a bit expensive, but it sounds special. The crowd murmured with curiosity and consideration about the price. Soon, the first brave customer to try was a woman with a child. The child was drawn by the sweet smell and couldn't stop walking toward the shop, begging to taste. The woman bought a can, opened it on the spot, and fed the child a small piece of pear. The child squinted happily, saying it was very sweet. The woman also tasted it and was immediately attracted by the novel texture and the fact that it could be stored for a long time. With the first one completed, there was a second, a third. Especially for families with elderly people or children, or those needing to store non-perishable food, there was great interest in these canned goods. The top 10 free gifts before opening also boosted sales. 6 brothers worked tirelessly in the shop. Su Xian calmly handled the money and bookkeeping. Su Jing and Su Heng spoke loudly to attract customers and keep order. Su Han was quiet but quick, helping to move goods. Su Yun was clever, responsible for introducing products to customers. Su Zhou, being young and cute, stayed close to Su Qianqian, charming many women and unknowingly helping to make more sales. By the end of the day, the Suji honey fruit shop was crowded and nearly 100 jars of canned goods sold out. Later, they had to use pre-order registration. At night, while counting the money, excluding pre-sales, the cash income for the day was nearly 2 taels of silver. This was just the first day for a small new shop. Everyone was amazed by this huge success. Remember, this wealth was made from almost spoiled fruit. After deducting costs for sugar, jars, and labor, the profit was very good. Old Madam Su quickly decided to change the staff arrangement. Abu was responsible for the overall safety and night watch of both the Suji flower shop and the nearby Suji honey fruit shop, which were conveniently close. A Mang, a Li, and a Yong, as core workers, focused on making canned goods. Old Madam Su personally supervised production in the back of the honey fruit shop and sales in the front. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian, after the busy opening days, began her very busy general inspection routine. Every morning, she and her 6 brothers did tough morning exercises under Awei's supervision, without fail. After sending her brothers off to school, her busy day started. Sometimes, she would ride in Su Teng's donkey cart to a farm 20 miles away to check on the new 20 acres of crops. Seeing the young plants, which looked healthier than usual thanks to her grandfather and elders' careful care, she felt at ease. She also talked with her grandfather about the canned goods shop, which reassured him. Later, she would rush back to Qingxi village to check on the progress of the new house. Seeing the foundation laid and the walls rising brick by brick, with workers working eagerly, she felt full of hope for the future. She would also give small suggestions about room layouts and window sizes at the right moments. After a while, she would appear again in the 2 shops in Luoyang City. The powder shop's business was steady, so she only needed to check briefly. The honey fruit shop was the main focus. She needed to see if production was proper, if hygiene standards were met, how sales were going, and whether strategies needed adjustment. Old Madam Su was quite advanced in age. So many specific matters required her to make decisions and run errands. She was like a tireless little bee, moving between the village, farms, and town. Her small figure carried responsibilities and busy work that didn't match her age. Although she was so busy, she rarely touched the ground with her feet, and sometimes so tired she could fall asleep on the donkey cart. She felt that all her hard work was worth it as she watched her family business grow little by little and saw hopeful smiles on her family's faces. However, the debt of 500 taels still hung over her like a sword, reminding her not to relax. The revolution is not yet complete. Comrades still need to work hard. Teton's electronic voice seemed to ring in her ears again. Host, being busy is a good cure for everything, but remember to pay back the loan on time. Su Qianqian. All right, back to work. The success of Suji Honey Fruit Shop spread quickly through Luoyang City and nearby areas like a gust of wind. The sweet, non-spoiled fruit preserves became a popular topic among families and a highly regarded gift when visiting friends and relatives. The shop was busy every day and pre-orders formed small lines. But behind this prosperity, a big danger lurked. In the backyard workshop, Amon, Ali, and Yong worked tirelessly, but the raw materials, apples and pears rescued from the granary, were decreasing visibly fast. The originally piled-up fruits now only left a few scattered baskets in the corner, and their appearance was no longer as good. Old Madam Su looked at the empty warehouse with a frown and sighed to Su Qianqian, who was inspecting the shop. Qianqian, these fruits are almost gone. Our canned fruit business, is it going to fail just after starting? Su Qianqian was more anxious than anyone. The huge debt of 500 taels pressed on her like a death sentence, forcing her to keep the business running. She forced herself to stay calm and thought quickly. Grandma, don't worry. Our own 50-acre orchard will have stable harvests next year. For now, we can only find other sources of fruit in the market, she said thoughtfully. I'll go to the market now and see if I can find a good supplier. She was ready to act immediately. Su Qianqian asked Su Teng to drive the cart as they wandered through the main markets and fruit and vegetable trading areas in Luoyang City. She inquired with several fruit vendors, but either their supplies were unstable, today they had fruit, tomorrow they did not, or their prices were very high. If based on their purchase prices, the profit from canning would be greatly reduced, or the fruit quality was uneven, making it hard to meet the standards for canning. For 2 days in a row, there was no progress. Seeing that the workshop might have to shut down due to lack of supplies, Su Qianqian felt anxious and worried. That evening, she sat moodily on the donkey cart, letting Su Tung carry her back. They passed through a somewhat remote market on the west side of the city, mostly small-scale farms selling their own produce. It was nearly closing time, and the crowd was sparse. As the cart slowly moved past a corner, Su Qianqian caught sight of a middle-aged man squatting by the roadside, looking worried. In front of him were several baskets of fruit that caught her attention, not just apples and pears, but also late-season peaches and purple grapes, which were rare at this time of year. Although the peaches and grapes looked a bit wilted, and some had minor bruises, their variety and quantity moved her. Most importantly, the man looked honest and straightforward. When approached by a few curious buyers, he seemed awkward and anxious, unlike the shrewd vendors nearby. "Uncle Tung, stop the cart," Su Qianqian immediately called out. She jumped down and approached the man's stall, carefully examining his fruit. The apples and pears were small but clearly homegrown, not waxed, and looked honest. The peaches and grapes, though not perfect in appearance, had a strong aroma. "Uncle, how much are these fruits?" Su Qianqian asked, picking up an apple. The man saw she was a young girl and didn't pay much attention, sighing with a look of worry. "Apples and pears, 3 coins for 2 jin. The peaches and grapes. They're hard to store. If you're serious, I'll sell them for 5 coins a jin." This price was a bit lower than the market rate for similar quality fruit. Originally, I supplied a dried fruit shop in the city. However, a few days ago, the shop suddenly decided not to buy anymore, and I was left with a lot of unpaid bills. My family is waiting for the money, so I had no choice but to sell the fruits myself at a lower price. But the location is remote, and few people know about my fruits, plus the fruits are delicate and can't be stored long. He looked at the fresh peaches and grapes with worry. "If I can't sell these tomorrow, they'll probably rot at home." Opportunity. Su Qianqian almost couldn't hold back her excitement. This was like someone handing her a pillow while she was napping. She forced herself to stay calm and showed sympathy. "Uncle Lee, I understand your difficulties. How about this? I will buy all the fruits you brought today, apples, pears, peaches, grapes, at the price you mentioned. All. All of them?" Li Dashan looked up suddenly, unable to believe his ears. "Yes, all of them," Su Qianqian nodded confidently. Then she added, "But I want to discuss a long-term business deal with you." "A long-term deal?" Li Dashan was even more confused. "Yes," Su Qianqian organized her words to sound more convincing. "My family runs a shop that processes fruits. We need a steady supply. I see that your fruits are good, so I want to sign a contract with you. In the future, as long as the fruits from your orchard, like apples, pears, peaches, grapes, are suitable for processing, we will buy them at a price slightly lower than the market price, but still fair, on a long-term basis." How does that sound? At least, you won't have to worry about selling or making trips every day. Li Dashan was stunned by this sudden good news. A steady sales channel. Fair prices. For a fruit farmer like him, who had been exploited by big shops, this was like a breath of fresh air. "Mississippi no, young lady. Are you serious?" he stammered excitedly. "Of course," Su Qianqian smiled. "But we do have some requirements. First, the quality of the fruits should be roughly consistent and not of poor quality. Second, deliveries must be punctual. We can sign a 3-month contract first, and if the cooperation goes well, we can extend it. What do you think?" "Good. Good. I agree. I can vouch for my fruits." Li Dashan pounded his chest, his face flushing with excitement. A lower price doesn't matter. What's important is stability. It will let him focus on growing fruits without worrying about sales. Currently, Su Qianqian asked Su Tung to help weigh and calculate the money and bought all of Li Dashan's inventory for today. They agreed that in 3 days, he would deliver the first batch of goods to Suji Honey Fruit Shop, and they would sign a formal supply contract. Seeing the cart loaded with a variety of fresh fruits, Su Qianqian took a deep breath, feeling relieved. The big problem was finally solved. A new hope appeared. With Li Dashan as a steady supplier and the upcoming harvest from her 50-acre orchard next year, the raw material supply for Suji Honey Fruit Shop was well secured. This meant that the production of canned fruits could continue smoothly, and her growing business would not stop. More importantly, with peaches and grapes, she could try developing new types of canned fruits. Peach cans, grape cans. Just thinking about it made her excited. Back at the shop, Madame Su was very happy when she heard the news and praised Su Qianqian for her quick thinking. That night, the backyard of the honey fruit shop was brightly lit again. Meng and others worked overnight to process the new fruits, especially the delicate peaches and grapes, which needed to be prepared quickly for production. The newly arrived peaches and grapes were carefully handled by Meng and the others. The peaches, after peeling and pitting, showed tender, creamy yellow flesh with a fine, fuzzy texture. The grapes, washed one by one, had deep purple skins that shimmered under the light, like full gemstones. Su Qianqian decided to make a small batch first. The peach cans followed the same process as apple cans, but with a slightly adjusted sugar syrup to enhance the rich aroma of the peaches. The grapes required more patience, ensuring each one was intact, with precise cooking time to make sure they absorbed flavor without turning to mush, keeping their clear, shiny appearance and juicy texture. A few days later, the first batch of peach and grape cans was ready. When opened and tasted, even Madame Su, who was experienced, couldn't help but praise. The peach cans had soft, sweet, and fragrant peach flesh that melted in the mouth. The syrup made the flavor even richer, more intense than fresh peaches. The grape cans offered a different experience. Biting through the thin skin released cool, sweet juice that burst in the mouth, mixed with slightly thick syrup, sweet and tangy, very refreshing and thirst-quenching. They were especially popular with children and young people. These two new products will definitely sell well, Madame Su said confidently. Sure enough, when Suji Honey Fruit Shop displayed the sign New Arrival, peach cans, grape cans, same price, 20 coins each, it immediately sparked a new wave of buying enthusiasm. Peach cans? Can we still get peaches at this time of year? Grapes? My grandson loves grapes. Hurry, bring me 2 cans. These grape cans look fresh and juicy. I'll buy one for my wife to try. Compared to common apples and pears, peaches and grapes are rare in the season, especially since they are made into cans that can be stored for a long time. On the day of the new product launch, dozens of peach and grape cans prepared were sold out within an hour, even faster than the previous apple and pear cans. Many customers who missed out asked when the next batch would arrive and requested to reserve some in advance. In the second batch delivered by Li Dashan, the proportion of peaches and grapes was noticeably higher. He kindly smiled and said, "Miss, since these two sell well, I specially sent the best peaches and grapes for my last harvest at home." Su Qianqian looked at the quality of the fruit, feeling satisfied. When settling the payment, she also gave Li Dashan a small red envelope as a reward for providing high-quality supplies. Li Dashan gratefully left, more eager to cooperate. With Li Dashan as a reliable and cost-effective supplier, and with the promising harvest from her 50-acre orchard next year, the raw material supply chain of Suji Honey Fruit Shop finally stabilized. Production entered a healthy cycle, and a Meng, a Li, and a Yong became more skilled, producing a steady amount of various cans every day. The shop's revenue kept rising. Roughly estimating, the current daily profit could reach nearly 3 taels of silver, and in a month, it would be close to 100 taels. This does not include the steady income from the Suji powder shop. With this trend, paying off the 500 tael debt no longer seems like an impossible dream. Su Qianqian felt her pressure lighten significantly. She still worked daily between the farm, the new house, and the 2 shops, but now she wore a more relaxed and confident smile. On a day off, her 6 brothers came to help at the shop again. Taking advantage of the free time, Su Heng secretly bought a can of peach canned with his saved pocket money, and the 7 siblings hid in the backyard sharing it and eating together.
Wow.
Sister, this peach can is so delicious. Even sweeter than fresh peaches. Su Heng ate with his eyes squinting happily. While eating, Su Jing nodded and said, "Yes, grapes are also good. Cold and refreshing. Eating a jar after practicing martial arts is the best way to quench thirst." Even the usually calm Su Xian praised, "Qian, your method is really clever. Ordinary fruit, when you do this, becomes so valuable." Su Han ate silently without speaking, but her eyes showed full approval for her sister. Su Yan already started planning. "If the harvest increases in the future, can we sell to even farther places?" Su Zhou happily hugged Su Qianqian's leg, saying, "My sister is the best." Listening to her brother's praise and seeing their happy smiles, Su Qianqian felt as sweet as honey in her heart. All the hard work and fatigue turned into a great sense of achievement and happiness. The smooth business, family support, made her more determined to lead the Su family forward. She looked at the busy scene in the backyard and the continuous flow of guests in the front yard, feeling proud. This small jar of canned fruit not only solved the family's financial crisis, but also opened a door to a bigger world. The future ahead was becoming clearer and broader in her eyes. 3 months passed quickly amid the busy work of the Su family. The autumn wind took away the last of the gentle warmth and brought the cold chill of early winter. During this season when everything began to wither, the Su family had 2 huge happy events. The first was the harvest of 10 acres of autumn corn. When old Master Su, along with his 3 sons and the tired but spirited Su He, carried the last basket of golden corn into the newly built temporary storage in the village, everyone couldn't help but feel excited. Weighing and counting, the total yield from 10 acres was an astonishing 8,123 jin. Average yield per acre exceeded 800 jin. This number was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone in the Su family who knew the details. Old Master Su looked at the pile of corn, trembling as he gently touched the full kernels with his wrinkled hands, tears streaming down his face. Su Qingguang, Su Yan, Su Jing, and the 3 strong men couldn't help but tear up, patting each other's shoulders, releasing the huge pressure and joy they had carried for months. They had succeeded. Truly succeeded. This went against their many years of farming knowledge about immortal seeds, yet they still sowed in late autumn and created a miracle before winter. This is not just over 8,000 jin of grain, it is the foundation for the Su family's future stability and prosperity. The remaining 10 acres are planted with winter wheat. The seedlings are already breaking through the soil, showing a stubborn, dark green color that dares to face the cold. They sway slightly in the autumn wind, waiting for the test of snow and ice, and looking forward to another harvest in spring and summer next year. The second happy event is the official completion of the new house for the Su family in Qingxi village. It is built with blue bricks and gray tiles, with high walls and a large courtyard. The new house is on a hillside not far from the old one, grand and impressive. Among the many simple mud and straw or low brick houses in Qingxi village, it stands out like a crane among chickens. The house has a 3-section layout, spacious and bright. The front yard is for guests, the middle for living, and the backyard has the kitchen, storage rooms, and servant quarters, with clear functions. They chose an auspicious day to hold a grand housewarming ceremony. Not only did they invite the village's strong young men to enjoy a hearty completion feast, but the family was also eager to move into the new home. Old Mr. Su and his wife lived in the largest east room of the main house. Su Chengwang, Li Shi and their family, Su Yan, Lu Shi and their family, and Su Jing and Wen Shi's family each lived in separate side rooms, with their own bedrooms and small living rooms, so they no longer had to squeeze into one big shared space. The 6 brothers of the Su family were arranged in side rooms on either side of the middle yard, 2 in each room, Su Xian and Su Jing in one, Su Heng and Su Han in another, and Su Yun and Su Zhou in the last. Although they probably still slept together that night, they each had their own space. As the only girl in the family, Su Qianqian had a small, elegant suite, with an outer room for a study and an inner room for sleeping. The servants also had spacious, tidy quarters in the backyard. The first dinner in the new house was very special. In the large new main hall, 2 big 8 immortals tables were set up. All the core members of the Su family, including Abu, who managed the shop in town after leaving, Su Teng's family, Su He, and Su Mo, along with all the servants, gathered together. Men and women sat at separate tables. The tables were filled with delicious dishes prepared with all their skill by Su Mo and Aunt Teng: chicken, duck, fish, meat, fresh vegetables, and clear soups. There were also symbols of harvest and sweetness, like corn pancakes and small bowls of sweet corn porridge for everyone. To celebrate, they opened jars of honey peaches and grapes, adding a joyful touch to the feast. Old Master Su held a small wine cup, filled with water instead of wine, stood up and looked at his children, grandchildren, and loyal servants. His voice was loud and full of excitement. Today, our family has double happiness. The new house is finished, giving us a safe place to live. The harvest was good, so we will have enough food and warm clothes. None of this would be possible without everyone's hard work. From now on, as long as we stay united, our days will only get better. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone raised their cups, whether adults or children, masters or servants, all smiling sincerely and looking forward to the future. The cheers and laughter almost shook the roof of the new house. The meal was especially delicious and long, filled with joy and happy talk. After dinner, Old Master Su looked at his lively family and said, "The new house is great, but the winter wheat in the fields still needs care. Tomorrow, I and Cheng Wang and the others will go back to the farm to stay. You all take care here." Madame Su nodded too. Business at the shop can't be delayed. Tomorrow, I and the eldest daughter-in-law and others will go back to the city. The children are with Grandma Su and away, so we can rest assured. After months of hard work, everyone was happy to finally rest peacefully in their new home for the night. As night fell, the big new house gradually quieted down. But beneath the silence, there was a warm and tender feeling stirring. In the east wing, inside Su Chengwang's room with Li, the candle flickered. Li was carefully taking off her hairpin in front of the new copper mirror, still smiling from the joy of moving and a little tired. Su Chengwang finished washing and came behind her. He looked at his wife, who had been with him for many years, and gently placed his hand on her slightly thin shoulder. "These days, you've worked hard," Su Chengwang said softly, with rare tenderness. He knew he was busy outside and at home, especially with building the house and later running the shop. His wife, mother, and younger siblings had taken care of everything. Li looked back at him through the mirror and smiled. "It's not hard. Seeing the family get better makes me happy." She paused and lowered her voice a little. "But sometimes at night, I feel the bed is a bit cold." Su Chengwang gently held her tighter, a warm smile on his serious face. "Once the winter wheat is harvested, we can stay at home more often." The couple embraced for a moment, then blew out the candle. The warmth of reunion filled the darkness. The new wooden bed made soft, rhythmic creaking sounds, telling stories of parting and longing. In the east room of the west wing, Su Yayan and Lu's family. Lu was laying fresh, sunlit bedding with a satisfied sigh. "Finally, we have a decent home." Thinking about fleeing from hardship, it feels like a dream. Su Yayan sat on the edge of the bed, watching his wife's busy figure, feeling both guilty and grateful. He took Lu's hand and asked her to sit beside him. "Yes, it's all thanks to our daughter. And you've worked hard too. While I was away, Mother is old, and little Qing is still a child. It's all because of you that the house is held together." Lu leaned on his strong shoulder, feeling rare peace. "As long as our family stays safe and healthy, all the hardship is worth it. But when you're not here, I feel uneasy." Her voice grew softer, with a hint of dependence. Su Yayan hugged her tightly and whispered, "Things will get better." As night deepened, the soundproofing of the new house seemed to need improvement. Faint muffled breathing and gentle bed sounds could be heard, adding warmth to the cold winter night. In the west room of the West Wing, Su Jing and Wen's family. Wen was lively and excited, talking about the benefits of the new house. Look at these windows, so bright. The bed is so spacious. Our brother Zhou will have his own little desk now, Su Jing and listened with a loving smile. He worked outside most of the year, rarely seeing his wife. Now, seeing her so happy in their new home, he felt all the hardships were worth it. I'll get you a better dressing table when things improve, Su Jing and promised. Wen playfully glared at him, blushing. Who wants a dressing table? Before she finished, Su Jing and pulled her into his arms. Have you missed me these days? Su Jing and asked softly, his breath brushing her ear. Wen's face turned even redder. She lightly hit him, but didn't pull away. The new bed made more noticeable. Lively creaking sounds, mixed with soft whispers and gentle laughter, full of youthful energy and passion. That night, in the east and west rooms of the Su family's new house, spring was in the air. The long-separated couple, on this stable and prosperous new beginning, poured out their longing, planted hope for the future, and infused new vitality into the family. The soft or loud, slow or urgent, thumping, sounds seemed to be the heartbeat of this lively new home. Meanwhile, in the rooms on both sides of the courtyard, the scene was quite different. As expected, Su Qianqian guessed. Su Yun and Su Zhou cuddled together with pillows in Su Xian and Su Jing's room, while Su Heng refused to leave Su Han's bed. The six brothers finally slept on two big Kong beds as they used to, though they complained about, why do we have to sleep separately? But the smell of new wood and earth made them feel at home, and soon they all fell into a deep, peaceful sleep with happy smiles on their faces. Su Qianqian lay on her soft new bed, listening to the faint sounds of daily life from afar, gazing at the cool moonlight outside the window, smelling the leftover food and the scent of the new house, feeling a deep sense of peace and happiness. This was her home, built and protected by her own hands, growing stronger every day. All her tiredness and worries disappeared in this moment. She turned over, hugged the soft quilt, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Soon, she drifted into a peaceful, sweet dream. That night, in the Su family's new house, her heart was calm and safe. As expected, on the first morning after the new house was finished, except for the 7 Su siblings who always exercised in the morning and the servants used to waking early to do chores, the main house and side rooms ladies rarely woke up late. After morning exercises, Su Qianqian and her 6 brothers finished washing up and sat happily at the bright, spacious dining table in the new main hall, waiting for the elders to join for breakfast. Grandma Su and Aunt Tung had already set out steaming millet porridge, corn cakes, pickles, and boiled eggs. After about an incense stick's time, Old Master Su was the first to come out of the main room, yawning and looking a little sleepy. Seeing his energetic grandchildren, he blushed slightly and cleared his throat awkwardly. Soon after, Su Qingguang, Su Yian, and Su Jing came out from the side rooms. They all looked a bit dark under the eyes, but still energetic. They glanced at each other and quickly looked away, sharing a subtle, satisfied smile. Finally, Old Lady Su, along with Mrs. Li, Mrs. Lu, and Mrs. Wen, appeared. The 3 daughters-in-law looked a little sleepy and had a faint blush on their cheeks. Especially Mrs. Wen, whose eyes were bright and watery. When they saw the younger generation staring at them, they felt a bit shy and lowered their heads. Madame Su remained calm, but a faint smile hid in the wrinkles at the corner of her eye. Su Heng was the most talkative and couldn't hide his curiosity. He blinked innocently and asked Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, eldest uncle, eldest aunt, second uncle, second aunt, why did you all wake up so late today? Is the new bed too comfortable to get out of? Cough, cough. Su Jing coughed loudly beside him, secretly kicking Su Heng to stop him from talking. Su Yun looked down and chuckled quietly. Su Han kept a serious face, but his ears seemed a little red. As the eldest brother, Su Xian tried to stay serious. Su Zhou looked at everyone with confusion. The adults felt more and more awkward with the children's innocent questions. Old Master Su frowned and said, no talking during meals or sleep. Eat quickly. Lee quickly tried to smooth things over and gave Sue Hang an egg. "Eat your food, you talk too much." The atmosphere at the table became a little tense, then was replaced by a warm, unspoken understanding. Everyone silently started to drink porridge and eat biscuits. After the meal, Old Master Sue put down his bowl and chopsticks, cleared his throat, and prepared to talk about returning to the farm. But Su Qianqian spoke first. "Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, I have an idea," she said, looking at the golden corn cakes on the table. "We've harvested so much corn this time. Besides eating it directly or grinding it into flour for cakes, I think we can make even tastier and more special foods to sell."
"Oh?"
"Qianqian, what good idea do you have now?" Madame Sue immediately became interested. She trusted her granddaughter's creative ideas completely now. "It's a kind of snack called corn-steamed cake," Su Qianqian explained. "It's made with fine cornmeal, mixed with white flour, sugar, eggs, and a kind of thing called yeast to ferment, then steamed. It turns out fluffy and soft, sweet and tasty. It's more delicate than corn pancakes and has a different flavor from plain steamed buns. I think it will be very popular." "Steamed cake? That sounds new," Su Yayan nodded. "Yeast? What's that?" Lu asked curiously. Su Qianqian was prepared and said, "It's something that makes the dough soft and fluffy. I saw the recipe in some miscellaneous books left by a wandering monk. I've tried making it myself." She used the excuse of the wandering monk again. "We can try making it in the shop first. If it works, it will add a new product to our bakery and honey fruit shop." "I think it's a good idea." Madame Sue immediately agreed. "Anyway, we're going back to the shop today. The eldest wife, the third wife, and the fourth wife. Let's go with Qianqian to try the corn cake." The women are always excited about new foods, and the three Lee sisters nodded in agreement. After breakfast, the family split into two groups. Old Master Su took Su Qingguang, Su Yayan, Su Jing, and Su He back to the farm to take care of the 10 acres of winter wheat, which carried hopes for the next year. Old Madame Su took Su Qianqian, Li, Lu, and went in a donkey cart pulled by Su Tung. They carried a small bag of freshly ground corn flour and the yeast that Su Qianqian had secretly kept from her space. They headed eagerly to Su's flour shop in Luoyan City. At the back of the flour shop, Su Qianqian rolled up her sleeves and started giving instructions. First, she prepared the batter. She took a large basin, poured in some fine corn flour, added about the same amount of regular white flour to make it stronger and tastier, and added some sugar. "Mom, crack a few eggs into it," Su Qianqian said to Lu. "Eggs help make the cake fluffy and fragrant." Lu quickly cracked in a few eggs. Then, Su Qianqian took a small bowl with a small lump of yeast dissolved in warm water. Slowly pour this yeast water in, while stirring with chopsticks. Wen was in charge of stirring. She looked at the runny mixture and doubted. "Qianqian, this. So runny. Will it turn into a cake?" "Second aunt, don't worry. Once it ferments, it will be fine," Su Qianqian said confidently. Finally, she slowly added warm water and kept stirring until the batter was smooth, slightly sticky, and pourable. "Okay, cover it with a damp cloth and put it in a warm place to ferment for about an hour," Su Qianqian said, placing the basin near the stove where it was warmer. While waiting, Li and Lu continued to watch over the flour shop's business, and old Madame Su and Wen kept curious eyes on the batter. More than an hour later, when Su Qianqian uncovered the cloth, everyone gasped in surprise. The batter had nearly doubled in size, filled with tiny bubbles on the surface, and emitted a faint, pleasant sour and sweet smell. "It's risen! It really rose!" Wen exclaimed happily. The second step was to mold and steam the cake. Su Qianqian brought several clean, lightly oiled shallow ceramic bowls and small wooden basins to use as molds. Carefully scoop the fermented batter into these molds, making sure not to deflate the bubbles. Fill them about 70 to 80% full because they will expand again during steaming, she explained while demonstrating. Li quickly divided the batter into the molds. By then, the water in the big pot was boiling. Su placed the filled molds into the steamer, covered the pot, and started steaming on high heat. "How long should I steam it?" Lu asked. "About 15 to 20 minutes, Su estimated. Don't open the lid during steaming, or the steam will escape, and the cakes won't rise properly. Waiting always feels long. The kitchen filled with a rich, sweet aroma of corn and fermented dough, tempting enough that visitors in the front yard occasionally asked about it. When the time was up, Sue immediately turned off the heat but hesitated to open the lid right away. Let it sit for a little longer to prevent shrinking. After a short wait, everyone watched eagerly as Sue took a deep breath and lifted the heavy wooden lid. A stronger, more fragrant steam burst out. The steamed cakes in the steamer were puffed up, each filling the mold with smooth, even surfaces. They had a soft, fluffy texture like clouds and a gentle, light golden color that was more delicate than cornmeal. Success! Sue cheered happily. She carefully removed one and inverted it onto a plate. The cake wobbled slightly, elastic and full of bounce. She sliced it into small pieces, revealing a fine, even crumb dotted with tiny holes. Old Madame Sue couldn't wait and took a small bite. It was soft and dense, with a perfect blend of corn's fresh aroma, sweetness, and a slight tang from fermentation. The taste was far better than ordinary corn cakes, offering a new, delightful experience. Excellent. Truly good. The texture and flavor will definitely sell well, old Madame Sue praised enthusiastically. Li Lu and Wen also tasted and all praised it, looking at Su Qianqian with pride. This corn-steamed cake isn't expensive to make, and the process isn't too difficult. We can price it a bit higher than plain steamed buns, Su thought. In the future, our flower shop will have another profitable item. Sue's business empire added another sweet, fragrant piece. This golden corn not only brings the joy of harvest, but also opens up more ways for Su Shuangshuang to create wealth. Madame Su looks at the steaming, fragrant rice cakes with a happy and satisfied smile. The good harvest of autumn corn and the completion of the new house boosted everyone's spirits and hope in the Su family. However, the worry about the 500 taels of debt in Su Shuangshuang's heart never fully went away. Although the canned rice cake business was doing well, it would still take time and effort to pay off the large sum. One day, old Master Su returned from the farm and called a meeting with the key family members in the new house's main hall. He looked at Su Shuangshuang, whose face still showed some concern, and understood her feelings. He then suggested an idea. Shuangshuang, our granary is now full of grain, old Master Su said slowly. We have wheat and millet from the tenants, and over 8,000 jin of new corn from this harvest. I think we should sell some of the older grain, except for the new corn. Su Shuangshuang's eyes lit up. This was a quick way to get money back. Madame Su hesitated and said, selling grain for money can solve the urgent problem. But grain is the foundation. If we sell it all, we won't feel secure. You're right, Su Qingguang agreed. So I discussed with Dad and we decided to sell only half. The other half will be kept for our family and workers to use until next summer's harvest. The money from selling this half will be used first to pay off Shuangshuang's debt. Everyone agreed with this plan. Although the family needed money, they understood how important the grain was and couldn't overexploit their resources. They acted quickly. Old Master Su personally went with Su Qingguang and Su Yayan to contact the most reputable grain merchant in Luoyang City. Because the grain was well stored, of high quality, and in good quantity, the merchant offered a fair price. In the end, selling half of the stored grain brought in 230 taels of silver. When old Master Su handed the wooden box filled with banknotes and silver coins to Su Shuangshuang, everyone felt relieved. It was almost half of the debt. Su Shuangshuang held the box carefully, feeling a mix of emotions. Inside was not just money, but also the support and hard work of her family. She solemnly told her grandfather and elders, Grandpa, Dad, Uncle, second uncle, don't worry. The remaining debt, my grandma, aunt, and I will work hard to pay it off as soon as possible. With this money, Su Qianqian immediately used her space to repay Taidan 230 taels. Seeing the debt decrease, her pressure eased significantly. Life seemed to become more stable and smooth. At the farm, the 10 acres of winter wheat, carefully cared for by old Master Su, his sons and Su He, safely endured the winter. The dark green seedlings quietly stored strength under the winter sun, waiting to flourish next year. The 20 acres of family land, after the autumn corn harvest, was not left idle. Su Qianqian took out the sweet potato seeds rewarded by her space, claiming they were the last rare leftovers from a wandering monk. These sweet potatoes were hardy and high-yielding. Old Master Su trusted his granddaughter's words and immediately organized people to plant sweet potatoes on 10 acres. This created a crop rotation of 10 acres of winter wheat and 10 acres of sweet potatoes. Every morning, Su Ting's son, Su Tian, after delivering ingredients for Su Ji flour shop, would also drive a small cart to transport some of the harvested corn and stored sweet potatoes from the farm to the town shop, corn for making steamed cakes, sweet potatoes as a new grain option, and some back to Qingxi village for family food and livestock feed. This quiet but diligent young man became an important link connecting the Su family farm, the village, and the town industry. Once the corn steamed cakes from Su Ji flour shop were launched, they became very popular. Their fluffy, sweet taste, golden shiny appearance, and more affordable price compared to traditional pastries made them a star product in the shop. They complemented the existing rice noodles, and the newly added roasted sweet potatoes, keeping daily customer flow steady. Su Ji honey fruit shop's business was booming, with Li Dashan providing a steady supply of various fruits. Meng and others became more skilled, producing high-quality canned fruits. Their products gained fame in Luoyang City and even attracted bulk orders from nearby counties. The profits from the canned goods became the strongest cash flow for the Su family. Although the daily earnings from these two shops, after deducting costs and necessary expenses, mostly went into Su Qianqian's hands to pay off the remaining 270 taels of debt, no one in the family complained. They knew that this debt was caused by their family business, and paying it off early would bring real relief to everyone. Even during the period of repaying debts, the life of the Su family was far better than during their past days of fleeing hardship, and it was even more comfortable than most families in the village. At the dining table, meat dishes were still often seen. The children wore warm, clean new clothes. The new house was always filled with laughter and happiness. The 6 brothers of the Su family continued their studies and martial arts training without delay. Under Grandma Su's careful care and Awei's strict supervision, they all looked energetic and made noticeable progress. Su Qianqian was busy moving around, but her face was more calm and less anxious. This was a simple happiness, busy but organized, under pressure but full of hope. The family's unity was stronger than ever. Everyone could see that the family was improving, and all their efforts were paying off. For the Su family, who had experienced famine and displacement, being able to live such stable, prosperous, and hopeful days was a great blessing from heaven. Winter sunlight shone through the bright windows of the new house, warm and cozy. Su Qianqian sat at her small desk in her room, looking at the debt record, which was getting smaller. She also looked outside at her brothers practicing martial arts in the yard and the distant smoke rising from cooking fires. A small smile appeared on her face without her realizing. The debt was still there, but the future looked bright. The north wind carried tiny snowflakes, howling outside all night. In the morning, when she opened the door, she saw a world covered in silver. The yard, rooftops, and tree branches were all blanketed in soft, clean snow. The cold air made Su Qianqian shiver as she got out of bed, quickly pulling her neck into her warm clothes. She was naturally afraid of the cold. On such a snowy day, she felt a deep desire to curl up and stay warm. After seeing her 6 brothers off to school through the snow and wind, Su Qianqian looked at the white world and decisively decided she wasn't going anywhere today. She wanted to take a break, but her body's laziness couldn't win against her restless mind. In this freezing weather, she suddenly longed for the warm, steaming hot pot, especially the 2-flavor hot pot with spicy, fragrant broth on one side and rich bone broth on the other. She imagined dipping various meats and vegetables into the sauces. Just thinking about it made her drool and feel a little warmer inside. Once the idea came to her, she couldn't hold back. Su Qianqian, immediately started to act. She called Su Tung and, relying on her memory, gestured and described, "Uncle Tung, go to the blacksmith in the city and ask them to make a special pot according to my instructions. The pot should have a curved divider in the middle, dividing it into two halves, like a Tai Chi symbol. The pot should be deep, with handles on both sides for easy lifting, and the bottom should be able to sit on hot coals for continuous heating." Su Tung listened carefully. Although he thought the shape of the pot was very unusual, the young lady's orders were not to be questioned. He nodded in agreement and immediately set out in the snowstorm to the city. Next, Su Qianqian asked Su Tung to pass messages to the farm and shops in the city, telling her grandfather and grandmother that once the snow stopped tomorrow, everyone should return to the new house in the village to try some new food. Su Tung worked quickly. By afternoon, he returned with a brand-new, shiny brass double pot. The pot was made according to Su Qianqian's specifications, with a beautifully curved divider and solid craftsmanship, looking very pleasing. The next day, after the snow stopped, the sun shone on the snow, reflecting a dazzling light. Su Laoi and his 3 sons hurried back from the farm, and Su Laofu's wife also returned from the city shop with Li, Lu, and Wen. Even Abu, who was watching the shop in the city, temporarily handed over to hired helpers. Everyone gathered together. The big new house, because of the family's return, was instantly filled with lively, festive atmosphere. Su Qianqian was eager to show her skills. The key secret, the hot pot base, was naturally prepared by her personally, with Su Mo assisting nearby. First, she prepared the spicy hot pot base. She heated a large iron pot and added several times more pork fat than usual for cooking. If she had beef fat, that would be better, but it was hard to find. Once the oil was hot, she added a large amount of chopped green onions, ginger slices, and garlic cloves to release a fragrant aroma. Then she added a handful of dried, highly fragrant Sichuan peppercorns and coarsely ground Sichuan pepper, used as a substitute for chili, which Su Qianqian had specifically asked Su Tung to buy earlier. She quickly stir-fried everything, and suddenly, a strong, stimulating spicy aroma filled the kitchen, making the nostrils itch and sneeze.
Achoo.
"Miss, this smell is really strong." Su Mo coughed from the fumes, but couldn't help taking a deep breath. "But it smells so good." Once the aroma of the Sichuan peppercorns and pepper was fully released, Su Qianqian added a few spoonfuls of her homemade bean paste and continued stir-frying until the mixture was fragrant. Then she poured in the prepared, clear broth, which had been simmered for a long time with pork bones and chicken carcasses. She brought it to a boil over high heat, then reduced to a simmer, allowing the flavors of various spices to fully blend into the soup. Finally, add an appropriate amount of salt to season. A pot of bright red, spicy, and fragrant hot pot base is now ready. On the other side, there is a delicious bone broth base. This one is simpler. Pour out most of the original broth used for boiling, add a few red dates, some goji berries, a few slices of shiitake mushrooms, and a little salt for flavor. The broth turns milky white and smells very fresh. Both broths are poured into a clean 2-section hot pot, placed on a prepared clay stove with glowing charcoal. Soon, the red and white broths start to boil and bubble, filling the room with a mix of spicy and fresh aromas. Meanwhile, preparations for dipping food are underway. This naturally requires the whole family to help. Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Wen are skilled with knives and responsible for slicing the meat. They cut the slightly frozen pork and lamb into very thin slices and neatly arrange them on plates. Mrs. Li helps wash various vegetables with Annie Tung, bright green cabbage, crisp radishes sliced thin, tender mushrooms, soaked dried beans, and the fresh bean sprouts that Su Qianqian specially prepared for the season. Su Qianqian is busy making dipping sauces: mashed garlic, finely chopped cilantro, chopped green onions, soy sauce, vinegar, and a little sesame oil. Simple, but enough to bring out the flavors of the ingredients. All preparations are complete. 2 8-treasure tables are pushed together, with a bubbling hot pot in the middle, surrounded by a variety of colorful ingredients. The Su family sits together, looking at this new and exciting way of eating, feeling curious and eager. Come on, everyone watch me. Su Qianqian stands up, picks up the chopsticks, and with a happy smile, demonstrates. This is called hot pot. The way to eat is very simple. Just put whatever you want into the boiling soup to cook. She picks up a thin slice of lamb, swirls it in the boiling red broth a few times, and the meat quickly curls and changes color. See, when it changes color like this, it's cooked, she says. She dips the cooked meat into her sauce bowl, rolls it around, then happily takes a bite, gasping slightly from the heat, and exclaims, that's the flavor. Spicy and fragrant, so satisfying. She then picks up a slice of radish, cooks it a little longer in the milky bone broth until it becomes semi-transparent, and tastes it with some sauce. This bone broth is especially fresh, perfect for cooking vegetables and for those who can't eat spicy food. With Su Qianqian's lively demonstration and her very satisfied expression, everyone couldn't hold back any longer. They eagerly picked up their chopsticks to try. Su Jinghe and Su Heng quickly followed her example, putting slices of meat into the spicy red broth. The unique spicy and numbing flavor made them grimace, but they couldn't stop, feeling very satisfied. Madame Su and Lu preferred the bone broth. They dipped vegetables and meat slices into the sauce, which was very tasty and kept the natural flavor of the ingredients. Su Han ate quietly but quickly, clearly enjoying this new and exciting dish. Su Yan watched carefully while eating and said, Qianqian, this is a great idea. One pot with two flavors. Everyone can choose what they like, and we can eat while cooking. It stays hot all the time, perfect for winter. Su Xian carefully looked after the young Suzhou, helping him cook the ingredients that needed less time. The servants also set up another table nearby, eating happily and praising the food. In the main hall, there was lots of laughter and cheerful chatter. They used water instead of wine, and the bubbling sound of the hot pot mixed with satisfied sighs. Outside was cold and snowy, but inside was warm like spring, filled with delicious smells. The lively atmosphere showed that this new, tasty hot pot had completely won over all the Su family members. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Madame Su took Su Qianqian's hand, her eyes shining. Qianqian, this hot pot is wonderful. I think our powder shop can add this. In winter, eating a hot pot like this feels so good. It will definitely sell well. Li, Lu, and Wen also agreed. They had been running the shop for a while and now had a good business sense. They believed hot pot could be a big success. Su Qianqian smiled and nodded. Grandma, I want to go with you. We can offer some fixed sets, like a good mix of meat and vegetables, charged by the number of people. We can make 2 kinds of broth, spicy and bone. Customers can choose their own sauces. We should also rearrange the tables and chairs to make room for the stove. They acted quickly. The Su family was very efficient. Grandpa Su approved immediately and ordered the blacksmith to make a batch of double-flavor hot pot pots and clay stoves. After Madame Su returned to the city, she started adjusting the shop layout to create a special hot pot area. Li and the others trained the staff to learn how to serve and cook hot pot properly. As expected, the new, warm winter hot pot from Suji Powder Shop caused a sensation in Luoyang City as soon as it opened. During this cold season when breath turns to ice, sitting inside a warm shop, gathered around a bubbling hot pot, and cooking your favorite ingredients yourself creates a new and cozy dining experience that quickly wins the hearts and stomachs of all kinds of people. Especially the spicy hot pot base, which uses prickly ash instead of chili, has a unique spicy and numbing flavor that many lovers of strong tastes find irresistible. The bone broth hot pot is also very popular among the elderly, children, and those who prefer milder flavors. At the entrance of the noodle shop, long lines often form during meal times, all for a hot, steaming hot pot. Inside, the place is lively with noise and steam, and business is busier than usual. This keeps Madame Su and her 3 daughters-in-law very busy. Madame Su often finishes supervising the canning process in the backyard of Su's honey fruit shop, checks the accounts, and then rushes to the neighboring noodle shop to help manage the busy hot pot business, coordinate ingredients, and handle unexpected problems. Li, Lu, and Wen are even busier, managing both the original noodle shop business and the hot pot area, often without even a moment to drink water. But seeing the daily increase in sales and the satisfied smiles of customers, they feel happy despite the exhaustion. The hot pot has become the most popular new source of income for the Su family this winter and has greatly helped in paying off their remaining debts. Today, in front of Su's noodle shop in Luoyang City, the line still stretched long and winding like a dragon. The cold wind was fierce, but it couldn't stop customers from craving that warm hot pot. Su Qianqian was helping with the accounts inside the shop, listening to the lively noise outside, feeling very happy. These were all money and hope for paying off debts. At this moment, a very eye-catching old man strolled slowly beside the line. Why so noticeable? His clothes were ragged and patched so many times that it was hard to tell the original color. His hair and beard were all white and messy, tangled together like a bird's nest. His face was dark and gray, but his bright eyes shone through the messy hair. He sniffed hard, following the strong aroma of the hot pot, and approached the shop entrance, almost drooling onto his torn shoes. Smells. It really smells good, the old man exclaimed loudly, swallowing a big mouthful of saliva. He didn't wait in line but pushed directly toward the door. Hey, sir, please wait in line. Please wait in line. The waiter quickly stopped the old man. The old man glared and said confidently, I smelled the aroma and came here. My craving can't wait. The waiter looked awkwardly at Su Qianqian behind the counter. Su Qianqian watched the old man's behavior and felt both amused and annoyed. She stepped out and asked, Sir, would you like some hot pot? Yes. I want it so badly, the old man nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice, staring longingly at the steaming pot. All right, 20 coins per person, a set with both meat and vegetables, Su Qianqian replied professionally. The old man's excitement immediately faded. He started feeling around his clothes, digging for a while, and only finding some smooth stones and a dry grass root, no copper coins at all. Embarrassed, he looked up with a hopeful smile, showing his fairly neat teeth. Young lady, I am a bit short on money today. Could I possibly owe you? I promise to pay back double another day. Su Qianqian shook her head decisively, her face firm. Our shop is small and honest. We don't lend on credit. This was a critical time for repayment, and she couldn't afford to be careless. The old man looked dejected, like a wilted eggplant. He reluctantly looked back at the bubbling red broth, licked his cracked lips, and seemed to make a firm decision. He started feeling around his clothes again, deeper and longer this time, almost turning his tattered robe inside out. Finally, he pulled out 2 old, yellowed books wrapped tightly in oilcloth, with frayed edges. Carefully, he untied the cloth, revealing 2 ancient, faded stitched books, their titles barely visible. Young lady, look at this. The old man handed the books to Su Qianqian with a mix of reluctance and hope. These are my life's work. One is the Green Bag Medical Classic, and the other is the 100 Herbs Poison Manual. Would these be enough to pay for this meal? Before Su Qianqian could respond, her mind was suddenly flooded with a sharp, almost piercing electronic alarm. Warning! Warning! Rare treasure detected. Host! Quickly! Capture it! This is the legendary Green Bag Medical Classic and 100 Herbs Poison Manual. According to the database, they are secrets of the renowned divine Dr. Valley, possibly manuscripts by the founder Ouyang Zi. No, by Ouyang Qingyun. Extremely valuable. No. Priceless treasures. This shabby old man is probably the legendary monster, Old Monster O Qingyun himself. Quickly agree with him. Don't just offer a meal. Keep him and make him your family's personal doctor. It's a great deal. Hurry up. Don't let him run away. Su Qianqian was stunned by Iron Egg's rapid-fire words, her head buzzing, but she quickly focused on the main point, rare. Old monster. Famous doctor. She kept a calm face, took the 2 old, worn books, and casually flipped through them, though she couldn't really understand. Then she looked up with big, clear eyes, actually filled with inner joy, at the painfully serious old man and spoke in a naive yet very tempting tone. "Grandpa, these books. They look quite old, but trading them for a meal seems a bit unfair, doesn't it?" She paused deliberately, watching the old man nervously purse his lips, then continued slowly, "But I see you really want to eat. How about this? I'll take the books, and I'll treat you to a meal."
And
She leaned in closer, lowering her voice like a big gray wolf tempting a little white rabbit. "Would you like to have such delicious hot pot every day? Plus our homemade peach jam, grape jam, and corn cake. All you can eat. Every day? All you can eat?" The old man, old Dr. O's eyes instantly widened like bells, and saliva started to flow visibly. "Little girl, are you really serious? Not joking with me?" "Of course I'm serious.
Sulyan yan pate terchest.
My home is in Qingxi Village, spacious and comfortable, with plenty of good food and drinks.
But
You see, we have a lot of people, and if anyone gets a headache or a fever, there's no one who knows medicine to help." She blinked her big eyes, making her meaning very clear. Old Dr. O's mind was now completely occupied by the words hot pot every day and all-you-can-eat jam, ignoring the fact that he was a famous doctor or that he had dedicated his life to medicine. He eagerly nodded. "Understood. I understand. Headaches, fevers, difficult illnesses? Leave it to me, as long as I get good food."
deal.
Su Qianqian smiled like a little fox who had stolen a chicken, grabbing old Dr. O's dirty sleeve, afraid he might change his mind and run away. "Let's go, Grandpa.
We're going home now.
I'll ask the maid to prepare delicious food for you." She quickly explained to the equally confused Mrs. Su, "Grandma, this old man is very capable. I invited him to stay with us, and he can also help us check the house and prevent any illnesses." Although Madame Su did not hear Iron Egg scream, she had blind trust in her granddaughter's judgment. Seeing how confident Su Qianqian was and noticing that the old man, despite being shabby, had clear and honest eyes, she didn't ask further. She simply nodded and said, "All right, you decide. Be careful on the way." So, amid the surprised looks of the long line of people, Miss Su happily pulled the old man, who looked like a beggar, onto the donkey cart and headed straight for Qingxi Village. On the way, Dr. O kept asking, "Young lady, are you sure? That's spicy soup. Can it be used every day?" "Yes. And I can add some other spices to make it tastier. And what about those sweet fruit cans?" "Yes." "Fully satisfying." He 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 he. Dr. O rubbed his hands and smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared. He felt that trading 2 old books for a long-term meal ticket was the best deal he had ever made in his life. When Su Qianqian brought the doctor, O Qingyun, who looked like a beggar and was exchanged for 2 old books, back to the new house in Qingxi Village, Madame Su and Awe, who stayed behind, were surprised. Su Qianqian calmly explained, "This is Mr. O, a skilled doctor. I invited him to stay at our home and help us with some health adjustments." She deliberately left out the key fact that she had lured him with hot pot. Although Madame Su and Awe were surprised inside, seeing that Miss Su remained calm, they respectfully bowed and called him Mr. O. At this moment, Dr. O's eyes were full of anticipation for the delicious food ahead. He nodded casually to acknowledge them. Seeing his tattered clothes, Su Qianqian thought it was not suitable, so she went to her grandfather's room and found a half-new cotton robe for him to wear. Clothes make the man, and after changing into clean clothes and tidying his messy hair, still a bit fluffy, he looked a bit more vigorous and healthy, no longer like a runaway, but more like a laid-back, scholarly recluse. In the evening, 6 brothers came home from school and saw a strange old man at home. They were curious. Su Xian, the eldest brother, stepped forward first and politely bowed, saying, "Good day, sir." The others followed to greet him. Even Su Hang, the most lively, restrained himself a little and looked curiously at the guest his sister had brought home. Su Qianqian still used the same explanation. "This is Grandpa O, a very skilled doctor. He's visiting our home." The brothers from the Su family were raised to respect elders. Although they found the old man didn't look like a doctor, they didn't ask questions and behaved more politely. This made the usually relaxed Dr. O straighten up a bit. He stroked his freshly combed beard and nodded thoughtfully, pretending to be deep. Dinner was, of course, the hot pot that Dr. O loved most. When the brass yin-yang pot started bubbling again, the aroma of spices and fresh ingredients filled the air. Dr. O's eyes shone brighter than the charcoal in the stove. Once they started eating, things got a little out of control. The younger members of the Su family, especially Su Heng, loved to eat and could eat a lot. Su Heng was usually very quick and had a big appetite, even among his brothers. But today, he had a rival. Dr. O used his chopsticks skillfully, moving smoothly to dip meat, pick vegetables, and dip sauces. His actions were fast and graceful, and he ate a lot. His cheeks kept moving as he chewed, and the pile of bones in front of him grew quickly. His eating style wasn't very elegant, but he looked very satisfied. At first, Su Heng didn't notice anything unusual. But as he ate, he realized something was wrong. His favorite dish, thinly sliced lamb prepared by Auntie San, was disappearing so fast. Most of it was ending up in the old man's bowl. And the frozen tofu, soaked in delicious broth, he had only eaten 2 pieces, and the plate was almost empty. Could he tolerate this? Su Heng's competitive spirit suddenly flared up. He couldn't match his older brothers in martial arts or knowledge, but he wouldn't let an old man out-eat him. He refused to accept this. So, silently, a food contest began at the table. Su Heng clenched his chopsticks tighter, speeding up his eating, aiming specifically at the meat slices and popular dishes. Dr. O seemed to notice the young man's hostility. Instead of getting annoyed, he found it interesting. He secretly sped up his own eating, even using some clever tricks to grab the items Su Heng was eyeing first. Their chopsticks flew so fast they looked like shadows, and they sweated and blushed from the effort. Everyone watching was stunned. Su Jing nudged Su Han and whispered, "Is the third brother competing with Grandpa O?" Su Han, calmly dipping a piece of cabbage, simply said, "He's overestimating himself." Su Yun was deep in thought. Grandpa O's appetite really doesn't seem like an ordinary old man. Su Qianqian rubbed her forehead, regretting using all-you-can-eat to tempt him. It clearly attracted a glutton. No, a foodie ancestor. In the end, the battle concluded with Su Heng slumped in his chair, holding his round belly, groaning with both satisfaction and pain. He ate too quickly and too much, so he was full. Grandpa O, though having eaten quite a bit, remained calm and relaxed, leisurely sipping the last bit of bone broth, and commented, "Kid, the cooking isn't quite right yet." That night, everything was silent. Suddenly, a cry of pain came from Su Heng's room, followed by Su Jing's panic shout. "Third brother, what's wrong?" They saw Su Heng curled up on the bed, clutching his stomach tightly, forehead sweating coldly, face pale, trembling with pain. "It hurts. My stomach hurts so badly. It's bloated to death." Su Jing and Su Xian, who shared the room, were terrified and at a loss. Su Jing reacted fastest, rushing out of the room to wake Su Mo, then immediately heading to Su Qianqian's room. Somewhere in their hearts, the youngest sister had already become the little adult who made decisions for the family. "Qianqian, Qianqian, wake up. Third brother is in trouble. His stomach is hurting and he's rolling around." Su Jing knocked hard on the door, voice anxious. Su Qianqian was awakened suddenly. Hearing that her third brother was in trouble, her heart tightened. She quickly put on her clothes and opened the door. The noise was loud enough to wake Away in the next room and Dr. O in another guest room. Away, holding a stick, came out cautiously to check. Seeing Su Heng in trouble, he looked at Su Qianqian and asked, "Miss, what should we do?" Instinctively considering her the main decision-maker. Dr. O yawned, wearing a shirt, strolling over slowly, looking annoyed at being disturbed. "What's all this noise in the middle of the night? Can't people sleep?" Su Qianqian hurriedly said, "Grandpa O, I don't know what happened to my third brother, but his stomach hurts badly." "Please take a look." Dr. O approached the bed, using the oil lamp's light. He only glanced at Su Heng's swollen belly and pained expression, then sniffed his breath and made a dismissive, tisk sound. That kid was fighting over food with me tonight, huh? Dr. O curled his lips. No strength, but still wants to do something tricky. Indigestion. Overeating. Serves him right. Although he said that, he still sat by the bed, letting Su Xian and Su Jing hold Su Heng. He stretched out his thin but steady hand and pressed or massaged several acupoints on Su Heng's abdomen with gentle or firm pressure. His technique looked casual but was very precise, with a warm and gentle force. It's amazing. During the massage, Su Heng felt a warm flow spreading inside his stomach. The sharp, stabbing pain gradually eased, replaced by a strange feeling of comfort. He hummed softly, and the noise lessened. Dr. O, while massaging, scolded him. Kid, eat slowly and chew carefully. Stop eating when you're about 70% full. You eat so quickly and without control. How can your stomach handle that? Today's overeating might hurt your health tomorrow. Do you understand? At this moment, Su Heng felt both shy and embarrassed. He thought he had lost face in front of his younger siblings and the new doctor, but the comfortable feeling in his stomach made him unable to argue. He closed his eyes and mumbled. Maybe because it felt so good or because he was tired from the fuss, he drifted off to sleep during the massage, softly snoring. Dr. O finished and waved to Su Qianqian and the others. It's fine now. Let him sleep. Just eat lighter tomorrow. After saying that, he yawned and went back to his room to rest. After a night of fuss, Su Heng naturally couldn't go to school the next day. He stayed home to recover. Lying in bed, he remembered last night's awkward situation and still felt a feverish blush on his face. Bored and shy to go out, he casually picked up one of the two old books Su Qianqian had left in the living room, the Blue Chest Medical Classic, and flipped through it randomly. At first, he was just casually looking, but as he read, he became interested in the descriptions of meridian pathways, acupoint functions, causes of common illnesses, and simple remedies. Especially when he thought about his stomach pain last night and how Grandpa O's few presses eased it, he saw similar explanations in the book. He kept reading difficult parts over and over, trying to understand them by combining what he felt in his body. In the afternoon, Dr. O, after a good sleep, came out for a walk. Seeing Su Heng deeply engrossed in the medical book, he casually asked, Kid, what are you reading? Do you understand it? Dr. O was just asking casually, thinking this older child was just curious and not expecting that Su Heng not only looked carefully, but also identified a problem and asked a very precise question. He was a bit surprised and explained briefly, describing the general path of the meridian and its relation to abdominal acupoints. He thought that just explaining once would be enough for Su Heng to remember roughly. But to his surprise, after hearing it, Su Heng's eyes lit up and he said, Oh, so the point you pressed last night is the Tianshu point on the stomach meridian? Because it belongs to the stomach, pressing it can help digestion and relieve stagnation? And if the stomach is bloated due to cold, would pressing the nearby point on the spleen meridian be more effective? Since the spleen governs transportation and transformation and is afraid of cold. At this, Dr. O was completely stunned. He widened his eyes, looking at Su Heng as if seeing him for the first time, examining him from top to bottom. His ability to think logically and make connections, his natural sensitivity to medical principles, and his quick associations. This was no ordinary mischievous child. He was clearly a promising medical student. An unpolished gem. Dr. O became interested and, not believing in superstition, asked a few deeper questions about the flow of qi and blood, about yin and yang balance. Su Heng answered hesitantly, sometimes using terms incorrectly, but he always grasped the core ideas and expressed them in his own way. Often, he hit the mark and showed signs of understanding the whole picture. Pointing at Su Heng Dr. O's hand trembled slightly. His expression changed from surprise to disbelief, and finally to joy, as if he had found a treasure. His mouth opened wide, as if he could fit an egg inside. After a moment, he muttered, You kid. You really haven't learned medicine before. Su Heng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed by the old man's reaction. "No, I just read this book today and thought it was interesting." Dr. O took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. His eyes looked at Su Hang with a complex expression, which finally turned into a long, amazed sigh. "A genius. Truly a medical prodigy. Old O. I've really found a treasure." After discovering Su Hang's amazing talent in medicine, Dr. O was so excited he paced around the room several times, forgetting about his favorite hot pot for a while. Without hesitation, he went straight to Su Qianqian, who was checking the accounts, and spoke seriously for the first time. "Young girl, I want to take Su Hang as my apprentice. Teach him medicine and poison techniques." Hearing this, Su Qianqian paused her pen, looked up with surprise, then her face lit up with great joy. She believed in Iron Egg's judgment and knew this old man was extraordinary, but she never expected that her lively, food-loving third brother, who usually only cares about eating and playing, was actually a hidden medical genius. It was a wonderful surprise. "Grandpa, are you serious? My third brother really has this talent?" Su Qianqian asked to confirm. "More than just talent." Dr. O puffed out his chest and looked serious, excited. "That kid was born for medicine. He understands things quickly, can think things through, and is clever yet calm when studying medicine. He's a rare talent. I absolutely can't miss this chance. Hurry up and call his parents and the head of the family back. I want to officially take him as my disciple." Seeing how sincere he was, Su Qianqian was overjoyed and quickly agreed. This was a legendary doctor. If her third brother could learn from him, his future would be limitless, and it would be a huge blessing for the Su family. She immediately asked Su Tian to drive and send messages to the farm and the shop in town, saying there was an important matter to discuss, and everyone must return to the village. Almost a month later, the main hall of the new Su house was filled again. Old Master Su and his sons hurried back from the farm. Old Madam Su, along with Li, the eldest aunt, Su Hang's mother, Lu, Su Qianqian's mother, and one second aunt, Su Yun's mother, returned from the city, bringing along 6 boys and Su Qianqian. All the core members gathered, and even Ah Wei and Grandma Su were there to serve. Everyone looked a bit puzzled, wondering what was so important. Today, Dr. O wore the newest robe of Old Master Su, forced on him by Su Qianqian, and his hair and beard were combed neatly. He sat upright at the head of the table, trying to look like a wise outsider, but his occasional glances toward the kitchen revealed his anticipation for dinner. When everyone was gathered, Dr. O cleared his throat, looked around at the people present, and finally focused on Mr. Su and Mrs. Li, Su Hang's parents. He spoke slowly. "Today, I have called you all here for a matter. I am O Qingyun, a doctor with some knowledge of traditional medicine. I wish to take your young son, Su Hang, as my apprentice, to teach him my lifelong medical skills and some related arts. How do you feel about this?" Su Qingguang and Mrs. Li were stunned and looked at each other. An apprentice? To learn all his skills? This surprise was too sudden. They knew their son had been studying medical books recently, but they didn't realize he had caught the eye of this mysterious old doctor. Before they could answer, Dr. O seemed eager to prove his reputation and said, "Words are not enough. Let me give a quick diagnosis to show I am not bragging." He first approached Old Man Su and gestured for him to extend his hand. After a moment, Dr. O said calmly, "Old sir, when you were young, your lower back was affected by cold and dampness. You feel pain and stiffness during rainy days. Also, your diet was irregular in the past, causing bloating in your stomach, and you often wake up at night to go to the bathroom. Is that correct?" Old Man Su shivered. His back and leg problems and his habit of waking at night were not well known to the younger family members, yet this old man had seen through them in one sentence. Next was Old Lady Su. She worries a lot, which has weakened her heart, causing her to have many dreams and wake easily at night. When she was young, childbirth damaged her health, and she often feels cold in her hands and feet. Old Lady Su nodded silently. Then it was Su Qingguang, Su Yayan, Su Jing, and the 3 brothers. Dr. O pointed out that Su Qingguang had excessive liver fire, Su Yan had shoulder and neck strain, and Su Jing showed signs of early rheumatism. All accurate diagnoses. Even the 6 young boys and Su Qianqian were not spared. Su Xian. He is calm and steady but overuses his mind, sometimes feeling dizzy. Su Jing. He is impatient, with strong liver energy, and tends to get angry easily. Su Heng. Dr. O glanced at him. His spleen and stomach still need adjustment. Avoid overeating. Su Han. His muscles and bones are strong, but he trains too hard, which causes internal damage. He needs medicinal baths to nurture himself. Su Yun. He worries too much, which damages his heart and blood. He should rest peacefully and restore his energy. Su Zhou. His foundation is weak. He needs better nutrition to strengthen himself. Finally, Su Qianqian. The young girl has a good foundation, but she seems to have a hidden cold condition, feeling cold and weak. She needs careful care and should not overwork herself. This statement made Su Qianqian's heart skip a beat. Could it be that space travel also cannot cure the inherent weakness caused by crossing over? After this precise diagnosis, everyone in the Su family was convinced, their eyes filled with awe and trust towards Dr. O. He clearly seemed like a living god. Now, do you believe me? Dr. O stroked his beard proudly.
Yes.
Yes. We believe. Su Qingguang's voice trembled with excitement. He quickly helped Mrs. Li to stand and was about to bow deeply to Dr. O. Our little troublemaker is lucky to be favored by you, sir.
We
are willing to do anything. Su Heng was also stunned. He found medical books interesting, but he never thought he could directly apprentice under such a powerful-looking old doctor. This meant he could finally surpass his brothers in some way. No longer just the kid who only eats and makes trouble. He immediately stepped forward, respectfully bowing 3 times to Dr. O. Disciple Su Heng greets master. Good. My disciple. Get up quickly. Dr. O personally helped Su Heng to his feet, his face full of joy, wrinkles smiling like chrysanthemums. He had wandered for half his life and finally found a satisfying successor. The entire Su family burst into joy, congratulating Su Qingguang, Mrs. Li, and Su Heng. The happiest were Su Qingguang and Mrs. Li, watching their once most troublesome son receive such a great blessing. They felt their faces glow with pride, sweeter than honey. That night, in Su Qingguang and Mrs. Li's room, the red candle burned brightly, illuminating Mrs. Li's face, still flushed with excitement. Su Qingguang held her hand, filled with emotion. I never thought our hanger would have such good fortune. Mrs. Li leaned into his arms, tears shining in her eyes, full of joy. Yes, I used to worry he was impulsive, but it's truly a blessing from our ancestors. We've met a noble person. Su Qingguang hugged his wife tighter and chuckled softly. It seems we need to work harder to have more brothers and sisters for Hanger, to share the burden of his future medical work. Mrs. Li playfully hit him, blushing. Reunited after a long time, the couple was filled with immense happiness and hope. Their hearts, overflowing with excitement and love, naturally wanted to share and celebrate in the most intimate way. The new house still doesn't have perfect soundproofing. Under the flickering red candlelight, the bed creaked with lively sounds and muffled breathing, lasting most of the night. It told stories of pure joy and endless hope for the future. The next day, the Su family decorated brightly and held a grand ceremony to honor their new master. They invited the village chief and familiar villagers and also sent invitations to the teachers of the Six Brothers School. However, shortly after the ceremony began, there was a report from outside. The teacher of the Six Brothers, the usually serious and strict Mr. Zhou, had come to visit. The Su family members were surprised and worried, thinking the children's absence might have upset the teacher. They quickly respectfully invited him inside. Mr. Zhou looked serious, scanning the crowd with his eyes, finally resting on little Su Yun. He didn't scold anyone but bowed to old Master Su, sighed, and said, Old brother Su, I come today not to blame anyone. It's just that my knowledge is limited, and I can no longer teach your fifth son, Su Yun. Everyone was stunned. Mr. Zhou continued, Soo-yun is very talented, with a great memory and quick understanding. My own knowledge is almost exhausted trying to teach him. Keeping him in the village school would only stifle a bright talent. He then took out a pre-written letter from his sleeve. This is a recommendation letter I wrote to the head of Chingyan Academy in the city. Chingyan Academy is the best in our region. With Soo-yun's talent, he will surely pass the entrance exam. He should go there to study, and in the future, succeed in the imperial exams and serve the country, so he won't waste his gifts. This news hit the Soo family like a thunderbolt. Soo-yun was so outstanding that the teacher felt he could no longer teach him. Soo-yun was also surprised, but then his eyes sparkled with eager hope. He had long felt that the school's lessons were too easy. Old Master Soo, Old Mistress Soo, Soo Jingha, and Mrs. Wen quickly discussed. This was a huge blessing. Although they didn't want him to leave home, they knew they had to support his future. Thank you, teacher, for your help. Old Master Soo solemnly took the recommendation letter and bowed deeply to Mr. Zhou. On the same day that Soo Hang became a disciple of the famous doctor, the Soo family made another important decision: to send Soo-yun to Luoyang City to apply to Chingyan Academy. To make it easier for him, he would stay in the back courtyard of the shop, cared for by old Mistress Soo and the 3 sisters-in-law of the Soo family. The celebration turned into a double joy, and the atmosphere became even more lively. After the banquet, everyone in the Soo family went their separate ways. The old man and his 3 sons, along with Soo-hee, hurried back to the farm to tend to the winter wheat. The old lady Soo, feeling both happy and nervous, along with Wen-shi and Soo-yun, who was about to go to the city for school, prepared to leave the next day to apply for the academy. Li-shi and Lu-shi stayed behind in the village to help with the follow-up matters after Soo Hang's apprenticeship and to take care of the other children. Dr. O was eager to start teaching Soo Hang, and as he did, he became more amazed and happy. He realized that Soo Hang's talent in medicine and poisons was far beyond his expectations. He was very glad that he came to Qingxi village for a simple meal and didn't miss this rare young talent. Soo Hang was fully immersed in a new world of knowledge and was very motivated. The other brothers also had their own thoughts. Some envied, some wished him well, and some secretly encouraged him. As expected, Soo-yun, with his exceptional intelligence and solid foundation, easily passed the exam for Chingyan Academy. He became one of the youngest students there and also one of the most noticed by the headmaster and several teachers. He officially moved into the backyard of the Soo shop, where old lady Soo and Lu-shi and Wen-shi, who stayed in the city, took turns caring for him carefully. He began his studies in the city. Li-shi, as the eldest daughter-in-law, also helped manage the busy shop with her mother-in-law, mostly staying in the city. The new house of the Soo family in Qingxi village seemed a little quieter overnight. Early in the morning, before dawn, the cold wind still cut deep. In the yard, Aoi stood like a cast-iron statue, waiting for a long time. However, the 6 lively teenage boys he expected were no longer there. Instead, only 5 stood in line: Soo Xian, Soo Jing, Soo Hang, Soo Han, and Soo Zhou. The boy who was always lively and deep in thought, Soo-yun, was missing, and the group seemed a bit quieter. Soo Qianqian stood beside her brothers, rubbing her cold, red hands and taking a deep breath of the icy air. She looked at the 5 brothers left and felt a little empty inside, but mostly she wished them success in their futures. Aoi looked over the 5 and spoke seriously, still strict as always. Soo-yun has gone to a better place. That's his good fortune. You who stay behind must not slack off. Start now. His commanding voice rang out, and the 5 quickly prepared themselves, beginning their daily morning exercises. Their fists and feet moved in the cold air, and sweat turned into white mist. Soo Han's eyes became even more focused, as if he wanted to pour all his feelings of separation into his punches and kicks. Soo Jing's punches remained fierce, but it seemed he lacked someone nearby to discuss the strengths and weaknesses of moves with him occasionally. Soo Xian became more calm and quietly looked after his younger brothers. Soo Zhou, though young, worked hard to keep up with his older brothers. As for Soo Hang, Su Heng's movements were still precise, but careful Su Qianqian noticed that beyond his usual focus, there was a hint of deep thought in his eyes. Sometimes, because he lost concentration, his actions slowed slightly, and a Wei would point it out without mercy. It seemed he was practicing martial arts while also mentally reviewing medical texts. After morning training, the 5 brothers, including Su Heng, left for the neighboring village school. Su Qianqian watched their figures disappear at the village entrance and sighed softly. The home was truly becoming more and more empty. However, this emptiness was not obvious during the day. When night fell, it transformed into a different kind of liveliness. In the past, the brothers would either study together at night or play around for a while before going to bed early. Now, Su Yun's room was empty, and the other brothers seemed even quieter because of his departure, mostly studying alone in their rooms. Only Su Heng's room remained the brightest at night. Since officially apprenticing under Dr. O, Su Heng seemed to have changed completely. The boy who once only cared about food and playfulness threw himself into the vast ocean of medicine, showing incredible obsession and perseverance. He would come home from school, quickly eat dinner, then rush into his room. The oil lamp often burned late into the night. Under the flickering candlelight, Su Heng would kneel at his desk with an old but wise book, the Green Sash Medical Classic, or Dr. O's handwritten notes spread out before him. Sometimes he would furrow his brows in deep thought, sometimes write furiously, recording things he didn't understand. When he encountered particularly difficult parts, he would even go to knock on Dr. O's door in the middle of the night, ignoring the old man's annoyed scowl and disturbed sleep, insisting on getting answers. Dr. O would complain, "You little brat, do you understand respecting your teacher? It's the middle of the night, and you're disturbing my sleep." But his bright eyes were full of pride and admiration. Having traveled the world and seen many so-called geniuses, he found it rare to see someone like Su Heng, gifted, hardworking, and even a bit stubborn. He also often let Su Heng do as he pleased. On cold nights, the master and apprentice would sit by a small lamp, discussing medical principles and identifying medicinal properties. Sometimes, they would argue passionately over the best treatment for a case. The window that glowed with candlelight late into the night became a special sight in the new Su family home. It was more than just a lamp. It was a symbol guiding Su Heng into a new world, a testament to his hard work and wisdom. Su Qianqian and Grandma Su took on the responsibility of caring for the children. Occasionally, Mrs. Li would visit from the city, seeing the late-night light in Su Heng's room and his thin but lively face. She felt proud and a little sad, but she understood that Su Heng had to follow his own path. The Su family moved forward steadily. The winter wheat in the field stored strength under the snow, the shop in the city was busy, Su Yun excelled at the academy, and the 5 boys in the village kept up with their studies and martial arts. Meanwhile, Su Heng made rapid progress in medicine. On the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, New Year's Eve, after the first snow cleared, every household in Qingxi village put up bright red couplets and blessings. The air was filled with the faint smell of gunpowder from firecrackers and the tempting aroma of New Year's Eve dinner preparations. The new house of the Su family was decorated with lanterns, full of festive cheer. After a year of hard work outside, the Su family finally gathered together today. Old Master Su and his sons returned early from the fields. Madame Su brought Mrs. Li, Mrs. Liu, Mrs. Wen, and Su Yun, who was studying away from home, back from the city. The big house was suddenly filled with lively noise and joy. This year, Su Qianqian volunteered to cook the New Year's Eve dinner herself, eager to show her skills. The family had seen her many creative ideas and her unique understanding of food, so everyone looked forward to it. The women helped her in the kitchen, and even Dr. O curiously peeked at the door, wanting to see what new tricks she would come up with. In the kitchen, steam rose and the aroma spread. Su Qianqian wore a small apron and stood at the stove, looking quite like a chef. The first dish, fish-flavored shredded pork. "Mother, second aunt, please cut the pork tenderloin into even thin strips," Su Qianqian directed. Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Wen skillfully cut the meat quickly. She then seasoned the pork with cooking wine, egg white, and cornstarch to make it tender. Next was the key step, preparing the fish-flavored sauce. She took a small bowl and added an appropriate amount of soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, cooking wine, water starch, and some mashed spicy peppers she had previously asked Su Ting to find, as a substitute with a similar taste. She also added chopped green onions, ginger, and garlic, then mixed everything well. In a hot pan with cold oil, she quickly stir-fried the shredded meat until it changed color, then removed it. She kept some oil in the pan, added the mashed spicy peppers and Pixian bean paste, sourced from a trusted supplier, and cooked until the oil turned red and fragrant. She then added shredded wood ear mushrooms, carrots, and bamboo shoots, prepared in advance, stir-fried until just cooked, then added the cooked meat. She poured in the prepared fish-flavored sauce and stir-fried quickly over high heat until the sauce evenly coated all ingredients. Finally, she sprinkled chopped green onions on top. She transferred everything to a plate, where the bright red oil and glossy sauce made the colorful ingredients, meat, wood ear mushrooms, carrots, and bamboo shoots, stand out. A unique aroma of salty, sweet, sour, spicy, and fresh flavors filled the air, making one's mouth water. Second dish, golden corn pancakes. This dish is simple and sure to be loved by children, Su Qianqian said with a smile. She boiled fresh corn kernels until tender, drained them, and placed them in a bowl. She added an appropriate amount of glutinous rice flour and sugar, then cracked in an egg and mixed everything well, ensuring each kernel was coated evenly. She heated a flat pan and poured in more oil than usual. When the oil was about half hot, she poured the corn mixture into the pan, using a spoon to gently press it into a round pancake shape. She cooked over low heat until the bottom was golden and firm, then carefully flipped it and cooked until both sides were crispy and golden. After removing from the pan, she sprinkled a little sugar on top while still hot. The golden corn pancake was distinct and sticky, with a crispy outside and tender inside. The sweet aroma of corn combined with the soft texture of glutinous rice made it very delicious. Third dish, chestnut rice cake. Grandma, your teeth aren't good, so this one is soft, Su Qianqian said to Grandma Su. She mixed glutinous rice and regular rice in a certain ratio, soaked them in advance, then ground the mixture into a fine rice batter. Fresh chestnuts were boiled, peeled, and some were mashed into a paste to add sweetness and a golden color, while others were left whole. She added some sugar to the rice batter and mixed well, then poured it into a grease-shallow mold. She sprinkled the remaining chestnuts on top and steamed it over high heat for more than half an hour. The steamed chestnut rice cake was light yellow, soft, and delicate, with golden chestnut pieces embedded inside, emitting a fragrant rice aroma and sweet chestnut flavor. Fourth dish, braised crispy fish, a classic recipe. This dish is now a family specialty, prepared by Grandma Su with Su Qianqian guiding from the side. Choose medium-sized, clean crucian carp. Line the bottom of the pot with ginger slices and scallion sections to prevent sticking. Arrange the fish neatly. Pour in a sauce mainly made of vinegar, with soy sauce, cooking wine, sugar, and enough water to cover the fish. Add spices like bay leaves and Sichuan peppercorns. Bring to a boil over high heat, then reduce to low, cover, and simmer gently for nearly 2 hours until the fish bones are soft and the meat is flavorful, and the broth is thick. This dish takes time and effort, but has a salty, slightly sour taste, with tender fish and soft bones, loved by elders and children alike. Fifth dish, spicy grilled fish. To satisfy young people and the gourmet, Su Qianqian prepared a hearty dish. Select a fat grass carp, cut open along the back to flatten it, and marinate with cooking wine, salt, scallions, and ginger. Brush the fish with oil, then place it on a specially made grill, crafted by a blacksmith, over charcoal. Turn the fish regularly, brushing it with her special spicy sauce, made from bean paste, prickly ash powder, Sichuan peppercorn powder, and spices. Roast until the skin is crispy and fragrant, and the fish is cooked through. In a separate pot, stir-fry scallions, ginger, garlic, bean sprouts, celery, and tofu skin, then add a little broth. Place the roasted fish on a large iron tray, surround it with the stir-fried vegetables, and pour the remaining sauce over the fish. With a sizzling sound, the aroma fills the air. The fish is crispy outside and tender inside, with vegetables soaking up the flavorful, spicy sauce, deliciously satisfying. Sixth dish, yearly rise, stir-fried rice cakes. Pre-soak thinly sliced sticky rice cakes prepared by Grandma Sue in warm water to prevent sticking. Heat a pan with oil, add shredded pork, shredded cabbage, shredded mushrooms, and shredded carrots, stir-frying until fragrant. Season with soy sauce and salt. Add the rice cake slices, quickly stir-fry to coat them evenly with sauce and oil, making them soft, glossy, and chewy. Finally, sprinkle with chopped green scallion tips for extra flavor and color. The rice cakes are soft and bouncy, symbolizing rising every year, an essential lucky dish for New Year's dinner. Seventh dish, complete reunion, tofu lion's head. Crumble old tofu and squeeze out excess water. Mix with minced pork, chopped scallions, ginger, salt, and a little starch, then stir vigorously in one direction until well combined. Form into evenly sized balls with your hands. Heat oil in a pot. When hot, fry the meatballs until golden and set aside. In another pot, sauté scallions and ginger, then add soy sauce, sugar, water, and the fried meatballs. Simmer on low heat until flavorful, then thicken the sauce. The dish has a bright red color, with soft, tender meatballs mixed with tofu, offering a unique taste. It symbolizes full reunion. Eighth dish, rising step by step, braised winter bamboo shoots. Fresh winter bamboo shoots are peeled, cut into irregular chunks, and blanched to remove astringency. In a hot pan with plenty of oil, the bamboo shoots are stir-fried until slightly golden. Then, soy sauce, sugar, and a little broth are added. The mixture is brought to a boil over high heat, then simmered on low with a lid until the sauce reduces and the bamboo shoots absorb the flavor, turning a shiny, bright red color. The bamboo shoots are crispy and tender, sweet and tasty. Their shape symbolizes rising higher with each step. When these colorful, fragrant, and meaningful dishes are served on the large reunion table, everyone is amazed. There are spicy shredded pork in red oil, golden corn pancakes, sticky chestnut rice cakes, tender braised fish, crispy roasted fish, shiny stir-fried rice cakes, round lion's head meatballs, and glossy bamboo shoots. The variety and aroma create a mouth-watering scene. Dinner is ready, Old Master Sue announces. Everyone quickly takes their seats. Glasses clink, and cheerful chatter fills the room. Dr. O eats eagerly, praising the spicy roasted fish and shredded pork and sauce, exclaiming how delicious they are. The Sue brothers also dig in happily, especially Sue Hang, who, despite learning to control himself after studying medicine, temporarily forgets his elders' advice in front of such tasty food. The adults watch their children and grandchildren gather together, the family thriving, and feel full of hope for a better year ahead. Time flies. Seasons change, and 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On another snowy New Year's Eve, the Sue family's new house in Qingxi Village is warm and lively, filled with laughter that almost shakes the roof. Compared to 3 years ago, the home has changed dramatically. The decorations are more luxurious, and everyone's face shows confidence and satisfaction. More importantly, the children and young people gathered together look happier and more united. 13-year-old Sue Qianqian, wrapped in a thick fox fur coat, is sitting by the window in a soft cushioned chair. She is practicing her ultimate relaxation goal, to sit instead of stand and lie down instead of sit. In front of her on a small table, there is a steaming cup of jasmine tea, its elegant aroma filling the warm room. Next to it, a small clay stove is burning brightly, with a ceramic jar on top bubbling with milk tea. Nearby, a few oranges are simmering, their peels slightly curled from the heat, releasing a tempting roasted sweet smell. She squints her eyes, listening to the lively family scene, occasionally taking a sip of tea or nibbling on a warm orange segment, feeling as relaxed as a lazy cat. Her older brothers, now tall and strong, have all achieved success in their studies. The eldest, Su Xian, is 18. He is tall and sturdy, with a kind and determined face. He is now a trusted helper in Mr. Su's farm management. Last year, he passed the provincial exam and is now a young scholar, calm and steady. The second brother, Su Jing, is 17. He is agile and has a sharp look in his eyes. His martial skills have improved quickly under Awei's training. He is also eager in his studies and, like his older brother, passed the provincial exam last year, becoming a young scholar. The third brother, Su Hang, is 16. He has a calm presence and carries a faint scent of medicine. Though passionate about medicine, he has not neglected his studies. With his intelligence, he passed the county exam 2 years ago and the provincial exam last year, becoming a young scholar, skilled in both literature and medicine. The fourth brother, Su Han, is 15. He remains quiet and reserved, with a build like a leopard, full of energy. He is the best in martial arts among the brothers. He is resilient and passed the provincial exam this year, becoming a young scholar. The fifth brother, Su Yun, is 14. He is gentle and elegant, with clear eyes. He is the most talented, easily passing the county exam in his first year, the provincial exam in his second year, and the imperial exam this year, becoming a true talented scholar. He is the youngest to achieve this in Luoyang City in recent years, gaining great fame. The sixth brother, Su Zhou, is 12. He is still the family's little shadow, very attached to Su Qianqian. He has kept up with his studies and martial arts and is preparing to take the county exam next year. At this moment, the Su family members are gathered in a spacious and beautiful main hall, holding their annual family review meeting. The charcoal stove is burning brightly, casting a warm glow on everyone's happy faces. Old Master Su, as the head of the family, speaks first. His voice is loud and full of joy and pride. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Today, at the end of the year, let's talk about what we've achieved in these 3 years. His gaze first falls toward the farmland. Our foundation lies in the land. In that spring 3 years ago, we planted winter wheat with worry, but by summer, it gave us a big surprise. The yield reached 450 jin per mu. Plus the harvest of autumn corn from previous years, our 30 acres of land, 20 acres of new land, and 10 acres of old land can be harvested twice a year. That means in a year, each acre produces as much as 3 or 4 acres used to. He paused, his tone becoming more passionate. That 50 acres of trial high-yield crops, plus our own 10 acres of old land, were a great success in the first year. The tenants who signed agreements paid their rent, and the leftover grain filled our granaries. Everyone was grateful to the Su family. In the second year, the remaining 50 acres of tenants were eager and begged us to plant the Su family good seeds. We took advantage of the situation and replaced all 100 acres of tenant land with high-yield seeds. We also raised the rent a bit, but compared to their increased income, it was just a small amount. Now, our 5 big granaries are all full. Not only our family, but even if another disaster strikes, the Su family can handle it. This speech drew praise and laughter. Grain is the foundation of safety and stability in troubled times. Now that the Su family holds such a large amount of grain, they are very confident. Then, Old Master Su looked at Su Qianqian, who was enjoying tea by the window, with loving and proud eyes. And let's talk about our money. Thanks to Qianqian, in the first year, with the shop's business and grain sales, she paid off the huge debt of 500 taels. No debt, no worries. Su Qianqian looked up from the aroma of roasted oranges, smiled slightly, and said, "Grandpa, that's just the beginning." In the second year, we used the saved money to buy a 3-story shop in the most prosperous part of Luoyang City and opened the Su Ji Tavern. She looked at Madam Li, thanks to Auntie, who brought along a few talented women from the village to manage the kitchen. Not only do we have my new style dishes, but also medicinal recipes made with the help of third brother and Grandpa O, like astragalus and goji berry chicken stew, poria, and white lotus root carp soup, and angelica ginger lamb hot pot. These are nourishing and tasty, unique in the city, loved by wealthy families and health-conscious guests. Business is booming. Madam Li, now known as the famous Lady Li, in Luoyang City, manages the tavern's front hall with confidence. She smiled brightly and said, "It's all thanks to Qianqian's ideas, and the recipes from Brother Hang and Grandpa O really work." Su Qianqian then looked at her mother, Lu. Mother is now the head of the front hall of our tavern, welcoming guests and managing everything perfectly. Even the most picky customers can't find any fault. Lu smiled gently, but her eyes showed her capable nature. It's all because everyone supports each other. And there's second aunt too. Su Qianqian spoke with admiration, saying, "It's truly impressive." When she saw that the powder shop was doing well, she boldly changed her shop into Su's clothing store. She managed everything herself, from choosing fabrics and designing to selling, becoming a well-known female shopkeeper in Luoyang City. Her business is even busier than before. Mrs. Wen's second aunt smiled politely, her eyes sharp. "Our family's reputation is growing and customers trust us." Now she handles her part alone, and her demeanor is more calm and confident. Old Lady Su smiled and summarized, "My wife has it easier, just managing the honey fruit workshop. Now that the canned food business is steady, she can relax. Still, everyone knows that when the old lady is in charge, everything is safe." The men of the Su family now look at the women shopkeepers with both admiration and respect, often saying, "We dare not offend them." Finally, everyone's eyes focused on the talented sons of the Su family, especially Su Yun. Su Jing and Su Yun's father couldn't hide their excitement, saying, "Our family's sons are the most promising. Brother Xian, Brother Jing, Brother Heng, Brother Han. All of them are doing well. They passed the county and prefectural exams and became child scholars. Especially Yun. This year, he passed the provincial exam and became a successful scholar. This is the first honor for our Su family." Su Yun stood up under everyone's praise and respectfully said, "Your grandson dares not slack off. It's all thanks to the family's support and the efforts of my brothers." "Good.
Good.
All good," Old Master Su said several times, his eyes moist with excitement. He looked around at all his grandchildren and children, seeing them successful and the family thriving, feeling that all his hardships and struggles were worth it. His gaze finally rested on his granddaughter, sitting relaxed by the window, roasting oranges as if nothing was happening around her. He felt even more emotional. If not for Qianqian, the Su family wouldn't be where it is today. He took a deep breath, his voice steady and strong, summarizing the past 3 years' achievements. "In these 3 years, our Su family's fields and granaries are full. Our foundation is solid. Our shops, taverns, clothing stores, honey fruit, each has its own success, and wealth is flowing in. Our descendants, scholars, officials, doctors, and soldiers, are all achieving success, with bright futures. Our Su family is no longer the struggling family that fled famine 3 years ago. We have built our roots and established our home here in Qingxi Village and Luoyang City, thanks to our hard work, family unity, and the good fortune brought by Qianqian. We have created a large and prosperous family business." He raised his glass, still filled with clear water, and said passionately, "The past year was full of achievements, and the new year promises even greater success. For our Su family, cheers. To the Su family, cheers." Everyone raised their glasses, regardless of age or gender, with proud smiles about their past accomplishments and hope for the future. Laughter and joy blended with the firecrackers outside celebrating the new year, creating a beautiful song of the Su family's prosperity. Su Qianqian also picked up her warm jasmine tea, raising it slightly to her family, with a content and relaxed smile on her face. After 3 years of hard work, she finally tasted the sweetest fruit, and it seemed her dream of relaxing and enjoying life was getting closer. The joyful atmosphere of New Year's Eve was still lingering, but at the start of the new year, a more practical and urgent issue faced the Su family, their children's education. In the main hall, the fire crackled, but the discussion was more lively than before. Old Master Su stroked his beard, frowning slightly. Brother Yun is now a scholar. He needs to focus on studying at the city's academy to prepare for the provincial exams. Brother Xian, Brother Jing, Brother Heng, and Brother Han are all students too. The village school can no longer meet their needs, so they must go to a good academy in the city for further study. Brother Zhou will also take the county exam next year, so staying in the village isn't suitable. Madame Su nodded in agreement. Yes, the future of the boys is very important. Now they all live in the backyard of the shop, which is okay for now, but it's noisy and not a good place for long-term study. Qianqian's mother and the two aunts are already busy running the business, and they also have to take care of the boys. It's exhausting. Su Qianqian, holding her small hand warmer, spoke slowly and directly. Grandpa, Grandma, since the boys are going to study in the city, and the backyard of the shop isn't big enough, why should we run back and forth? Let's just move the whole family to the city. Move the whole family? Su Qingguang hesitated a little. What about the village's fields and the new house? The fields are looked after by Uncle He and Steward Chui, so there won't be big problems. We can visit regularly. Su Qianqian had already thought it through. As for the new house in the village, we can keep it. It's a route for us. We can come back during festivals or when we want some peace. But the boys' studies can't be delayed, and our business is already focused in the city. Moving there is the right choice. She paused, her eyes shining with excitement. If we're buying, let's get a big one. Our family has many people now. The brothers need a quiet study, Grandma and the aunts need a spacious yard, and we also need to think about everyone's living space. Crowded places are not good. It's better to buy a place that's ready. This idea made everyone more interested. Thinking about the current wealth of the Su family, 2 shops, a clothing store and a honey fruit shop, a 3-story large restaurant making a lot of money, and a warehouse full of grain. Buying a house was not a big problem. Qianqian was right. Su Yan clapped his thigh. The children's future is the most important. Why do we work hard to earn money? It's all for the kids to have a better life. Let's move. Yes, let's move. Su Jing and another son agreed. In the city, news spreads fast, and it's easier to do business. Seeing that his sons agreed, old Master Su no longer hesitated. He made the decision immediately. Good. Let's move. Big brother, second brother, you two go to the city in the next few days to find a suitable house. It should be big, quiet, and preferably close to the academy. Su Qingguang and Su Yan received the orders and spent several days running between the Yan City shops. They looked at several houses, but they were either too small in a remote location or poorly designed. They were never satisfied. One day, Qianqian, who was free and had nothing to do, also went to see the houses. The shopkeepers saw that the Su family's young lady was there in person and became more polite. Suddenly, one of them remembered something and said, "Old Master Su, Miss Su, I happen to know of a very good house, but it's quite expensive and a bit special." "Oh? How is it special?" Qianqian became interested. The shopkeeper lowered his voice, sounding a bit mysterious. "This house was originally bought by our Yenzhou's richest man, Mr. Meng, when he first started his business. Later, as his business grew bigger, he moved his family to the prefecture city, and this house was left empty. He asked us to sell it. People say the house has great feng shui and brings good fortune, the house of Yenzhou's richest man's first home." Qianqian's eyes lit up. That sounded very lucky. "Take us to see it." The shopkeeper led them to a quiet street in the west of the city, which was still convenient. The high walls surrounded the house. The red lacquered gate looked old, but still showed its former grandeur. When they pushed open the heavy wooden door, the scene inside made Su Qingguang, Su Yan, and even Qianqian, who thought she had seen modern luxury homes, all gasp in surprise. This is not just a simple residence. It is a carefully designed garden estate. As soon as you enter, you see winding corridors and stone paths that look like a natural walkway. Walking further, there is a pond every few steps and beautiful scenery at every turn. Truly impressive. Beyond the decorative wall, the first thing you notice is a small lotus pond. Even in winter, the remaining lotus leaves and the sound of rain create a special charm. A small stone arch bridge crosses the pond. Passing through the corridor, you find yourself in a wide open courtyard filled with interesting rocks and a few old plum trees blooming bravely in the cold, with a faint fragrance in the air. In one corner, there is a fake mountain and a shallow water pond with koi fish swimming happily, and the gentle sound of water. Walking along the blue stone path, the courtyard reveals different themed areas. There is the Xiaoxiang Pavilion hidden among green bamboo, the Yulon Pavilion filled with orchids, the Listening to Pines Courtyard, with mainly pine and cypress trees, and a fish viewing pavilion, built over the water connected by a winding corridor. Every step offers a new beautiful scene, changing with each move, making the view breathtaking. The main buildings of the estate are also very detailed. There are 5 main sections. There are halls, rooms, towers, pavilions, studios, and even a boathouse. The main hall is spacious and bright, able to host dozens of guests. There are many side rooms, each with small attached chambers or private courtyards, enough for each small family or individual to have a quiet, private space. The backyard has a special women's building and a 3-story library with a great view. The servants' quarters are well planned, separate from the main house, but still convenient. The large rear garden has pavilions, streams, and even a small piece of land for farming.
Wow.
This house is amazing, Su Yan said, dazzled and whispering. Su Chengwang nodded repeatedly. The size and elegance of this estate far exceeded their expectations. Su Qianqian was even more delighted. Not only is the house big, well-designed, and beautiful, but it also has a sense of history and good luck, like a symbol of wealth and success. She could already imagine her brothers studying hard in the library, her grandmother enjoying flowers in the garden, her aunts managing their businesses in their own courtyards, and herself relaxing in a pavilion by the water, continuing her laid-back lifestyle. This is the one, Su Qianqian decided immediately, her face full of determination. Although Su Chengwang and Su Yan thought the price was quite high, seeing how much their daughter and niece loved it, and considering that this estate truly matches the family's status and future plans, they had no objections. News reached Qingxi village, and when the Su family heard about the house, they were all very happy and excited. After Mr. Su personally inspected it, he laughed heartily and said, "Excellent. Such a good house. It suits our Su family. Let's buy it." The deal went very smoothly. The Su family, now wealthy and powerful, paid the full amount at once and received the property and land deeds. The name, Yenzhou's wealthiest old house, made everyone in the family more hopeful and confident about the future. In the following days, the Su family was very busy. They cleaned the new house, bought new furniture, and packed their belongings. When the villagers of Qingxi village heard that the Su family was moving to the city, they felt a mix of sadness, envy, and good wishes. The Su family left enough money and people, Su He and some loyal servants, to take care of the farmland and the village house, promising to visit often. They chose an auspicious day, and the large Su family convoy, watched by the villagers, left Qingxi village and headed to their new home, a beautiful garden mansion in Luoyang City, with ponds every 5 steps and scenic spots every 10 steps. Although moving was complicated, everyone felt very happy and satisfied once they settled into the new house. The brothers each had their own study or small yard they had dreamed of, and they excitedly planned how to decorate. Madame Su looked at the spacious, elegant garden and smiled happily. Mrs. Li, Lu, and Wen were also very pleased with their own large courtyards. The servants felt more comfortable than before. Su Qianqian stood on the top floor of the 3-story library, opened the window, and looked down at the garden-like house that belonged to the Su family. In the distance, she saw the busy streets of Luoyang City. She thought, "Tomorrow, I will go to the Guanyu Pavilion to try the hot pot and tea. It should be very nice." Excited about moving into the garden mansion in Luoyang City, the Su family's happiness was still fresh. But suddenly, a difficult problem appeared. There were no people. Yes, the big house with 5 courtyards and a garden was completely empty. In Qingxi village, there were still some people like Grandma Su, Su Ting's family, Wei, Abu, and Su He. But now, Abu was watching the tavern, and Su He and some others stayed behind to look after the farmland and the village house. The servants who came along were not enough. There was a serious shortage of people for daily cleaning, guarding the gates, cooking, and serving in each room. Seeing the dusty corridors and empty yards, Even Madame Su, usually calm, frowned. Old Master Su spoke. Such a big house. We can't do without reliable people. Over the years, Su Tung has been trustworthy and careful. Let's have him temporarily manage the household affairs and oversee the new servants. This matter concerns the safety and convenience of the family in the future, so it must be handled carefully. Old Master Su decided to personally go to the pawn shop to select someone. As the actual big housekeeper and someone with good judgment, Su Qianqian was naturally chosen to go along. Now, the Su family is much better off than before, and they pay more attention to their travels. When their family became wealthier in the second year, they bought 2 spacious, comfortable carriages for trips between the city and the countryside, as well as family outings. At this moment, Su Qianqian and Old Master Su were riding in one of these carriages, driven by Su Tung, heading to the largest official pawnshop in the west of the city. The carriage moved along a cobblestone road. Inside, there were thick cushions, and in the corner, there was Su Qianqian's usual hand warmer. It was much more comfortable than the old donkey cart. Old Master Su closed his eyes to rest, while Su Qianqian lifted a corner of the curtain, curious to look at the increasingly busy street outside. When they reached a quiet street corner, the carriage suddenly stopped. Outside, there was a commotion of shouting and scolding. "What's going on?" Old Master Su asked, opening his eyes. Su Tung replied from outside, "Sir, miss, it seems someone is causing trouble up ahead and blocking the road." Su Qianqian leaned out to look and saw a man in a worn cotton coat with messy hair, desperately pulling on a thin girl's arm, cursing harshly, "Stupid girl, go back with me. Selling you is to give you a way out. Don't be ungrateful." The girl looked about 14 or 15, a little older than Su Qianqian, but thin and pale, with a yellowish face. Only her eyes were bright and clear, filled with fear and stubbornness. She clung tightly to the wall, refusing to let go no matter how the man dragged and scolded her. Her lips were white from biting, but she said nothing. "I won't go back. Selling my mother's hairpin isn't enough, and now you want to sell me. I'd rather die than go back with you." The girl finally shouted hoarsely, her voice full of despair. A few onlookers gathered around, pointing and whispering, but no one stepped forward. Old Master Su frowned. He could never stand to see the weak being bullied. Seeing the girl's unyielding eyes, Su Qianqian was also moved. "Uncle Tung, go take a look," Old Master Su ordered. Su Tung responded and got out of the carriage to approach and ask. After a moment, he returned to report, "Master, I found out. The man is the girl's uncle. Her parents have passed away, and she has been living with her uncle. This uncle has a gambling problem. When he loses money, he plans to sell his niece to bad places." The girl refused and ran away, and her uncle chased her here. Old Master Su's face darkened when he heard this. He signaled for Su Qianqian to wait in the carriage. He got out of the cart, walked up to the man, and said sternly, "In broad daylight, pulling your niece like this, what kind of example is this?" The man saw that Old Master Su was well-dressed and distinguished, with a strong-looking coachman, Su Tung, behind him. His bravado dimmed a little, but he still argued, "This is my family matter. Do you have any right to interfere? If you're trying to sell her for money, I will definitely step in." Old Master Su's voice was calm but commanding. "How much do you plan to sell your niece for?" The man's eyes flickered, and he held up 5 fingers.
5.
5 taels of silver. Old Master Su snorted coldly and spoke gently to the girl. "Little girl, are you willing to go with your uncle?" The girl shook her head fiercely, tears welling in her eyes but stubbornly not falling. She looked at Old Master Su as if clutching her last hope. "Master, please save me. I am willing to sell myself, to serve as a maid or servant, just to escape this hell. I will work hard. I can do anything." Old Master Su looked at her carefully. Though she was thin and weak, her eyes were honest and full of resilience. He had already made up his mind. Turning to the man, he said, "This girl, I will buy her. Here is 5 taels of silver. Sign a written agreement, and from now on, she has nothing to do with you." The man was surprised someone would buy her. Overjoyed and afraid Old Master Su might change his mind, He quickly took the silver, signed the simple contract prepared by Su Tung, and hurried away, not even glancing at the girl. The girl watched her uncle's figure disappear, sighed in relief, and nearly collapsed. She steadied herself, walked to Old Master Su, and knelt heavily, knocking her head 3 times. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I am willing to work hard and repay you." Old Master Su helped her up kindly and said, "Get up. From now on, you are part of the Su family. This is my granddaughter, Qianqian. You will serve her from now on." The girl looked up and saw Su Qianqian stepping down from the carriage. The young girl in front of them was even younger than herself, dressed in a delicate lotus-colored jacket and skirt, draped in pure white fox fur. She looked lively and bright, with big clear eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny as she looked at her. Su Qianqian also examined her. Although the girl looked a bit messy, her features were good, especially her eyes, clear and bright, showing resilience after hardships. She spoke calmly, but with firm authority. "What is your name? What can you do?" The girl quickly answered respectfully. "Miss, my original name is Lin Shuanger. I can wash clothes, cook, sweep the yard, and I also know some characters and simple math." She paused, then added, "My mother was a seamstress and taught me some sewing, but later." Her eyes darkened and she didn't continue. "Learning to read? Doing math? Sewing?" Su Qianqian was a bit surprised. These skills were rare among ordinary girls of this time. She became more interested and asked, "You said your uncle sold your mother's hairpin. What happened?" A trace of pain flickered in Lin Shuanger's eyes. She whispered, "That was the only keepsake my mother left me, a silver hairpin. He stole it a few days ago and sold it to gamble." Su Qianqian looked at her, sensing her pain and helplessness from her words and expression, but also noticing her frustration and struggle. She was not a girl willing to accept her fate. "Get up," Su Qianqian said softly, reaching out to help her. "From now on, your name will be Jiqiu, knowing autumn. I hope your sharp mind can sense the cold and warmth. See clearly the road ahead." Lin Shuange, now called Jiqiu, immediately lit up with surprise and gratitude, bowing again. "Thank you, miss, for the name. Jiqiu will live up to your expectations." Saving Jiqiu was just a small part of this trip. Su Leoi and Su Qianqian continued to the pawnshop. At the official pawnshop, Su Leoi explained their needs: to buy guards, gatekeepers, a cook, maids, and small servants, plus a dedicated coachman. The pawnshop staff, seeing a big customer, quickly brought suitable candidates. Su Leoi and Su Qianqian sat at the head of the table, beginning a strict selection process. This time, they were more careful than ever. For the guards, 7 or 8 strong men arrived. Su Leoi personally asked about their backgrounds, tested their strength and reactions. Su Qianqian observed their eyes and behavior carefully. After careful consideration, they selected 4 men who appeared steady, honest, with clear eyes, and some experience in martial arts or military service. Their names were Su Yong, Su Wu, Su Gang, and Su Chong. For the gatekeeper, they chose an older man, about 50, kind-looking but sharp-eyed. He claimed to have worked as a gatekeeper for a wealthy family before. He looked trustworthy, and they named him Su Fu. For the cook, several women came. Su Qianqian asked about common recipes and watched if their hands were clean and if they spoke clearly. In the end, she picked 2 quick and neat women who answered questions clearly. Their names were Su Jiang and Su Lu. For the young men and maids, many young people came this time. Old Master Su mainly checked their looks and family background to make sure they were honest. Su Qianqian focused on how clever they seemed and whether their eyes looked kind. She didn't want to buy dishonest or untrustworthy people. Finally, she chose 2 lively but not sneaky young men named Su In and Su Kong, who were quick and diligent. She also picked 2 honest-looking maids, Su Yi and Su Hua, who looked shy but sincere, to help with cleaning and errands. For the coachman, Old Master Su carefully selected a few men who claimed to know the city roads well, had many years of driving experience, and looked steady and honest. After asking questions, they chose a man around 40, quiet but calm-eyed, who said he had worked for a trading company for many years. His name was Su Jia, and he was responsible for driving the carriage. The whole selection process took nearly 2 hours. Old Master Su and Su Qianqian kept asking questions and observing carefully. Everyone else was amazed at how strict the Su family was about choosing people. Just as everything was finalized and they were about to sign the contract and pay, they heard faint whimpering from the backyard. The servant slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Oh, I forgot. A few days ago, we took in a puppy. The mother dog died and no one wanted it. It looks quite pitiful. Your house is big, so if it's convenient, we can give it to you as a pet, and it can also help guard the house." He then ordered someone to bring out a tiny puppy. The puppy was only the size of a palm, with yellow and white fur, a round body, a wet black nose, and big, shiny eyes that looked timidly at everyone. It made soft whimpering sounds and looked very adorable. Su Qianqian's heart softened when she saw it. She had always wanted a pet. In this era, having a dog to guard the house would make things safer. Old Master Su, seeing that his granddaughter liked it, nodded and said, "Then take it back with you." Su Qianqian gently took the trembling little puppy, softly stroking its soft fur. The little guy seemed to feel the kindness and snuggled into her arms. Su Qianqian smiled and said, "You look chubby, so I'll call you Daodu from now on." This marked the successful completion of the Su family's purchase, including a dog. With the 11 new servants for guards, a housekeeper, 2 cooks, 2 young maids, a coachman, and 2 young boys, as well as the rescued Jiqiu and the adorable little puppy Daodu, Old Master Su and Su Qianqian rode in a carriage and happily returned to their new home. The new house was finally no longer empty. Old Madame Su, along with Mrs. Li, Mrs. Liu, and Mrs. Wen, looked at the carefully selected new servants and felt relieved. Su Tum was officially appointed as the steward of the Su household, responsible for managing the new staff, assigning tasks, and teaching manners. Su Qianqian kept Jiqiu close, briefly explained the rules, and then told her to go wash up and rest. Daodu was happily taken away by Su Zhou, who claimed he would be responsible for feeding him. With these fresh additions, the large Su household seemed to come alive instantly, beginning to feel like a real home. Cleaning, guarding the gates, cooking, traveling by carriage, everything ran smoothly. In this new house, symbolizing a higher level of success, the Su family turned a new page. Su Qianqian also gained a bright-eyed, thoughtful maid named Jiqiu and a cute little follower, Daodu, wagging his tail happily. With Jiqiu's help, Su Qianqian's lazy days became even more relaxed and comfortable. Jiqiu was thoughtful and quick, taking good care of Su Qianqian's daily life. Early in the morning, while Su Qianqian was still struggling in her warm bed, Jiqiu had already prepared warm water and salt for washing her face. When Su Qianqian wanted tea, Jiqiu had already brewed her favorite jasmine tea at the perfect temperature before she could ask. When Su Qianqian read books or looked at accounts, Jiqiu quietly ground ink and organized her desk, occasionally offering clear insights into the numbers. If Su Qianqian wanted to try some new snacks, she only needed to describe roughly, and Jiqiu, with her cleverness and good cooking skills, could come up with something quite similar. Even when Su Qianqian occasionally felt lazy and didn't want to go pay respects to her grandmother, Jiqiu could find reasonable excuses to help her handle it properly, so she wouldn't seem rude and could also satisfy Su Qianqian's laziness. Madame Su and Mrs. Li saw that Jiqiu took such good care of Su Qianqian, behaved properly, and learned quickly. They became even more pleased with the girl they had saved. Su Qianqian enjoyed her relaxed life and felt that rescuing Jiqiu was the best deal she ever made. She spent her days either sitting in her small courtyard drinking tea and reading, or walking in the garden with Dodo. Her life was more comfortable than that of wealthy, idle people. However, that day was not a day for relaxation in the Su family. It was the day of the exam results. Although Su Yin was already a scholar, this time 5 brothers, Su Xian, Su Jing, Su Hang, Su Han, and Su Zhou, were taking the exam together. The Su family almost all gathered early, sending 2 young servants, Su In and Su Kong, to wait outside for the results. Even old Master Su, usually calm, paced back and forth in the main hall, glancing toward the gate from time to time. Madame Su and the other mothers were restless, clutching their handkerchiefs so tightly they almost tore them. Even Su Qianqian, usually lazy, put down her book and nervously played with Dodo at her feet. "Here they come. The good news is coming," shouted Su Fu excitedly from the gate, full of disbelief and joy. "Master, Madam, great news. All 5 young masters. All 5 passed. They are all official scholars." Suddenly, the entire Su residence burst into excitement. The 5 brothers, Su Xian, Su Jing, Su Hang, Su Han, and Su Zhou, were all listed, none missing. Plus Su Yun, who was already a scholar, making 6 scholars in the Su family. This was a historic event in Luo, Yen City. The officials delivering the good news arrived one after another. Drums and gongs sounded loudly. Firecrackers went off, attracting many neighbors and townspeople to watch and marvel. Old Master Su was so moved he shed tears, repeatedly saying, "Good, good." Madame Su was overwhelmed with joy, holding her grandchildren's hands and gently touching them. Mrs. Li Lu and Wen also felt proud, their faces shining with happiness. Su Qianqian also sincerely felt happy for her brothers. Seeing them study so hard for years and finally succeed made her feel proud. The Su family was no longer just a merchant family full of money. They now had real fame and achievement. While everyone in the Su family celebrated with a big feast, Su Yun's teacher, an old scholar from Qingyun Academy, personally came to congratulate them. He stroked his beard and looked at the 6 young scholars in front of him, especially the outstanding Su Yun. He spoke earnestly, saying, "Brother Yun has extraordinary talent, and the others are also well-grounded. However, the provincial exam is very important, gathering talents from the whole province, and the competition is fierce. I suggest you all stay calm for a year. The 6 brothers should encourage each other, strengthen their knowledge, and next year, go together to take the exam. Help each other and aim higher." His words made sense. Old Master Su and the others quickly agreed, and Su Yun and his brothers respectfully accepted the advice. They decided to wait a year, then go together next year for the exam. This made the Su family more hopeful about their future in the exams. But happiness turned to sadness. Just as the family was enjoying a lively feast with guests, a group of uninvited visitors broke the joyful atmosphere. They were officials dressed in official uniforms, looking serious. The leader was a seasoned officer from the local government office, with a distinguished presence. The lively banquet suddenly quieted. Guests looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. Old Master Su felt a jolt in his heart, but tried to stay calm as he stepped forward to greet them. "Honored guests, we are sorry for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive us." The officer's sharp eyes swept over the guests and the grand house, finally resting on Old Master Su. His voice was calm but carried authority. "Old Master Su, no need to be alarmed. I am here on official orders to ask about something." He paused and said carefully, "I have heard that your Su family's farmland has been unusually productive in recent years, especially. It seems you have a method to harvest twice a year, and the yield per acre is much higher than usual. Is this true?" What was coming finally arrived. Sitting among the women, Su Shuang gently put down her teacup and silently sighed. She knew that secrets couldn't stay hidden forever. Over the past few years, the Su family had quickly gained wealth through high-yield seeds and had produced 6 scholars. It was impossible not to attract attention. The high yield could no longer be kept secret. Old Master Su, experienced from many storms, was shaken inside but showed no sign of it. He had already prepared a response. Calmly, he said, "Regarding the matter, it is true, but it is not some magical method. It was just luck. A few years ago, my granddaughter accidentally helped a wandering monk from the far south. As a thank you, he gave her some special seeds from his hometown, which are cold and drought-resistant and grow faster." He spoke sincerely, with just the right amount of emotion, saying, "At first, we were doubtful, so we tried planting some seeds in our own fields. To our surprise, Those seeds were truly different. Planting in autumn and harvesting in summer, and vice versa, over a year, the harvest was much better than usual. Later, when our family's situation improved, we thought to share some seeds with a few honest tenant farmers who had been with us for years. Their harvests also improved. As for why this happened, I, a simple village man, really don't understand the secret. I just think it's a blessing from heaven and feel grateful for the old monk's kindness. Old Master Su's words were partly true and partly false. He attributed the good harvest to the mysterious, wandering monk and the far south, explaining the high yield while avoiding suspicion that the Su family held the key technology. He credited luck and the magic of the seeds instead. The official listening looked sharp, as if judging whether old Master Su's words were true. He asked detailed questions about planting, such as sowing time, fertilization, and field management. Old Master Su answered each question, but when it came to key details, he would vague it out with phrases like using the old methods or following intuition, or claimed that the tenant farmers figured it out themselves, with the Su family not interfering much. The questioning lasted nearly an hour, and the atmosphere grew tense. The official examined records from the Su granary and the rare grain varieties Old Master Su mentioned, samples of which had been prepared in advance, mixed with some ordinary seeds. Finally, the official closed his record book, looked deeply at Old Master Su, then glanced at the lively Su residents and the few newly promoted scholars. His serious expression softened slightly, even showing a faint, subtle smile. Old Master Su, your Su family, has truly good fortune, he said meaningfully, then stood up. This matter is very important, and I must report it to my superiors. You and your family can rest assured and wait for news. After the officials left, the joyful atmosphere in the Su residence disappeared, replaced by a faint sense of worry and fear. Old Master Su took a deep breath, his back soaked with cold sweat. He knew this was only the beginning. Once the high-yield crops were reported, it would attract the court's attention. Whether this would bring good or bad consequences was still unknown. The 6 brothers of the Su family, after witnessing that scene, felt a great shock in their hearts. They looked towards the direction where the officials had left, then at their worried family members, and finally their eyes settled on their youngest sister, Su Qianqian, who, though young, had always been the backbone of the family. As the eldest son, Su Xian spoke first, his voice deep and firm. Today's events have sounded an alarm for us. As our Su family's business grows and our reputation increases, it's like a child carrying gold through the market, without enough strength to protect it. Today might be just an inquiry, but tomorrow could bring disaster. Su Jing clenched his fists. That's right. We must become stronger. In learning and in other ways. Su Heng's eyes were deep. Only by standing firm ourselves can we protect our family and sister. Su Han didn't speak, but his tightly pressed lips and sharper gaze showed everything. Su Yun took a deep breath. Next year's provincial exam, we must give our all. Even the youngest, Su Zhou, felt the heavy pressure and nodded vigorously. The turmoil caused by the official's visit had just settled. The Su family was still immersed in the glory of being 6 talented scholars and planning for the future. Then, a sudden letter appeared, like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves of shock. That morning, the maid Su Yi, who was responsible for cleaning, passed by 4th young master Su Han's room and found the door slightly open. On the desk was a neatly placed letter. She found it strange. 4th young master usually practiced martial arts early, so why hadn't he gotten up today? Afraid to touch it, she quickly reported to Su Tung, who was temporarily in charge. Su Tung sensed something unusual. He picked up the letter and saw that the envelope was clearly addressed to grandfather, father, and mother, with the signature of Su Han. He dared not delay and immediately handed the letter to old Master Su. At the same time, in the room of 2nd young Master Su Jing, a similar leaving letter was also found. Both letters were opened at the same time on the table in the main hall. All the core members of the Su family were urgently summoned. Even the usually lazy Su Qianqian was hurriedly called by Jiqiu. An ominous feeling weighed on everyone's mind. Old Master Su, with a serious face, was the first to open Su Han's letter. The handwriting was just like Su Han, cold and strong. Grandfather, father, and mother. Your grandson has been unfilial and left without saying goodbye. 3 years ago, when Master Huifeng left, he left a letter explaining his identity, that he was the commander of the Black Cloud Cavalry in the Northwest Border Army, a general of Huaihua. Master's letter says that I am strong-willed and have decent talent. If I want to go to the battlefield, I can go northwest to find him. My second brother, Su Jing, is brave and talented in fighting. He was born to be a soldier. It's a pity he is stuck in the countryside. If he wants to join me, that would be great. I have thought about this for 3 years, and my decision has not changed. A man should hold a sword and protect his country and family. Although the Su family is safe now, enemies are nearby, and there are worries inside. We need to be ready to fight to keep our home safe. My second brother shares this wish. So, my brother and I plan to go northwest to join our master and serve in the army. This is a very important matter. I am worried my family will be upset and try to stop me, so I did not tell them. Once my brother and I are settled in the army, I will send another letter. I hope my grandfather and parents stay healthy and do not worry about me.
Respectfully, Jurum filial grandson, Suan.
Old Master Su read the letter, and his hands trembled slightly. He picked up another letter from Su Jing. Its words were similar but more passionate, full of longing to make achievements on the battlefield. At the end, he told his parents not to worry and promised to protect his younger brother. Northwest.
Border Army. Dark clouds riding.
Su Ian muttered these words, his face turning pale. Mrs. Liu also covered her mouth, eyes full of fear. Suddenly, a teacup fell to the ground with a crash, shattered into pieces. She swayed, her face as white as paper, lips trembling, but she couldn't speak. In the next moment, her eyes rolled back and she fainted backward. Mother of Han. The main hall became chaotic. Su Jing hurried to support his wife, calling out to her repeatedly, his hands trembling. Su Qianqian quickly asked Shi Qiu to call Dr. O. She rushed forward to check her pulse, and the scene was a mess. Finally, they managed to wake Mrs. Liu. She opened her eyes, tears falling like beads, clutching Su Jing's arm, crying loudly. The border is a deadly place.
My Han.
How can he go there? The grassland people kill without mercy.
He's so young.
Meanwhile, Mrs. Li, though not fainting, was heartbroken. She leaned on Su Ian's shoulder, crying so hard she could hardly breathe. Jing.
My son.
Why are you so foolish? Why not stay at home studying and taking exams? Why go to the battlefield? It's a place with no mercy. If something happens to him, how can I live? The whole hall was filled with deep sadness and fear. Just moments ago, old Master Su, who was full of pride because all 6 of his sons had passed the imperial exam, suddenly looked 10 years older. He sat down weakly in his chair, and the letter in his hand fell to the ground. Northwest Border Army. The Grassland Warriors. These words hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. That area was one of the most difficult and war-torn borders of the Great Zhou dynasty. The grassland tribes were brave fighters and often raided others. Many soldiers from the border army died there every year. Going to serve in that place was almost like risking your life. Su Qianqian was also shocked by this sudden news. She knew her 4th brother wanted to become a martial artist, and her 2nd brother was hot-tempered, but she didn't expect them to be so determined, choosing the most dangerous path, joining the army and going to the front lines. Master Feng was actually a border general. This made everything seem more real and more worrying. Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Su Qingguang's face turned pale with anger. Such a big matter. How can they decide on their own? At least they should discuss it with the family. Discuss? Su Yan's eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse. We discussed, but can we really stop them? That's a battlefield. Yes, they discussed it, but the result might be to stop them by force. Su Han and Su Jing foresaw this, so they chose the most decisive way. Dr. O was called in to check Wen's pulse, and prescribed calming medicine. He sighed and said, "Overexertion and worry have affected the heart. This matter. Sigh, children grow up and have their own lives. Those two boys are strong and capable. If they go to the army, they might do well. But as parents, how can we feel at ease?" His words didn't bring much comfort. Everyone understood the reasoning, but the heart-wrenching worry couldn't be eased. The Su family was shrouded in gloom. The joy and pride from yesterday were gone, replaced by endless concern and fear for the travelers heading far away. The northwest wind and sand, the curved blades of the grasslands, seemed to carry the coldness through the distance, chilling this once peaceful big house. Su Qianqian looked at her heartbroken second aunt and the elder brother, and at the suddenly aged grandfather and father. Her mind was full of mixed feelings. Her brothers had chosen their path, one full of thorns, but possibly leading to glory. Those who stayed at home could do nothing but wait and pray endlessly. From this moment on, the future of the Su family seemed tightly connected to the distant northwest border. Su Jing and Su Han leaving home to join the army instantly extinguished all the joy in the Su family, leaving only endless worry and fear. Su Qianqian could no longer comfortably stay in her small courtyard and relax. Her brothers chose the most dangerous path to protect the family, so she must build a stronger shield and sharper spear for the home she cares about. The guards bought by the official, like Su Yong and Su Wu, could watch over the house and keep order, but they lacked true courage and bravery, those qualities needed to fight with their lives in dangerous moments. Now, the Su family was growing powerful, and their secret of abundant grain had attracted the attention of the authorities. There could be many hidden threats ahead. She needed a real fighting force, one that could stand firm when it mattered most. "Awei, Abu, come with me," Su Qianqian called the two earliest guards who followed her family, her tone unusually serious. "Miss, where are we going?" Awei asked calmly. "The slave market," Su Qianqian replied simply. Both Awei and Abu froze. The slave market was a chaotic place, full of outlaws, prisoners of war, or servants of officials. Much more dangerous and complicated than the official guards. "Miss, the people there have complicated backgrounds. It might be hard to control them," Abu warned. "I know," Su Qianqian said sharply. "The official guards are too clean. I want those who have been through mud, seen blood, and are willing to fight for their lives. If I use the right methods and the right restraints, even a fierce wolf can become a loyal dog." Seeing her resolve, Awei and Abu no longer argued. They straightened their backs and looked alert. Awei drove the carriage himself, with Abu guarding beside him. The carriage headed toward the most chaotic and dark part of the city. Unlike the neat and orderly official guards, the slave market was filled with a heavy, savage atmosphere. The air was thick with sweat, mold, and faint bloodstains. Large wooden cages were packed with ragged, expressionless, or defiant people. The official guards no longer wore professional smiles, but looked more rough and fierce. Su Qianqian wore a hood to hide her face. Under the tight protection of Awei and Abu, she moved through the noisy market. Her eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept over each cage and each face. She was not looking for gentle sheep but searching for wounded lone wolves and trapped tigers. The first person she noticed was a one-eyed man leaning in the corner of the cage. He was about 35 or 36 years old, not very tall, but muscular and tough, like a weathered rock. He had only one eye, fierce like a vulture, and a large scar from his forehead to his cheekbone where his other eye should be. Unlike others, he was not numb or begging for mercy. He looked coldly at the people passing by, with a detached attitude and a hint of pride. His hands were covered with thick calluses, especially at the knuckles, from holding weapons for many years. Su Qianqian stopped and signaled to the guard, "Who is this person?" The guard smiled and whispered, "Miss, you have good eyes. This man is called Lone Wolf. He was once a bandit leader on the northern border, with dozens of followers. When the soldiers came, he was the only one who survived and was sold here. He's very wild. Several buyers wanted to tame him because of his skills, but they couldn't, and he even hurt people. Su Qianqian's heart moved. Bandits meant he was skilled in riding and shooting, knew how to survive in the wild, and had seen blood. He was ruthless. I want to ask him a few questions, she said. Away and Abu immediately stepped forward, staring tightly at the lone wolf to prevent him from attacking. Su Qianqian looked through the cage at his cold, one-eyed face and spoke calmly. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Lone wolf sneered, his voice hoarse. Of course, I want to live. I'll give you a way out, Su Qianqian said. Follow me. Obey the rules of the Su family. Protect my people. I'll feed you well, give you warmth and respect. But from now on, your life belongs to the Su family. If you betray us, I'll make sure you suffer more than death. Lone Wolf's one eye narrowed as he looked at the small girl who seemed unremarkable in size, but spoke with certainty. He then glanced at the two guards behind her, who looked calm and dangerous. After a moment of silence, he asked, Full stomach? Meat to eat? Deal, Lone Wolf said straightforwardly. As long as you don't treat me like a dog, I sell you my life. The second person was a giant, like a tower. He was kept alone in a reinforced iron cage. He was nearly 9 feet tall, with arms thicker than most people's thighs and muscles bulging all over his body, full of explosive strength. He lowered his head, making it hard to see his face, but just sitting there gave off a strong feeling of intimidation. He had many whip marks on his body, clearly signs of resistance. His name is Iron Tower. Rumor has it his blood from the Plains people is incredibly strong, but his mind doesn't seem very sharp. When captured, he injured more than 10 people, the man from the tribe explained, with a hint of fear.
Su Qianqian stepped closer.
The big man suddenly lifted his head, revealing a simple but wild-looking face. His eyes were cloudy, and he made a low growling sound in his throat, like a trapped beast. Away and Abu immediately tensed up. But Su Qianqian was not afraid. She took out a small, neat paper-wrapped package from her sleeve, containing a few pieces of dried meat she always carried. She gently pushed the meat through the bars and placed it in front of Iron Tower. Iron Tower was stunned for a moment, sniffed a few times, then grabbed the meat, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it in one go. He looked at Su Qianqian eagerly, and the fierce look in his eyes seemed to soften a little. Follow me, and you'll eat meat every day, Su Qianqian said simply and directly. Iron Tower tilted his head, as if trying to understand her words, then nodded hard and mumbled.
Meat.
Eat. The third group was a pair of silent brothers. They looked to be in their early 20s, with ordinary looks that could blend into a crowd. But Su Qianqian noticed their eyes were unusually calm. Even in such a terrible environment, they maintained a strange composure. Their fingers were long and steady, their stance casual but capable of unleashing power at any moment. They had a different aura from ordinary fighters. The man from the tribe whispered, These two are brothers. They used to do dirty work but got caught. Their background is unclear, but they are very skilled, especially in sneaking, tracking, and killing with one strike. Assassins?
Su Qianqian felt a chill.
This was exactly the kind of hidden strength she needed. She walked to the cage. The brothers looked up at the same time, their cold eyes like sharp blades fixed on her. Do the work for me. Live openly or in the shadows, your choice, Su Qianqian said straightforwardly. The Su family can give you a safe identity and enough reward to make you willing to serve. The price is absolute loyalty. The brothers exchanged a glance. The older one spoke first, his voice deep and steady, with no emotion. We need a separate identity, one that doesn't attract attention. The reward depends on the difficulty. Yes, Su Qianqian nodded. From now on, you'll be called Su Ying and Su Zong. The fourth person was a slim, sharp-looking young man. He looked only about 20 years old, with a pale face and cold eyes like a venomous snake. One of his arms was oddly bent, as if he had been badly injured and not yet healed. He curled up alone in the corner, indifferent to everything around him. This kid is a thief, said the man with a sharp voice. He's very skilled climbing walls, opening locks, sneaking around. He was caught because he stole something from a high-ranking official. They broke his arm and threw him here. Su Qianqian looked at him and asked, "Can your hand still heal?" The young man looked up, giving Su Qianqian a cold glance, but said nothing. "Dr. O can heal your hand," Su Qianqian said calmly. "Follow me, and I will help you heal your hand and teach you to eat properly. Your skills should be used to protect the Su family in the future." A flicker of emotion crossed the young man's eyes. After a long silence, he rasped, "Can you guarantee you will heal my hand?" "All right, I'll go with you. My name is Yi Xiao." Besides these 5 core people, Su Qianqian carefully selected 10 more. These were either former soldiers with good skills, discharged due to injury or exclusion, or skilled fighters who had committed crimes. Each carried a fierce aura, with eyes showing a ruthlessness that ordinary guards lacked. Her standards were very strict. First, they had to be skilled or have a special talent. Second, they needed to retain some human warmth or desire, like craving food or longing for freedom, rather than being completely numb. Third, their backgrounds had to be relatively clear, even if they were notorious, avoiding those whose pasts were unknown. The whole selection process lasted most of the day. Su Qianqian patiently observed, asked, and tested. Awei and Abu stayed tense the entire time, their palms sweating. In the end, she chose 15 people, including Lone Wolf, Iron Tower, the brothers Su Ying and Su Zong, and Yi Xiao. They paid, signed the strictest death contracts, and put on special black shackles symbolizing the Su family's secret guards, used for initial control. This team, made up of outlaws, veteran soldiers, and martial artists, quietly formed. With these 15 fierce new servants who didn't quite fit into the Su residence, Su Qianqian set out on her journey home. In the carriage, she took off her veil, revealing a slightly tired face, but with eyes full of determination. She knew this was a double-edged sword. If used well, they will be the strongest shield and sharpest spear for the Su family. If used poorly, they could backfire and bring ruin to the family. But she has no other choice. In this era where strength is everything, she must gain enough power to protect her hard-earned family and reassure her brothers far in the northwest. Back at the Su residence, Su Tang was almost stunned when she saw this group. Su Qianqian didn't explain much, only ordered a part of the backyard to be set aside as the new guard's base, called Shadow Garden. It was a separate courtyard with a training ground and strong buildings. Awei temporarily led the team, assisted by Abu, to train them and teach rules. They received good food and treatment, but discipline was strict. Returning to the Su residence, Su Qianqian stood in front of Shadow Garden, watching Awei and Abu start training the 15 new guards, who looked calm but fierce. The Lone Wolf's one eye shone with scrutiny. Taita still looked confused and looked around. Brothers Su Ying and Su Zong stood expressionless in the corner, and Yi Xiao was lowering his head, rubbing his injured arm, with a dark and unclear look in his eyes. This force might be enough to deal with common troublemakers or some local forces' harassment. But Su Qianqian still felt uneasy. The Su family controls the vital grain supply that could shake the country's foundation. The government's attitude was still unclear. If higher powers or ruthless enemies targeted them in the future, relying only on these forces bought from the slave market, still needing time to tame and test, would not be enough. She needed more elite fighters, capable of special missions, even decapitation operations at critical moments. A place she had deliberately forgotten appeared in her mind: gold-selling Denver, that was in Luoyan City, the most mysterious and expensive brothel in Yenzhou. Officially, it was a place where officials and wealthy people spent lavishly for pleasure, but Su Qianqian, disguised as a man out of curiosity and encouraged by Tai Dan to experience ancient culture, accidentally uncovered its deeper side, an underground contact point for a secret assassin organization. There, they didn't deal in flesh, but in lives. This was a major matter. She hadn't even told Awei and Abu late at night. She only confided this secret to old Master Su. In the study, the oil lamp flickered faintly. After listening to Su Qianqian's story, old Master Su was silent for a long time. The wrinkles on his face looked deeper under the flickering light. He slowly stroked the armrest of his grand chair, then finally nodded heavily. Qian, you're right. His voice was a little hoarse. Having too much wealth can be dangerous. Our Su family controls the food supply, which seems prosperous but is actually on the edge of danger. Today, the officials are just asking questions. Tomorrow, they might offer us protection, and the day after, there could be war. Relying only on visible guards isn't enough. We need people who can act in secret, scare off troublemakers, and help us find a way out of desperate times. He looked at Su Qian with a complicated expression, worried but also decisive. But 10,000 taels of silver. That's a lot. Even with our current family wealth, paying that all at once is very difficult and would hurt our business operations. Grandpa, I will find a way to get the money, Su Qian said firmly. We must spend this money. She communicated again with the iron egg in her mind.
Ding.
Detected strong financial needs and potential high-risk investments from the host. Applying for a loan of 100,000 taels of silver, 1-year term, 15% annual interest. Penalty for overdue. Randomly confiscate one skill or item the host has obtained.
Confirm?
The electronic voice of Iron Egg was cold and efficient, with higher interest and stricter penalties than before. Confirm, Su Qian said without hesitation. Compared to the safety of her family's future, she could bear the interest and penalties. Loan approved. Good luck, and I hope you won't end up having to sell your talents to pay off debts. The 100,000 taels of silver appeared heavily in her space storage. Su Qian felt a twinge of pain. This was almost half a year's profit for the family restaurant. But thinking about the power she would gain, she felt it was worth spending the money. The second time she entered the gold-selling den, Su Qian was very familiar with the place. She no longer disguised herself as a man but used a special secret code and signals to meet the real person behind the gold-selling den, a woman called the Madam, who was cold as ice and had piercing eyes that seemed to see through people. Inside the secret room, there was no unnecessary small talk. Su Qian directly placed the 100,000 taels of silver on the table. I want 2 people, she said straightforwardly. The best, skilled in assassination, protection, and intelligence, absolutely loyal. Or rather, absolutely committed to the contract. The madam of the brothel glanced at the silver notes with no change in her expression and simply said, 200,000 taels, 2 contracts. Bloodblade specializes in direct assault and desperate escapes. Phantom is skilled in stealth and assassination, as well as intelligence gathering. Their contract lasts 10 years. During this time, they obey only you and carry out tasks that do not violate their core principles, usually not killing women and children. After 10 years, they are free to leave or stay as they wish. That works, Su Qian nodded. 10 years is enough. There was no meeting or assessment. In this place, reputation and price are the only guarantees. Soon, 2 contracts with special seals and 2 black tokens symbolizing control were handed to Su Qian. The madam informed her that the people would enter her residence in a proper manner within 3 days. Leaving the money-losing den, Su Qian felt her back was soaked with cold sweat. Dealing with those who walk on the dark edge is like walking on thin ice. But the 2 cold tokens in her hand gave her a rare sense of security. Back at the Su residence, she secretly met with Old Master Su and reported the situation. Old Master Su looked at the 2 tokens and sighed deeply, with a hint of helplessness and a resolute determination to go all in. In this way, our Su family has truly stepped into this muddy water. Well, in times of great need, we must do extraordinary things. With these 2 Nightblades and the people from the Shadow Garden, our family finally has some footing in the storm. He looked at Su Qian with deep eyes and said, Qian, these powers are something you built yourself. How to use them and how to control the balance is entirely up to you. Grandpa and this family will rely on you even more in the future.
Su Qian nodded solemnly.
The night was deep and silent. The large residence of the Su family appeared peaceful and calm under the moonlight, with only the faint footsteps of guards on patrol and the distant low voices of away practicing new recruits from the Shadow Garden. However, inside the Jin Xiu Pavilion, where Su Qianqian lived, the atmosphere was completely different. The doors and windows were tightly shut, heavy curtains hanging to block all sounds and light from outside. Only a small oil lamp was lit, its yellowish glow barely illuminating a tiny area in front of the desk, leaving most of the room in a heavy, almost suffocating darkness. Su Qianqian sat alone behind her desk, wrapped in a thick fox fur coat. She held a warm hand heater in her small hands, but her fingertips still felt cold. In front of her was an open ledger, but her eyes did not focus on it. Instead, she gazed into the deep, dark shadows ahead, her expression complex and hard to read. In the end, she did not tell old Master Su the full truth. That 10,000 taels of silver spent to buy the Blood Blade and Phantom for 10 years was a huge expense and an important backup. But this was only one of her hidden moves, placed openly or semi-openly for the Su family. What truly made her decide to take on almost impossible debt was two other people. Two individuals who used 2 million taels of silver to buy their lifelong safety. This deal also happened in the gold-selling house, but at a higher level. The person involved was not even the madam, but an old man whose face was as blurry as a shadow. The details of the transaction are unknown, or perhaps Su Qianqian subconsciously refused to think about the terrifying process that felt like an abyss. She only knew that when she signed that contract, marked with strange symbols and drawn with her own blood, her consciousness space's iron egg issued a rare sharp warning beep. Warning! Detected ultra-high-level soul contract fluctuation. Involving the law of causality. Host, are you crazy? Loan amount now totals 2.8 million taels. Annual interest rate at 20%. Penalties for overdue payments. The host's soul will be forcibly partially stripped to cover the debt. Iron Egg's electronic voice even sounded anxious. Confirmed, that was all Su Qianqian said at the time. Her gaze was unusually calm, or perhaps it was a kind of madness pushed to the brink. Now, that enormous debt, enough to suffocate anyone, weighed heavily on her heart like an invisible shackle. 2,800,000 taels. All of Su's assets combined probably only earned 30 or 40,000 taels a year in profit. This meant that in the next 10 years, the Su family would have to use most of their profits to pay off this debt and its terrifying interest. But she did not regret, because those 2 million taels bought the true and final shield for the Su family. Come out, Su Qianqian softly said to the darkness. Her voice sounded a little ethereal in the silent room. Without any warning, not even a change in the airflow, nothing happened. On the ground, just 3 steps in front of the desk, 2 shadowy figures, as if merging into the darkness itself, silently appeared. They knelt there, as if they had always been in that spot, perfectly blending with the shadows on the ground. There was no breathing sound, no heartbeat, or it was so faint it was undetectable, and no sign of life. They wore plain, featureless night clothes, and even their bodies seemed subtly altered, making them unrecognizable. Their faces were covered with smooth, black masks that looked like a non-metallic, non-golden material, revealing only a pair of eyes. What kind of eyes they were? No pupils, no whites, only pure, deep black, like 2 ancient wells swallowing all light. When you looked into them, it felt as if your soul was being pulled in. There was no emotion, no curiosity, no loyalty, no resistance. Only a terrifying, absolute emptiness. They knelt there like 2 lifeless statues, part of the room's shadows. If Su Qianqian didn't know they existed, she might even overlook them. This is the true Dark Guard, invisible to everyone, even blurring the very idea of existence. Su Qianqian said nothing. She simply watched them quietly, observing these 2 human weapons exchanged for astronomical sums of money and the family's main income for the next 10 years. Time passed slowly. The oil lamp flickered occasionally with a soft crackle. The two remained in perfect kneeling positions, motionless, as if they could kneel forever. Their patience and obedience had gone beyond human limits. Finally, Su Qianqian moved. She gently set down her warm hand heater, stood up, and walked to the front of the two figures. Her small figure looked especially delicate compared to them, but her gaze carried an undeniable sense of control. "I know you can hear me," she said softly, her voice clear in the silence. "I don't care who you were before, where you come from, or what your past was. From the moment you signed the contract, everything about you, including your life, your will, and your purpose, belongs to me, Su Qianqian." She paused, her gaze sharp like the finest needle, trying to pierce into the depths of those black eyes, even though there was no response. "You do not need to have your own thoughts, feelings, or even names. You only need to remember one thing. From now on, listen only to my commands, Su Qianqian. Whether it is my grandfather, my father, or anyone in the Su family, even if they hold my token, you may not obey unless I give the order myself." Her words were firm and unquestionable. "My will, Su Qianqian, is the only rule for your actions. If I live, you may exist. If I die, you must follow me to the grave. As long as the Su family exists, you are shadows in the dark. If the Su family faces danger, you are the last fire that burns everything to find a way out." Her tone was calm but full of firm resolve. "I do not need your loyalty, because that is too empty. I only need your absolute obedience and the unbreakable fate that comes with this contract. You are born as my people, Su Qianqian. If you die, you are also my ghost. Do you understand?" Those two dark eyes remained deep and still, like a quiet pond. But Su Qianqian could feel an invisible, cold connection forming between her and these two. The power of the contract was silently working. She looked at them, silent for a moment, then finally gave them a code, a mark only in her heart. "From today you are called Yi Qian," she pointed to the thinner figure on the left. "And you are called Er Qian," she pointed to the more serious figure on the right. "Yi Qian, Er Qian," she repeated these simple names. "This is your name in this world. Remember your mission, blend into the shadows, and protect the Su family. Now step back." There was still no sound or movement. As soon as Su Qianqian finished speaking, the two figures kneeling on the ground disappeared silently, like erased pencil sketches, blending into the shadows of the floor. In the next moment, they were gone completely. The room seemed as if they had never been there. Only the flickering oil lamp proved that what just happened was real. Su Qianqian stood still, unmoving for a long time. The room returned to silence, but she knew from this moment she was no longer alone. Two absolute, cold shadows would be linked to her fate, walking with her through unpredictable storms ahead. She slowly sat back in her chair, picked up the warm hand heater, and the coldness on her fingertips seemed to ease a little. In her mind, the debt of 2,000,000 taels burned like a red-hot brand, searing her nerves. Come what may, wind or rain, glory or abyss, Su Qianqian has accepted it all. Only 2 days into the initial training of the Shadow Garden and the two other sharp blades, she was waiting for arrived as scheduled. There was no announcement, no disturbance to anyone. Like their usual style, the arrival of Bloodblade and Phantom was silent, yet expected by Su Qianqian. It was still late at night, still in that study with closed windows and only a faint lamp. This time, before Su Qianqian appeared two very different, but equally intimidating figures. On the left was a tall, straight figure, exuding a strong aura of discipline and deadly seriousness. His face was ordinary, the kind you forget immediately, but his eyes were sharp as a drawn sword, cold, focused, and carrying the calmness of someone who had survived countless life-and-death battles. He was Bloodblade, skilled in direct assaults and breaking through desperate situations, a blade that moves forward without hesitation. On the right was a lithe figure, seemingly weightless, with an almost imperceptible presence that blended into the shadows. Her face was covered with a light veil, making her features indistinct, but her eyes, exposed and flickering, held a natural charm mixed with a cold, distant insight that saw through everything. She was Phantom, an expert in stealth assassination and intelligence gathering, a hidden snake lurking in the dark. Both knelt and saluted properly, their postures showing the restraint and sharpness unique to top-tier experts, unlike the absolute silence of Qianyi and Qianer. Su Qianqian sat calmly behind her desk, her gaze sweeping over the two. She didn't emphasize ownership or fate as she did with Qianyi and Qianer, because a 10-year contract and 10,000 taels of silver already said enough. What she needed was their efficient execution of the mission. "Stand up," she said, her voice clear but commanding authority. The two rose as instructed, standing at attention, awaiting orders. Bloodblade. Su Qianqian's gaze first settled on the iron-willed man. There is a place called Shadow Garden in the backyard of the estate. It houses the 15 new recruits I recently hired. They are a mixed group, some are fugitives, some are veterans, each with their own skills. But they lack systematic training and unified command. Bloodblade's eyes showed no emotion. He simply nodded slightly to show he was listening. "I'll give you 3 days to get familiar with them," Su Qianqian continued. "After 3 days, I will set up a challenge in the Shadow Garden for an internal competition. I want you, no matter what, to win first place." She emphasized the words, "no matter what." Bloodblade looked up and met Su Qianqian's gaze for a moment, a flash of understanding passing through his sharp eyes. He understood her plan. In that kind of place, the fastest way to make a group of stubborn, reckless fighters obey is to use absolute strength to completely defeat them. "Yes," Bloodblade answered simply and confidently. It was not difficult for him. "After you win first place," Su Qianqian gave her main order, "you will become the leader of the Shadow Guard. I want you to quickly train these scattered soldiers into a disciplined, obedient force that can follow commands like an arm. Follow your own methods for discipline, coordinated attacks, stealth, and reconnaissance. I only care about the results." "Understood," Bloodblade replied in a deep voice. Training a small, elite team was exactly his strength. Su Qianqian nodded and looked at the Phantom beside her. "Your task is in the northwest," she said directly. "My 2 brothers, Su Jing and Su Han, left home half a month ago to join the border army in the northwest, seeking their master Huifeng to enlist. Huifeng is the commander of the Black Cloud Cavalry in the Northwest Border Army, a general named Huihua." She handed a simple map showing the route and possible destinations to Phantom. "I want you to leave immediately, go to the northwest, find them, ensure their safety, and secretly protect them." Su Qianqian's instructions were very clear. "Your task is to make sure they arrive safely at the camp and enlist without any accidents. The border road is dangerous, with bandits and unknown risks. I want you to be their eyes and shadow in secret." She paused and emphasized, "Remember, this is secret protection. Unless it's life or death, do not reveal your presence, do not contact them, and do not interfere with their decisions. I want them to enter the camp on their own ability, and you are just the last safety net." Furthermore, Su Qianqian's tone shifted, and her eyes revealed a deep longing. The Northwestern Border Army is a mix of talented and ordinary soldiers, many of whom have been overlooked or are unable to show their true abilities for various reasons. Our Su family is eager for talented people, and our secret guards are just starting out, urgently needing fresh blood. While you carry out your protection duties, you must also observe carefully and help me find capable individuals." She looked at the mysterious figure and spoke seriously. "Whether they are skilled veterans with special talents, cautious scouts good at reconnaissance, or retired officers with rich experience, if they have real skills, a clear background, and could serve the Su family, you need to watch their actions and character. Try to establish a preliminary connection without revealing our family's involvement. This must be done very carefully, with no mistakes. Once they successfully join the army, settle in, and you have a basic understanding of their abilities, you can return to report. This task is more complicated and longer than the Bloodblade mission, requiring great patience, tracking skills, insight, and adaptability." The mysterious figure took the silk cloth, glanced at it quickly, and memorized its contents. She slightly bowed, a hint of understanding in her eyes. Your servant accepts the order. I will act carefully to find talented people for Miss, and also protect the two young masters. Very good. Su Qianqian was pleased with their reactions. Bloodblade, someone will guide you later to the Shadow Garden. Mystique, you leave tonight. I will have Jiqiu prepare the funds and supplies you need. Yes, they replied in unison. Without any unnecessary words, the task was given. Su Qianqian waved her hand. Bloodblade clasped his fists in salute, turned, and walked out steadily, his back like a sword about to be reforged in a furnace. Mystique bowed gracefully, then floated silently into the darkness outside the door, disappearing as if she had never been there. The study returned to silence. Su Qianqian let out a gentle sigh. The arrival of Bloodblade would quickly strengthen the Shadow Garden's power and help it take shape. Her journey to the northwest was not only about her brother's safety, but also about her hope to expand the family's network of talent and secret guards. This move was carefully planned and far-reaching. 2 sharp blades, one inside and one outside, had already been drawn. The Shadow Garden's Bloodblade was quietly training the fierce soldiers. The mysterious figure who traveled northwest like a drop of water blending into the desert. Inside the Su family, a plan that concerns their future foundation was quietly unfolding under Su Qianqian's leadership. In the study, the charcoal fire burned brightly, warming away the late autumn chill. Old Master Su, elder brother Su Qingguang, second brother Su Jing, third brother Su Yan, along with Lady Li, Lady Wen, Lady Lu, and other women, gathered together. The atmosphere was serious, but also carried a hint of excitement. Su Qianqian sat at the bottom of Old Master Su's seat, with several land and house deeds spread out before her. Grandfather, father, uncles, and aunts, Su Qianqian spoke directly and clearly. A few days ago, the government officials visited us. We managed to handle it for now, but everyone understands the saying possessing treasure invites trouble. Our Su family is like a tree starting to bear fruit. If we are not strong enough, we might face strong winds, or even be pulled out by the roots. Everyone's expression grew serious, and they nodded in agreement. The departure of Su Jing and Su Han was a warning to all. Without enough strength, even close family members cannot be protected. So, we must deepen our roots and expand our branches. Su Qianqian pushed the land deeds forward. I used some of our family savings and also borrowed some money from that wandering monk's channel, totaling 800,000 taels. 80,000 taels?
Elder brother Su Qingguang gasped.
For a family that was once just refugees, that number was astronomical. Old Master Su, who had known part of the plan earlier, clenched his hand around his teacup when he heard the exact amount, but his eyes were unusually firm. Qianqian dares to borrow money, so there must be a reason.
Tell me your plan.
Yes, grandfather. Su Qianqian picked up the topmost land deed. This 800,000 taels was mainly used for 2 things. First, buying land. We bought 200 acres of prime farmland near Luoyang City and 100 acres around Qingxi Village. Including what we already owned, our family now has 430 acres of land. 430 acres of farmland. Everyone's eyes lit up. In this era, where farming was the foundation, land was the most solid and reliable symbol of wealth. Especially the additional 200 acres of good land meant that Su family's granary would be even fuller in the future. These 430 acres of land are the foundation of the Su family's future and the key to promoting high-yield crops. Su Qianqian looked at Old Master Su and said, how to plan farming, assign tasks, coordinate new and old tenants, and ensure the safe use of high-yield seeds. That's a big responsibility. I would like you, Grandpa, to personally oversee this. Old Master Su's eyes sparkled when he heard this. Instead of feeling burdened, he felt a strong sense of pride, like a veteran still full of energy. He had spent his life working with land and knew how important it was. He also understood what these 430 acres of land meant.
Good.
I will take charge of this. Rest assured. Our family's 430 acres of land will become the most impressive granary in Luoyang City. Su Qianqian nodded and picked up some property deeds. Second is the purchase of businesses. We bought 5 prime shops and 3 restaurants in the busiest parts of Luoyang City's east and south markets. At this, even the women, including Mrs. Wen and Mrs. Liu, couldn't sit still anymore. Shops and restaurants. That's a real step into the business world. Su Qianqian began to assign tasks carefully, showing she had thought this through. For the 5 shops, I plan to do the following. 3 will be used as grain stores. She looked at her 3 uncles. Our own grain, especially the high-yield crops in the future, needs a stable and reliable sales channel. It can also help stabilize prices and build our reputation. These 3 grain stores will be managed by Uncle Chingguang, Uncle Jinghe, and Father Yan, each responsible for one. They need to quickly learn how to set prices, buy grain, and deal with other grain merchants in the city. Uncles Chingguang, Jinghe, and Yan felt the weight on their shoulders, but more than that, they felt motivated by the trust placed in them. Managing shops was something they had never dared to imagine before. One will continue as a clothing shop. Su Qianqian smiled and looked at Mrs. Wen. Second uncle's wife has the best skills and taste. Luoyang City's wealthy families are many, so our clothing shop should not just focus on quantity, but also on creating a unique style and good reputation. This shop will be entirely managed by second uncle's wife. Mrs. Wen's face lit up with excitement. She loved and had a talent for running clothing shops. She clenched her handkerchief happily. Qianqian, don't worry. Second uncle's wife will make this shop beautiful and well-run. Finally, the last shop. Su Qianqian turned her gaze to the calm and steady old Madame Su. Grandmother has broad experience and a careful mind, so she can handle it. I want to leave the shop to you. Whether it's a silk shop, a general store, or something else you have in mind, you can decide. Mrs. Su was initially surprised, then tears of happiness and emotion appeared to her eyes. She didn't expect that, even at her age, her granddaughter would trust her so much and give her the important task of managing a shop. She held Su Qianqian's hand tightly and nodded firmly. Good girl. Grandma will take good care of this. Regarding the 3 restaurants, Su Qianqian looked at Liu and Li. Mother, eldest aunt, our Su restaurant has already become well known in Luoyang City, especially for our special medicinal dishes. I want to merge all 3 restaurants into the Su restaurant group and manage them together. Mother, you will oversee overall control and the recipes for the medicinal dishes. Aunt, you are clever and good at dealing with people, so you will manage the restaurant operations and business. What do you think? Liu and Li looked at each other and saw excitement and eagerness in each other's eyes. Liu already managed the family's food supply, and managing the restaurants was a new challenge, but she was confident. Li was very good at socializing, and managing the restaurant was a perfect fit for her.
Yes.
I will definitely help you run the restaurant well, Liu said confidently. Qianqian, don't worry. Aunt will make sure our restaurant becomes the top in Luoyang City, Li also said with confidence. Su Qianqian watched her family's faces light up with energy and responsibility, feeling very happy inside. Giving the businesses to them was not only to share the pressure but also to inspire everyone's potential, so the Su family could truly become a whole, not just rely on her alone. Grandfather, do you think this plan is good? Su Qianqian asked for his opinion at the end. Grandpa Su stroked his beard, full of praise and pride. Very good plan. Everyone shows their strengths, and responsibilities are clear. Our Su family's children, how can they be stuck only in farming? Even women and children can hold up half the sky. Only then can our Su family truly stand firm in Luoyang City, in this world, and grow and expand. He looked around and his tone became serious, but everyone must remember, today's opportunity is hard to come by. We must work diligently and united. Be careful with words and actions outside, don't show off. Inside, work sincerely and avoid conflicts. If anyone breaks the rules or harms the family's interests, I will be the first to oppose.
Yes.
Father, grandfather. Everyone answered together, looking serious. This family meeting laid the foundation for the future empire of the Su family's businesses. Food, clothing, restaurants, and new shops yet to be opened. Multiple paths, with a strong foundation. The meeting ended, and everyone left with their tasks, full of determination. Only Su Qianqian and Old Master Su remained in the study. Old Master Su looked at his granddaughter's face, which was a little tired, but her eyes were bright, and sighed. Qianqian, you've worked hard. The 80,000 taels of debt are all on you. Su Qianqian smiled gently and comforted him. Grandfather, money is just paper. People are alive. As long as our business runs smoothly, we can pay off these debts. Moreover, with these farms and shops, our Su family truly has a solid foundation to stand on. Only then can we face future challenges without fear. She walked to the window, looking at the snow beginning to fall outside, softly saying, "Winter has come, but our Su family's spring has just begun." Deep inside her mind, Taidan coldly reminded her of the remaining debt, but at this moment, Su Qianqian was full of hope. The business was expanding, family members were working together, and unseen forces were quietly growing. The 80,000 taels spent were not just money, they were the key to opening a broader future for the Su family. The roots were deeply planted, only waiting for spring to bloom. The industry would flourish everywhere. After the family meeting, the Su family's newly formed ship seemed to be energized, with each part starting to operate quickly and in order. Old Master Su was full of energy. Every day, he either took Su Qingguang, Su Jinghe, and Su Yian to the newly purchased fields or gathered the existing and newly hired tenants for meetings. He personally divided the land, arranged for winter wheat care, and planned the high-yield crop fields for spring planting next year. He managed the 430 acres of land meticulously, and his old farmer's discipline and wisdom earned everyone's respect. In Falling Goose City, the Su family's businesses quietly adopted new signs. The 3 Su-ji grain shops, managed by the 3 uncles, opened one after another. They relied on their own grain production, especially the well-known high-yield grain as a selling point. Though not sold in large quantities, its reputation spread. The grain shops attracted a lot of attention as soon as they opened.
Su Hengguang was steady, Su Gine meticulous, and Su Yan's father, honest.
Their personalities complemented each other. Although new to the business world and somewhat inexperienced, their honesty and ample supplies helped them quickly establish a foothold and begin forming initial connections with other grain shops in the city. The Su clothing workshop, managed by the Wen family, was also undergoing a complete transformation. She is renovating her shop with elegant style. It not only makes ready-to-wear clothes but also offers custom services. Thanks to her excellent embroidery skills and unique taste, she quickly gained fame among the ladies of Luoyang City, and orders kept coming in. The shop taken over by Old Lady Su was named 100 Flavors General Store after a few days of thought. She was not in a hurry to grow fast, but started with some fine southern and northern goods, as well as high-quality dried foods and sauces from her own workshop. She slowly built her customer base and managed well, giving an impression of quiet strength. The biggest change was at Su's Tavern. Lu managed the kitchen, carefully controlling the food quality and developing new medicinal dishes. Li handled the front, managing the guests and service smoothly. The 3 taverns shared the same menu and management, creating a strong brand. Every day, many customers came, making it a rising star in Luoyang City's food scene. Everything seemed to be going well. The servants moved confidently, and the masters often looked busy but happy. Only Su Qianqian, late at night, when counting her accounts, would stare at the large debt figures in her mind and fall into deep thought. Outside, the snow fell heavier, covering the courtyard with a thick layer. In the study, the coal stove crackled, and Su Qianqian wrapped herself in a blanket, looking at a simple business plan she drew herself. 430 acres of land, 3 taverns, 7 shops, she whispered, her finger tracing over the marks. To others, this was incredible wealth, an empire that several generations of the Su family could only dream of. But Su Qianqian knew this was not enough. Her eyes seemed to see beyond the paper, into the distance. Food was essential, but relying only on farming was too risky. The taverns and clothing shops made good money but had limited customers and could be copied. The general store was just starting and its future was uncertain. Tai Dan, How much cash do we still have? She silently asked herself. The host currently has about 50,000 taels of silver available. The rest has been invested in industries or kept as reserves. The remaining debt is… Stop. No need to talk about the debt now, Su Qianqian interrupted, rubbing her forehead. 50,000 taels sounds like a lot, but if she wanted to buy more land or develop new, more competitive industries, it would barely be enough. Moreover, the daily expenses of the Shadow Garden, they pay for Bloodblade and Charm Shadow, and the maintenance costs behind the two gold-consuming beasts are all significant hidden expenses. Cannot rush, she quietly reminds herself. She understands the principle that possessing something valuable can bring trouble, and that showing off can attract danger. The rise of the Su family has already been rapid enough to make many envious and even attract the attention of officials. If they continue to expand recklessly, it might bring disaster rather than good fortune. If the foundation is unstable, even the most lush branches and leaves can be knocked down by a strong wind. Her current strategy should be steady progress, build up gradually. First, she needs to strengthen existing industries. The fields must be carefully cultivated to ensure high and stable yields, which is the backbone of the Su family's stability. The grain shop should establish a reliable network for buying and selling, creating regional influence. The restaurants and clothing shops need to keep innovating to build core competitiveness and brand loyalty. The general store should slowly find its unique position. Second, she should explore the potential of current industries. For example, can high-yield crops be processed further? Besides selling corn directly or making steamed cakes, can other products be extracted? Can soybeans be used more widely? Can medicinal recipes be standardized to produce sellable finished products? Finally, she should look for new, more disruptive opportunities. This requires the right timing, enough capital, and the ability to handle risks. Take it slow, walk steadily. Only then can we go further. Su Qianqian takes a deep breath and rolls up the industry plan. She walks to the window, looking at the world covered in snow. The heavy snow blankets everything, but it also nurtures the vitality of the coming year. The Su family now is like this snow-covered land, appearing to be in a calm, even slow winter rest, but beneath the surface, the roots are digging deep into the soil, absorbing nutrients. When spring arrives, they will burst forth with even greater vitality. The number of industries is enough for now, but their quality and depth are still far from enough. The next focus is not to expand into new territories, but to deepen existing fields, making them as solid as an iron barrel, unbreakable. She turns back to her desk, spreads out her papers, and begins writing a new plan titled, Plan for Optimizing and Deepening Existing Industries of the Su Family. Snowflakes fall silently, covering the stone courtyard and the bustling city of Luoyuan. Inside the Su residence, most people are already asleep, except for Su Qianqian in her study, where the lights burn late into the night. This is not impatience for quick growth, but a calm focus on planning for the family's future, carefully drawing up a detailed blueprint for the next spring. Accumulation is the key to release. She understands this well. After the snow clears, the sun shines through the window, casting dappled light on the floor of the study. Su Qianqian puts down her brush, gently blows on her ink, and in front of her, a thick stack of paper is filled with her detailed plans for each of the family's current businesses. This is not a sudden fancy, but a careful consideration of the current situation, resources, and future risks. She calls Ji Qiu to invite the elders back to the study. When everyone arrives, they all look at the pile of papers with curiosity and anticipation. Grandfather, father, uncles, and aunts, Su Qianqian begins, her voice a little hoarse from staying up late, but her eyes bright and clear. Last time, we set the direction for each business. Over the past few days, I have thought carefully and drafted more detailed rules for each part. Please review and help find any mistakes. 1. Foundation, 430 acres of land. Main person in charge, Old Master Su. Su Qianqian hands the first plan to Old Master Su. Grandfather, land is our lifeline. The plan is as follows. 1. Zoning management. Divide the 430 acres into 3 areas. Core breeding zone, 30 acres of good land strictly confidential, managed by trusted servants or tenants bound by contracts, dedicated to growing high-yield crops. Surrounding barriers to keep outsiders away. High-yield promotion zone, 170 acres of good land, 100 acres of medium land signs, stricter confidentiality and purchase agreements with tenants, planting only high-yield crops. After harvest, prioritize selling the grain at premium prices through our own grain shop. Regular crops and crop rotation zone, remaining 130 acres grow common crops or rotate beans and green manure to improve soil fertility and also sell externally to maintain a normal farm appearance. 2. Water and fertility. After spring begins, invest in repairing water channels and digging reservoirs. Set up composting areas to collect farm manure and try making and using some efficient, discrete fertilizer formulas to gradually improve the land. 3. Record and summarize. Each field must have detailed records, including crops planted, fertilization, and yields. This helps gather data to improve planting plans. Old Master Su nodded repeatedly, full of praise. Good. Thoughtful. Proper management of different zones can protect our foundation, increase output, and avoid suspicion. Keeping records is especially important. We need to document our ancestors' experience with clear data to improve further. Second, extending the business. The 3 Su grain shops, managers, Su Chengwang, Su Jinghe, Su Yayan, Su Qianqian handed 3 slightly different plans to her 3 uncles. Uncles, the grain shops are not just for selling grain, they are key to controlling the grain market and gathering information. 1. Uniformity and differences. Use the same signboard, measurements, and basic grain prices. Build a reputation of honesty and fairness. Different approaches. Eldest uncle, Su Chengwang, manages the East Market grain shop, located in busy area, focuses on large and high-quality grains. Sells their own grain and also buys special high-end grains from other places to attract wealthy customers. Could try offering gift grains or seasonal grains. Second uncle, Su Jinghe, manages the Two Markets grain shop, near residential areas, focuses on steady and affordable grains. Ensures enough basic grain supply, keeps prices stable, and builds regular local customers. May offer delivery services for large clients. Father, Su Yayan, manages the South Market grain shop, near the docks, busy with many people, focuses on fast and active trading. Handles bulk grain deals and interacts with merchants, staying well-informed. Must pay attention to storage safety and trading risks. 2. Information network. The 3 shops should regularly share news about grain prices, supply and demand, weather effects, and other factors. They will compile reports for family decisions. 3. Future plans. When the time is right, they can build small rice mills or grinding workshops to cut out middlemen, increase profits, and gain more control. The 3 uncles carefully studied the plans. Their previously vague ideas about business became clear and specific, giving them more confidence. Third, reputation and barriers. The 3 Su restaurants, main manager. Lu, floor management. Li, Su Qianqian handed the plans to her mother and eldest aunt. Young lady, auntie, the restaurant is currently the biggest source of cash flow for the Su family and also our main showcase. 1. Standardization and innovation. Standardize core dishes. Create precise recipes and preparation steps for our most popular signature dishes and medicinal foods to ensure consistent taste across all 3 restaurants. Continuous innovation. Introduce at least 1 new dish or medicinal food each month. Your mother is responsible for research and development and can regularly discuss new recipes with Dr. O. Also, encourage chefs to create their own dishes with rewards. 2. Service and experience. Auntie, Mrs. Li, needs to develop detailed training standards for waitstaff, covering greeting guests, taking orders, serving food, and billing, aiming for thorough and attentive service. Offer services like private room reservations and celebration banquets. The environment should be more elegant, with tasteful calligraphy and paintings hung up. 3. Cost control. Establish strict procurement and inventory management systems, check accounts daily, and prevent waste and loopholes. 4. Brand protection. Medicinal food recipes are core secrets. Only trusted people should have access. Consider preparing the most important medicinal food packages within the estate and then distributing them to the restaurants. Lu and Mrs. Li listened and took notes, their eyes shining with excitement. They had managed based on experience before, but Su Qianqian's ideas of standardization and branding showed them the possibility of making the restaurant bigger and stronger. 4. Unique style and elegance. Su's clothing workshop head, Mrs. Wen. Second auntie, your clothing workshop has great potential. Su Qianqian handed Mrs. Wen a beautiful plan. 1. Positioning. Focus on high-end custom-made clothing, serving city ladies and wealthy families. 2. Leading design. Set up a design team led by second auntie, including talented embroiderers, to launch new patterns each season. Offer exclusive designs based on customer requests for higher fees. 3. Fabrics and craftsmanship. Try to introduce or develop unique fabrics, such as specially dyed cotton or blended textiles. Refine traditional techniques like Su embroidery and decorative buttons to make them a signature of the workshop. 4. Membership system. Build a list of VIP clients, giving long-term or high-spending customers priority in custom orders, early previews of new collections, and small discounts to strengthen customer loyalty. Mrs. Wen held the plan excitedly, her cheeks slightly red. Many ideas in this plan, such as design team and membership system, were unfamiliar to her at first. But after thinking carefully, she found them wonderful, as if opening a new door to a whole new world. V. Exploration and accumulation. A variety store leader. Madam Su, grandmother, your general store may seem simple, but it is actually a treasure trove. Su Qianqian respectfully handed the plan to Madam Su. 1. Product selection strategy. Unique products that others don't have and better quality than others. We should not only gather dried goods and clever gadgets from north and south, but also focus on promoting our own workshop's high-quality products, like premium mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, dried fruits, bean products, and possibly other processed items in the future. 2. Quality control. All products, especially food, must be carefully checked to ensure quality. We want to build a good reputation of variety store, quality guaranteed. 3. Information hub. The general store interacts with all kinds of people, making it a good place to gather market news and understand what common folks need. Grandmother's experience can help notice valuable information. 4. Future possibilities. When the time is right, we might introduce rare overseas items or work with artisans to sell unique crafts. Madam Su listened with a relaxed expression and smiled, saying, Qianqian has deep thoughts. I, as an old woman, will just watch the shop and help listen to the wind in Luoyan City. After finishing the plan, the study became quiet, with only the rustling of paper. Everyone was digesting their part of the blueprint, showing a rare sense of clarity and motivation. Su Qianqian looked at her family, feeling a bit more at ease. Sharing these detailed plans allowed her to step back from busy tasks and focus on the bigger picture, including the hidden forces and risks lurking in the shadows. Dear elders, these are just initial ideas. During implementation, everyone should adjust according to actual circumstances, Su Qianqian concluded. We must work steadily, deepen each industry, and strengthen the foundation of the Su family so that no one can shake it. Su Qianqian's detailed industry plan was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples inside the Su family. It also brought an urgent problem. There was a serious shortage of staff. The original servants could manage household affairs reasonably well, but expanding to oversee 430 acres of land, 3 taverns, and 7 shops was a huge task. It was like trying to move a mountain with a small spoon. Su Qingguang, Su Jing, and several uncles were eager, but if they tried to do everything themselves, they would likely tire out without making much progress. Su Qianqian had a clear goal. The elders of the Su family should be leaders and coordinators, the ones steering the ship, not the rowers. This time, without much urging from Su Qianqian, old Master Su called a family meeting himself. Everyone has seen Qianqian's plan clearly, old Master Su said loudly, looking at his children and grandchildren. This is a great opportunity for our Su family. But to hold and support this big plan, relying only on us old folks and a few current workers is not enough. Today, we are going to Guanya to select people. Hearing this, everyone looked different, some excited, some nervous, mostly feeling the weight of responsibility. Father Su said first, "Dad is right. The grain business needs to run smoothly. I can't do it alone by watching the books and greeting customers. We need a capable manager, reliable workers, and a good accountant." Su Jing added, "The clothing shop, one is designing, cutting, and managing the embroidery girls, but she also has to run the shop. She's stretched thin. We need skilled embroidery girls, clever apprentices, and a manager to handle daily chores." Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Li nodded in agreement. The tavern kitchen needs helpers and staff, the front hall needs servers and hosts, and buying and storage also need dedicated people. Grandmother Su said, "My general store needs someone to handle stocking, inventory, and sales. A quick and steady worker and a reliable accountant are needed." Old Master Su summarized, his gaze falling on Su Qianqian. "The fields also need more workers, long-term and short-term farm hands and skilled farmers. Qianqian, you are the most detail-oriented and have seen Guanya. This time, you will go with us to help the grandfather and uncles choose the right people." Su Qianqian nodded and replied, "Grandfather, don't worry. I understand. When buying people, the key is to find the right fit. We're not hiring laborers for hard manual work, but looking for people who can fit into and help each industry. The elders should have clear standards." She paused, looked at everyone, and clarified further. "Remember, when you go, you are choosing future helpers to manage specific tasks. What you need to observe is not just their strength or skills, but also their character, intelligence, and whether they fit with the industry you plan to run. Simple tasks like sweeping and carrying can naturally be assigned to lower-level workers. Today, our main goal is to find people who can share your burdens." This statement made everyone in the Su family clearer about their goal. They no longer needed vague help, but knew exactly what kind of talent they were looking for. So, the Su family set out in a large group to the official trading post in Luoyang City. The manager of the trading post saw that the Su family was a rising power and that almost all the family members had come together. Knowing they were important clients, he didn't dare to delay. He quickly invited them into a private room for tea and presented a list of slaves registered for sale and their details. Old Master Su sat firmly in the main seat and said to his sons and daughters-in-law, "Choose what you need. If you're unsure, discuss among yourselves and finally, let Qianqian decide." Everyone agreed and started to act. This time, they were no longer just observers but the decision-makers. Old Master Su, in charge of farmland, and Su Yan, assistant the father and son, directly asked to see strong, dark-faced men and women with rough, calloused hands. Old Master Su had sharp eyes. Instead of just looking at the list, he went directly to the candidates and asked them to stretch out their hands. He examined the calluses on their palms and knuckles to judge whether they had worked with hoes or done other manual labor. "Have you farmed before? Can you take care of water fields?" Old Master Su asked a simple-looking middle-aged man. "Yes, sir. I am from the south. I have grown rice and can manage dry land," the man replied. "All right, you're kept for now." Old Master Su nodded. He also selected a couple, a quiet man with honest eyes and a quick-looking woman. "Do you have elderly or children at home? Bring them along so I can see," he said. He knew that people with family ties were usually more reliable and less likely to cause trouble. In the end, he chose about 10 households, totaling over 30 people, including farmers and laborers, as well as 5 or 6 honest-looking single workers, to settle on the farm. He paid special attention to a man about 40 years old, who claimed to have worked as a small manager on a large estate. The man was carefully questioned about farm management and seasonal planning. Satisfied, Old Master Su decided to let him help manage the daily work on the farm. Su Qingguang, Su Jinghe, and Su Yan, the 3 leaders of the grain shop, the 3 gathered together, mainly looking for someone who can read and write well, has a clear mind, looks smart but steady. "Can you keep accounts? Do you understand the common formats of ledgers?" Su Qingguang asked a middle-aged man who was dressed old but clean and tidy after washing. "Yes, sir. I worked in a fabric shop for 3 years as a bookkeeper." I know the usual accounts and can write and do math, he replied. If a customer tries to bargain or sell poor quality goods as good, how would you handle it? Su Jingha asked, testing his quick thinking. The middle-aged man thought for a moment and answered, first, I would check the quality of the goods. Pricing should be based on quality. If a customer tries to lower the price unfairly, I would politely explain the costs or suggest trading other goods they need. I would try to keep friendly and not offend, but also stick to the bottom line. Su Jinghe and Su Qingguang looked at each other and nodded slightly. Su Yan paid more attention to young men who looked active and quick-talking. These were the shop assistants for the grain shop. He called a few over and practiced scenarios like greeting customers, explaining different types of grain, and handling picky buyers. He chose the two who responded fastest and were most respectful. In the end, the three brothers initially selected 3 bookkeepers, 6 core assistants, and 2 middle-aged men who looked mature and could be trained as deputies for the grain shop. Wenshi, the clothing shop, her goal was very clear: embroiderers and apprentices. She directly ordered the helpers to bring all women skilled in needlework, especially those claiming to be good at embroidery. Instead of asking questions like men, she had them demonstrate on the spot by picking up needles and sewing a few stitches. The stitches are uneven. The color choices are too bold, losing elegance. This one is good. The lines are smooth and lively. Wenshi carefully examined each person's skills, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding. She not only looked at their technique, but also checked if their fingers were well cared for and if their clothes were neat, as this affected whether they might damage expensive fabrics. She also paid special attention to an older woman who said she had managed an embroidery workshop before. She asked how she divided embroidery work, managed the embroiderers, and ensured timely delivery. The woman answered clearly and logically. Wenshi was pleased. She knew she had found a helpful assistant. Finally, Wenshi carefully selected 5 highly skilled embroiderers, 3 promising young apprentices, and the experienced woman in charge. Lu and Li, the restaurant owners, they work together, dividing tasks. Lu mainly handles the kitchen, choosing helpers and assistants. She looks not only for strength but also for cleanliness and neatness, checking if their fingernails are clean. She even asks a few people claiming to cook local dishes to demonstrate simple recipes, to see if they're just bragging. Li is in charge of the front staff. She needs servers who are good at talking to customers. She prefers people who look neat, speak clearly, have lively eyes, and can read people's moods. How would you handle a drunk customer causing trouble? What would you do if a customer keeps rushing you because the food is slow? Li asks questions one after another, pretending to face various situations that might happen in the restaurant. She picks a few clever but steady young men and women, and also notices a middle-aged woman who used to work as a hostess in a big tea house. She thinks this woman can train new staff and manage the waitresses. Together, they select 4 helpers, 8 assistants, 12 servers for hostesses, 2 buyers, and 2 warehouse managers for 3 restaurants. Mrs. Su, the grocery shop, her needs seem simple, but are actually the hardest to meet. She wants a steady accountant and a quick, careful worker who doesn't talk too much and can recognize good goods. She watches quietly and asks few questions. Can you recognize common scales? If a customer wants to buy a rare spice that you don't have, what would you say? In the end, she chooses a man around 30 who looks quiet but sharp-eyed to be the accountant and a clever young man about 16 or 17 who seems sensible to be the helper. The whole selection process takes nearly 2 hours. The private room and outside are filled with people who pass the first test. The Su family members are tired, but their eyes shine with happiness and a sense of achievement. Su Qianqian stays quietly beside her grandfather, watching each elder's choices. She sometimes whispers to him, pointing out if someone's eyes seem distracted or if someone overlooked has something worth noticing, like a man claiming to only farm, but carrying a small, sharp carving knife at his waist, which might mean he knows woodworking and could repair farm tools. Finally, after Old Master Su's approval and Su Qianqian's final careful consideration, the Su family purchased the following in Guanya. For the farmland, 10 tenant families, 35 people, 6 strong laborers, and 1 deputy manager of the farm. For the granary, 3 accountants, 6 core workers, and 2 assistants. For the clothing workshop, 5 embroidery women, 3 apprentices, and 1 manager's wife. For the restaurant, 4 cooks, 8 miscellaneous workers, 12 waiters, for hostesses, 2 buyers, and 2 warehouse managers. For the grocery shop, 1 accountant and 1 clerk. Altogether, more than 80 people. They signed a thick stack of contracts and paid a huge amount of silver. The Su family, with this large force, confidently returned to their estate. People in Luoyang City watched the Su family's carriage and the long line of new servants behind it, talking excitedly and with admiration. It was clear that the Su family was truly planning to settle down and expand their roots in Luoyang City. Back at the Su residence, everyone busily arranged the new staff. The house quickly became crowded and lively. Su Qianqian stood in the corridor, watching the densely packed new servants in the yard, their faces nervous but hopeful. She softly said to Old Master Su, "Grandfather, we've built the framework. Now, we just need to fill it with people so that the Su family's machine can run smoothly." Old Master Su looked at the thriving scene before him, nodded heavily, his white beard trembling in the wind, and his eyes filled with unprecedented ambition and hope. The news that the Su family bought over 80 people at once spread like a stone thrown into a lake in Luoyang City, causing ripples to spread outward. Envy, amazement, and speculation filled the air. However, inside the Su residence, after the initial days of chaos and noise, things quickly became orderly under Su Qianqian's quiet coordination and the efforts of the elders, revealing a new, well-organized scene. Rules were established within the house, and distinctions between inside and outside became clearer. Su Ting showed remarkable management skills. He divided the new servants into groups based on their future roles: farmland, granary, clothing workshop, restaurant, grocery shop, and household chores, and temporarily assigned them to several large courtyards within the estate. Every day, the main servants or temporary leaders, such as the newly appointed deputy steward at the farm, lead the new workers to familiarize themselves with the environment and learn the basic rules of the Su family. "Once you enter the Su family, you are part of the family," Su Ting said to the new servants. His voice was calm, but carried authority. The Su family treats people kindly. Meals and monthly allowances are never deducted. But rules are strict. Loyalty to the master, working diligently and honestly, no cheating, no causing trouble, and no colluding inside or outside. Those who break the rules will be punished, lightly by withholding allowances, or severely by sale or disposal. There is no mercy. The rules were clear, with rewards and punishments well defined. Plus, the Su family provided better food than most families, sometimes even including meat. Most of the new servants, initially nervous, gradually calmed down, worked hard to adapt, and hoped to be assigned specific tasks soon. The farm at Tianzhuang was showing a new look, with a solid foundation. Old Master Su was eager to bring the 10 selected tenant farmers and strong laborers to the new farm near the city and Qingxi village. He personally assigned the residences and divided the land, keeping the deputy steward named Su Tian nearby to familiarize him with each piece of land. "This land is fertile. We will plant spring corn in spring. Near the water channel, it will be part of the high-yield zone. After winter wheat harvest, we will plant summer corn. These households are settled here. You are responsible for assigning their daily work, making sure they fertilize and weed as required." Old Master Su gave instructions confidently, while Su Tian took notes quickly, respectful, and serious. The former farm manager soon settled into his role, managing affairs efficiently and relieving Old Master Su's worries. On the farm, new houses were being repaired, farming tools distributed, and winter crops carefully tended, all full of life. Seeing this, Old Master Su's face showed a rare, genuine smile of satisfaction typical of an experienced farmer. The grain business was starting to operate smoothly. The 3 uncles also acted quickly. They brought their chosen accountants and workers to their respective grain shops. Elder Uncle Su Qingwang managed the East Market grain shop. He called the accountant and 2 key workers into a private room, explaining in detail the standards and pricing for quality grain, and began contacting reliable rice merchants from the south. Second Uncle Su Jing and the grain shop in the two markets focused on training workers on how to deal with neighbors, remember regular customers' preferences, and initially set rules for delivering goods once the order was full. Su Qianqian's father, Su Yan, connected with the leading figures at the South City grain shop and the dock. They discussed cooperation on large-scale grain loading and transportation. The two clever assistants he chose had already started learning to identify different types and qualities of grain from various regions. The three grain shops gradually displayed the unified sign of Su's Grain. Although they didn't advertise loudly, their ample stock, tidy environment, and the assistants' growing skills quickly attracted many customers. Money began flowing in like a gentle stream. The clothing workshop was carefully planned, showing the beginnings of craftsmanship. Mrs. Wen brought the embroidery girls, apprentices, and the manager named Su Xiao to the newly renovated Su's Clothing Workshop backyard. She designated this area as a dedicated workspace. Su Xiao, from now on, you'll handle the embroidery girls' work assignments, monitor progress, and manage silk and materials, Mrs. Wen said confidently. Yes, second madam, Su Xiao replied calmly, immediately starting to learn each embroidery girl's strengths and speed. Mrs. Wen focused on design and high-end custom orders. She hung up several sketches of new autumn and winter dresses she had drawn, discussing color choices and stitching techniques with the embroidery girls. The promising apprentices were assigned to start with simple tasks like sewing edges and ironing. Soon, a focused and elegant creative atmosphere filled the workshop. The wealthy young lady who came to order custom clothes praised Mrs. Wen's designs and placed an order on the spot, boosting the confidence of Mrs. Wen and all the embroidery girls. The restaurant welcomed many guests, making everyone feel at home. The most lively and busiest place was the three Su's restaurants. Lu and Li were almost always at the largest branch, managing the other two branches from there. Li organized the kitchen staff and helpers, clearly defining everyone's duties, from washing vegetables and preparing ingredients to maintaining the kitchen. She strictly controlled the ingredients and cooking times for each medicinal dish to ensure consistent quality. Dr. O, the famous doctor, was occasionally invited to discuss new medicinal recipes, and the kitchen often smelled of a tempting mix of herbs and meat. Lu became the head of the front hall. She trained the waiters and hosts, teaching them how to greet guests, guide them to tables, recommend dishes, and handle payments. She demonstrated how to deal with picky customers and resolve small disputes skillfully. Under Lu's guidance, the waiters quickly became well-trained, polite, and attentive, making guests feel comfortable. The three restaurants were full every day, and their reputation grew even stronger. Small streams of groceries quietly gather into networks of connections. Madame Su's, Variety Grocery, appears modest and calm. She has trained accountant Su Zhang and clerk Su Xiao to know every item in the shop, especially their own dried goods and sauces. Xiao Yi, remember, when customers come, don't be too eager or too indifferent. Answer their questions honestly. If you don't know something, ask me or Su Zhang, Madame Su teaches slowly. Su Zhang, after closing each day, check the accounts and count the goods. Note what sells well or what customers ask about that we don't have. Madame Su often sits behind a screen in a corner of the shop, sewing while listening to the shop sounds. Occasionally, familiar neighbors come in, and she chats with them. Unintentionally, she hears many local rumors and updates from different families. This small grocery store acts like a quiet hub of information. Though hidden currents flow beneath, outwardly, everything is stable. Meanwhile, inside the Shadow Garden, the training of the Blood Blade is beginning to show results. The 15 fierce fighters, initially unruly, were quickly subdued by the overwhelming strength and cold discipline of the Blood Blade. They started learning simple combined attacks and underwent nearly brutal physical training. The Blood Blade says little, only acting and showing results. Every day, the atmosphere is filled with sweat and a sense of deadly seriousness. Su Qianqian occasionally learns updates through Wei's reports, but doesn't interfere much. She only needs a sharp, obedient blade. As night falls, the lights in the Su residence gradually go out, and the daytime noise settles down. Su Qianqian sits in her study, listening to Ji Chio report that all her industries are stable, and she breathes a small sigh of relief. Miss, now each master and mistress is busy with their own affairs. The house is finally starting to look like a real family, Ji Chio says with feeling. Su Qianqian nods, walks to the window, and looks at the lantern hanging outside with the character, Su, written on it. She softly says, yes, the facade is up and everyone is in their place. But this is just the beginning. To make this large family run smoothly, generate enough profit, and face future storms, there's still a long way to go. She knows well that this moment of peace is only brief calm before the storm. Her older brother in the Northwest, government attention, potential business rivals, and the huge debts hanging over her are like swords suspended above her head. But at least, the Su family was no longer the destitute family that needed her to worry about everything. They now had their own backbone and strength, with enough resources to face risks. Next, it was about making this body stronger and faster. She turned around and looked back at her desk, where there were more plans for deep industry optimization and finding new sources of profit. Stability was for a better start. Time passed quickly, from winter to spring, and a year went by. During this year, the Su family operated like a well-wound clock, with each part working precisely and efficiently. With 430 acres of land, carefully managed by old Master Su and planted with high-yield seeds, they produced an astonishing amount of grain that amazed the entire Luoyang city and even the whole province. In summer, golden wheat waves rolled, and the winter wheat, with an average yield of 450 jin per acre, surprised many people. Then, in autumn, the corn planted in spring grew tall and strong, with an average yield of over 800 jin per acre. This was not just a small test plot, but nearly 300 acres of land producing such results. Plus, harvests of beans, potatoes, and other crops, the total yearly output of the Su family's 430 acres exceeded the combined tax grain of 4 wealthy towns nearby for 2 years. The news spread quickly, like wings on the wind, carried by grain transport teams. The grain prices in Luoyang City stabilized because of the ample supply from the Su grain shop. Surrounding counties came to inquire and buy seeds, though the Su family politely declined due to seed shortages. Their reputation was now well known. This incredible harvest, almost a miracle of agriculture, eventually reached the imperial capital in the faraway city of Beijing. One day, on a clear autumn day, in front of the grand yet elegant Su family mansion, busy carriages and horses came and went, with many visitors and business partners. Suddenly, a sharp, orderly sound of hooves approached from afar, breaking the lively street noise. A group of bright armor guards, with a fierce and serious presence, escorted several officials dressed in crimson robes, holding bright yellow scrolls, directly to the mansion gate. Imperial edict arrives. The Su family received the decree. The loud announcement echoed like thunder in front of the mansion. All passers-by immediately held their breath and knelt down. The gatekeeper hurried inside to deliver the message. After a short moment, led by old Master Su, all the heads of the Su family at home, regardless of age, hurriedly tidied their clothes and came to the front yard to kneel in order. Su Qianqian followed behind Lady Lu, feeling a wave of emotion in her heart. She knew that a good harvest would attract attention, but she didn't expect such a big commotion. There was a royal decree. The leader, a thin-faced, distinguished eunuch, unfurled a bright yellow scroll and read aloud in a clear, sharp voice, "By the Emperor's decree, I have heard of the Su family who farm the land themselves, care for the country, study agriculture diligently, and produce excellent crops. This year's harvest exceeds the taxes of 4 cities over 2 years, saving countless lives. This achievement is a blessing from heaven, bringing good fortune to our dynasty, and is also due to your loyalty and hard work. I am very pleased." His praise set the tone. The Su family members knelt on the ground, their hearts filled with excitement. Su Jingda, head of the Su family, is honest, practical, and teaches well. He has outstanding insights in farming and has made great contributions. He is hereby promoted to the position of Agricultural and Forestry Officer, rank 7th, with a red fish pouch as a reward. He is to return to his hometown to prepare for the establishment of the Agricultural Scholars Hall, where officials from the Kyoto Agricultural and Forestry Department and talented individuals from various regions will be sent to learn advanced planting techniques, spreading them widely to benefit the people. This is an imperial decree. Old Master Su trembled all over and suddenly kowtowed, his voice choked with emotion. The commoner. I, Su Jingda, thank your majesty for your grace. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live forever. From an ordinary man, he was suddenly promoted to a 7th-rank official. Though an honorary title, it was a great honor for his family and a recognition of his lifelong dedication to the land. Moreover, the emperor entrusted him to teach officials from Kyoto. What a sign of trust and glory! The eunuch smiled slightly and continued reading. The Su family has a daughter named Qianqian, who is intelligent and quick-witted. Though young, she is full of righteousness. She has contributed greatly to promoting the good crops and supporting the family business. She is beautiful and wise, a model for young women. She is hereby granted the title of Anfu Township Lord, with a salary of 5th rank, 100 bolts of silk, and a pearl of 1 hu, to honor her virtue. Su Qianqian was slightly stunned but quickly bowed her head calmly. The humble daughter, Su Qianqian, thanks your majesty for your grace. The title of township lord was the lowest noble rank, but with this status, her future actions would be much easier. And it served as a kind of protective charm. However, the imperial decree was not finished. The eunuch's voice grew slightly more meaningful. Furthermore, in recognition of Su Township Lord's contributions, a residence in the Kyoto Township Lord's estate is granted, allowing her to move in at any time. This is a gift from His Majesty, acknowledging the recluse expert who contributed the seeds. It is hoped that Su Township Lord will live up to the imperial trust and carry forward this legacy. This reward stunned everyone, including Su Qianqian herself. It was a palace in the capital city, and it was clearly given to the revered master, successor. The emperor's action carried deep meaning. It was not only a gesture of goodwill and an attempt to win over the so-called great master, but also a subtle invitation and attention to the Su family, or rather to Su Qianqian. Connecting Su Qianqian to the capital meant the Su family officially caught the emperor's eye. Future opportunities and risks would both increase. Su family, receive the decree, said the eunuch with a smile, handing the scroll to the still somewhat dazed old Master Su. Your servant. Accept the decree. Thank you, your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor forever. The Su family members bowed again, their voices loud and full of excitement, pride, and a hint of nervousness. After the decree was read, the imperial guards escorted the angels to rest at the official station. But in front of the Su residence, the crowd immediately erupted in chatter. People looked at the Su family with awe and envy.
Wow.
The Su family's ancestors are truly blessed. Old Master Su has been appointed an official. A 7th-rank official, Miss Su has been granted the title of local lord. And a residence in the capital. This is incredible, truly incredible. The Su family, holding the decree and rewards, returned home, still feeling like they were in a dream. Old Master Su gently touched the bright yellow decree, tears streaming down his face. I, Su Jingda. How could I have such good fortune? Su Qianqian supported her grandfather, feeling deeply emotional. She looked at the decree, symbolizing honor and burden, then at the palace in the capital that appeared out of nowhere, and thought about the officials from the capital who would soon arrive, needing her father's guidance. She knew that the peaceful days of the Su family were over. From today on, their ship would sail into a broader, yet more unpredictable ocean. Behind the glory lay heavier responsibilities and tougher tests. Grandfather, she softly said, breaking the tense and excited atmosphere in the hall, this is a great favor from the emperor, but also a heavy responsibility for our family. Teaching officials about farming and spreading agricultural methods affects the livelihood of the people.
We
must do our best. Old Master Su wiped his tears and nodded firmly. His eyes became resolute again. Qianqian is right. This is an imperial order and a great act of virtue. I, Su Jingde, will do my best to pass on these high-yield farming methods to more people. With the decree descending from heaven, glory was bestowed. The Su family, once just a rising family in Luo Yen City a year ago, has suddenly become a well-known and influential presence in the court and the emperor's heart. The road ahead will not be easy, but with the emperor's favor and official protection, they now have the right and confidence to face the challenges ahead. Su Qianqian, on Fu Marquis, and the power she holds secretly will become the most important tools for the Su family to navigate this new era, acting as both steering and sail. The honor and noise brought by the imperial decree were like a large stone thrown into a lake, causing ripples that eventually settled. The Su family was still digesting this sudden change in status. The house was filled with celebration and busy preparations for Old Master Su's upcoming establishment of the Agricultural Scholars Hall and for the many congratulatory guests arriving. Amid this busy scene, a calm yet firm voice sounded inside Su Qianqian's beautiful pavilion. Dr. O Qingyun, along with Su Heng, came to say farewell. Girl, Dr. O, still looking relaxed and carefree, added a note of seriousness in his eyes. Su Heng has great talent. Over these years, he has learned most of the skills I kept hidden. He's almost there. Su Heng stood behind his master, tall and calm, with a mature look that replaced his once youthful innocence. His expression showed the steadiness of a healer and the freshness of medicinal herbs. He looked at Su Qianqian with some reluctance, but also with a longing for the wider world. Su Qianqian understood immediately. She put down her ledger and softly asked, "Are you planning to take fourth brother out to travel?" "Exactly." O Qingyun stroked his beard. "Reading 10,000 books is good, but traveling 10,000 miles is better. The way of medicine relies heavily on practice. Staying in one place limits your knowledge. The world is vast, full of strange illnesses and different customs. The herbs and their properties vary greatly across regions. I want to take him around, practicing medicine, learning about herbs, and absorbing all the best. Only then can he truly make the most of his talent and perhaps surpass me in the future." Su Qianqian paused for a moment, then looked at Su Heng. "Fourth brother, what do you think?" Su Heng stepped forward and bowed seriously to Su Qianqian. "Sister, I've made up my mind. Master is right. The path of medicine is endless. I want to see a bigger world, treat more patients, and learn about difficult cases. With my sister and brothers supporting me here, and grandfather with his official position, I also want to forge my own path." His tone was firm, filled with the youthful sharpness and ideals unique to young people. Su Qianqian saw in his eyes a determination similar to that when Su Jing and Su Han left home. That was the instinct of a young eagle eager to soar in the sky. Although she felt many worries and reluctance in her heart, she knew this was the best plan for Su Heng. Keeping him confined in Luo Yen City would only stifle his talent. "Okay." Su Qianqian stood up and walked to Su Heng's side. She tidied his clothes, just as she always did before he went out for consultations. "Fourth brother, since you've made your decision, your sister supports you. The outside world is vast but also dangerous. Be careful, take care of yourself, and look after the divine doctor." She then turned to O Qingyun and bowed deeply. "Divine doctor, I entrust fourth brother to you. He's still young, so if he makes any mistakes, please teach him well and keep a close watch. The Su family will always be his backing." O Qingyun chuckled and helped Su Qianqian up. "Don't worry, girl. This boy is my disciple, and I will look after him. Maybe in a few years, he'll return as a famous Su little doctor. As for your family's food," he clicked his tongue regretfully, "I'm afraid you won't taste it for a long time." His joke eased the sadness of parting. Su Qianqian also smiled. She turned and took out 2 prepared bundles from the inner room, one handed to O Qingyun, the other to Su Heng. Inside were some emergency silver notes, common medicines for travel, a few sets of clothes, and a simplified map of local customs and possible contact points for the Su family's industries. Though not perfect, it might be useful as a reference. She had thought everything through carefully. Su Heng took the heavy bundle, his nose tingling. He fought back tears and softly said, "Thank you, sister. Stop acting like a little girl." Shini waved his hand. "Let's set out now, while it's still early." Not many people were disturbed. Su Qianqian only informed old Master Su and her parents to see them off. At the side gate of the Su residence, Lu Shi held Su Heng's hand, tears streaming down her face, repeatedly giving advice. Su Yan patted his son's shoulder silently. Old Master Su expressed his sincere thanks to Shini for raising his grandson. "Grandfather, father, mother, sister, take care." Su Heng cast one last look at his family. His gaze swept over the house that had been his home for years, filled with warm memories. Resolutely, he turned around, carried his medicine box and bag, and followed the figure in a flowing blue robe, stepping into the unknown journey ahead. The sound of hooves clattering faded into the distance and eventually disappeared around the corner. Su Qianqian supported her tearful mother and looked at the empty street, feeling a deep sense of loss. Her second and third brothers were far away in the Northwest Army, and her fourth brother had now set out on a journey. The lively brothers from before were now mostly gone, leaving only Su Xian, Su Yun, and Su Zhou, who were preparing for the local exams. The family was growing larger, but its members were constantly moving toward broader horizons. Perhaps this is the natural process of a family becoming truly prosperous. She took a deep breath, suppressing her sadness. Su Qianqian turned back toward the house. The sunlight stretched their shadows long. The gate slowly closed behind her, shutting out the outside world and bringing new busyness and hope inside. The sadness from Dr. O and Su Heng's departure had not yet fully faded, and the Su family seemed to be wrapped in a faint cloud of sorrow. Everyone tried to distract themselves with busier tasks, but it seemed that fate was not ready to let the Su family rest peacefully. One early morning before dawn, the house was still quiet. A servant responsible for cleaning the study hurried to the main courtyard, clutching a letter without a signature. "Master, Madam, something's wrong." The eldest son. He ran away with a letter. Like a thunderclap on a clear day, this news instantly woke up the entire Su residence. Old Master Su, Su Qingguang, Mrs. Li, and others including Su Qianqian quickly gathered in the front hall. Mrs. Li's heart pounded like a drum, and a bad feeling gripped her tightly. Su Qingguang tremblingly took the letter, unfolded it, and saw the familiar, steady handwriting of Su Xian. "Grandfather, father, mother, please witness. Your unfilial son, Xian, bows in farewell. As you read this letter, I have already set out southward. It's not that I do not cherish family bonds or forget your kindness, but my heart is burdened with the affairs of the family and the nation, making it hard to rest. My second and third brothers have gone to the northwest, fighting at the border to protect our land. I feel proud, but also ashamed. As a son of the Su family, I cannot simply enjoy peace, while others are fighting. I have heard that the southern border is unstable, with barbarian tribes frequently invading, and the Miao region in turmoil. The soldiers have not yet been called from the northern lands, but news of war has already reached us. The son studies the wise teachings and also understands that the rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility. Now that the family is gradually stable, the grandfather has received the emperor's favor, and the younger siblings are all successful, the son's heart feels a little at ease. However, now that he has grown into a tall man, standing 7 feet tall, how can he spend his life just sitting at a desk? He is going to the southern border, not to seek fame or glory, but to use his sword, his knowledge, to defend his land and protect his people. He is following his heart, seeking the foundation to establish himself anew in Su. The son's gratitude for his parents is as deep as a mountain and as vast as the sea. He is very thankful, but loyalty and filial piety are hard to balance. He asks for forgiveness for his perceived disobedience. Please do not be upset or seek him out. When the chaos in the south settles, He promises to return safely and continue to honor his parents. His younger siblings are still young, and he worries that his sister will have many worries taking care of the family affairs. The unfilial son, Su Exyan, writes his final words. The letter slips from Su Qingguang's hand. He stumbles a step, his face turning pale. South border. Miao territory. Li softly repeats these words, and instantly, all the terrifying rumors about the South flood into her mind. Diseases spreading, poisonous insects everywhere, the mysterious Miao people, skilled in using poisons. It is a land more strange and frightening than the northwest grasslands. My son, a piercing cry tears through the morning air. Li's eyes roll back, and she collapses backward, unconscious. The hall erupts into chaos. Su Qingguang hurriedly catches his wife, Lu and Wen rush forward to check her pulse and help her breathe, while the servants rush out to call the doctor. Su Qianqian quickly picks up the letter, scans it quickly, and her heart sinks sharply. The south border. The situation there is even more complicated than in the northwest. Ethnic conflicts are sharp, the environment harsh. Su Exyan's journey is more dangerous than Su Jing or Su Han's. Moreover, he is going alone, without a clear guide like Foam, making his future even more uncertain. Looking at her unconscious, pale-faced aunt, her dazed and aged uncle, and the chaotic hall, Su Qianqian forces herself to stay calm. Everyone, stay calm, she says clearly, with a tone of undeniable authority that immediately calms the scene. Jiqiu, go quickly and ask the best doctor at Baohetang. Su Tung, send someone along the official road to the south border to see if you can catch up with the young master. But remember, if he refuses to turn back, do not use force. Just confirm his safety and try to give him some silver and common medicines. Yes, miss. Jiqiu and Su Tung immediately obey her commands. Su Qianqian then said to Lu and Wen, second aunt, Mother, please help the eldest aunt back to her room to rest and take care. Then she looked at Su Qingguang, who was almost unable to stand, and said, Uncle, please gather your strength. The family needs you to stay strong now. Finally, she supported the equally shocked but strong-willed old Master Su. Grandfather, Big Brother has made his decision. We probably can't bring him back. What we can do now is comfort the family, especially Big Aunt, and prevent any more trouble, seeing her granddaughter calm and clear-headed despite the crisis. Old Master Su's cloudy eyes were full of pain and helplessness. He sighed heavily and nodded. This family is lucky to have you, Qianqian. The doctor arrived quickly, checked the pulse, and said it was due to sudden heart distress and overthinking, which caused blood and energy to become unbalanced. He prescribed calming medicine but warned to rest well and avoid further stress. After Li woke up, she fell into periods of fainting and crying out for Exiner. She looked as if her soul had been drained, exhausted and pale. The restaurant's business could no longer be managed, and all the burden fell on Lu. Su Qingguang forced himself to stay alert and handled the grain shop affairs, but worry and concern still clouded his face. Above the Su residence, the joy and honor brought by the imperial decree had been completely replaced by a heavy gloom. 3 grandsons went to the battlefield, 1 traveled abroad, and their lives and futures were uncertain. These continuous separations and worries threatened to crush this rising family. Standing in front of Li's sickbed, Su Qianqian looked at her aunt's pale face and listened to her restless, dreamlike murmurs of Exiner. She clenched her fists tightly. This family could not bear any more blows. She had to make the Su family stronger, strong enough to be a support for all their relatives outside, strong enough to give them more safety and peace. The flames of war in the south, the mists of Miajang, and Su Exyan's figure disappearing into the chaos brought another heavy concern to the Su family. This autumn was especially cold and long for them. In front of Li's sickbed, thick medicinal smells and deep sorrow filled the air. Su Qingguang stayed by her side, holding her cold hand. His eyes were bloodshot, and he looked as if he had aged 10 years overnight. The entire Su residence held its breath, moving quietly to avoid disturbing the heavy atmosphere or upsetting the tense nerves of those far away. Even footsteps were kept soft, as if afraid to break the silence. Su Qianqian quietly left the room, her face showing little emotion, only a cold seriousness deep in her eyes. She did not return to her beautiful pavilion but headed straight to the deepest part of the estate, the Shadow Garden. After months of harsh training with the Blood Blade, the Shadow Garden had shed its initial chaos and wildness. The courtyard was silent, but a sharp, sword-like aura filled the air. When the Blood Blade saw Su Qianqian arrive, he moved like a ghost and appeared before her, giving a slight nod. "Mississippi, I need someone to go to the southern border," Su Qianqian said plainly, her voice low but firm with clear determination. "To secretly protect my older brother, Su Xian, until he safely joins the army. The situation in the south is complicated, and the Miao region is full of strange tricks. The person must be skilled in tracking, hiding, surviving in the jungle, and alert enough to handle any sudden emergencies." The Blood Blade's usually emotionless eyes flickered briefly, as if quickly considering suitable candidates. In a moment, he gave his answer: Su Ying or Su Zong. They are good at this. Su Ying is better at stealth attacks, while Su Zong excels in tracking and outdoor survival. "Send Su Zong," Su Qianqian decided immediately. "Tell him to do whatever it takes to keep my brother safe, and bring him into the army. But unless it's a life-or-death situation, he must not reveal himself. Prepare antidotes, anti-miasma medicines, and enough money. He must leave immediately and catch up with my brother." "Yes." The Blood Blade said nothing more and turned to make arrangements. Watching him leave, Su Qianqian felt a little relieved. Having someone from the Shadow Garden follow secretly was better than letting Su Xian wander alone in that strange, dangerous land. This was the best she could do for her steady but stubborn older brother under the current circumstances. After handling this urgent matter, Su Qianqian took a deep breath and headed toward the estate school. Before she reached it, she heard a different kind of reading voice, no longer the bright, youthful tone of the past, where they often debated or tested each other, but a deep, focused recitation, even with a hint of fierce determination. There was a strong sense of determination in the voice, as if every word was being crushed and swallowed to become their own strength. Su Qianqian quietly moved to the window. She saw and studied Su Yun and Su Zhou each bent over their desks, surrounded by piles of books. Su Yun's brows were furrowed, his fingers unconsciously flipping through pages, reciting complex scriptures and essays. The youngest, Su Zhou, sat upright, gripping his brush tightly, quickly working through arithmetic problems on a rough sheet of paper, his face tense and lips pressed into a straight line. Their expressions were very different from before. They no longer seemed as proud and relaxed as typical scholars, but carried a heavy sense of responsibility and a fierce desire not to fall behind. Their second and third brothers had gone to the northwest, fighting with swords and blades. The fourth brother traveled far and wide, helping others with traditional medicine. Now, even the eldest brother, who was usually calm and highly expected to succeed in the imperial exams, had left his studies to join the army and gone to the southern border. In the large Su family, only they two remained with their parents. This realization was like a heavy whip, striking their young hearts. They could no longer just bury themselves in studying, ignoring everything outside the window. They had to grow faster and quickly make a name for themselves in the imperial exams. Only then could they lessen their brothers' worries far away and support this family that had faced many separations. Su Yun put down his brush, rubbed his aching temples, and looked up at the window. His eyes met Su Qianqian's. He paused, then forced a faint smile. That smile carried many complicated feelings: worry, determination, and a hint of helplessness forced upon him as a young boy. Su Qianqian nodded gently at him, not disturbing him, silently showing her support and understanding. She turned to leave, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. The family's hardships were pushing the brothers to grow in a different way. They might have lost some carefree childhood, but they gained shoulders to bear responsibility early. Back in the front yard, she called Su Tung and a few housekeepers, calmly giving orders. "The lady of the house needs rest. So all matters of the restaurant are temporarily decided by the third lady. If there are difficulties, come to me. As for the clothing workshop, the second lady is also concerned. If help is needed for the family supplies, Jichio can assist. All the family's businesses must stay stable, and the accounts must be clear. Her instructions were clear and organized, minimizing any confusion after Lee's illness. Everyone received their orders and went to do their jobs. Su Qianqian stood alone in the corridor. The autumn wind blew her clothes, bringing a cool feeling. Her older brother went to the southern border, the fourth brother traveled far, and the second and third brothers were in the northwest. The men of the Su family seemed to have grown up overnight, choosing difficult but firm paths. She stayed behind to keep the family steady, making it stronger so that no matter where they were, they could always rely on it. She looked toward the south, as if her eyes could see through mountains and rivers. Big brother, stay safe. She then looked toward the study. There, two young boys were working hard in their own way to support the family. Autumn deepened, and fallen leaves covered the yard. The atmosphere in the Su residence was still a little heavy. Lee's illness kept coming back, never fully getting better. Everyone felt like they were carrying a heavy stone in their hearts. One late night, a figure almost blending into the darkness quietly appeared in Su Qianqian's beautiful pavilion and knelt on one knee. "Miss, the shadow has returned with a report." Su Qianqian, who was checking her business summaries by the lamp, suddenly looked up. Seeing the familiar figure below, her tense heart finally relaxed a little. "Get up and speak," she said, putting down her brush. Her voice carried a slight, barely noticeable urgency. "How is the situation in the northwest? Are my second and third brothers safe?" The shadow stood up, still looking gentle and harmless, but her eyes showed more experience and calmness than before. She calmly reported, replying to Miss, "I have found the two young masters. They arrived safely at the northwest camp. With General Huifeng's token and their own skills, they passed the assessment and officially joined the Vanguard Battalion." Hearing Vanguard Battalion, Su Qianqian frowned slightly. That was the elite of the army, also the place with the highest casualties. The shadow seemed to notice her worry and added, "Rest assured, Mississippi General Huifeng is taking good care of them. The two young masters are improving quickly in martial arts, especially Master Su Jing, who has already shown talent in military competitions. There's no danger to their lives. I've observed them in secret for over a month and confirmed they've adapted to military life. They should be fine for now, so I returned." "Thank you," Su Qianqian said, breathing a long sigh of relief. Good news from the northwest is finally the best in recent times. Second and third brothers are safe and have found their places, which seems to lighten her burden a little. Additionally, the Phantom continued. Following the young lady's orders during the stay in the northwest, I paid attention to find capable people. We brought back 4 men and 4 women, all skilled in martial arts, with clear backgrounds and dissatisfied with the current situation. After initial contact and testing, they are interested in serving a brighter master. A bright spark appeared in Su Qianqian's eyes. "Where are they?" "They're already settled outside the city, waiting for your instructions. Bring them in through the side door." Avoiding the main courtyard, Su Qianqian decided quickly. Lady Li cannot handle too much stress, and these people with a fierce aura should not be revealed to too many people for now. Half an hour later, inside a quiet, closed-off flower hall next to the brocade pavilion, the lights were bright. Su Qianqian sat at the main seat, with the Phantom standing quietly beside her. Below, 8 figures stood with their heads bowed, 4 men and 4 women. All 8 are between 20 and 30 years old, dressed in simple coarse cloth clothes. But upon closer look, their posture is steady, their aura restrained, and their eyes sharp, very different from ordinary servants. They carry a cold, hardened aura, as if tempered by battlefields or the martial world. "Raise your heads," Su Qianqian's calm voice echoed in the quiet hall. The 8 lifted their heads, quickly scanning Su Qianqian with a look of scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of nervousness. They knew that this young girl, not much older than them, would decide their future fate. Su Qianqian's gaze slowly swept over their faces, like a precise ruler measuring every detail. For men, one with a stern face, large knuckles, clearly an expert in external martial arts, another with lively eyes and a light figure, possibly skilled in agility or spying, a third silent as a mountain, with a stable stance, likely strong. The last with a calm breath but deep eyes, giving an impression of hidden strength. For women, each with her own style. One with a heroic look, calloused palms from using short weapons, another beautiful but with a deep, calm gaze like an ancient well, possibly skilled in seduction or assassination, a third with a cold aura, slender but strong fingers, maybe good at medicine or hidden weapons. The last looks the most ordinary, but her sharp eyes reveal natural alertness and keen observation. Tell me your names and your strongest skills, Su Qianqian spoke without any unnecessary pleasantries. The 8 people answered in turn, their voices either deep or clear. The stern man named Shiryu was skilled in martial arts and originally a scout in the border army. He was expelled after offending a superior. The lively man named Zhui Feng was good at light footwork and tracking. He was a wandering spy from the martial world and tired of wandering. The steady man named Tai Shan was very strong. He was a courier master whose business declined when his courier company failed. The peaceful man named Mo Yuan was good at strategy and planning. He was a military advisor who left due to faction conflicts. The brave woman named Hong Zhao was skilled with twin short swords. She was the daughter of a courier guard whose family had fallen on hard times. The cold and elegant woman named Yulan was good at disguise, charm, and close-range assassination. Her background was unknown, but she voluntarily followed. The cool woman named Qing Dai was skilled in medicine, poisons, and hidden weapons. She was the daughter of a healer from Miao territory who moved north to escape enemies. The cautious woman named Xian Ke was good at observation, alertness, and intelligence analysis. She was once a secret guard for a wealthy family, but was sold after her master was accused. After hearing their introductions, Su Qianqian already had a plan in mind. Her sharp eyes saw that each of these 8 had their strengths. If she could win them over, it would help make up for some weaknesses in the Shadow Garden, especially regarding women, and would make it easier to carry out special missions. Since you are willing to follow the Shadow Spirit here, you must understand that once you join the Su family, you must follow our rules and show absolute loyalty. Su Qianqian stood up, walked to them, her small body radiating undeniable authority. Our Su family will not mistreat its own. We offer wealth, comfort, a stable life, and even the respect and future you desire. But the condition is, from now on, your lives belong to the Su family. She paused, her gaze sharp as a blade. This is the last time I ask. Does anyone want to back out? If you leave now, I will give you some money, and I will not stop you. The hall was silent, no one moved. Since they had come here, they had made a firm decision to fight for a different future in this seemingly promising Su family. Very well. Su Qianqian nodded slightly and signaled to Jiqiu beside her. Jiqiu immediately brought over a tray with 8 prepared contracts. Sign these, and from now on you are part of the Su family. I will keep you close to observe your performance, and based on that, I will assign your roles. Su Qianqian's voice was calm, as if deciding others' fates. Remember, this is your own choice. 8 people without hesitation stepped forward one by one and pressed their red handprints onto the contracts that symbolized complete surrender. Seeing the 8 nearly dry ink contracts, Su Qianqian felt little joy, only a heavy sense of responsibility. She had gained 8 sharp tools, but also taken on 8 lives. How to use them well, control them, and make them truly serve the Su family was the next challenge she needed to face. Phantom, you've worked hard this time. You may rest now, Su Qianqian said gently to Phantom. Yes, miss, Phantom replied, bowing and then disappearing into the shadows. Su Qianqian looked at the 8 unfamiliar faces in front of her and said in a serious voice, Shiryu, Zhuifeng, Taizhan, Mayuan, Hongzhao, Yulan, Qingdai, Xianke. Starting today, Su Tum will arrange your accommodations, which will be in the side courtyard of Jingxiuj. Without my orders, you are not allowed to enter the main courtyard freely or show your martial skills in front of outsiders. Su Tung will inform you of the detailed rules. Yes, miss. The 8 responded in unison, their voices echoing through the flower hall. The news brought back by Phantom from the northwest was like a ray of golden sunlight piercing through a cloudy sky, instantly lifting the gloom that had hung over the Su residence for days. Su Qianqian immediately took this good news and hurried to Li's sick room. The air still carried the scent of medicine, but it seemed more lively than before. Li was half leaning on the bed, being served medicine by a maid. Her face was still pale, but her eyes were no longer empty and lifeless. She was just gazing out the window, lost in thought. "Great Aunt," Su Qianqian softly called, a genuine smile on her face. Li regained her senses and saw her, forcing out a faint smile. "Qianqian is here. Great Aunt, I have good news." Su Qianqian sat beside the bed, holding Li's cool hand gently. Her voice was clear and soft. "Phantom has returned from the northwest. Second brother Su Jing and fourth brother Su Han have safely arrived at the military camp, passed the assessment, and officially joined the army. General Huifeng is taking good care of them. Everything is fine with them, especially second brother. His martial skills have improved, and he even showed his strength in a contest." "Absolutely true," Su Qianqian nodded firmly. The Phantom saw it with his own eyes. Second brother is well-fed, warmly dressed, friendly with comrades, and appreciated by Lord Shang. Fourth brother Su Han is also safe and sound. "Auntie, you can rest assured they are all doing well." "Good.
Good.
Good." Mrs. Li's tears suddenly flowed, but this time they were tears of joy, not despair. She tightly held Su Qianqian's hand as if clutching a life-saving float, repeatedly whispering, "I'm glad Jing is safe. I'm glad Jing is safe. Heaven bless, Bodhisattva protect." Although she still worried deeply about her biological son Su Xian in the southern border, the news that Su Jing was safe and sound gave her great comfort and strength. This news was like the best medicine, visibly lifting Mrs. Li's spirits. She struggled to sit upright, her eyes shining again. "Quick, go tell your grandfather and the others. Let everyone feel at ease," Mrs. Li urged. "Someone has already gone to inform them." Su Qianqian smiled to reassure her. "Auntie, your most important task now is to recover your health. When big brother and second brother come back victorious, seeing you healthy and strong, they will be so happy." Yes, I must get better quickly," Mrs. Li muttered, taking the medicinal bowl from the maid and drinking the bitter medicine in one gulp. Most of her gloom disappeared from her brow. Seeing this, Su Qianqian felt reassured. Good news is the best cure for a troubled heart. The news of Mrs. Li's recovery and the good news from the northwest spread throughout the Su household, injecting new energy into everyone. Taking this opportunity, Su Qianqian called a family meeting again. This time, Mrs. Li insisted on attending. With Su Qingguang helping her, she came to the study. Though still weak, her eyes had regained their usual sharpness. When she heard that her son Su Han was safe, and her worried expression eased considerably. "Everyone is here." Old Master Su sat at the head, finally focusing on Su Qianqian. "Qianqian, go ahead." Su Qianqian stood up and looked around at everyone. "Grandfather, father, uncles, and aunts. Now, second brother Su Jing and fourth brother Su Han are safe in the northwest. Big brother Su Xian has gone to the southern border, and third brother Su Hang is practicing medicine outside. Our Su family may seem scattered, but our roots are still strong. In fact, thanks to the Emperor's rewards, our reputation has grown even more. However, a tall tree attracts the wind. While Jinyan City is good, it is still just a small place." She walked to the simple map hanging on the wall and pointed to the location of Luo Yan City. "Our businesses are mostly concentrated here: grain shop, tavern, clothing workshop, and general store. They seem prosperous, but putting all our eggs in one basket is too risky." Everyone looked serious and nodded in agreement. "So, I think this Su family should look further ahead," said Su Qianqian, drawing a circle on the map with her finger. "We can't just focus on Luo Yan City. We need to expand our business outside the city." Su Qingguang pondered and said, Qian makes a good point. But rushing into unfamiliar places with no contacts or market knowledge will be difficult. Exactly, Su Qian nodded. That's why we need a plan and step-by-step progress. She began to outline her ideas. Our grain shop is the foundation and the first to expand. Uncle, second uncle, and father, you three can set up the first branch in Jiangzhou Prefecture, which is close to Luoyang City and has good waterway access. Uncle can oversee this. The three men agreed in unison. Our Su Tavern is already well known. Mother, Aunt, we can open a branch in Yunji County, a busy trading town. Mother, you handle kitchen staff training and herbal recipe control. Aunt, you take care of site selection and front desk management. Liu and Li, now working well together, nodded immediately and started discussing quietly. Our clothing workshop focuses on high-end fashion. Second Aunt, your main focus should still be the main store in Luoyang City, but you can try selling non-customized ready-made clothes at Grandma's 100 Flavors General Store branch outside. When thought about it carefully and agreed that this plan was safe. Grandma's 100 Flavors model is flexible, said old Madame Su with a smile. I think we can first follow the grain shop or tavern's lead and open a branch where they're established. Grandmother has thought it through, praised Su Qian. Business connections and mutual support can reduce risks. She concluded, this expansion outside the city will not be rushed but steady. Every new store should have trusted core family members or reliable managers in charge. I will coordinate the funds. Whether the Su family can reach a higher level depends on this outward growth. After the meeting, everyone in the Su family was excited. Li was especially energetic. Wen also felt very motivated because Su Han was safe and the family had a new goal. Su Qian looked at her family members, who had regained their energy, and a slight smile appeared on her face. Expanding the business outward not only spreads risks and strengthens their power but also helps build a larger network of information. This is very important for the Su family, whose children are in the south, Su Xian, the northwest, Su Jing, Su Han, and practicing medicine all over the world, Su Heng. The family's visible businesses are steadily growing, but Su Qian knows that to truly stand firm in this unpredictable world, especially with children scattered across regions and strong enemies around, they cannot rely only on daytime businesses. The Su family needs a hidden network in the shadows, a place to quickly make money, gather outlaws, and handle some dirty work. Her eyes turned to the most chaotic and easily overlooked corner of Luoyang City, the abandoned grain storage at the dock area. Late at night, deep inside the warehouse, after being secretly transformed by Bloodblade and Shadow Garden's people, it looked completely different. In the center of the large space, a square fighting ring was built with thick logs and iron chains, raised 3 feet above the ground. The surface of the ring was not wooden but covered with a thick layer of coarse sand soaked with countless stains. There were no seats around, only simple, gradually ascending steps that could hold hundreds of people crowded together. The air was thick with a smell of sweat, blood, cheap alcohol, and a restless energy called frenzy. At this moment, the third show of the night was happening on the ring. 2 nearly shirtless strong men were fighting to the death. One was broad and powerful, like a bear, with each punch making a dull wind sound. The other was lean and quick, like a leopard, with fierce, snake-like eyes. They had no rules or protective gear. Fists, elbows, knees, and even teeth were deadly weapons. The bear-like man punched the lean man in the ribs, and the cracking sound of bones breaking was sharp even in the noisy environment. The lean man grunted, blood foaming at his mouth, but he used the force to get close, claws like hooks, and fiercely gouged into his opponent's eyes. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. The bear man covered his face and staggered back, blood and viscous liquid seeping from his fingers. The crowd below erupted into even more frantic shouts. Blind him. Leopard. Well done. Black bear, get up. Tear him apart.
Kill. Kill. Kill.
Gold coins and banknotes were thrown to the edge of the arena like trash. The Shadow Guard members responsible for counting remained calm and quickly collected the money. There was no sympathy or mercy here, only raw animal instinct and greed for money. Above the arena, Inside a private box hidden behind heavy curtains, Su Qianqian stood quietly. Through a gap in the curtain, she looked down at the bloody fighting ring below. She wore a plain dark dress and a light veil covering her face, revealing only a pair of calm, almost cold eyes. Behind her, the blood blade sculpture stood half a step back, ignoring the brutal scene below. Miss, the first match broke a leg, the second shattered a throat bone and was taken to the graveyard. It looks like the third will also be a matter of life and death, said the blood blade calmly, just stating facts. Su Qianqian didn't reply. Her gaze followed the fighter on the ring with the code named Shadow Leopard. After injuring his opponent, he didn't stop but pounced like a real predator. He pressed his knee hard against the opponent's chest, then grabbed the large head and twisted it sharply. There was a sickening crack. The noise from below reached its peak, laughter from winners, curses from losers, creating a hellish symphony. Su Qianqian slowly lowered the curtain, blocking out the disgusting scene. She turned around, her face still expressionless. Only a faint hint of tiredness flickered in her eyes, quickly replaced by determination. How much profit? She asked coldly. Tonight, over 300 people entered. After betting fees and outside odds, the net profit exceeds 5,000 taels, said the Blood Blade. This is just the beginning. As fame spreads, profits will double. 5,000 taels. That was almost what a restaurant could earn in several days. And this was just one night in a place no one should see. Good, Su Qianqian nodded. Rules are strict. First, all fighters voluntarily sign a life and death contract. Injuries or death are their own responsibility. Second, no one is allowed to investigate the behind-the-scenes sponsors. Violators will be dealt with. Third, betting records are to be controlled by you and submitted to me regularly. Also, she paused, pay attention to fighters who are fierce, strong, and smart enough. Tell them that if they don't want to die on the stage someday, they have a better choice. Serve the Su family. She wanted not just money, but also to gather those reckless and fearless outlaws who operate on the edge of the law through these bloody trials. They would strengthen the Shadow Garden or carry out darker tasks. Understood, Bloodblade said with a clear look in his eyes. Leaving the blood-stained and desire-filled underground world, Su Qianqian took a deep breath of the cold outside air. She frowned slightly, as if trying to wipe out the uncomfortable feeling from her lungs. She knew that from the moment she decided to build this fighting arena, her family's hands had truly been stained with gray and even blood. This went against her original wish to farm peacefully and relax, but it was a necessary choice to protect her family and survive in this harsh world where the strong eat the weak. Back at Jin's show pavilion, she dismissed everyone and sat alone in the dark. Deep inside, Iron Egg coldly reminded her of the decreasing debt, but she felt no happiness. The roars, the cracking bones, and the desperate screams on the arena were like scars in her mind. She knew this was only the beginning. In the future, her family and she would go further into the darkness and light. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. If I can't stay out of trouble alone, then I will stir up the storm. In the darkness, she whispered to herself with a cold sense of determination. The Agricultural and Forestry Study Group from the capital city, after receiving all of old Master Su's teachings and full of respect for the Su family, returned to the capital in a grand procession. The Su family finally relaxed their hosting duties and focused on internal affairs and adjustments. Meanwhile, Su Qianqian's observation of the 8 people brought back by the Shadow Phantom, Shiryu, Pursuit Wind, Iron Mountain, Mo Yuan, Hongzhao, Yulan, Qingdai, and Xianke, had also ended. Although they each had different personalities, they all followed the rules of the Shadow Garden. Their abilities and characters had been tested, and their backgrounds were verified as relatively clean. It was time for them to truly join the Su family. Su Qianqian called for another family meeting. This time, not only the elders were present, but also Li, whose health was improving, arrived early with anticipation in her eyes. They had all heard that a few talented people had come to Su Qianqian's side, and each had their own plans. Grandfather, father, uncles, and aunts, Su Qianqian said directly. Recently, to strengthen our family's guard, I asked some skilled people to join us. After observing and training with them for a while, they are now familiar with our family rules and can be trusted, she signaled, and the 8 people waiting outside the hall stepped in one by one. They still stood in male and female groups, bowing their heads respectfully, but the hardened aura on them was hard to hide. Everyone in the Su family nodded secretly in approval. Su Qianqian continued, now that our family's business is growing and busy, the elders work hard. Each of these people has their own skills. Some are good at guarding, some at planning, some understand medicine, and some are good at sensing others' feelings. Today, I ask each of you to choose one person based on your work and daily needs. They will serve as personal attendants, helping to protect us and manage affairs, sharing the workload. Hearing this, the elders' eyes lit up. They truly felt the need for capable and loyal helpers around them. Old Master Su, who manages 430 acres of land, spoke first. His eyes were sharp, and he looked directly at Taishan, who had the calmest breath and steady stance. Fields need stability and strength. I think this young man is good. He can patrol the fields with me and oversee farming. Taishan stepped forward, clasped his fists, and said in a deep voice, I am willing to follow the old master's orders. His voice was loud and reassuring. Next was Su Qingguang, who manages grain trade expansion and some farmland affairs. He often deals with various parties and even transports grain, so he needs someone who can guard and handle external matters. He chose Shiryu, who had a stern face and thick fingers. Shiryu, you used to be a scout in the border army. You should have experience handling emergencies. Come and work with me. Shiryu quickly clasped his fists. Yes, sir. Su Jinghe, who manages the grain trade and helps with family affairs, is more meticulous. He noticed Mo Yuan, who had a calm breath and deep eyes. Mo Yuan is good at planning and strategy, and he can help with storage and accounting. Maybe he has new ideas. Mo Yuan slightly bowed. I am willing to help the second master, Su Yan, Su Qianqian's father, who manages the grain trade and coordinates family matters, chose Zui Feng, who is agile and skilled at light footwork and tracking. I often travel between the grain stores and the residence. Having someone quick and sharp to follow me would be very helpful. Chasing the wind, he smiled broadly, revealing his white teeth. Third master, rest assured. My strength lies in tracking messages and gathering news from the marketplace. On the women's side, Lady Li, who manages the tavern with Lu, felt she needed a reliable person after narrowly escaping danger with her son. She chose Hong Zhao, who has a brave look and is skilled with twin short swords. I often go between the tavern and other places. Hong Zhao's presence makes people feel safe. Hong Zhao cupped her fists and said clearly, I will protect the lady well. Lady Wen, who runs the clothing workshop, is clever and attentive. Her workshop mostly deals with city ladies and misses carefulness and alertness. She chose Xian Ke, who has the sharpest eyes and is good at guarding and analyzing information. Miss Xian Ke, please help with greeting guests at the workshop and ensure the safety of our fabrics and goods. Xian Ke bowed lightly and replied, No need to be polite, second madam. I will do my best. Lu, who manages the tavern with Lady Li and is responsible for medicinal recipes, needs someone who can help with medicinal dishes and understands some medical principles. Qing Dai, who is calm and skilled in medicine, poisons, and hidden weapons, suits her well. Qing Dai, since you understand medicine and can study medicinal dishes with me, that's perfect. Qing Dai smiled faintly. Being able to learn from the third madam is my good fortune. Finally, there is Grandma Su, who manages a variety of miscellaneous goods. She is experienced and sharp-eyed. She immediately noticed Yulan, who is beautiful but has calm, deep eyes and is skilled in disguise, charm, and close combat. The old lady smiled warmly. My little shop may be small, but it's busy with many people. Having someone clever and steady by my side makes me feel at ease. Yulan bowed softly and said gently, It's good that Grandma doesn't mind if I seem clumsy. All 8 have their own masters. Watching this scene, Su Qianqian felt happy. She said seriously, Shiryu, Zhou Feng, Taishan, Mo Yuan, Hong Zhao, Yulan, Qing Dai, Xian Ke. Now that you have acknowledged your master, your loyalty, duties, and even your lives are linked to your respective owners. Protect your master well, work diligently, and do not betray the trust and stability given to us by the Su family. Yes, miss, the 8 replied together, their voices firm. Then they each quietly moved behind their new masters and stood still, as if they belonged there. The elders of the Su family saw this capable help, and all looked pleased. They felt their burdens seemed lighter. Lady Li especially felt that with Hong Zhao by her side, her worries about her children far away seemed to lessen a little. Su Qianqian looked at the lively family core and thought to herself, the public businesses are managed by the elders, with the help of these new personal attendants. In secret, there are Shadow Garden, Bloodblade, Phantom, and the younger siblings Qianni and Qian'er. The Su family's big tree is growing deeper roots and stronger branches. The family's operations seem to have entered a new stable period. The elders have capable helpers, and handling affairs is becoming easier. However, this peace is broken by the youngest member, Su Zhou. One day, Su Zhou rarely skipped school and instead found Su Qianqian, who was calculating the budget for expanding the outer city. He lowered his head, clutching his clothes, and spoke softly but clearly, "Sister, I don't want to study anymore." Su Qianqian looked up from the account book, but didn't scold him immediately. She simply looked at him calmly. "Sixth brother, why?" Su Zhou looked up, and his eyes showed no childish stubbornness, but instead a kind of confusion and seriousness beyond his age. "Sister, I know studying for exams is the right way, but when I see those classical writings, I feel like there's a barrier. But when I watch my eldest uncles managing shops, doing accounts, buying goods, and dealing with people, I find it very interesting, and I feel more clear about things." He paused and gathered his courage. "I want to learn how to manage a shop and help the family. I don't want to just be a bookworm who wastes time." Su Qianqian stared at him, without replying immediately. She remembered Su Zhou's extraordinary talent in mathematics and his sensitivity to numbers. Maybe this youngest brother truly isn't interested in studying. After a moment of thought, she made a decision. She put down her brush and said to Su Zhou, "Sixth brother, since you have this wish, I will give you a chance. But managing a shop isn't as simple as you think. It's not just for fun." She stood up, walked in front of Su Zhou, and looked serious. "Starting tomorrow, you don't need to go to school. Instead, you will visit the 8 elders one by one, staying with each for 3 days. You will go to the granary with the eldest uncle, the second uncle, the father, the wine shop with the eldest aunt and third aunt, the clothing workshop with the second aunt, the general store with the grandmother, and the grandfather's farm. You're not going there to play, or as a young master. You must observe with your eyes, listen with your ears, and think with your mind. What should I look at?" Su Zhou's eyes lit up. "Watch how the elders manage their businesses, observe how the workers do their jobs, see how the customers react, and pay attention to how the accounts are recorded," Su Qianqian explained carefully. "More importantly, you need to find the problems in their management and identify areas that need improvement. A month from now, come back and report to me. Not only should you point out the issues, but also suggest ways to fix them. If you can clearly explain your ideas, showing you truly understand and have good judgment, I will allow you to leave your studies and go into business, and you can implement your plans yourself. If you can't, or if your ideas are vague, then go back to studying as usual." How does that sound? This is a very challenging task, asking a 12-year-old to judge the management of elders. But Su Zhou's eyes lit up with determination. He nodded firmly and said, "Okay, sister, I will watch carefully and think seriously." Over the next month, Su Zhou was often seen in various parts of the Su family's businesses. He was no longer just a curious young master. He behaved like a diligent apprentice, quietly following the elders or their personal attendants. At the grain shop, he watched the workers weigh and record grain, listened to his eldest uncle discuss prices with merchants. At the restaurant, he observed the kitchen preparing food and the front hall serving guests, paying attention to customer feedback and leftover dishes. At the clothing workshop, he watched the embroidery workers and listened to his second aunt discuss styles with customers. At the general store, he observed his grandmother inventory goods, noting which items sold well and which did not. At the farm, he accompanied his grandfather on inspections, watched the tenants work, and listened to reports from Su Tian. He observed carefully, asked detailed questions, and sometimes secretly jotted down notes in a small notebook. The elders initially thought he was just a curious child and paid little attention. But as they saw him doing this every day with sincerity, they gradually stopped dismissing him. A month later, Su Zhou returned to Su Qianqian's study, looking tired but full of energy. He held a small, densely written notebook in his hand, and his eyes shone with confidence. "Sister, I've finished watching and I've thought of some ideas," he said, taking a deep breath and beginning his report. His observations were very detailed, far beyond what Su Qianqian expected. Uncle Su Qingguang's grain shop, East Market. Uncle's shop has the most complete stock, but the displays are a bit messy. High-quality grains and regular grains are not clearly separated. Some rare rice varieties from the south are just piled in the corner, and many customers don't notice them. I think we could set up a premium display cabinet to showcase the best rice and flour in small glass jars, with labels showing their origin and features. The prices could be higher for these. Additionally, the accounts are still just simple records. Mr. Mo Yuan seems to understand better methods of bookkeeping. Perhaps he can improve them. Second Uncle Su Jinghe's grain shop. 2 markets. His shop mainly serves neighborhood customers, but the delivery records are messy, relying on staff memory, which can lead to mistakes or omissions. He could make a delivery signboard with the address, goods, and quantity written on it. The staff can hand over the sign when delivering and take it back afterward, reducing errors. Also, for regular customers, a point system could be used. After spending a certain amount, they receive a small bag of premium rice or eggs to keep their loyalty. Father Su Yan's grain shop, South Market. His shop handles large orders, but the warehouse management could be more precise. Different batches of grain are stored together, making it hard to spot mold or spoilage quickly. The storage should be divided into sections, with labels for entry time and batch number, following the first in, first out rule. Cooperation with the dock workers could include more detailed contracts to clarify responsibilities and compensation, avoiding disputes. Restaurant, Liu and Li families. The restaurant business is good, but there are issues. First, the menu in private rooms and the main hall are the same, which doesn't show the private room's elegance. Special, more refined dishes could be designed for private rooms. Second, many customers leave leftovers, especially expensive meat dishes. The kitchen could research ways to turn leftover ingredients into affordable staff meals or special offers the next day, reducing waste. Third, waiters know little about medicinal dishes. When asked, they can only recite recipes. Regular training with Dr. O, even if he's not present, notes are kept. Or Sister Qingdai could help them understand medicinal principles better, making their sales more confident. Clothing shop. Wen's second aunt's designs are the best, but the production takes too long and many customers can't wait. Some classic, timeless styles could be made in advance in a few common sizes. Customers who find a good fit can buy directly, saving waiting time. The embroidery workers vary in skill. The most skilled should handle complex, high-demand custom work, earning higher wages. Simpler repairs and alterations can be assigned to apprentices or less skilled workers, paid per piece, to motivate them. General store, Madame Su. Grandmother's general store has many different goods, but the layout is unorganized, making it hard for customers to find items. The store could be divided into sections, such as grain, oil and spices, dry goods from north and south, and everyday household items. With small signs for easy identification, it would be good to set up a small blackboard at the door, listing the new arrivals today to attract customers. Old Master Tianzhuang said, "Grandfather works hard managing the fields, but I think the records could be more detailed. Currently, I only note which crops are planted where and the yield per acre. I believe we should also record the seed sources, types and amounts of fertilizer used, and the weather conditions that year, drought, floods, pests, etc. Over the years, this will help us understand which seeds grow best under certain conditions, making future planting more confident." Big Brother Taizhan is strong, We can have him lead people to make easier farming tools, like improved water wheels and single-wheel carts. Suzhou spoke clearly, with practical suggestions. He not only pointed out problems but also thought of ways to improve and the benefits they could bring. As Su Qianqian listened, her eyes showed more surprise and admiration. Her sixth brother. Does he not want to read? He is using his intelligence in another way. His observation, analysis, and business sense are truly natural talents for trade. Excellent. Very good. Su Qianqian clapped happily, full of joy. Sixth brother, your answer exceeds my expectations. You're not avoiding reading. You've found a better book suited for you. She immediately called another family meeting. During the meeting, she asked Suzhou to clearly and logically present his observations and suggestions in front of the elders. At first, the elders were a bit skeptical, but as they listened, they became more serious. Many problems Suzhou pointed out really existed, but they were used to the busy work and hadn't thought deeply about them. His proposed improvements, though a bit naive, often hit the mark and were simple and effective. Old Master Su stroked his beard and pondered, dividing the land into zones and collecting farming data. This is a great idea. I never thought of such a long-term plan before. Su Qingguang nodded. Showcases and a point system. That'd sound like a good way to attract and keep customers. Mrs. Wen's eyes lit up, preparing ready-made clothes in advance and assigning tasks based on skills. That can solve my urgent problem. Seeing everyone convinced, Su Qianqian said seriously, since sixth brother has such insight and can suggest practical improvements, I propose that he lead these efforts. The elders and their personal attendants will assist him. Can you do this, sixth brother? Sun Zhou's face turned red with excitement. He straightened his chest and loudly declared, Yes. I will do my best. The elders of the Su family looked at the youngest son with no more disdain. Instead, they showed approval and hope. They agreed happily and promised to support him fully. From then on, Sun Zhou, the youngest son of the Su family, began a different path from his brothers. The business improvement project led by Sun Zhou was just starting. Everyone in the household was busy and lively. Suddenly, a shadow like a ghost appeared in front of Su Qianqian. This time, behind her, there were three men with different styles but sharp eyes. Miss, I am honored to serve, said the shadow calmly. These three men were brought back after I carefully checked them during my travels in the northwest and southern regions. They have clean backgrounds, special skills, and all seek a good leader to settle down with. Su Qianqian looked at the three men carefully. The first man, about 25 or 26, had an ordinary face but sharp, calculating eyes like a businessman. His fingers were thin and neatly trimmed. He carried a faint scent of ink and counting beads. The second man, around 20, was tall and steady. He was not as cold as Shiryu or as lively as Chase Wind Spirit, but he stood confidently. His eyes were clear, with a scholarly air. He wore a simple sword at his waist. His presence was quiet but strong, giving a feeling of both culture and skill. The last man, about 30, looked plain and easy to overlook in a crowd. But he was very calm, with deep, unchanging eyes. It was as if nothing in the world could disturb him. Just standing quietly, he seemed trustworthy and capable of taking on heavy responsibilities. Tell me your names, backgrounds, and your best skills, Su Qianqian said simply, as usual. The clever man stepped forward and bowed. My name is Jean Suanpan, but I have abandoned that name. My ancestors were merchants for 3 generations. I grew up traveling with my father, mastering accounts, trade, pricing, and negotiations. I once managed a large business in Jiangnan. When my employer got into legal trouble, the business failed, and I ended up wandering the world. His voice was clear and organized. The young man, skilled in both arts and martial skills, continued, My name is Lu Jian. I come from a scholarly family in the northern land. When our family fell on hard times, I joined the army as a clerk. I learned some martial arts, studied military strategy, and read many books on history and philosophy. Because he was not used to the intrigues of the military, he resigned from his official position and traveled, seeking a place where he could realize his ambitions. He spoke politely, neither humble nor arrogant. The calm man at the end spoke in a low, gentle voice. I am Han Tie, an unknown miner. I managed miscellaneous tasks in a trading guild for 10 years, escorted valuables, and worked as a steward for a wealthy family for a few years. I don't have any special skills, but I can boast of being reliable. I am good at handling small matters, coordinating people, responding to emergencies, and making sure tasks are done without mistakes. His introduction was simple, but gave the impression that he was someone who kept a low profile but was very capable. Su Qianqian quickly weighed her options. Among these three, Jin Suanpan was clearly a business genius. Lu Jinyan was talented both in literature and martial arts, and Han Tie was an experienced practical worker and manager. She made her decision immediately. Very good, Su Qianqian nodded and first looked at Jin Suanpan. Jin Suanpan, since you're skilled in business, you will follow 6th young master Su Zhou. He has a talent for commerce but is still young and inexperienced. You will be his protector and teacher, helping him manage his business, sharing your skills fully. Do you think you can do that? A hint of surprise flashed in Jin Suanpan's eyes. Then he became serious. He didn't expect this young lady to trust him so much, even to the point of entrusting her own brother to his guidance. He bowed deeply. Thank you for your trust, miss. Jin Suanpan will do his best to assist 6th young master and not let you down. Su Qianqian nodded and turned her gaze to Lu Jinyan. Lu Jinyan, you are talented in both literature and martial arts, knowledgeable in history and classics. 5th young master Su Yunji is preparing for the imperial exams and needs to study diligently, but he also needs someone to protect him, handle external affairs, and occasionally discuss scholarly topics to broaden his horizons. You will go to his side. How about that? Lu Jinyan looked pleased. He was not interested in mere fighting. Following a promising scholar allowed him to use his skills without abandoning his family's traditions. He clasped his fists. Jinyan is willing to serve 5th young master, protect him, and help him with his studies. Finally, Su Qianqian looked at Han Tie with a subtle tone of reliance. Han Tie, you will stay by my side. The affairs of Jin Xiu Pavilion and the household, communication with the outside world, and some matters requiring careful handling, those will be coordinated by you. This was essentially giving him the role of a major housekeeper, a responsibility she entrusted to the seemingly most unremarkable person who claimed to be the most reliable. Han Tie showed no excitement, only a steady bow. Han Tie accepts the order. I will not fail Mrs. Trust. After assigning the tasks to the three, Su Qianqian asked Shiqiu to take the gold abacus and Lu Jinyan to visit Su Zhou and Su Yun separately. When Su Zhou saw the gold abacus, he heard his sister say it was a business master and protector brought for him. His face lit up with excitement. He pulled on the abacus and started asking questions, showing great enthusiasm for business. Seeing how clever and eager to learn the young master was, the abacus maker felt more sincere about helping him. When Su Yun saw Lu Jinyan and learned about his background and experience, he also felt a good impression. They discussed a classic text briefly and found they shared similar ideas. Su Yun felt like he had gained a new teacher and friend and looked forward to his future studies. Meanwhile, Han Tixi quietly took on the first task Su Qianqian gave him, to organize the communication process between Jin Xiu Pavilion and other parts of the estate, making information flow more smoothly. He worked efficiently and quickly identified unnecessary steps, suggesting improvements. The work was much faster and better. Su Qianqian watched this and secretly admired how sharp the shadow figure's eyes were. The three people brought back by the shadow figure were like carefully chosen puzzle pieces, fitting perfectly into the most needed spots in the Su family. Su Zhou gained a good mentor and friend, Su Yun gained a loyal protector, and Su Qianqian herself gained a capable assistant who could handle chores, allowing her to focus more on the big picture. With the help of Su Zhou and the abacus maker, the internal improvements in the Su family went smoothly, and the efficiency of their businesses greatly increased. However, Su Qianqian was not satisfied. Her brothers were far away in the northwest and southern regions, and her third brother was traveling around. The delay in information was a constant threat. One day, She called the shadow figure alone into the secret room of Jin Xiu Pavilion. Shadow figure. The Su family seems prosperous on the surface, but in reality, our information is cut off, Su Qianqian said plainly, with a serious tone. My brothers are out there, their safety uncertain, our business expansion is uncertain. We can't just wait for news anymore. The shadow figure bowed his head silently. What I want you to do is weave a net for the Su family, she said sharply. A network covering the main towns in the northwest and south, as well as areas where our business plans extend. She explained her idea for building an intelligence network with funds secured by Han Tixi. The plan was to keep a single line of contact safe and steady. I understand, the shadow figure replied coldly and firmly. I will do this for you for the Su family and weave this shadow web. She received her orders and quietly went to work on this secret project. After dealing with this important matter, Su Qianqian was about to handle her daily tasks when Madame Su, with a hint of excitement, personally came to Jingxiu Pavilion. Qianqian, there's an opportunity. Madame Su sat down and took a deep breath. Today, at the general store, I overheard an old regular customer mention that he just returned from visiting relatives in Nada City. Nada City. Su Qianqian's heart moved. This city is north of Luoyan City, only a day's carriage ride away, and is a busy town in the area. Exactly, Madame Su continued. He said the biggest restaurant in Nada City is called Drunken Immortal Residence. Due to a sudden family crisis, the owner needs quick cash and is secretly looking for someone to take over. The price is very reasonable. Since the old customer knows we run a restaurant, he casually mentioned it. This was truly a happy surprise. Nada City is so close, with frequent people and goods flow. If we can open the Su restaurant there, it would not only expand our business but also quickly establish a local information hub. Su Qianqian made a quick decision. Grandmother, this is a gift from heaven. Nada City is reachable in a day, and managing communication is very convenient. It's the perfect first step for our expansion. She immediately called Lu and Su Zhou to explain the situation. Taking over Drunken Immortal Residence? Lu was a bit interested but also worried. It's not far, but suddenly taking over a stranger's restaurant might bring many small troubles. Mother, exactly, because it's close, it's the best testing ground, Su Qianqian analyzed. We can quickly copy the successful model from Luoyan City. With our dishes and medicinal cuisine, we will surely establish a foothold. Plus, it's a good chance to test our internal management talents and processes, Su Zhou, eager to try, said. My sister is right. Nada City's tastes are similar to ours, but the restaurant's layout is old. It's a great opportunity for us to enter with Su Ji. Su Qianqian nodded and looked at Lu. Mother, your experience is the most extensive. The kitchen and medicinal cuisine are fundamental. I want to ask you to go to Nada City and oversee the restaurant for a while, rebuild the kitchen team, and decide on the menu. With Qingdai's help, I trust you. Seeing her daughter's careful planning and the city's proximity, Lu's worries eased. She nodded and agreed. All right, I'll go help establish this first outpost in the outer city. Su Qianqian then said to Su Zhou, sixth brother, you'll go with Mother to help manage the front hall, personnel, and local strategies. Jin Suanpan will accompany you to handle accounts and negotiations. This will be a great experience for you. Don't worry, sister, Su Zhou replied confidently. I will do my best. Without delay, in 3 days, a capable team was assembled. Lu Shi took Qingdai, Su Zhou brought Jin Suanpan and several skilled guards from the Shadow Garden, along with a few clever assistants, traveled by carriage north to Nada City. Su Qianqian saw the convoy off at the gate, watching it disappear at the end of the official road. Good news came from Nada City. Lu Shi and Su Zhou had successfully taken over the Drunken Immortal Residence and were busy renovating it according to the Su family style, soon to reopen. The northern trade flags were rising, and another major event was happening within the family. Su Yun was about to leave for the capital to take the provincial exam. The imperial exam was crucial for the future of the Su family at court, especially now that Su Xian, Su Jing, and Su Han had all joined the army. Su Yun's hopes were even greater. The journey to the capital was long and dangerous, with many uncertainties, so safety was the top priority. Although Lu Jinyan was talented both in literature and martial arts, he couldn't handle everything alone. At night, Su Qianqian entered the blood cage, again, hidden beneath an abandoned warehouse in the dock area. Unlike before, she was not there to watch fights but to select talent. She stood inside a suspended booth, behind heavy curtains that only parted slightly. Her cold eyes, like precise rulers, swept over each struggling, roaring figure in the bloody fight below. She was looking for not just brave fighters but true, deadly warriors who could travel far and fight to the death at critical moments. A shadowy figure, Bloodblade, stood behind her silently, understanding her purpose without words. Soon, Su Qianqian's gaze fixed on two individuals. The first, codenamed Remaining Wolf, was not very tall but had muscles like iron, moving swiftly like the wind. More terrifying was his eyes, filled with pure, unhidden cruelty and madness. His opponents were not simply defeated but broken by his beast-like, relentless aura. At this moment, he was delivering a vicious knee strike that dented his opponent's chest, causing him to faint before even screaming. The remaining wolf licked the blood that spilled to his lips, with no emotion in his eyes, only indifference to killing. The second person, codenamed Mute Slave, was silent like a stone. He rarely attacked first, but whenever someone tried to fight him, he responded with quick, effective moves, dislocating joints, tearing ligaments, precise and ruthless like a cold, destructive machine. He didn't care about winning or losing, only about removing threats. During a chaotic fight, he stood alone in a corner. 3 strong men attacking him had fallen, groaning in pain, but he remained still, calm and unshaken, as if nothing had happened. His deep, restrained cruelty was more frightening than the wolf's wild madness. Just those two, Su Qianqian said, lowering the curtain, her tone firm. Bloodblade nodded and immediately went to make arrangements. In less than an incense stick's time, the remaining wolf and the mute slave were brought before Su Qianqian. They still carried the smell of blood from the arena. The wolf looked at her with fierce eyes, full of suspicion and a faint wildness. The mute slave looked down, like a lifeless stone. Su Qianqian didn't waste words. She released her commanding presence and the invisible pressure of space. I give you 2 choices. 1, stay here until you die on the stage. 2, sign a death contract and follow me. From now on, your lives are mine, but I will give you dignity, comfort, and a reason worth dying for. Her gaze was icy, piercing the wolf. You, wolf, I need your ruthlessness and resilience, not against innocence, but against anyone who threatens my 5th brother Su Yun's safety. Can you do that? The wolf stared at her for a moment, feeling her gaze was more oppressive than any opponent on the arena. His throat moved, and he rasped, fight for it, eat well, protect someone. Deal. Su Qianqian then looked at the mute slave. You mute slave, I need your silence and precision. Stay by my 5th brother's side, like a shadow, to prevent trouble before it happens. Can you do that? The mute slave raised his head for the first time, meeting her eyes. His expression was still calm and deep, but he slowly and deliberately nodded. Good. Su Qianqian signaled Bloodblade to bring out the prepared death contract. Without hesitation, they both pressed their fingerprints. From that moment, their lives and deaths were completely bound to Su Yun. Back at the Su residence, Su Qianqian immediately made arrangements. She summoned the butler, Su Tung. Su Tung, you have worked hard for the Su family for many years and are very loyal. Now that the 5th young master is going on a long journey, he needs a completely reliable personal servant who knows how to take care of others. I want your son, Su-en, to go with him. Are you willing? Su Qianqian knew well that the loyalty of a family-born servant is often the purest. Upon hearing this, Su Tung was very excited. This was a great trust.
Yes.
I will serve my son, Su-en.
Thank you, miss.
He will do his best to take good care of the 5th young master. Good. Su Qianqian nodded, then turned to Lu Jinyan standing nearby and said, Jinyan, you are talented in both literature and martial arts. On this trip to the capital, officially you will still be the fifth brother's personal servant, responsible for handling external affairs, communicating with others, and protecting his safety when needed. The remaining two, the silent wolf and the mute wolf, will work together with you in secret. Lu Jinyan solemnly cupped his fists. Understood, Mississippi. I will work with the two brave men to protect the fifth young master completely. Finally, it was about choosing the coachman. Su Qianqian personally went to the official yamen and specified that she wanted to find a coachman familiar with the route from Luoyang City to the capital, experienced and with a clean background. The yamen recommended a middle-aged man called Old Ma Tu, with dark skin, large hands, and eyes that showed years of traveling and experience, smart and steady. Su Qianqian carefully asked about key route details, and Old Ma Tu answered confidently. Sign a binding contract with me to drive for the Su family and ensure your peace for the rest of your life, Su Qianqian said, looking at him. Old Ma Tu seemed used to this kind of fate. Without any objection, he simply pressed his thumbprint. All preparations were complete. On the night before departure, Su Qianqian gathered Su Yun, Lu Jinyan, Suan, the silent wolf, the mute slave, and Old Ma Tu. She looked at Su Yun with eager hope. Fifth brother, the road to the capital is long. Be careful. Your studies are important, but safety is more important. Talk to Jinyan if anything happens, and don't try to be brave. Then she looked at the others with a serious tone. Remember, fifth brother's safety is above all. If he returns safely, you will all be rewarded. If anything happens to him, you know the consequences. Yes. Miss/sister. Everyone replied in unison. The silent wolf's eyes flashed with fierceness. The mute slave silently clenched his fists, and Lu Jinyan and Suan looked determined. The next morning, a sturdy carriage left the Su residence at dawn. The driver was Old Ma Tu, who had signed the contract, and inside were Su Yun, Lu Jinyan, and Suan. And at a distance neither too close nor too far from the carriage, the remaining wolf and the mute servant moved silently among the pedestrians, quietly fulfilling their secret guardianship duties. Su Qianqian stood at the gate of the mansion until the carriage disappeared at the end of the long street. The message she sent to Kyoto was not only about the hope for the imperial exams for the Su family, but also about a small elite team made up of scouts, secret guards, and loyal servants. The news that the Su restaurant in Nada City had reopened spread quickly back to Su's residence in Luoyang City, like it had wings. Lu and Suzhou's letters were full of happiness and determination. The restaurant's business was busier than expected. The residents of Nada City and traveling merchants praised the fine dishes and special medicinal meals from the Su family, especially the medicinal meals, which were very valuable in the cold northern land and had become the restaurant's biggest signature. Suzhou also included suggestions in his letter for adjusting some dishes to local tastes, along with a profit estimate for the first month that far exceeded expectations, based on careful calculations. Inside Jinxiu Pavilion, Su Qianqian looked at the letter and smiled slightly. The first step to the north was very steady. She took the letter and went to the study to see old Master Su. Grandfather, things are stable in Nada City, Su Qianqian said, handing him the letter. Business is better than expected. Old Master Su read it carefully and showed a pleased smile. He stroked his beard and said, Good, good. Lu and Zhou have worked hard, and Mr. Jin has also contributed greatly. It seems that the north is indeed the place for our Su family. That's right. Su Qianqian sat down at his side, her expression becoming serious. Grandfather, since the restaurant has established a foothold in Nada City, why not seize the opportunity to strengthen it further? Oh, what are your thoughts, Qianqian? Old Master Su knew that his granddaughter often had deep ideas. Grain, Su Qianqian said simply, her eyes shining. People regard food as heaven. Now that high-yield crops are no longer a secret and the court is aware of them and even expects you to promote them, why not take control of this heaven ourselves? She moved to the map and pointed to Nada City. Nada City is a prosperous area nearby with a large population and huge grain consumption. Our Su family has its own grain sources and mature management experience. I want to open a Su grain store in Nada City. Old Master Su's eyes sparkled. You mean sell our own high-yield grain? Not entirely. Su Qianqian shook her head. High-yield grain varieties must be strictly controlled and not freely circulated. This is our foundation and the bottom line that the court secretly allows us to exist within. But we can sell ordinary grain produced in our fields that doesn't involve core seed sources, as well as high-quality grain purchased from other places. The key is to establish the reputation of the Su Grain Shop in Nada City and control some grain channels. With grain, we gain influence and can better protect the secret base of our high-yield grain varieties. She paused and continued. Moreover, Nada City is a strategic location. If we set up the grain shop there, it will be very helpful for future expansion northward or for information exchange. Old Master Su pondered for a moment, then patted his thigh heavily.
Good.
That's a great idea. Controlling grain means controlling the lifeline. This plan is feasible. Since we're doing this, we can't just make small moves, Su Qianqian said, seeing her grandfather agree. She laid out the detailed plan. I want my eldest and second uncles and my father to go to Nada City together to handle this. We'll follow the model used in Luoyan City, each responsible for a grain shop, creating competition and cooperation, which will help us open up the market faster. Qingguang, Jinghe, Yan, Old Master Su stroked his beard and thought. They are already familiar with grain shop affairs, and each has capable helpers, Shiyu, Mo Yuan, Jifeng. Going together, they can look out for each other and quickly replicate Luoyan City's experience. That's good. Then, what about the 3 grain shops in Luoyan City itself? Su Qianqian asked. Promote their capable deputies to temporarily manage them, set clear rules, and report regularly. With us overseeing from behind, there won't be major problems, Old Master Su decided decisively. And I can also free up my hands to focus on another important matter. Grandfather means. The land, Su Qianqian understood immediately. Exactly. Old Master Su stood up, his eyes shining with the deep love and ambition of a seasoned farmer for the land. 430 acres sounds like a lot, but compared to the world, what does it matter? Since the court recognizes our farming skills, we can't just stick to this small amount of land. I want to personally go around the surrounding areas to see if there are suitable good fields or medium-sized fields. Our Su family should not only trade across the south and north, but also cultivate fertile land for thousands of miles. We must strengthen our land foundation. Seeing her grandfather's renewed enthusiasm, Su Qianqian smiled sincerely. Grandfather, with such ambition, I will do my best to support you. Don't worry about funds. I will make arrangements. The grandfather and granddaughter exchanged a smile, understanding without words. One focused on expanding the business outward, while the other deepened the agricultural foundation. The Su family's development plan was clear and firm. The decision was made, and actions followed quickly. The next day, Old Master Su took Taishan and rode around the outskirts of Luoyan City and even farther, inspecting fields and looking for new places to buy. Meanwhile, Su Qingguang, Su Jinghe, and Su Yan received new orders. They quickly handed over their work in Luoyan City, bringing their personal attendants, Shiyu, Mo Yuan, and Jifeng, and a group of capable workers. They formed a new team and headed to Nada City. Their goal was to raise the banner of Su Grain Shop on the land recently ignited by the taverns, truly planting the roots of the Su family deep into the northern soil. After continuous planning, decision-making, and expansion, like a stretched bowstring, even Su Qianqian, who was strong-willed, felt a faint weariness. That afternoon, the late spring breeze carried just the right amount of warmth and freshness, gently brushing the carefully tended backyard garden of the Su residence. Su Qianqian ordered someone to set up a large purple bamboo rocking chair by the lakeside pavilion, covered with a soft, thick jade-colored silk cushion. She took down her usually heavy hairstyle, loosely tying her hair with a simple white jade hairpin. She wore a flowing sky-blue long dress, looking like a newly bloomed lotus, shedding her sharpness in managing the family and revealing her delicate and peaceful girlhood. She lazily reclined into the rocking chair, closed her eyes, and let the chair sway gently with her body, making a rhythmic, soothing creak. Jichio silently knelt on a mat beside the chair, her slender fingers applying gentle pressure to Su Qianqian's temples in circles, then moving to her shoulders and neck, easing the tension from long hours of work at the desk. Her movements were skillful and focused, as if treating a rare treasure. Beyond the water pavilion's carved railing, the distant scenery was hazy. The outlines of the rocky artificial mountain shimmered softly in the sunlight. Tall banana trees stretched their lush green leaves, swaying gently in the breeze. Further away, faint market calls occasionally drifted from outside the city walls, but the courtyard kept them distant, like another world. Nearby, a small table beside the rocking chair held steaming tea, with a faint cool fragrance wafting from Jichio's sleeves. The moist scent of lotus flowers from the water, the gentle touch of the breeze, and the comforting warmth from her fingertips all created a peaceful, serene atmosphere. In this state of extreme comfort and peace, Su Qianqian's consciousness gradually blurred, and she truly drifted into a light sleep. She didn't sleep deeply. Her thoughts were like fish swimming underwater, sometimes clear, sometimes vague. She imagined the lively taverns in Nada City and the upcoming grain shop opening. Nada City extends northward, and then reaches the capital. This thought, like a tiny icy needle, made her shiver slightly in the warm breeze. In her mind, the imperial decree of the county lord's mansion seemed to glow faintly. The capital is full of opportunities, but also dangerous. Powerful noble families are deeply rooted there, with complex relationships and tangled interests like a swamp. The Su family now seems prosperous, but in Luoyan City, Nada City, or even further, they might dominate one side. Yet, rushing into the capital and clashing with families that have centuries of history would be like trying to break a stone with an egg.
Now.
It's not the time, she silently whispered in her heart, forcing down the urge to advance. Showing too much ambition would bring trouble. The Su family needs time, a deeper foundation, and stronger, more subtle strength. Since she can't go north anymore, then she would go south. To the south. Vast, humid, rich in resources, with a thriving trade network, and far from the political whirlpool. Perhaps there, the Su family could find a better place to develop at this stage.
Jiangzhou?
Yunjia City? Or even further south. Her thoughts spread like a painting unfolding, imagining southern water towns, busy river transport, and exotic products. As she thought, her clarity was again overwhelmed by deep fatigue and the surrounding comfort. Her tense nerves relaxed completely. She adjusted to a more comfortable position, breathing slowly and evenly, and truly fell into a worry-free sleep. Inside the water pavilion, only the gentle creak of the rocking chair, the rustling of the banana leaves in the wind, and the soft movements of Jichio's gentle massage remained. Her beautiful face became the focus, long eyelashes like butterfly wings resting on her eyelids, casting faint shadows, her nose straight and elegant, her lips full and rosy from relaxation, her skin glowing with a pearl-like luster under the soft light filtering through the gauze. She slept unguarded, like a carefully painted portrait of a lady taking a rest. This peaceful sleeping face gradually merged with the shimmering lake behind her, the lush garden, and the thriving family world she had built with her own hands. The wind still gently blows, carrying her dreams, perhaps drifting toward the warm and mysterious south. After waking from a rest by the lake, Su Qianqian felt refreshed and clear-headed. The fatigue from the past few days had vanished, and her thoughts about moving south became even clearer. She didn't rush to act, but first went to see Old Master Su and shared her ideas openly. In the study, the aroma of tea filled the air. Su Qianqian carefully explained her worries and plans. "Grandfather, the capital is a dangerous place. Our Su family is still young, and rushing north might make us a target. But staying in Luoyan and Nada limits our growth. I've thought about it, and the south is rich and full of opportunities. The trade routes are open, and it's far from the court's chaos. It's the best place for our family to expand. Old Master Su thought for a moment, then nodded with approval. Qianqian's worries are wise. When a tree stands out, the wind blows harder. Our family has grown too quickly. It's time to settle down somewhere broader and safer. The South is a good choice. If you believe in this, then go ahead. With her grandfather's support, Su Qianqian felt confident and began to plan in detail. Regarding Nada City, our foundation is just starting. We need capable people to manage it. My mother, Lu, is experienced in running the tavern, so she can stay there. If we find a good opportunity, opening a second tavern is also possible. My eldest and second uncles, along with my father, are just beginning their grain business in Nada. This is a crucial time, and they need to work together to strengthen our grain roots in the north. Luoyang City is the core of our family. We must not lose it. The family's businesses there need careful management. Grandmother's fruit and grocery shops are running smoothly, so she should continue overseeing them. Aunt Li, who is skilled in managing taverns, should coordinate the 4 taverns in Luoyang. Aunt Wen's clothing shop is a family specialty and also needs her attention. Old Master Su nodded. That arrangement is good. Everyone has their role, and the family will be safe. As for your trip south, a clever glint appeared in Su Qianqian's eyes. My plan is to bring Brother Six, Su Zhou, back from Nada. He has shown talent in business while helping my mother, and now is the time for him to gain more experience and stand on his own. I plan to take him along to look for business opportunities and let him practice his skills. As for guards, she continued confidently, Bloodblade will stay in the Shadow Garden to train the guards and protect the home. Mysterious Shadow will handle intelligence work. Qianni and Qian'er are our last line of defense and should not be moved lightly. I brought Wei and Abu with me. They are the earliest elders to follow us, loyal and trustworthy. They are also quite skilled, enough to handle common situations.
Good.
I agree with you, Old Master Su decided, feeling very pleased with his granddaughter's careful plans. Once the decision was made, the orders were quickly sent out. In Luoyang City, the elders received their instructions, and each went about their tasks. In Nada City, Lu and the 3 brothers of Su Chengwang received the news. Though they felt reluctant, they understood the importance of the family's overall plan. Lu encouraged Su Zhou to learn well from his sister. A few days later, Su Zhou hurried back from Nada City, looking tired but full of excitement and hope. He already knew his sister planned to take him south to explore, and he was very happy about it. At the Su family gate, the carriages and horses were ready. This trip south was simple and light. Besides Su Qianqian and Su Zhou, only Ji Qiu was there to take care of daily needs. Wei and Abu were responsible for security, and Han Tixi, who recently joined and was steady and reliable, handled communication and small tasks. Old Master Su, Old Madam Su, and others like Li and Wen were all there to see them off. Qianqian, Zhou'er, be careful on the way. Safety first. Old Madam Su held her granddaughter's hand and gave her careful advice. Always discuss things when outside. Don't take risks, Li also said with concern. Su Qianqian and Su Zhou nodded in response. Su Qianqian looked around at the familiar home and family, then finally focused on Old Master Su. They exchanged a meaningful look. She nodded slightly, then turned and got into the carriage smoothly. Su Zhou also bowed seriously to the elders and followed her onto the carriage. Wei personally held the whip, Abu guarded the carriage, and Han Tixi rode a strong horse loaded with luggage. The group, under the rising sun, set out along the official road heading south. Inside the carriage, Su Qianqian leaned on a soft cushion, watching the scenery outside the window recede, her expression calm and firm. Su Zhou couldn't hide his excitement, already imagining the business opportunities they might find in the south. Leaving Luoyang City, the carriage traveled south along the official road. At first, the road was smooth and the area was bustling with people, so the journey went well. Su Zhou, being young and curious, saw the different scenery from the north, mirror-like rice paddies, crisscrossing fields, and vast mulberry and hemp fields. He couldn't help but lift the curtain to look out, occasionally discussing with Su Qianqian the differences in products between North and South, which made the trip less dull. Su Qianqian also paid attention to the scenery and thought about possible business opportunities, but she was mostly cautious. She knew well that leaving the familiar northern region and entering the unfamiliar southern land required extra caution. After traveling for about 7 or 8 days, they had reached the hilly southern area. Continuous heavy rain had made the roads muddy and difficult to pass, and the air was thick with the smell of wet earth. On this day, the sky remained gloomy. To reach the nearby town quickly for rest, the old driver, Ma Tu, chose a path along the foot of the mountain. One side of the road was a steep slope covered with trees, while the other side was a deep, unseen river valley. The river was muddy and rushing violently due to the rain, making loud, roaring sounds. Awei and Abu were very alert. Awei carefully drove the carriage, and Abu kept watch for any movement on the hillside. Han Tiexia also frowned slightly and warned, "Miss, young Master Lu, the terrain here is dangerous. The heavy rain might loosen the rocks on the mountain." Inside the carriage, Su Qianqian also felt the pressure of the outside environment. She nodded gently and said to Suzhou, "Sixth brother, hold on tight." Subconsciously, she tried to sense the space around her, to confirm her last card, but found that her connection with Taidan was like a thick fog, blurry and unclear. This made her heart tighten with unease. However, nature's power was far beyond human control. Just as the carriage reached a bend, an unexpected event occurred. First, there was a faint crack sound, followed by a deafening roar. It was as if the entire mountain had come alive, trembling violently. Danger! The mountain is collapsing. Awei's face changed dramatically. He whipped the horse to try to speed through this dangerous section. But it was too late. On the hillside above, a large amount of dirt, rocks, and broken trees tumbled down like a waterfall, blocking the road ahead and rushing toward the carriage. "Protect the young lady." Abu's eyes widened with desperation as he tried to get closer to the carriage. A huge falling stone struck the backside of the carriage hard, flipping it over with a powerful impact. The horses pulling the carriage were startled, neighing loudly as they broke free from the reins and ran wildly. The screams of Suzhou, Awei, Abu, and Han Tiexia were drowned out by the thunderous sound of the landslide and mountain collapse. Su Qianqian only felt a tremendous force hit the carriage hard. The world spun around her, her forehead hit something hard, and a sharp pain shot through her. Everything went black in an instant. Before losing consciousness completely, she only felt her body being thrown out of the damaged carriage, rolling down a steep hillside. Thorns tore her clothes and skin, and cold rain and dirt flooded into her nose and mouth. She desperately tried to focus, hoping to find a dagger or medicine in her space, but the fog seemed to turn into a solid wall, blocking her awareness. The space had completely cut off contact. After an unknown amount of time, the roaring sound gradually faded, leaving only the gentle rain and the sound of water echoing in the valley. Su Qianqian woke up with a severe headache and a feeling of suffocation. She found herself lying in thick, wet mud and broken branches, her whole body aching, especially her forehead and left ankle, which hurt intensely. She struggled to sit up and looked around. In front of her was a messy scene. The collapsed mountain buried the road she came on, with large rocks and fallen trees everywhere. She was in a relatively flat depression on the hillside, lucky not to be completely buried. The carriage was gone.
Awei, Abu, Antiehe, Suzhou, Sikyu, Laomatou.
None of them were there. She called out a few times, but only the echo of the valley and the clearer sound of rain responded. She endured the pain and tried again to communicate with her space, calling out for Taidan, her mind reaching toward the mysterious place where weapons, medicine, and food were stored, still silent, with no response. She really couldn't get anything out. This realization made her feel a cold shiver. Since crossing over, her space had been her greatest support and trump card. Now, in this wild mountain wilderness, badly injured, it had completely failed her. She was alone, seriously hurt, without any external help, trapped deep in this remote mountain forest. Cold rain hit her face, mixing with the blood on her forehead, bringing a piercing chill. Su Qianqian looked at her empty hands and then at the vast, dangerous rainforest ahead. An unprecedented panic seized her, but she forcefully pinched her wound, and the intense pain instantly woke her up. She tore the hem of her inner shirt, clumsily bandaging her bleeding forehead, and broke a thick branch to use as a makeshift cane, supporting her painful left foot. Without the protection of her space, she only had her will and her mind. Su Qianqian took a deep breath of the cold air, which carried the smell of dirt and blood. Her eyes became firm again. She must stay alive, rely on herself, and find a way out of this desperate situation. Su Qianqian leaned on a rough branch, walking carefully through the muddy, slippery forest. Every step caused a sharp pain in her left ankle. The wound on her forehead was soaked with rain, making it burn painfully. Rainwater ran down her messy hair, blurring her vision. The cold seeped through her thin, wet clothes, making her shiver slightly. She didn't know how long she had been walking or if she was heading in the right direction. She relied only on instinct, trying to move toward lower ground where there might be people. The forest was dense and dark, with only the sound of rain hitting the leaves and the rustling of unknown insects and animals, adding to her despair. Just as she was about to run out of strength and rest against a large tree, she heard a very faint sound that seemed out of place in the natural surroundings, something like the sound of boots crushing dry branches, and not just one person. Suddenly, hope flickered. She struggled to call for help but held back her cry, trained to be cautious from her family's upbringing. What if it was bandits or other dangerous people? She held her breath, hiding behind thick bushes and carefully peeking out. She saw a group of 7 or 8 people moving silently and quickly through the woods. They all wore dark, tight clothes, moving in perfect coordination. Their steps were steady, and their presence was calm and restrained. It was clear they were well-trained, not ordinary travelers or mountain bandits. The leader stood tall like a pine tree, wearing a simple, old-fashioned silver-gray metal mask that covered most of his face, revealing only sharp, deep eyes like those of a hawk and a cold, hard jawline. He radiated an aura of authority and fierce battlefield energy, even from a distance, creating an invisible pressure that made Su Qianqian feel uneasy. Are they soldiers? Or some other powerful group?
Su Qianqian quickly wondered.
At that moment, the masked man's gaze swept over her hiding spot like a bolt of lightning and suddenly stopped. His deep, cold voice, with an unmistakable tone of command, broke the silence of the forest instantly. His followers behind him spread out in a fan shape, holding weapons and fixing their eyes on her hiding place. Su Qianqian's heart sank. She knew she had been seen. She took a deep breath, suppressing her panic. Showing weakness now would only make things worse. She leaned on a branch, trying to stay calm, and slowly stepped out from behind the bushes. At this moment, she looked quite disheveled, her hair messy, clothes torn and muddy, with a bandage on her forehead bleeding. Her face was pale as paper, but her eyes, tired and hurting, remained clear and bright, showing a stubborn strength that refused to give in. Seeing her like this, the guards looked at each other with surprise, but they did not lower their guard. The person behind the mask looked her over carefully, especially pausing on her injured ankle and forehead.